The most influential swordsman is the third prince named Shen, the most illustrious technique called 10,000 Tibetan Blades, and the prince was the head of the sect. Breaking through to the immortal realm, he could reach even the so-called legendary martial realm if he wanted to. However, people didn't believe in him so much, if you put it that way. It's only regrettable. The youngsters gathered around the man and started asking him what he meant. Let him talk faster. Everyone understood that on this day, the third master named Shen had pierced the demonic genius in 100 blade strokes and became the #1 expert in the world. Uncle glanced at them and hummed. Then they too should know that the third master was wounded by a demonic blade that destroyed all the meridians in his body. After that, he remained alive, but as if his and the master had lost all his skills, so it was still so. People oohed and ahed, lamenting how bad it was that the master had lost all his combat skills and was now left a mere cripple. In front of him appeared a gray-haired old man who pointed forward with his hand and invited everyone to come inside. The door creaked open. On a wheelchair under a big tree sat our hero, a guy named Shen. He couldn't walk or even move around on his own at all. A book fell out of his hands and opened. On one of the pages there was a beautiful girl in an elegant dress. After drinking a few sips of tea, the guy told the stranger to come out already. He felt that someone was here, and his intentions were not good. Shen was well aware that the assassin had been appearing near the white tower behind the mountain since September, so it was now. Behind a nearby tree was indeed a stranger hiding. He held a long blade in his hands and watched Shen all this time. The guy himself was holding a small bowl of water, into which a petal from a nearby tree had fallen, only smiled. Shen said that he had already given the guy a chance, but he didn't take it. Did his head attract people so much? The assassin continued to approach in great leaps. His eyes burned with rage. He could no longer control himself. Sensing that danger was approaching him, Shen closed his eyes and prepared himself. He knew that this man was after him. The mercenary was about to swing his blade, but suddenly something flew past him and melted the blade. Calmly sitting in his seat, Shen said his intention to destroy the too-strong blade art implied the dissection of this feeling. Stopping a few steps away from his target, the assassin looked at Shen and raised an eyebrow in surprise that this guy was paralyzed at all. If all of his martial meridians are destroyed, then why is he using martial practices as it was even possible? At some point, the mercenary felt that his body was pierced by some incomprehensible energy and began to destroy. Soon there was nothing left of the body. With only a sad look at the place where the mercenary Shen had just stood, he sighed at how sad the smell of blood was here. In a large and hard stone stood a stuck sword that no one had been able to pull out by their own strength so far. As he approached him, the martial artist waved his hand around. A slight wind rose around him. He could already hear someone approaching. A small girl appeared from the bushes and looked shyly at the third prince. She didn't understand how the man even saw her. Looking at her, Shen only smiled. If he were the girl, he wouldn't hide in such a mediocre place where she was so easy to spot. Continuing to blush, the girl smiled. The third prince is now messing with her more than usual. It's kind of exciting. With quick movements, the girl took out a small box of cupcakes she had specially saved for the third prince to treat. After looking at the gift with surprised eyes, Shen said that it looked pretty good and appetizing. This should definitely be delicious. A strange girl stomped around the guy and said she spent quite a bit of time on them. A conversation started between the two. The girl said that her older sister had already arrived, all of whom Shen asked whether or not they had already fought together. Sitting in his seat, Shen continued to eat the cookie and pondered, and indeed, the pastries were quite tasty, even not to be torn away. Shen himself understood that this sect was known for its blazing art technique, classified as the Great Darkness technique. The most important factor is that this gal is incompetent in her own techniques. She felt guilty about it. Hua was the heiress of the sect, but in practicing martial arts, she is far inferior to her older sister, and that's not good. With a sidelong glance at her, Shen took a bite out of the cookie and continued chewing. Chu just stood there over her shy, frowning eyes. Even though she has been training for a long time, but this girl's martial arts leave a lot to be desired. Shen continued to laugh and chew a cookie. Little Huo begged the master to teach her to stand up to her sister so that she could at least compete. With a good-natured glance at her, the guy said he couldn't teach her enough skill if her movements weren't smooth. However, the girl didn't stop begging the master to teach her how to fight in any way. She was very embarrassed. Moreover, the girl asked me to teach her that very technique. Only then would she be able to confront her sister in full force. She literally cried and clasped her hands in prayer that the master would still agree to teach her. The desire of this girl was enormous. The thing is that there are two sisters in this sect, and when they reached a certain age, they had to fight for the seat of the throne. Hearing such a horror, the girl cradled her head. Why does this sect have such horrible rules? Is it really necessary? Master bowed his head. The technique is not a problem, just a matter of the fact that it is impossible to train her in such a martial art. The girl just started muttering to herself while the master ranted she wanted to learn no matter what. The master explained that he could mention 7 to 8 techniques at his skill. The guy's face was very serious. While he was explaining, the girl could not understand. It was beyond her comprehension in her head. Everything was mixed up. The master only looked at her with a sad look and realized that this girl was hopeless. she wouldn't be able to learn this technique. Said that the way of martial arts is to constantly evolve without evolving how they can become better than their own ancestors. After such an abundance of information, little Huo couldn't realize her head was about to crack. The master only glanced at her and smirked. Master decided to tell briefly one must traverse the abyss of martial arts to reach such a level. The girl looked at him and didn't understand anything about what tearing through the moon's eye meant. She was hearing about something like that for the first time, and just clapped her eyes shut. Shen knew very well that if he told all this knowledge, this silly girl's head would just burst with excess, and she wouldn't understand anything anyway. Guy already imagined how the little girl is holding her head and can't understand anything. She will even forget who she is and where she is from such intimate knowledge. In that case, Huo no longer wanted to learn such a martial technique, just have the master teach her a couple of techniques that could save her life. Suddenly, the master interrupted the girl. She started to swivel her head. Someone was approaching them incredibly quietly. However, Shen heard it. Somewhere in the bushes stood a woman hiding her face, and on her lips was only a rare smile. So far, no one saw it except the master. Turning his head, Shen said that someone had come. The guy tensed his whole body and began to track down the stranger who had so treacherously interrupted them. Huo was very tense when she heard that it might be her older sister and didn't really want to see her right now. Suddenly, the master told her to look back. The girl shrieked and jumped up on the spot, turning her head in the opposite direction, looking for her sister. She didn't even realize that she had been set up. Huo twisted her head around and looked around fearfully. Master glanced to the side as he said this. The girl had become better than Huo, not only in development level, but also in martial arts. The bushes moved, and from there a girl appeared. She was Huo's older sister, shaking her head. Chu smiled. Everything happened just as she thought it would. She frowned at the younger one and told her to follow her before it was too late. She should go home and not bother the master. Huo didn't he want to go back? She shouted that she would never dare to do something inappropriate. She had just come to learn the blade technique. The older sister looked at her and frowned. She couldn't understand how her sister could think of such a thing. Her movements are so flimsy and useless, she can't stand on her feet at all, much less fight. Shen didn't say anything, but simply watched the two sisters arguing and chose not to interfere with their conversation. And the older sister kept reprimanding the younger one like a master can teach her, if just based on her movements. Just by watching them, Shen had already realized that they were indeed heiresses. Yes, and besides, the older sister had already managed to influence the younger sister's mind. Looking at little Huo, the guy realized that if they clashed in battle, this girl would definitely lose. She just didn't have the strength to even stand. The older sister continued to stare at Huo and without saying a word made it clear that she would destroy her at any opportunity. Even with all the humiliation, young Huo was sure that if she learned all these techniques, it would be hard to tell which of the two of them would win in the end. While these two were engaged, the master just listened and did not say a word on his face. No longer had that good-natured expression. Chu walked by and said that Shenbul used to be one of the greatest fighters ever, but now he can't even get up, or he has some trump card up his sleeve. A fleeting smile only slipped onto the master's face as he watched the two sisters squabble. It was adorable. Huo continued rampaging. How can a sister be so rude to a third principal is unacceptable. The elder was surprised for the sake of this man her sister had set aside even her violent temper. If it was a few years ago, she wouldn't have even dared to oppose the master. With a smile on her face, the elder pushed Shen off the cliff. Huo only cried out in surprise and couldn't believe her eyes. Thankfully, Huo was able to react in time and pushed her sister away from the master. Let her not even dare to approach him and do anything. The girl looked at her older sister with stern eyes and was ready to stand up and sacrifice her life for this man. Chu just laughed last night. Little sister couldn't even raise her hand when she fought her, and now she's all grown up. Chu's hands lit up. Don't even hope to oppose her in a fair fight, she is too weak. When she saw her older sister coming at her like a hurricane, Huo cried out in surprise. However, she did not step back. She was ready to defend the prince. As the older sister approached, she struck the younger sister with a single palm, throwing the girl backwards without Huo even realizing it. However, something changed at this moment. The previously weak and feeble Huo literally caught fire and was covered in flames. It was her technique. The third principal just stood in his place and watched this interesting spectacle with a smile on his face. Huo put all of her power into this strike and covered herself with flames to form a sphere and directed all of her power at her older sister. Looking at her, Chu raised an eyebrow in surprise at how interesting it was that her younger sister suddenly stood up for someone and with such strength. Shen was surprised to the core and smiled at how fast children grow up. But just a second ago, this girl couldn't even stand normally. This girl has an ability that her older sister lacks. However, due to her age, she is still too naive and stupid. Even the eldest was surprised. She said her sister is a pretty amazing person. Even she didn't expect this turn of events. Chu prepared her punch and told the younger one not to blame her later on afterward. Now she wouldn't hold back in her strength. The young Huo felt a tremendous pressure as she struggled to her feet, and a powerful explosion sounded behind her. The elder certainly recognized that her skills had grown quite a bit. However, it was still not enough to stand up in a real battle. Poor Huo felt her body gradually leaving her body. Tears welled up in her eyes. As the smoke from the impact dissipated, Chu began to search with her eyes for her no-nonsense little sister, but so far she hadn't seen her. Fortunately, young Huo survived with only a few bruises, but the girl had tears in her eyes and felt helpless. Unsurprisingly, the third prince, who had previously been in a wheelchair, was now on his feet protecting the little girl. Surprised to the depths of her soul, Chu could not believe how this man was able to get up at all. He was already running out of strength. The aura emanating from him was simply monstrous, and he easily dispelled such a powerful technique without even blinking an eye. Realizing that she had been foolish, Chu folded her arms and apologized for such rudeness. Never again would such a thing happen again, the girl felt afraid. The master just walked past her and smiled. Of course it's no problem if she wants a battle. Here, just let her think about whether she needs it. Taking a small wand in his hands, Shen took aim and launched it into the air in one powerful motion. After looking at the elder sister, the master smiled and came to this place to bother him. He was looking at the girl from behind. However, she felt just overwhelming, incredible energy coming from this man, and goosebumps ran down her spine. Eventually, the master calmed down and exhaled, no need to stoke the fire of hatred. Right here, there was no point in it. Besides, he remembered something the sect always uses fights between disciples to test their strength. How could he have only forgotten? Huo, lowering her eyes, realized that she was at fault. Even if she and her sister are sect members, there is no need to have duels here. Therefore, it was necessary to determine which of these two was stronger, using a mystical competition based in the sect of the prince himself. The guy waved his hand and said that it was all very well the competition would take place in a few months, but for now they could be free. The older sister bowed her hands again and apologized again. She didn't want any trouble for herself, especially not such a powerful person. The third principal continued to look at her and realized more and more each time how fast and strong she was a dangerous quiet opponent. Shen timely pulled away because Huo saw that he was already on his feet and rushed into the boy's arms with joy. However, after running a few meters, the girl just crashed into a tree. There was a pop and a few flowers sprinkled from above. Still rejoicing, Huo said it was just fine. She didn't realize what she had done yet and how ridiculous it looked. At some point, girl still realized what she was doing and instantly blushed. She looked like she was crazy to defend the #1 expert in the world. Our hero himself realized that he was already standing on his feet. However, it is difficult to say that he had recovered completely. Hu shivered in fear when the prince said that if not for that, her older sister might have continued to threaten them. However, everything is fine now. Turning to Huo, and Shen said that her sister was surprised, so the girl must have been taking his advice all these months. Stunned, Huo couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that the master had just given her advice on how to train? That was what she wanted. The girl immediately started begging the third prince to teach her how to use the energy of the blade, and only then can she defeat her sister. Inside herself, the little girl was already imagining how she would defeat her older sister and fall on her knees to apologize for all this humiliation. Looking at her, Shen said if the girl practiced hard and reached the martial arts level, then fully released her energy who could learn. From the overabundance of information, Hua bit her tongue. I couldn't believe my own ears. It sounded truly fantastic. Master continued based on what kind of person Chu is. She wouldn't leave the slightest cause for her concern, that's all. Standing and listening to all of this, Huo almost cried as she realized that her level of martial arts was extremely low and nothing to be proud of. The girl remembered her older sister's words that she had only herself to blame for such marvelous martial arts. Master continued, people will envy her. However, if Huo tries hard, she will definitely surpass her sister. The girl listened attentively. The guy waved his hand and said that the only thing left for Chu is to stand and stare at her little sister who outdid herself. Mystic rank martial arts are for new students and include all those who have not yet reached the 6th level. The Earth rank is internal to the sect. The power of masters with this rank leaves more than half the comprehension of the power of the Abyss. And the last heavenly rank includes those great masters who have reached enlightenment and are among the 10 strongest, which is a great honor. Master smiled and said that starting today he would technically be her teacher and begin teaching her martial arts. Huo looked at him with big eyes and didn't realize that she really wasn't dreaming. The master finally agreed after so much persuasion. Finally realizing what luck had smiled upon her, the girl snapped out of her seat and jumped up to the master. Finally, he accepted her as an apprentice. Shen felt a little uncomfortable that the girl had gotten so close to him that he could even feel her breathing. It was really close, and it looked like they were in love. Huo froze in place for a second. The girl immediately pulled away and blushed like a tomato. She began to apologize, stammering, saying she was just too excited. Coughing, the master said that she was a little mistaken. He is not taking her as his apprentice, but will just train the girl these few months. With a wave of his hand, Shen asked for all the information about the mystic rank in the Huo sect should have a good look into it. Embarrassed, Huo said that the best in her sect right now is Zhou, a guy who comes from a martial arts family. The master pondered in principle it was no wonder the boy whose entire family are martial artists is now the best in the sect. Huo was surprised when she heard that this guy would soon be qualifying for the Earth rank, and Master knew about it. The guy only smiled if someone takes his place, it will hit that person's ego very hard. That, well, you have to try. Still not understanding anything, Huo whispered, "Is there anyone stronger than this man in his own category? Hard to believe." Shen looked at the girl and whispered that she was actually Huo herself, but Huo only hiccuped. She realized that she couldn't compete with this man right now because she was only at level 5 and too weak for battles. While Huo was muttering something to herself, Shen was thinking. He realized that it would take too much time, but he had to try to make the best of it. He looked at the girl and said that at her age, Shen was already at the 8th level, so what was there to be surprised about? Spreading his hands, the guy said that if Huo didn't reach the 7th level, Poo wouldn't even think about defeating his big sister by easy means. Tilting her head, the girl looked guiltily in front of her. She understood everything perfectly well, but she wanted to win. Hearing about the 7th level, she suddenly twitched. Wait a minute. Wait, a master just said that for sure. Or she heard it. She just stood there, staring dumbly in front of her. If her grandmother heard that she was going to reach level 7 in a few months, she would have laughed. However, the third prince didn't seem to be joking. He just sat on his chair and silently pondered. In one of the martial schools, there were now several dozen students standing around practicing combat strikes. A man with a long blue beard stood and watched them. It seems this time the sect master will be reassigned. Joe stood nearby, and Jogai looked at all these disciples with a smile and realized that there was no equal to him. Let them not even try. A few masters stood nearby. A man with a slightly smaller beard said that if this continued, Joe would be beyond competition. The old man just stood there and silently pondered. For now, there is not a single master who can withstand the third brother's strike. After all, the old man said that they all owed this man because he brought Joe back to everyone who is a great honor for everyone. The man bowed in front of his father and said that so-and-so Joe had been chosen to be the one to practice on the Wall of the 9 Dragons. His father looked at him with a stern look. If any news from the third brother, the man shook his head. No, there is no rumor of him yet. Bailey, that was the man's name, bowed his head. He had done a good job of finding out everything he needed to know. Meanwhile, the third prince was just sitting in his usual place and staring off into the distance in front of him, like he was meditating. Bailey behind as expected, the third brother as usual. Here he sits just doing nothing. Looking at his brother, the man said that he had already spoken to his father, and by the way, he was very worried about the third prince. Thanking the elder's concern, Shen somehow looked at him emotionlessly. He was still alive for now. The older man only wondered why his brother was saying such strange things. The injuries were certainly serious, but nothing life-threatening. Turning away, the third principal said that Fu Jian was his master. Senior S favorite disciple only looked at him. He drove off somewhere to the side. The fact that this man had gone to the other world would soon be known to the elder, would have to make an effort to take care of everything. The third prince paused for a second and turned his head. Besides, there was one more point. If someone wishes to send him to the other world, you are very much in vain. Finally ending the conversation, the elder prince retreated into the bushes and walked forward back home and pondered. The young Huo met him on the road and crossed her eyes with the eldest prince. The girl flinched and ran past him to avoid his eyes. Bailey didn't even seem to notice her. He just walked past her and headed back to his house. Coming to the third prince, the girl put her hand out in front and proudly said that she had completed her run. The girl breathed heavily and wiped her forehead. This run had really worn her out. She had even met the elder prince on the way here, and the man was worried about something. It looked like she wasn't there, like she'd been caught red-handed by her father stealing supplies or something. Shen smiled and said that being guilty, of course, it was difficult to admit guilt. No one would argue. Seeing that the prince was in a very good mood, the girl inquired what had happened. And by the way, she did not steal any supplies. Soon they went home. The girl was sitting in the bathroom and pushing her face reddened as if the girl was in a lot of pain. The water was hot. The third prince was also sitting next to him, drinking some kind of drink and only listening to the sighs. Huo kept complaining that the water was very hot and she couldn't stand it anymore. Shen said that most of the organs are very weak due to weak hardening. The task of this bath is to strengthen her body for further training. However, the girl could no longer tolerate why it was even so painful, and she has to endure all this abuse. Hearing that now every 3 days she would be forced to take this disgusting bath, poor thing blushed even more. After going outside, Huo started begging the third prince to at least reduce the dosage. It really hurts a lot, the guy still agreed. Rejoicing, the student blushed in surprise. Wouldn't it hurt so much now? Finally, the third prince took pity. However, instead she would have to carry firewood on her morning run. Huo immediately agreed she was willing to do anything just to avoid putting up with this suffering. However, early rejoicing for the next time, it became even more painful. The girl blushed even more and continued to scream, and the third prince as usual sat next to him and listened to all these moans and paid no attention to it. It was necessary for training. Sitting in the hot bath up to her neck, Huo was already regretting that she had agreed to this training session. Better her older sister had sent her to the other side of the world. Master asked, Would it really be better at the time her sister wanted to send her to the other side of the world? However, then the girl did not even think to stand up for the third prince, without even realizing that it could harm her life. The third principal was truly an amazing man. Even when everyone thought he was no longer alive, this man rose up. But more importantly, the young girl was now eager to become his blade to bring justice. Before she even realized it, she was already lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. Someone had carried her from the bathroom to here. Besides, this was still the third prince's room. Huo stood in place and began to look around, looking for anyone. Maybe she lost consciousness. The girl examined her body. She seemed uninjured, so there's nothing to worry about. Seeing that she was wearing the third prince's clothes, Huo didn't realize what had happened at first, and began to examine herself even more closely. The girl was horrified to see that the third prince was sitting there smirking at her, and she pressed herself into the wall and began to make excuses. Now we have to go and get ready for training. Huo realized with horror that she would not be able to get married now, but she didn't say it out loud. With trembling feet, she stood on the floor, and with a quick step walked out of the room past the prince, who just watched her from the side. And so began her grueling training. Among other things, the girl and now had to carry heavy logs home. After 3 months of grueling training, Huo now looked much stronger and more resilient than before, quite good for a beginner. While in his training room, Ju was very surprised when he received a duel challenge from Huo's younger sister, surprisingly of course. Behind stood the eldest prince along with his elder sister Jo, asked to fulfill grandmother's request and be a little more merciful to this girl. The older one decided to apologize for her sister. She is too young and may be reckless in her choices, so there is no need to be so angry with her. Ju moved his hand to stop her and shouted, she doesn't want her sister to go to the other side of the world. After all, everyone knows about their relationship. And besides, she will suffer a lot after the battle, perhaps even become a cripple. Everyone looked at each other with frightened looks. Those two left, leaving the fighter alone. The guy sat down and began to meditate, thinking about the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, Huo herself was all business together with the third master and brushed his hair with a small comb. The guy sat motionless. Finally, the girl smiled, saying that she had finally finished brushing and everything was ready on her face, shone all the same smile. Well then, let's go. It was time to move out. She grabbed her wheelchair and walked with the prince forward to the street closer to the doors. The gate swung open and there was the second prince, Jo. He greeted his younger brother with a smile. Did the third prince decide to go for a walk? They stopped together. The third principal rolled his eyes to the side and the girl fearfully began to look around. Pulling a smile on his face, Shen said that they were almost walking, actually need to leave the mountains for a while. Elder brother spread his hands, but why Shen after all had recovered almost completely? Why leave this place so quickly? Pointing at his student, Shen said that he had trained her all these few months' time to see the result. The girl shyly looked away. She looked at the elder and didn't say a word, so it was the third prince who instructed her to duel with Jo. At least he understands how it could end. The second prince continued to rage. He was furious his younger brother is sending this girl into a dangerous fight. This is simply unacceptable. There was a slight pause between them. The tension was increasing. With every second, Shen said there was no need for concern and walked past. They were about to leave, but the second prince stopped them. Was one more thing on top of everything else. Don't even pay attention to him. Shen said he can go wherever he wants. If his brother wants to stop him, let him try now. Literally feeling back that piercing gaze of the second prince, Huo was trembling with fear. She continued to roll the stroller forward. Bailey just stood there and stared at his brother, not daring to say a word. He silently followed him with his eyes into the distance. Eventually, our friends drifted apart. Huo said that she had long ago noticed that the two of them did not have the best relationship. The other brother seemed afraid of something. After a short pause, Shen said that there was no need to think about it. Let the girl concentrate on her opponent and think only about that. This man was too experienced, the girl realized that. But she was interested in something else. Shen continued, if his disciple loses, then Big Sister will not let her go, that's for sure, so let her try. Scratching the back of her head, Huo said that she couldn't lose in any way because the third prince himself had trained her. Oh, and besides, why doesn't the guy carry his blade? Shen looked at her over his shoulder with a sort of contemptuous look, ordering her to shut up. After a bit of silence, and the guy replied that the blade he no longer needed all the elements of heaven and earth were sealed in his intent of the blade. And besides, Huo is his weapon. After all, that's how she wanted it. The girl stopped for a second and looked forward. The master repeated that he no longer needed his blade. They had already arrived at the burial site where the sword was embedded in the great stone. Well, it was the day of the fight, and the people were gathered here. No one could believe what kind of little girl dared to challenge a fighter. In front of them stood Jo. He was the favorite for today's fight and felt his advantage. He was just waiting for the wave. The guy was getting nervous. He could see that his opponent was delayed. This girl should have been serving some gentleman somewhere instead of coming here. The doors swung open noisily and Huo appeared on the doorstep. The girl shrieked, "Who's afraid?" She was here in person. Seeing his opponent, Jo laughed. Well, at last you have appeared not dusty here and already stopped hoping everything. However, what was more surprising was that the third prince, Shen himself, had come here, sitting on his chair and looking at everyone with a piercing gaze. Absolutely everyone sitting there almost fainted. The girls fainted from falling in love. The prince was incredibly handsome. Losing all his courage, Joe came to a daze he had not even hoped to see the third prince here with his own eyes. Bailey stood nearby. He put a hand on the guy's shoulder and told him that his brother was still crippled, so he shouldn't be afraid of him. Everyone was discussing the third prince sitting on a wheelchair, and he just looked at everyone without saying a word and watched this gathering. And besides, Zhou's opponent was that little girl. She's no match for him. Don't even worry about it. He'll crush her in no time. Excitedly, the fighter tilted his head and looked at his opponent with a sizzling gaze. He wanted to trample the girl. Smiling, Zhou said that he had been thinking all this time who is supporting this girl turns out to be the third prince himself. Hearing the rudeness towards her boss, Huo said that she would personally trample him for those words. He will pay for it. However, Zhou only smirked for him. This was only some kind of joke. The guy realized that he would easily defeat her. Moreover, he said that if he couldn't defeat her in his 3 moves, he would admit defeat. So be it, the whole hall shrieked. Hearing such an arrogant speech, Huo shrieked that he thought too highly of himself, and she could easily stand up to him. Bailey, who was sitting next to him, only smirked. And this kid is pretty sneaky. He's just as easy as he looks to me, so I'd have to keep an eye on him. Even though his opponent is a disciple of the third prince, he was able to offer such unfavorable terms for himself quite amusingly. All this time, Shen just looked at everyone with a calm gaze and didn't say a word while all the people here just sighed with joy. The older brother just looked at his younger brother and couldn't believe the situation was getting more complicated. He had come here himself. Smiling, Shen said that if she couldn't get her opponent to admit defeat in 3 moves, then so be it. Victory for Zhou. And soon the battle would begin. The opponents were already standing opposite each other. For some reason, the stands were empty, and there was not a single person here. Realizing that he would easily defeat this girl, Zhou smirked and said that her teacher must be stupid to think that she could defeat him. Huo put her hand to her heart and said that she would defeat him in 3 moves. However, some uncertainty could be heard in the girl. She turned to her teacher and asked in a whisper, "He's sure it's a good idea, it even sounds kinda weird." However, after the teacher's words, she had already completely stopped saying anything. 3 movements is not that much. Let her finish talking and get down to business. Taking up the long blade, Zhou prepared. The third prince seems to be completely out of his mind if they set such incomprehensible conditions. In a trembling voice, Huo said that her certainly can be insulted, but not even let her not dare to say anything towards the third prince. Zhou smiled. Well, the winner will be king and the loser a thief. Let her show all her skills she is capable of. No sooner had the guy finished his sentence than he felt an overwhelming aura that was moving right towards him. It was really fast. The girl moved with such speed that her opponent couldn't even react in time to hear the screech of metal. In one move, she struck such a blow that the opponent couldn't even react, and there were doubts as to whether she was really at level 5. Zhou cursed to himself. The opponent was really not an easy one. He did not even think that this girl would be able to grow so much. Yes, don't make him laugh, it's just impossible. Zhou snapped out of his seat and moved forward, his eyes glittering with rage. He wanted to crush this girl. And she, as if mocking, first the blade in her hands without even paying attention to the others. He wanted to crush her like a bedbug so that no one would doubt his strength. With a slight movement of the girl's hand, she repelled the attack and a creak of metal was heard, which cut the ears of everyone, clenched their eyes, and the battle continued. For a moment, Zhou didn't even notice the blow, but felt his hair begin to fall off. The girl seemed to have defeated him. Lowering his head, Zhou couldn't believe there were half whispers from the stands. The spectators were also shocked at how this was even possible. Sitting among the others, the older sister looked at Huo with her eyes wide open. The girl had never seen such a thing before. It was just impossible. Huo didn't even seem to realize what had happened. She was looking at Master and the others. Jumping to his feet, Zhou couldn't believe it had happened. He just couldn't lose to this girl. Don't be ridiculous. Where have you seen such a thing? He was just careless, and Huo just looked at him and didn't say anything. She knew she had won, and it was out of the question. The third prince bowed his head on his fist and just watched what was happening and smiled. He knew that this girl would win and didn't even doubt it for a second. Zhou continued to rage. This just can't be. She is only at the 5th level of skill. This just can't be. Hearing her to finish quickly, the girl smiled and nodded her head. It was time to end the duel, tired already. Raising his distraught eyes, Zhou looked at the girl like a door at his prey, who she even thought she was. His vision narrowed down to his opponent. Huo just stood there and put out her sword waiting for another blow. The girl was just incredibly strong. The audience was also shocked. Does this fighter really want to go to the other world with his little sister? What is he even up to? Already losing all composure, Zhou moved forward at an incredible speed. His body was covered with energy. The guy's eyes were as frantic as a buffalo's. He looked at his opponent as if he were prey and wanted only one thing: to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Huo looked down at her opponent in a manner that was completely out of character, looking down at her opponent with a kind of disdain as if she saw a weakling in front of her. It was a technique of self-sacrifice. Zhou swung his blade and charged it with energy with all his might, tried to hit the girl, and an explosion was heard. Eventually, the dust settled and Joe was breathing heavily, staring in front of him. He had expended too much energy and was now falling off his feet. Eventually, a thud was heard and the guy's body collapsed into the arena, and he passed out from the overabundance of energy in his body. All the fighters and ordinary spectators who were in the hall could not believe their eyes. This main challenger lost to some girl, who thanked her opponent for using only brute force, or she wouldn't have been able to win. Standing nearby, Bailey was numb with surprise and even fear. Could it be possible that this girl had grown so much? She might have even advanced to the 7th level. Huo, meanwhile, looked proudly in front of her and felt her victory. The moments when their swords crossed, she couldn't use any tricks, just brute force against brute force. The girl was immediately surrounded by spectators and began to ask how she did it. Huo waved her hands and somehow shyly looked in front of her. She was not used to such attention. Seeing her older sister, the girl was surprised. Even she came here to see what a surprise and how she looking at it. Chu looked at her and quietly asked how she had managed to reach the 7th battle level and if it was really true. The victorious woman scratched her head and nodded. Yes, it's all thanks to the third prince's efforts. However, hearing the teacher's voice behind her, the girl shuddered as the third prince said that she often cheated in training. The guy said it wasn't enough of a clean victory. When we get back, she'll have to redo practice 1,000 more times at least. The poor girl wanted to say something, but she could already feel the teacher's gaze on her, and it was useless to say anything. I had to agree, and the winner lowered her head guiltily, looking in front of her. She didn't even feel the pleasure of victory. Jumping up to the third brother, Bailey cried out in surprise. Could it be that he had recovered, that he was even able to train his apprentice as possible? Listening to her praise, Huo was pleased. Even the second principal was delighted with her success is already worth something. Meanwhile, Shen just looked at him and remained silent. He was disgusted by all these words. No need to be flattered. He was well aware of how backward he really was. The guy closed his eyes and tried not to listen to all of this, although everyone around him was admiring the successes of the young apprentice of the third prince. By the way, as Blade Hall was cleaned, his father found out after all and assigned servants to keep the hall clean. Seeing that the third prince leaves, the audience began to worry whether they will not be able to once again face such beauty and grace. They wanted to watch more. Even the father wanted to test his youngest son. However, the second principal said that he is too proud, is unlikely to want to. Father bellowed that today the third prince appeared to so many people, he too has the right to see his child. Yes, and besides, today his student defeated the main challenger in just a few moves. Most likely he did her a favor. The man sat on his throne and pondered. His head was heavy. His third son had still not recovered from such a severe injury. Bailey saw that his brother was still in a wheelchair, and even the great healer was powerless. He couldn't find a cure. People were bustling around, someone demanding water, and hurriedly they ran to the third prince to race. Our hero himself was lying on a soft pillow and was unconscious. His eyes were closed as if he was in a coma. The doctor whirled around him and examined the young master's body. There was concern on the father's and the doctor's faces. Alas, several dozen meridians have been damaged and some more irretrievably lost. The trauma is very serious. When the ruler heard that his son was in such trouble, he became furious and looked at the doctor with a furious look. The man grabbed the doctor by the scruff of the neck and wanted to throw him out of the window. However, the doctor said he could ask the divine healer for help. Eventually, the second principal tried to calm his father. He realized how hard it was for him right now. The best option would be to calm down. The doctor, along with Bailey, kept sticking around the third prince and looking at him with detached glances while conversing. Bailey apologized for his father's behavior. He's just too worried about his child. The doctor replied that it's okay. Everyone has long been aware of this man's character. The father was in grief. He didn't know how to help his child. The doctor said it's just his job as a doctor to help those who suffer, so it's no big deal. However, the third prince's wounds are too serious for him to do anything about it. We should ask for help from a more qualified doctor. The second brother thanked the doctor for his help, and a fleeting smile slipped across his face that was somehow unkind. The next day, a famous healer arrived from the province and was summoned several dozen kilometers away. The doctor left the room and immediately he was questioned about the third prince, how he was feeling. There was sorrow on the doctor's face. The father immediately saw this and fear appeared on his face. He was more afraid of his child than anything else in the world and wanted to hear some good news. Hearing that after he regained consciousness, his son would no longer be able to practice, the ruler almost fainted. He fell to the ground. After hours of unbroken sleep, the man still woke up. Bailey was already standing beside him, asking how his father was feeling. The man clutched his head. The guy said that the third prince's condition had stabilized. They sent a rumor to have them escort him to the backside of the mountain to recover. The father looked in front of him with an absent look and said that everything was clear. He let his eldest son go. Only looking at him with a kind of pity, Bailey didn't say a word. On his face was sorrow. Turning around, the man said that in that case he would leave his father, let him rest. Bailey walked to the door and went outside. Sitting on the street, Bailey got drunk out of his mind. Everyone was talking about the third son, but it was as if everyone had forgotten about him, as if he had become a shadow. The man was furious. He was angry at his father, he actually has, and the eldest son, damned old snarky. It's obvious that Bailey is the main heir to the throne. Why is he being treated like garbage and not being noticed at all? The man gritted his teeth in rage. He practiced hard to learn techniques, practiced his strokes. The palace also flourished under his leadership. With his head down, Bailey pondered. I calmed down a bit. He was now more like some kind of pet, treated with contempt. At some point, the man felt someone's presence somewhere nearby and began to turn his head. Someone was here. Hearing someone's strange voice, the second prince started waving his arms and throwing the jugs of alcohol in different directions. The strange voice said that the man was in some kind of trouble because he was so worried about something that Bailey realized it and was angry about it. He saw that somewhere deep in the forest a strange red glow had appeared and a voice was coming from there. A strange figure appeared as if woven from fire. It was a demon or a spirit. Who knows, his voice sounded literally in his head. It was as if he was mocking the second prince and saying that he could never catch up to his younger brother. The man got even angrier. Eventually, patience ran out and the man swung another jug at the vile creature, let it shut its mouth. He started yelling and saying that he had worked days on end to earn his father's respect. But in the end, what did he get? The demon only smiled. All right, he put all his soul into it, and what he got was only oblivion. Life in the shadow of his younger brother. What humiliation. The father noticed that the eldest son today some absent-mindedness, and he himself is not himself. Maybe something happened. The man was already very anxious. Bailey stood nearby and just kept silent after talking to the ghost. He was having a hard time in his heart and apologized to his father after all. The ruler said that old Ken had already come down from the mountain. It would be good if the elder went there and spent at least some time with him. The older man lowered his head and agreed. Surely he would take care of the third brother now and head over there. After all, he needs them. My father looked ahead of him somewhere in the distance and said he was too old for all this. There was going to be an important meeting of martial artists, and Mojian was going to bring a lot of talented masters with him. The father looked at his son with some caution, as if remembering something he'd been absent-minded about lately. The older man looked at his father and folded his arms. He promised that he would never let down his father's expectations. The old man could not worry about that. The old man frowned and said that the meeting would be on his birthday, so they would have to do their best for the guests so as not to make a mess. The elder also needed to rest. Bailey smiled and said that he would leave his father in that case and go rest. With a quick step leaving the building, the man moved forward in his head with different thoughts and hatred for his brother. Shifting his gaze to the side, he saw in the nearby bushes some strange silhouette. In dark clothes, finally he appeared. With a wave of his hand, the elder threw something to him and told him to pass this message on immediately. The stranger caught the message in one motion and literally vanished into thin air. From somewhere that pesky spirit appeared again. He laughed. The annual meeting in martial artists, how interesting it sounds. The demon immediately asked the older man whether he was ready or not. However, the man only remained silent and somehow looked thoughtfully in front of him. Now it did not matter. More importantly, they must now get rid of the third prince, who has become a bone in the throat of the eldest, and did not let him open up. The next day, there was a meeting where all the famous masters arrived. There was also Healer Fu along with a girl named Young, and Ni Huo's grandmother. People began to talk amongst themselves. The first prince was very talented. Also not to forget his father, the sect leader is also a very respected man. One smiling bald man once again smiled. Today, such a wonderful day, almost all the heavenly rank masters had gathered in one place. They were sitting on chairs and talking among themselves, all in high spirits, eager to see the spectacle. The second prince smiled and thanked the dear guest for such warm words. The man himself was glad his plan was about to take place. Something was whispered in his ear by a servant, and the man smiled even bigger. Good, he realized it. Then the second principal stood up and said that Master Lu and the righteous monk had arrived. They should be greeted properly. The others agreed correctly. Everything now rested on the first prince. So much responsibility not everyone could bear. Bailey smiled and looked smugly at everyone. Don't say that he's just doing what he can. Huoto was also excited. Today will be such an important event. She just could not miss it. The girl shrieked with surprise every now and then. She had even heard that the Grand Master along with a devoted monk would be here. Perhaps all the top masters from around the world would gather here. Looking at her, Shen even got a little angry. Didn't he say to just call him teacher after all? He was just teaching her these months? The girl happily said that it didn't matter once a teacher stays a teacher forever above all else. Shen passed his blade style to her. The boy only smirked at her, but she was still a long way from that style. She didn't even hope to master it now. Not expecting such an answer, Huo just looked at him in surprise and didn't even know what to say. The girl started to feel shy. And it's true that today is the sect leader's birthday. Huo shyly scratched her head and started laughing. She was terribly embarrassed. Shen said that wasn't the only reason why the appearance of all the masters was in his expectations. The girl looked at him with a surprised look. Was there any other reason today was his father's birthday? The two men looked at each other, and another man approached them, shouting for Shen to show himself at last, as he dared to send a disciple to the other world. A lot of people were gathered nearby, and they were all waiting for the main event to begin. People were excited, and there was noise everywhere. There was even a demonic sect leader named Su. From the man emanated an overwhelming aura. His face was quite unpleasant. Pretty much everyone was here, even the mad scientist, a man with a small beard and mustache, and the rest of the Grand Masters. One of the people present even fell to the ground and looked at such formidable masters in horror, unable to believe that they were all gathered here. The masters just looked down at him and didn't say a word. Some smiled and some squinted at him. The first 10 heavenly ranked 10 had already gathered here altogether. They stood in a small pile. In front of them was a demonic master. What a grand spectacle, however. Shu asked where the third principal was. He only needed him and no one else. The first principal certainly paid his respects, but destroying his little brother was too much. The leader of the demonic sect was already aware of what had happened. His apprentice was hired to destroy the third brother, and all traces lead here. The sect leader looked at him askance, but didn't say anything and just politely chose to remain silent. From somewhere in the crowd came a whisper of unbelievable. This man is trying to make them look guilty when he himself came here for the same nasty business. Turning around, Zhue glared furiously at the rest of the crowd and asked who said let him show himself immediately. And the man's hand began to light up a violet flame that immediately grew into a huge flame. The situation began to heat up. The elder said that he knew the prince. He had never come to this place before, so it must most likely be a mistake of some kind. However, the leader of the demonic sect did not want to admit that there was a mistake. That is, he wants to say that now it was all for nothing. Finally, the father intervened in the conversation again. Someone comes here to harm his son after the first time sending him to this color failed. What nonsense. Zhu said he doesn't care. He just wants justice for his apprentice. A tooth for a tooth. As they say, revenge must be exacted. Father wanted to say something and even opened his mouth for this purpose, but suddenly someone interrupted him with a shout. It was the first prince. A man shouted that he was being respectful in a guest just because it was his father's birthday. Well, let him not dare insult them. Everyone present immediately sensed the terrifying inner strength of the first prince. This man was truly strong beyond his years. The father looked at his son calmly with his gaze and wished he could stop him, but it seems it was better a little too late. Bailey glanced at his opponent, who was asking if they then wished to take the opportunity and have a bloody battle with his sect. Eventually, the third prince appeared. He turned to the guest and said that his apprentice had indeed fallen at the hands of the third prince, so it was so. The guy sat in his wheelchair and looked at the guest with a calm gaze and didn't even think of backing down. The situation was heating up. The demonic sect leader smirked, but he finally came here proper. The man squinted and looked at him. Everyone immediately turned around at the third prince. They didn't expect to see him here. What fate did the man come in here? The eldest prince saw his brother and shrieked in surprise, not expecting him to stand up for his father at such a crucial moment, and to show up here at all. However, the third principal only smirked that, well, since they are all here, let them be witnesses that the guy's responsible for his words. Well, does anyone else wish to join in on this matter or not? There was silence all around as everyone looked at the third prince. The demonic sect leader only squinted and said nothing. He pressed his lips together and tried to fight his anger coming up to his throat. Sitting in his seat, the prince smiled and good-naturedly said that Shu alone would not be enough to fight him here and now. The others were only horrified. The third prince already couldn't stand up, and now he's challenging the leader of the demonic sect. He seems to have lost his mind. Looking at him, Shui only smirked, and this boy has a character quite commendable around the man. Began to call dark energy. He swung his fist and tried to hit the crippled man in the air. His fist whistled, and energy split the space. The father shouted, reached for his son and wanted to cover him, but not before the man couldn't reach his child. Before that, the ballsy spirit laughed to destroy his brother, and then, when that failed, sweep up all traces. Not bad, sure. Letting a demonic cult leader know that his disciple was killed here is pretty smart. He even showed up here. The spirit smirked. However, the eldest prince said that his brother would definitely take on all the responsibilities such as his character. And to come face to face with a heavenly ranked master is simply an incredible sight. He will not survive. The plan will come to fruition. Eldest brother was glad that if the third prince didn't go to the other world, he would be injured to the point where he wouldn't even be able to lift his arm. Shen just stood there and smiled as he watched his opponent approach him with wide leaps and tried to strike. All the masters around held their breath. They had never seen anything like this before. A fight broke out in the middle of the demonstration. But suddenly, the demonic sect leader felt a blow from his mouth. Blood spurted out. The man stood there and did not understand anything. This is already just some kid. However, the third prince simply smiled and looked at his opponent with a sarcastic gaze. But it was the older brother who was most surprised as to why everything happened the way it did. This guy is fine even though he got hit. No one understood what was going on here. Zhu looked at his opponent with a hunted look and couldn't believe his own eyes. He was under so much pressure that it was hard to even stand on his feet. Shen looked at his opponent and smiled, reaching out his hand to him. It was as if in front of this person, even the sect leader was like an ant and couldn't even lift a finger in his presence. Everyone present froze in a daze. They saw the Grand Master kneeling in front of this kid and could not even move. The man looked around and couldn't understand what had happened. He didn't want to believe that he had lost to this kid who couldn't even walk. Smiling, Shen glanced around as she said one would not be enough. Let her call her assistants there or someone else. The guy looked in front of him at everyone else in triumph. He proved that even though he remained confined to a wheelchair, he was strong. Bailey was numb with fear. He couldn't believe that his brother, who just a few hours ago couldn't even stand up from his seat, had now defeated one of the greatest masters. Shen shouldn't be so surprised. Shen looked at the others. After that battle, it had been a long time since everyone had forgotten. That in time would be enough to restore. The older brother looked at him with a fearful look and couldn't believe it. Shen turned his head as if looking for someone, but not finding anyone. He calmed down and only sighed quietly. Looking at the other masters who were crowded around him, the guy asked what they were waiting for. Why this whole prelude? Let them all attack at once. Master Lu said that in the face of the third prince, even he begins to tremble, but his martial art is based on the power of goodness. There is no malicious intent or any animosity between them, so why is the third principle overreaching? The others also came to be horrified the master would never oppose the third prince, and his sect he had already lived in peace and harmony for several hundred years. But the boy wasn't going to back down so easily. He said it wasn't worth holding back his hands, still unable to hold the blade. He swiveled his head in different directions and smiled. Well, anyone else wants to fight, let them stall. Act. The mad scholar only grinned at the silly old man. It was really hard to tell if the third prince was telling the truth or not. The man laughed. Today this monk wants to test the power of the third principle, so I had to tag along. Great guy just got excited about the three of them. Then let someone else join in. Don't hold back. Even Master Shu can join. However, it's still not enough. Let's have at least one more person. Feel free. In the end, from the rest of the crowd, a Yang girl appeared. She asked, could it be that her sect had somehow messed with the third prince as well? Raising his head, the guy said that he didn't have to cry about all the warriors who fell at his hands. Yes, and besides, her strength is not enough. The girl began to turn her head in different directions. She did not expect such a direct answer, and fell into a small stupor. She could not believe it. Dazed, she stood her ground and fought the urge not to destroy anyone. In the end, it hurt her very much, and the girl said that even in spite of everything, she must defend her dignity and challenge the third prince to a duel. Hearing that in this case, she would go to the other world, the girl could not contain her resentment and wanted to shout something, but she stopped at half a word. Shen looked at her with eyes that made her realize that she had better shut up right away, or it would be worse. And now, at that moment, Jan was as if she was in some very deep abyss which had practically no bottom. The girl could not move. Thank God the master jumped to her and brought the girl to her senses. She couldn't understand what had just happened, but it was just awful. She began to twirl her head in different directions and looked fearfully at the master had truly reached the realm of the gods. This is the only way to witness his spirit blade. Master tilted his head and looked fearfully in front of him. However, the student could not believe how this is just absurd. The girl turned her head and watched the others in horror. In the end, the conversation was interrupted by Shu. He asked the girl didn't she just see it for herself. The third master is really scary. All this time they had only watched the world from the well. The old man bowed his head. He couldn't disagree and nodded. However, being a witness is quite boring. The man had already prepared to accept the challenge. A blissful smile appeared on his face. But there's also the sunset of all living like legendary heroes, or the third prince is an exception. The guy smirked. Finally, the head of the family intervened in the conversation. What nonsense they just said. Which of these people would dare to attack a maimed child? The father wanted to protect his son, especially the video and what condition he was in. Now the man couldn't just abandon him. Bailey decided to stop him and told his father not to worry. Probably the third prince knows what he's doing, so he shouldn't be so quick to interfere. With a smirk, Jue asked the old man if he was completely stupid. Can anyone bring a heavenly master to his knees like this? The old man was not going to back down. He pointed his finger at his nemesis and said he knew what this man was trying to accomplish. Eventually, the gray-haired old man asked the master to calm down. Now and then, a fight was about to break out. This is the third prince's personal problems, don't interfere with it. The old man turned around with rage and shouted to Lao, is he also at odds with them? The man said that the unjust destruction of the best genius would make people rage. However, this old man has something to check. The father still couldn't believe, could his son really be sent to be torn apart by this monster? This is simply unbelievable. Even the old master supports this. Lao continued. He had observed the third principle for a very long time. However, he is also responsible for cleansing the sect of the garbage, only a total. After all, even our hero has agreed to be honest to himself and the rest of us. That's pretty respectful, so the elder is right. The father cried out, looking at his son. He wanted to say something, but he was stopped at half a word. One of the masters also seemed to be fine with it, even in spite of the elder's gaze. He wanted to go into battle. Eventually, the entire dozen masters who came here for the demonstration lined up in front of the third prince. They kept him waiting. What the two of them were up to, old father shouted on his birthday. All these masters wanted to take the life of his own son. This is unacceptable. The two masters looked at the young lad who had so treacherously defied them. While the father tried to protect his little maimed son, the older brother said that the elder was right, as if he wanted to do it himself. However, he himself believed that the younger brother was innocent, so everyone would need to open their eyes to this situation, not to disturb the others. Bailey, as if he was nudging his father to agree, on the other hand, if his third son is destroyed, what's the point of revealing the truth at all? Throwing his eyes at the rest of the stands, Shen asked, "Isn't there anyone else who still wants to join? There are more masters here." In the end, old lady Nihua woman intervened in the conversation and laughed, who gave him the right to be so arrogant, so can no longer continue. Huo ran as fast as she could. She had already heard that something bad was going on, and she had to make sure that the third prince was all right. The others looked like they didn't care the girl was running. She needed to prevent tragedy. The old woman looked at Huo, who had already come running to help the prince, and said that she had a very serious conversation waiting for her. The girl shrieked and looked at the old woman. She herself did not understand what was going on here and why everyone was gathered like this. She shrieked, "Why on earth is Granny so serious against the third prince?" Suddenly heard her sister's voice. There stood the older one, she asked. Does her sister really want to know about this? There was a smile on the girl's face. She looked at her little sister like a predator, and already sensed that something very bad was about to happen. Hua continued to shout. The third principal was just teaching her techniques. Is it against the rules of his sect? Be it can be. The old lady apologized for her naughty granddaughter. Maybe she brought them a lot of problems, let them be mad at her. She's still too young. The third prince only smiled. Not worth it, didn't bring a lot of worries, the guy asked. Would the other master stand by? 3 more, including his own father, were standing somewhere watching with surprised faces. One of them said that alas, he had no grudges or anger toward the third principal, so he would probably decline his offer. On this day, Zhu said he wanted to show everything he had accomplished in his nearly 3 decades of existence. Although there are no hard feelings between them, but he still wanted to find out how big the gap between them in their skills, so we'll take part. Our hero only rejoiced there, and fine for a few agreed it's almost enough. His father still couldn't understand how this was possible. He demanded to wait and not to jump to conclusions, but the man was already desperate to change anything. Looking at old man Fu standing beside him, the man discounted his eyes with hopefulness. Does he too agree with this madness? The third prince smiled they could start. Just let them put their best foot forward. The guy hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. Here wanted to see what they could do. Father continued to look at the old man with a frightened look. In this madness he least wanted old man Fu to participate in. Looking at him, Shen was surprised. Wow, from this old man. He definitely didn't expect such a thing. The master frowned and said that every family has its problems, and this was no exception, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Tilting his head, the guy said that he wasn't the one who started it, so the master shouldn't be so saddened. Shen was only glad that he would be able to demonstrate his strength. His father was horrified. He almost lost his mind at that second. What is going on here? How could this happen? Why did all the masters turn against his son? Looking at the old man was horrified to see that the prince had a smile on his face. Is he really happy? This is just crazy. Lined up in a row, all the masters prepared to take the blow. They all wanted to attack an unarmed guy sitting on a wheelchair. Smiled. Today's battle is not at all simple. They must combine all their efforts to defeat a common foe. The mad scientist grinned. All moral rules don't work here. It's a battle with the third prince, so you can't hold back. The father wanted to intervene and prevent a possible tragedy, but his eldest son stopped him and told him not to interfere. The old man looked at him with a fierce look and gritted his teeth. Eventually, the monk intervened. He used one of his techniques and stopped time for a second, saying that the eldest son was right. Mad scientist glanced at him and smirked, and this monk seems to be the one most anxious to show off his power, right? The man moved forward. He moved with such speed that his movements could hardly be caught by the eyes. It was a shadow technique. The demonic cult master also used his strongest technique. With a flip of his hand, he launched his dragon paw at the unarmed prince. The healer, who was supposed to save lives, swung his hand and used a devastating palm to destroy his enemy. After applying the flow, Zhu swung his blade, which was already burning with blue flames. This was his strongest technique. The hands of the old woman standing next to her also caught fire. It was something incredible law of fire. Old man Lao was standing next to him, his hands covered in ice. The master wanted to give his best and show everything he could. Another master swung his blade all around, seemed to be covered in a bloody shroud, with the smell of metal in the air. Seeing that the third prince was being attacked by all this power from various techniques, Huo stood next to him and screamed in fear that the third prince was about to be incinerated, and he didn't even do anything. Guy just sat in his seat and waited as several masters with immense power applied their techniques flew at him. But suddenly something unforeseeable happened. My father and my older brother stood there and couldn't believe their eyes. They heard a pop, and everything went quiet in an instant. It was victory in a single motion. All 10 masters were lying on the ground before they even realized what had happened. Someone was missing their hands. His father was horrified. He couldn't believe his wheelchair-bound son could do something like that. How was this even possible? The monk coughing up blood said that today they had seen with their own eyes that the path of martial arts was a long path, even for them. Wiping his mouth, the mad scientist and himself recognized that in this world, the third prince's strength was unmatched. He was truly impressed. The man jumped up to the old monk and helped him up. However, the man just lay on his knees and did nothing. Zhu thanked God he was still alive. However, his mouth was bleeding laughter, and only he felt incredible pain in his arm, as if it was being separated from his body. He clutched his hand covered in blood, his whole body ached. But the guy was still alive, and that's the most important thing. He was just happy. It was only now that the disciple realized what a huge gap there was between them. After all, he looked in front of him with enlightened eyes and seemed satisfied. Even he now realized that the third prince really didn't need a blade to defeat his opponents with just a glance. Just sitting in his seat, Shen asked, "Didn't he just now mention the realm of the gods, right?" It's still a long way off. The guy didn't realize that the energy he was using now was just a speck of dust, a small fraction of what it could be. Turning his head to the side, the guy took a closer look at exactly. One of them now had only minor injuries and bruises. As for the rest, it's worse than that. Some didn't have a hand. Others have severe trauma to their internal organs. Shen Wu saw that one of the masters was already on the other side of the world. Pierced by the blade, he decided to give the sect and attack the guy. Now it's worth thinking about how to put his body into oblivion. Dad looked at all this chaos and couldn't believe it was really happening. Looking at Elder Shen asked, "After all, this is how the rules of their sect vote, right?" The guy's eyes were as clear as the sky. And what's more, the man lost his arm. He stood there and gave no sign of being hurt. Apparently the pain was hellish. The old man only glanced at the boy and turned his head to the side without saying a word. Looking at the other master, Shen asked then, what about the person from the demonic sect? He too was long past the point of not ordering him to be buried somewhere properly with all the customs. The other disciples of the dark sect bowed their heads. They realized that their teacher had brought shame upon their sect, and they would not have to do so from now on. The next was an old lady. She had no quarrels with their sect, and had previously been respectful with her disciple and the third prince himself. The woman only grinned the old she had certainly become, and did not expect the third principal to seem so powerful a warrior. The woman was very angry with herself. Looking at the healer, the prince said that a year ago he helped him while losing a lot of his power, and he understands it all perfectly well. The old man was only breathing heavily. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't dare to even utter a single word. After all this, the old doctor just thanked this kid for keeping him alive. Now, as for the student named Yang, the girl sat on her knees and breathed heavily. She couldn't even say a word. Smiling, Shen said that she defied him, even knowing she might part with her life he admired. So this time he forgives her. And the last man left. The guy shifted his eyes behind his back. As for his older brother, who had actually arranged it all, behind him stood Bailey. The man felt his brother's piercing gaze on him and said with a sigh that he was, of course, happy for him. Not wanting to listen to all these flattering statements in his direction, Shen interrupted him and said that enough of all these games today. It was time to show his face. As for him, he's the older brother, and the third prince has no intention of sending him to the other world, so let him do it on his own. A whisper went through the rows of onlookers, and they couldn't believe. Could it be that the third prince is ordering his older brother to do something like this? How bloodthirsty he is after all. However, Shen looked at his big brother without the slightest doubt, and as if he was waiting for something. The older brother just lowered his head. Looking in front of him, he realized that he had been exposed at this moment and couldn't say anything. Dad looked at him. I couldn't believe his eyes. He knew the older man was jealous, but not that jealous. The old woman standing nearby laughed. Could it be the older brother is concerned? What a ridiculous thing to say. She herself realized that the world was not standing still and the relationship of these two had reached an impasse. So let them sort it out themselves. They interfere. The old man father just looked in front of him and could not believe his eyes. His children have such enmity for each other. It is just unbelievable. Lowering his eyes, Shen simply said that he only had to leave it to his brother to choose how to act. Finally, Bailey laughed hysterically. He looked in front of him and laughed like a madman. Naturally, he wanted to live. All the masters looked at him with astonished eyes. It seemed like the elder brother had gone crazy at the sight of such a thing, which was quite logical. Shen looked at him with a surprised look and saw that something strange was happening to his older brother. He was changing literally in front of his eyes. It was true that Bailey was different. His body emanated a sinister energy that filled the space around him. He was like a demon. The old woman noticed the flame too. It had a strange aura, not at all like all the others. It was something else very dark and ominous. Before that, the elder received a gift from the same spirit monster said to use this technique when the time came. And now standing before his own younger brother, the second prince and heir to the throne, was covered in demonic flames. The monster burst forth. In front of them stood a creature made of fire of incredible power that could burn everything around it with just its breath. The older brother got ready. This was the fateful moment he had to destroy the only obstacle in his younger brother's path. Eventually, the flames dissipated and an old man appeared in front of them. He laughed at this boy's skill after all. Could the others be so weak? The elder only laughed. Did the third prince really want to fight with this monster with his strength? You can't blame him since he has reached a stalemate. The other masters seemed to realize who this old man was, but couldn't believe that it was really real. It was Master Wu, a legendary fighter, but no one thought he'd show up right here. Wu would come out of his recluse every 60 years and seek out an equal opponent to fight. The second to fall at his hands was Zhang Xie, who wielded the Chaos Sword and was one of the best warriors of the modern era, but even he could not withstand it. The third, this master defeated the head of the Dugu clan with only one blow. A man, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't defeat this monstrous master. The fourth victim, it was Shu and his Rift Blade. Even he, with all his arts, could not withstand the blow of this monster. And finally, a few decades ago, he defeated the head of the demonic cult by obtaining his poison blade without a single resistance. Several of the strongest swordsmen have fallen at the hands of this monster. The legend is passed down by word of mouth as a horror story. And so this man became a demon possessed by the blood of the strongest warriors in the world, and now he's here. The monk stared in horror before him. Did the one who towers over all the masters in the world come here proper? How strong he was then. Wu looked at them with his blood-red eye that craved only one thing to take the lives of the others. The disciples and other masters watched in horror as they could not believe that this was really happening. Every 60 years it happens, people couldn't believe that right now, right in front of them, at this time it would happen again. The others began to look around when one of them started coughing up blood at the mere sight of this master. As if mocking them, the master looked at them and said that he was just an old man out for a stroll. And these are minnows like them. Let them get the hell out of here. The old man kept laughing and looking down at them. This old man only wanted to have a little fun on the walk. Who can keep him company? Big brother only chuckled. This was to be expected. A bunch of heavenly masters are no match for his younger brother now. It would be the most interesting part. The demonic old man shifted his gaze to the side and looked at the place where the third prince was sitting with interest. Sitting on his wheelchair, Shen didn't say. Until then, not a word. He just stared at his future opponent with an unblinking gaze. With a calm gaze, the third principal just looked at this crazy old man and didn't say a word. At that time, the demon was just laughing like a madman. What fun he just wanted to have, and here's such an interesting specimen. The guy said he doesn't actually owe anyone or prove anything on this whole being a clown thing. His father looked at him with frightened eyes and wanted to say something, but hesitated half a word and didn't finish his sentence. Well, the old man spread his arms and shouted that he adores strong opponents. Even if he doesn't want to, then let's see who is really stronger. Our hero just stood and looked at them with a calm gaze while the old man continued to rage. He wanted to find out who was the stronger of the two. The old man shouted that all his martial arts allowed him to stand above all those masters, so don't let the guy underestimate him. Frowning slightly, Shen didn't say a word, just continued to stare at the old man who so fiercely wanted to fight. The rest of the people present looked at each other in horror at what this damned master was up to. Is he really going to fight like this? Still opening his mouth, the guy said to achieve greater power by using human lives as the way of evil. If so, then he won't be ceremonious. Hearing such an impudent statement, the old man became furious. Let this young man not be so arrogant. Now he is not in a position to dictate terms. Swinging his blade, the old man launched a huge energy wave directly at the paralyzed guy. It seems he wasn't even going to hold back. Without even moving his hands, our hero stopped this monstrous energy wave with a thought, smashing it to shreds. The master who saw this simply remained silent. Probably after practicing for so long, he should have become incredibly strong. However, this was not the case. The man only laughed. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. This is just a fraction of all his monstrous energy. So let Shen keep quiet. The guy smirked and said that his spirit was not up to the task of risking overdoing it, and the old man might forget forever about the world he lived in and dreamed about. Turning back into a fire demon, the old man laughed and moved forward. For him, it was like a bull red rag. He wanted to destroy this kid. Sitting on his wheelchair, Shen just watched as that demon continued to rampage around, gaining demonic power. Seeing how something unimaginable had happened, all the people held their breath and continued to watch this astonishing battle with their mouths open. Completely unexpectedly, the third prince, who had been sitting on a wheelchair until that moment, simply got to his feet and looked in front of him. He looked up and stubbornly listened to this demon's conversation while looking straight in front of him with a fierce gaze. Shen already jumped up to him and wanted to fight him. However, the demon vaporized and said that in a year he would return here and take his life. Somewhere far away in the underground prison, it was damp with rats running everywhere and only two small torches lighting the passageways into the black abyss. The sect leader and the monk were moving forward at a leisurely pace, and only the sound of their footsteps could be heard everywhere. The eldest son was all beaten up and chained to the wall, staring in front of him. The man no longer had the strength to move. He could only breathe and watch. After all that happened, the eldest son was locked up here, and the father came to check on his child. The boy asked to forgive him, even after all that had happened. Ignoring him, his father asked how his son knows the master of the five blades. Let him tell immediately and where he is hiding. Coughing a little, the son only grinned. How he could know where this old man was hiding, he was too secretive to track down his location so easily. His father just looked at him and silently closed his eyes, which from here seemed black as pitch. Bailey continued. Even with all these rumors about his little brother, his father still continues to cover for his every act. Standing behind the monk reminded the master of his upcoming task. The old man only sighed and glanced at him. The old monk walked up to him and told him that he still didn't understand his eldest son, but that's not the point right now. When he heard that the eldest son was demanding redemption from him, he only grinned. After all that had happened, what kind of redemption was demanded of him? The father and the monk looked down on him, and the eldest son continued. His brother also would have wanted to destroy him. What other atonement? Meanwhile, sitting with her master, Huo looked at him with an uncomprehending gaze as he ran a brush over a large sheet of paper. The girl was silent for a while and asked if the third prince is not worried about what happened. He just sits there and draws as if nothing had happened. The surprised guy asked if he should be worried because nothing bad had happened. Why worry for nothing? The friend continued. The age of this old man is several hundred years old, doesn't it? Drive him into terror at the sight of this strange demon? Although, on the other hand, it was true that the Shen family would be much scarier than that strange old man, so there was no need to worry. Thinking about what this guy's ancestor was like if he wasn't afraid at all, the girl choked on her own words. When she saw the foreman notice it, she immediately wiped her mouth and said it was fine and just got scared for a second. However, it is certainly strange that the master has only practiced one technique for so many years, but her teacher is still very strong. Looking at his drawing, Shen said that even though the master said that he was strong, the old man had only barely touched that sphere. He only sighed heavily and looked down at his work with a calm gaze that didn't seem to bother the guy right now. Hearing the master talk about the moon eye, Huo waved her hand and looked at him with worried eyes. Could it really be so? Shen continued. This realm could be called as the Moonblade energy, and he actually still had a long way to go before that he still needed to train. Hearing how strong a person should be, Huo was speechless if even this master is still far away from this level. This is how strong this old man will be. The girl's head was already starting to split from such information. Then what about the teacher, on what level he was now? Hearing that she shouldn't know about it yet, the girl was upset. Then what about this crazy master old man? The boy only raised his head and said he wasn't sure what stage this old man was at, but really would like to fight him. Huo trembled with impatience indeed. The master she knows is completely not worried about the opponent's strength. He just wants only one endless battle. Although, wait a minute, was the third prince fighting him not at his full strength? Then how strong is Shen at this time, looking somewhere with a detached look? The girl immediately started waving her hands. And isn't it dangerous? The third master must be worried. The old man is most likely hiding something. Completely disregarding this, Shen had already almost finished his painting. There was a graceful sakura branch drawn in paint. She blushed and bit her lip, realizing that she had said too much. Meanwhile, my father was in his room and was immersed in heavy thoughts. Tomorrow would be the day. Next to him sat several other masters who had managed to survive the past battle. Tomorrow would be a very important day. There was also an old monk who shrank back and said that so many heaven-level masters had already fallen at the hands of this old man. The mad genius said that the martial arts world would never be the same again. On his face flashed all the same crazy smile. The old woman pondered. This mad demon used the strength and blood of the strongest to increase his power. The old man's father also sat there and looked pensively in front of him. He didn't even know what to say. His head was spinning with heavy thoughts that wouldn't let him rest. I wonder if the third principle can match this old man. No one so far knew about it. Yes. And asked the prince himself. Few guessed. The monk smirked and said that he should not blame himself for what happened. He was also careless at that moment. In the meantime, there was some kind of celebration going on outside with garlands of lights hanging everywhere, and it was incredibly beautiful. Our friends were there too. They walked around. The girl twirled her head and asked, did the third master really want to give him a fight on the mountain? Shen said that the duel would be peculiar. Nearby stood a merchant behind a small shop selling some edibles. Immediately made me hungry. With a sidelong glance at him, Shen said to stop here. The guy seemed to notice something, and the old man seemed very strange to him. And indeed, the man's face was very gray, and it was very difficult to make out any features. He was just standing with his countertops. Huo turned her head in different directions. She was a little uncomfortable. Almost no one at this table was here. It was empty. Shen asked for a baked egg, and an obliging waiter immediately jumped up to him. Sitting across from Huo, she tried to eat something, but because of the past events, she couldn't eat a bite no matter how hard she tried. The old man asked if the young lady would like to order something. However, the girl refused after a certain time and does not eat anything. The old man only grinned and turned his back. When you're so young, you don't have to worry about it at all. She's beautiful as she is. Hearing such a compliment in her direction, the girl blushed a little and thanked the strange old man. She was really pleased. Eventually, the owner of the place appeared and brought them a flavorful dish on a small plate of a baked egg and a small pie. Huo watched the third master eating, and the guy said that his words might surprise her friend didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Looking in front of him, somewhere in the distance, Shen said that regardless of the results, something would change, and very much. Realizing that the teacher was quite serious, the girl shrieked that then he should get a good rest and sleep before tomorrow's fight. Turning to the old man, Shen suddenly addressed him by name and called him Master Wu. For a second, the old man stopped rummaging around the table. If you looked closely, the square was almost deserted. There were only our friends and that old man who was always poking around behind his shop. Hearing that he was called by name, he looked over the shoulder of the foreign visitors, except for the flicker of a predatory smile. Keep looking at him with a cocky look. Shen only smirked. He immediately recognized this old man just wanted to bide his time. Throwing off his disguise, Wu laughed like a madman. Not bad, this Shen family kid really knows how to observe. It was really that old man. Without understanding anything, Huo cried out in surprise. Could this be the crazy old man demon who almost killed them? The girl immediately snapped out of her seat and rushed to the defense of the third prince to prevent this madman from harming him. But one thing was interesting: why this old man was here in a crowded place. Shen told her not to worry now, nothing terrible would happen. The girl turned her head to him and looked at him in surprise. But why is he an enemy who wants to harm all living things? Wu approached them with a leisurely gait. The man said that today was not the day of the battle, so there was no need to worry. It was unlikely that he would attack. Smiling, our hero said he could see it by sensing a trace of ominous energy in this place, that's all. However, it is amazing that such a mighty and fearsome master. What was the old man would err in such a place, isn't it? Huo wanted to rush to attack. However, the old man somehow blocked all her energy and the girl could hardly move. She felt an incredible fear, goosebumps running through her body, and a feeling that something very scary was about to happen. Shen only grinned at this. The old man continued all this time. He had only walked here, and the third master is really savvy. The old man sat down next to him at the table and bowed his head and said he was quite curious as to why this guy was here. All this time, the guy was watching this old man. Of course, alcohol and carnal pleasures for him. It was alien to him, that no wonder. If he practiced the bloody technique for another 500 years, he might be able to cut the moon like he wants to. The old man grimaced. Looking him straight in the eyes, our hero only sincerely smiled he as if he was mocking this old man and did not feel threatened. After taking a few sips of the fragrant tea, Shen continued. The old man had been practicing for about 200 years. A little low for the level, but still not bad. The demon master only laughed. Did the kid want to postpone their duel, scared or what? Putting the glass back in place, Shen said that there was no need for this, and the old man realizes that it is not possible to procrastinate. Exactly why he wants to spend. Tilting a small pitcher of alcohol, the guy poured himself another small glass. Even if he had offered to reschedule the duel, would the old man have agreed? The master took a closer look and squinted. Then what was the matter? The man was staring intently at the third prince. As if nothing had happened, Shen said that he just wanted to have a drink with him, just to have a little rest on such a beautiful evening. Don't you think so? He wanted to give the old man a glass of alcohol, but he knocked it out of his hands. Shen caught it in time without letting the alcohol spill on the ground. After drinking a few sips, the prince only laughed. And why is the old man so Axe understands nothing? Is he such a tightwad? The guy smiled once again. Everything will be decided tomorrow. He's right, isn't he? So why worry so much? Finally, the old man gave up and took the glass. He looked at the boy with a kind of incomprehensible look, as if he saw something strange in front of him. The old man gave in and poured a glass of alcohol into his mouth, which was quite strong, but the demon could take it. A smile spread across the third prince's face as well. Here we go, let's rest and not make trouble for each other. Turning to her friend, the guy said they were going back. Huo shrieked in surprise and nodded her head. Okay, let's go home. She took hold of the prince's baby carriage and dragged him away from the place, leaving the old man alone to finish his alcohol and get angry. On the huge high mountain, the monastery towered straight up into the sky. There was an amazing silence. Only the songs of the night birds could be heard. Shen, as always, he stayed up until midnight. He sat in his chair and enjoyed the solitude of a guy meditating and listening to the sounds of nature. He would have sat there alone if Huo hadn't heard Huo's voice. She couldn't wait for that demonic old man to show up. The third prince himself was not completely sure of his victory and what to say about all the others. There were all the other masters who managed to survive along with Shen's father. The old man stood there and rubbed his sleeves with worry. In the end, young Master Zhu sensed something and cried out that the old demon master was approaching. He could sense him. Indeed, Master Wu was approaching them. Walking on the water, his monstrous energy was simply unimaginable. It was oozing out, and from every crevice. Looking at this monster, everyone had goosebumps on their backs and couldn't believe that they were seeing something like this with their own eyes. Now there would be a historic duel. At some point, Shen felt something huge and very powerful rushing past him, but the guy didn't even raise an eyebrow at what he saw. The demonic old man only smiled, which was to be expected. His training and blood-devouring skill are at a very decent level. Looking at him, our hero said that the old man definitely has potential. Whoever said really destructive power? The old man only grinned. To be honest, he never had any desire to stop all this and go back to his normal life. The guy could not agree more. Of course, if the demon considers himself a supreme master, then like anyone else, he will have his own way of development, is not it. The master only laughed that he thought it is ridiculous whether people like him would think about some earthly thing. Looking at these three old men, one could say with certainty that they all wished to send the boy to the other world. Did not the old men shiver? The old man unleashed two energy blasts that looked more like long paws that stretched towards him like a beast. Seeing the spiritual levitation technique, the old man laughed. Could this kid have managed to achieve such a result quite ungracefully? Shen just looked down at him and didn't express any emotion. Well, the demon has the right to think that way if he wants to. However, how could a third prince with such potential be born in such a place? The old man and the boy were already soaring through the air like birds. And at this moment, the old master realized that he could not hold back, understandably. From where the legs grow, it is possible to fight in full force. Well, let's get started. Shen looked at him and didn't even raise an eyebrow. The guy started to become covered in energy like a torch, and soon he was all ablaze. Downstairs stood his friend. The girl was holding her heart and trying to cope with her excitement. She was very worried about her master. Shen looked at his opponent with a calm gaze and prepared to take any of his blows. The air began to thicken. The old man swung his arm and launched an energy wave directly at the guy. The air around him was covered with energy of incredible strength, even making it hard to breathe. There was an explosion. The roof of one of the publications shattered, and a wave of energy erupted from it and flew straight forward. The third prince, of course, justifiably wore his title of the strongest in the world. He easily repelled any attacks that would be beyond the strength of anyone present. Let's see how strong and how long he can hold out. The demon attacked him again and again, and the guy repelled the attacks with renewed vigor. They approached each other with incredible speed and soon clashed in a duel. Everyone who stood below couldn't believe their own eyes, but what about the third prince's meridians that had been damaged up to this point? How could he even fight? The healer was here too. He looked at what was happening with horror and realized how difficult it would be to restore the young prince's body after such a blow. As long as they didn't fight, the old mad demon was constantly laughing. He tasted human suffering for the first time in his life and wanted to give it his best. The old man had a fierce smile on his face. He believed that the boy's body was very badly damaged. However, even in spite of this, he fought with all his might. Looking at his opponent, the third prince applied all his techniques. Heard the old man's voice. He said that in such a case he would not hold back. In an instant, the demon took off his sharks and began to attack in a completely different way. His speed increased several times. He turned into a real monster. Behind his back appeared a blade. It was an illusory sword that was woven from the energy of human blood and suffering. When he saw such a monstrous technique, the monk standing somewhere below was horrified and almost had a heart attack. He had never seen anything like this in his entire life. Wu, in turn, swung his blade and generally did not hold back. The man wanted to destroy the guy puny and forever proving his strength. But nevertheless, the third prince dodged time after time. He fought at the limit of his abilities, but at the same time, he did not let the old man breathe. It was very funny. The demon even laughed. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a thirst for battle. It was even fun. However, this only proved that this technique or imitation, Shen continued to repel attacks with incredible strength. The blood-eating technique is quite amazing, and even the third principal had to admit it. He had to strain to hold on. Swinging, the old man pulled out his huge chaos blade woven from red-colored energy. The man prepared to strike with all his strength. He made a quick dash and was behind the boy's back before the third prince realized what had happened. But for him, it was no problem swinging his arm, and in one blow, the guy shattered this spell without even bothering. He really deserved his title. The old man was beginning to get annoyed at the arrogance of this insolent kid. How dare he think he was a great master and treat him like that? Swinging, the old man applied the cherry dance, one of his strongest techniques. The man gathered unimaginable energy power. The third prince watched from afar as a colossal amount of energy gathered in one place into a kind of projectile. Not a bad trick, of course. However, all of this was still not enough. The boy swung around and moved forward, levitating in the air. The father, who looked at it with wide open eyes, could not believe what he was seeing. Could it be that his son, who could not move, now possessed such power? The demonic old man turned aside and looked at the boy. He seemed to recognize his rival. But it was still very curious as to why this kid was still acting so arrogant. Shen looked at him and didn't say anything. The old man continued to rage. Why the boy doesn't pull out his blade? It's starting to get annoying. Let him at least show respect to his opponent. Armed with his blade, the old man charged it with energy and rushed back into the attack. It was a torrent of lightning with a crackle of electricity everywhere. The boy touched it with just one finger and there was a pop. If it was a normal person, there would be nothing left of him. Standing on the ground, Huo cried out, "The third principal must be injured. After such a blow, need to help him immediately." Looking at the way the boy was injured, the old man laughed. It seems the third prince, who is famous in his strength, is not as invulnerable as they say about him. Looking at his hand, Shen said that now the fate of the people of the 9 abysses was being decided, and he must destroy this demonic old man once and for all. He just has to disappear. The demon looked at him with a fierce gaze. His eyes darkened in seconds. The old man turned into a ghost. The third prince is too naive. Rang out laughing. The demon boy continued to stare at him with a silent stare. Let's understand he won't budge. The old man waved his hand behind his back as if a dragon with many heads like a hydra had appeared and moved forward. Looking at his opponent, Shen just smiled without moving forward. Even though the old man was using his full power, this was his fifth blade. The dragon that had broken free was rushing forward, snapping its ghostly maw, and was about to devour the little boy. The healer who had been standing there all this time covered his mouth with his hand and prayed that the young master would never let this dragon touch him. At this time, Shen continued to watch as an unimaginable amount of energy moved straight towards him. It seems the guy was now more unwavering than ever before. The old man continued to cheer. Let the boy now properly taste this poison to see if he can even survive. But suddenly something unimaginable happened. The guy straightened up to his full height and stretched his hand forward, and there was something like a cloth bundle. Everyone looked at the gentleman in surprise. If he had a weapon at that moment, it was hard to believe. However, only one old woman realized that it was not a weapon at all, but the remnants of the third prince's cloak. He decided to tear them off and use them as weapons. But is that even possible? The guy swung his hand. The scraps in his hand began to turn into a real blade. Quite well, the old man continued to stare at him with surprised eyes and as if he didn't understand what had just happened. My father, who was standing somewhere on the ground, almost fainted from what he saw. This is the technique of Tibetan blades. Just incredible power. The Lord looked at his opponent for the last time and realized that the old man would be finished now, but it was time to strike the final blow. The demon watched the energy wave move towards him and had already pulled out his blade, but the blade immediately turned to dust. Getting to his feet, Shen repeated his question whether or not it was possible to dissect the moon when reaching the 10th level. The old man shivered with horror. He only now realized that his life hung in the balance if he did not get Trump out of his sleeve. He would simply go to the other world. The boy looked down at him and was already preparing his next blow in his hands. A small piece of cloth appeared in his hand. Hearing that this kid was going to destroy him, the old man only laughed. His laughter was so loud that it cut his ears like a razor. What a pity! After all, this guy had met his master Wu. The man had already prepared the energy in his hands for the last, most powerful strike. Can he retreat if he's been practicing this technique for several hundred years? Of course not. There's only one last blow left to make. The spectators who were standing below opened their mouths and held their breath. Now something unimaginable was about to happen. Like a circus performer, the old man pulled out one of his blades from behind his back and began to swallow it. It looked simply monstrous. The development of strength so far increased, the old man absorbed the strength of all his previous opponents and became even more monstrous. The blood transfusion technique is what it was called. The old man no longer looked like a human, but a fire demon who had risen from the very depths of hell. Standing in his seat, Shen just looked at him and didn't say anything. He waited for the old man to reveal his true essence, and that's what happened. Finally turning into a demonic entity, the old man demanded to continue the battle. Come on, let the guy attack using his full power. The blade soul absorption technique is indeed impressive. Even Shen was a little surprised. However, he did not budge. However, he realized that the situation was getting complicated. With a deft move, the guy dodged the projectile of monstrous energy and only glanced back at it obliquely. The boy's face reflected a kind of terror. He began to worry for his life for the first time in his life. The enemy was much stronger than expected at first glance. Those who stood below, including his own father, were terrified Shen was in danger. The enemy seemed to outnumber him in strength. It was hard to believe, but it was there nonetheless. The father watched wide-eyed as his son fought at the cost of his own life against this monster protecting them all. Nearby stood a friend girl, was confident that the third prince will not lose. Be sure, only wait, and he will show everything he can do. Huo glanced in front of her and said that the boy just doesn't know how to lose. This is after all her master, so let them just wait and see. Suddenly, a clap was heard as the demonic substance shattered into dozens of small pieces. The red moon continued to shine in the sky, casting a bloody color. The demon was about to regroup and attack again as suddenly our hero was at his back and was already preparing his powerful blow. Seeing that victory would not be so easy, the demon continued to swing his fiery arms in an attempt to catch the little guy and send him to the other world. He was engulfed in demonic flames, and Laughing Demon felt his power and realized that he could defeat this kid in one blow. Shen stopped for a few seconds and looked closely and hovered in the air, levitating again. This technique is starting to get annoying. The boy smirked. However, the demon would now risk passing out if he used his energy so thoughtlessly. At this rate, he cannot surpass the guy. Shen only smiled. He realized that victory is already in his pocket, only in place of the last blow. With a single finger movement, the fragile-looking guy plucked the sword that had been sticking there for a long time from the ground and lifted it into the air. A good opportunity to see if they can split the moon guy. Already prepared, the sword was hovering in the air around his hand. The demon was furious. He swung his arm and gathered all the energy he had for the most powerful volley. Hovering in the air, Shen watched the demonic monster and waited for the right moment for it to simply burst from the overabundance of energy. In the end, the monstrous energy was released outwards, and from somewhere a fire dragon appeared. It roared with its mouth full, and everything was filled with bright flames. Somewhere very far away in the very heavens, a girl seemed to be standing on the top of the sky. She was looking somewhere forward into the clear clouds, and there was silence and peace all around. Some person impaled by several blades was breathing heavily. He wanted to become even stronger as much as possible. And now the demon that had finally taken possession of the human body turned into a fiery blob. He wanted to become stronger. The monster was gaining its energy again and again. It was already over the edge. The Hellspawn saw only the silhouette of a boy in front of him, who froze in place and looked down at him. The man felt himself chained up by his arms and legs. He could not even move normally, but just endured. There were some monks dressed in robes standing around and watching with silent gazes. The sounds of some kind of prayer could be heard everywhere. The demon felt that he was being cast out. However, he did not want to leave this body that he had owned for several hundred years. It was simply impossible. Eventually, a pop was heard and blood rain began to drizzle from the sky, and the guy hovering in the air stayed in his same spot. At the bottom stood Huo and could not believe her eyes. Could it be that Victory Master was able to overpower the terrible demon and destroy it once and for all? The third principal won. All the masters standing below were delighted, and they only now realized how strong this guy was. The eldest of the family wept with joy, proud of his son for being able to overcome himself and win against all odds. Mad scientists looked at the nearby master monk and said that they seemed to be getting old. He only smiled. Indeed, the younger generation is breathing down their necks and will soon catch up with them, and maybe even get ahead, but it's even better. Looking forward in front of him, Zhu smiled. Indeed, this third young master was indeed the most majestic swordsman ever to exist on Earth. But suddenly something not foreseen happened. Something huge. The huge red moon that obscured almost the entire sky began to crack with a rumbling sound. Everyone immediately threw their heads back and watched in amazement as the moon cracked as if it were made of glass. There was a pop, and suddenly Huo, who didn't understand anything, felt her body overflowing with unimaginable energy and literally began to glow like a torch. The grandmother looked at her and, realizing her granddaughter's surprise, told her to sit down. It was time to explain something. The true energy of the moon finally descends from the sky. The monk, along with the mad scientist and the protagonist's father, sat and obediently stared in front of them. At last, the young girl also realized what was happening. She looked in front of her with a surprised look and did not seem to be afraid anymore. The third prince looked kind of downcast. He was like, he wasn't glad because he defeated the demon. But why? What happened to him? The guy was still hovering in the air and looking forward with his calm eyes, as if he was sad about something. Seeing that the now ordinary moon was still in the sky, the others wondered, is it immortal and even such a technique is not able to cut it? This is why when a martial arts master reaches his peak, he cannot advance to the next stage. Now it was clear as day. Sticking the blade back into the ground, Shen said that he was well aware that they had many questions, but now Master Fu was done. No need to hurry. Looking at the others, the guy said that for the next few days there might be chaos all around, and they would talk about that a little later. Big Sister Chu stood in her seat and looked somewhere in the distance with a pensive look. She didn't even know what to say. The grandmother was standing there with her back turned, saying that today's battle would change a lot of things from now on. Strange things would start happening in the world. Girl, she should just have to see the aftermath of this battle, but suddenly shut up for a second. With the sea tide all evaporated, there stood some strange silhouette, very much like his little sister. Everything changes. The boundaries of the sect began to be washed away, and an invisible black fog began to appear around them. The monk smirked. However, now the sea had receded, opening up new passages and roads. All the cities and villages sent their men to search for treasure. The old woman looked at the others and said in a serious, stern voice that the main thing now was to wait for the third prince to explain everything. Suddenly, the whole company flinched when they saw the third principal appear in front of them. They looked at the boy in anticipation. Shen appeared literally out of nowhere, and Huo was there. The guy said not to worry. He'll explain everything step by step. Let him listen. In a calm voice, the guy began. Originally, the world they existed in was in the form of a small, secluded space separated from the outside world. The father was delighted and couldn't believe his ears. Just don't let his son say he knows where this wonderful place is. Shen only smiled. If father is talking about the center, it's thousands of meters above our world. Don't even hope to get there. The world they live in is only a small part of what exists in principle. The rest of them hold their breath in anticipation. If no one sends their students there because it's very life-threatening, it's not worth the risk. If this world is several thousand times bigger than our own, then there must be many specialists and craftsmen there. The mad scientist frowned and listened to every word, but he thought there was something wrong with it. This kid can't know so much about the structure of the world. And our hero went on to say that if we're talking about martial arts, they belong only to mortals and they're not at the level to compete with anyone yet. That's why it's worth just imagining what kind of power the other masters who are outside our world will have. The mad scientist didn't want to believe it all, he shrieked. Could this mean that these masters could come here at any moment and get rid of all of them? However, the boy hastened to make it clear no one would attack them, unless there was some good reason not to worry. However, if these creatures want to find the strongest in our world, they will come to Shen. The guy said this in a calm and serious voice and frowned. The split happened faster than expected. The rest of the people only bowed their heads and obediently listened to their master, dreading every second. Growing gloomier by the second, Shen said that the fog was already consuming part of their land. Therefore, there was no need to take any rash action right now. Her friend stood somewhere nearby and looked at her teacher with wide open eyes. She saw in him only the teacher of the wisest on earth. Suddenly, a voice was heard, someone demanding the person who split the moon. Come out immediately. Everyone twitched and looked away. Could it be people from the higher world? All the masters looked around with a frightened look at who had come to them. On the doorstep stood two men, one tall guy with long white hair and the other shorter with blue hair. They were dressed in strange clothes. It looked as if Shen was expecting them. The guy smiled and bowed. The humble servant greets the ambassadors. It turned out that these two had come from the higher world to find out who was strong enough to split the moon. These two were smiling. Everyone around them held their breath. Before them stood supreme people who were dozens or hundreds of times stronger than everyone standing here. One of the white-haired ambassadors shrieked, "Truly this Murok resembles some backwater of nothing interesting." All this time, our hero was watching the strange guests and was tense about something. He just watched and said nothing. Looking at his comrade, the guy with blue hair looked at him with a scary look and ordered him to shut up immediately. Then he immediately relented and asked his companion to forgive him. This guy never watched his language. The masters looked at each other with fearful looks and said it was all right. I didn't want to anger these higher beings. By the way, exactly just now, the third principal mentioned that these two are ambassadors from the higher world, must have a very interesting lineage. Looking at the new acquaintances, Shen smiled and introduced his name. Calling his descendant, the guy seemed happy to see them. The guy with blue hair waved his hands and pulled out some long scroll in 1 second, unfurling it like a kite. He explained that a few hundred years ago, this guy was exiled to this world and just so happened to be able to split the moon. The smile never left the strange ambassador's face. So does this guy really want to recreate the pavilion as it was in the old days? Sitting on his wheelchair, Shen still didn't say a word. He just stared stubbornly at the strange new people he saw for the first time. From all of the above, he could understand that his distant ancestor had been exiled to this world, which was just a strange enclosed space. The ambassador continued to stare at him with a surprised look. This guy must have known about his ancestor. It can't be that he didn't know anything. So the boy's grandfather didn't want to return and founded a sect here. The ambassador continued to look at the boy with a smiling look. For his part, Shen continued, the guy didn't want to deviate from his distant ancestors' principles and would like to establish his own sect here. For a second, there was silence in the room. The two ambassadors looked at the strange boy with surprised eyes. It sounds at least interesting. We should think about it. There was a laugh from one of them. No wonder this kid is so stubborn and could split the moon. Well, let's see what he can do. The ambassador said the guy's domain now extends 1,000 miles around this sect, whether he understands it or not. The other masters were horrified by what the Grand Ambassador said. It means that the boy is now the master of this entire sect, so Shen only smiled. He thanked the Grand Envoy for such a detailed explanation and generous gift. One of the ambassadors nodded his head. He seemed to be annoyed about something until the man entered the discussion. Suddenly, our hero caught a small book in which there was very useful information rustled page. The ambassador explained that this book contained all the knowledge about the cultivation of the 8th High World cultivators of his ancestors. That at this point the envoys decided to say goodbye. They literally vanished into thin air, wishing them a happy stay. He bowed and thanked the envoys once more and hoped that they would be able to see each other more often from now on. After introducing himself, the kid named Zhang bowed and said that he would now bow out and hurriedly left as well. Almost silently, he disappeared into thin air, leaving the whole company of people in complete bewilderment. They just watched and did not know what to say. Good, now let's continue. Shen said that based on the messenger's words, this whole world will be handed over to the possession of the sect. Didn't want to stop anyone. But due to some limitations of this world, they are unable to learn or create immortal sphere technique. Looks like the sect was now in the hands of Shen alone. The guy was going to learn many new techniques that would help him rule in the future. Refusing the offer to cooperate, the monk apologized. His monastery has existed for more than 1,000 years, so sorry for the refusal. The guy said it's okay. No need to apologize. Since the temple has no desire to join, he can ask for protection from the higher temples. The man smirked and they turned around and walked away. In the mind of our hero had heavy thoughts. They will have to work hard to overcome further difficulties that will certainly not be few. Needing to get the opinions of the others, Shen looked at those who remained and asked what they thought of it. An old woman standing somewhere nearby immediately shouted that her sect was joining immediately, and everyone immediately looked at her in surprise. A smile appeared on the boy's face before this couple. The madam personally ran her sect, but now wants to join them quite entertainingly. The woman bowed it was all to further ensure growth in their strength, so it would be worth agreeing. Stepping outside, the mad genius along with the monk conversed. The man doubted the old man was sure they didn't need the help of such powerful friends. However, the old monk was sure they already had a lot of connections, and therefore needed to find their own way not to parasitize others. In this world, there were several territories divided between powerful rulers of cultivators. The feud between several rulers lasted for hundreds of years. Here battles never ceased. One of the pavilion followers, named Meng Tian, met a princess from the Thunder and Wind family. They fell in love with each other. After some time, the princess reluctantly returned to her abode she was not particularly happy about. However, the young gentleman did not want to give up the love of his life, so he entered into an argument to protect his beloved. The head of the pavilion was furious at his son's act and decided to punish him in the most severe way, exiled him to this world. And the boy, distant ancestor of the protagonist, took the hard path of thunder and wind, descended to the very abyss in this world. Shen pondered. Although this ancestor's life wasn't endless, he was very strong but still couldn't split the moon. He looked around at all the masters who wished to stay with them and join his sect. It was obvious that they were still hesitating and pondering about the rightness of their choice, their hearts still worried. After all, my father had started talking in one of the books he had read that a distant ancestor had reached the 8th stage of the true body after all. Looking at the map, the guy said, they wouldn't want to come all the way out here to mess with you. Who's standing and reading some book with a pensive look, girl? Apparently worried a lot, her eyes suddenly changed. She came across a line that said the defense would last somewhere around a dozen years at most. Hearing about it, our hero thought 10 years is not so much to work hard and have time to do as much as possible. The girl looked at him and said with a smile that this term was quite enough to mature and get stronger. Some would be able to break through to the immortal realm of martial arts after only half a year, after which they would have to start practicing techniques from the outside world. It would be great if Shen could practice the technique from the pavilion by the way the Tibetan sword technique was founded by his ancestor. When he created it, he relied on the outside world. Hearing about such complicated things, the girl almost cracked from the overabundance of information. She could no longer think straight. The father still doubted is it not too son is willing to spend such a large amount of time. However, the guy was sure beyond a shadow of a doubt. Hearing that it wouldn't take much time, Huo couldn't believe her ears. How much time the young prince was going to learn all these complicated techniques. Shen continued also at the old lady. Her flame is of great importance in practicing these techniques, so let her try. Maybe they should wait a bit. Woman wondered this sect never blocked their path, so why provoke them? Tilting his head, the guy said that the patriarch was at the 3rd level of true body development. He would be able to defeat him even without training. The others couldn't believe their ears. This guy is just talking about mastering the true body technique, thinking about it. Shen said he had some thoughts about it, so the guys shouldn't worry about nothing. Let them mind their own business. Looking at Huo standing next to him, the guy said that she could also practice with him in mastering this technique. Seeing her granddaughter looking at her like that, the old woman looked at the girl. Let her not look at her with those eyes. The woman smirked. The girl couldn't help but notice that the attention was only directed at the 3rd prince. Let her bow before her master. The girl looked at herself with surprised eyes and couldn't believe that it was really true. After realizing that she was finally wanted, Huo immediately fell to her knees and began to express her true reverence to the new master. The girl was very worried and afraid. After hitting her head on the floor a few times, she cried out in pain and clutched her head. The others just looked at her in surprise. Pondering, Shen thought that she was a very capable student, obedient, and didn't ask many questions training. This girl would play into her hands. You can't stay here for long. He ordered the girl to follow him, holding his wounded head. The poor girl moaned and said she obeyed her master. Girls, again, there were those moments when she endured the pain. Sitting in the bathtub, will she have to suffer like that again? She looked pitifully at her grandmother, telling her to hurry up and not look at her with those eyes. And so began, or rather continued, and diligent training. The girl swung the blade every day, practicing the technique. She worked hard every day and already seemed ready to move to the true body sphere. Shen continuously sat beside her and watched the girl's practice with a steady gaze while meditating and adjusting his energy. Hearing that she would have to create her sword in her heart, girl didn't immediately realize what she was talking about, how it was even possible. In front of her face again was the silhouette of a blade bursting out of her chest. Is this really how it's supposed to look? Too much information. Huo covered her eyes with her hands. Does she have to spend her whole life practicing with a blade? This is already too much even for her. But it was too late to think now. She had to practice and grabbed her blade and continued swinging her sword again. It was already evening when the young apprentice finished her training. She could barely move her arms. She looked at her shaking arms and thought they were going to fall off. It was too much. In the room, the master of the 3rd principal was already waiting for her, and nodded his head when the apprentice said that she had already finished her training. Noticing that the master was busy with something, the girl asked what he was doing there. She was very tired and could hardly move her tongue. Hearing that the master continues to work on the technique of Tibetan blades, the girl was horrified. He finished it in one night. It's simply unthinkable. Okay then, what about her grandmother Huo? Looked at Master, who was keeping his eyes fixed on a small piece of paper on which he was drawing a technique. Shen smiled and said that it was basically fine. He thought he would visit her soon, so no need to worry about that. It's a shame the guy didn't finish his technique. It'll take some time, maybe even a couple days. There was a knock on the door. As they walked outside, they saw countless beautiful gemstones lying in a huge chest. There were several of them. A man with pink hair stood nearby and pointed at his gifts in satisfaction, asking the master what he thought of it. There was me, the father of the protagonist, stroking his beard. He said it's pretty good. Well, of course the pastels tried. The pink-haired messenger with the small glasses smiled. He was glad to hear that the customer liked everything. These things will help the master raise his martial skills. The old man didn't understand what he was talking about. His son seemed to have lost his mind. The merchant from the outside world grinned, suddenly heard the voice of the young master. He greeted the old guest. The father smiled. Well, his son has come. The old man looked at his child with tired eyes. Shen rolled into the room and, as always, was held by his friend. The girl looked at the jewelry and flapped her eyes in wonder at what kind of curiosities they were. The merchant's named Dan. The man put his hand to his heart and said he was a merchant from the outside world and brought special gifts. Father immediately jumped up to the young master and said that this man was praising his gifts too much. Maybe there was something wrong here. In the meantime, Dan continued to ask to familiarize himself with his wares. The Lord should be pleased, let him not be shy. Pointing his finger at all these miracle medicines, Shen asked what kind of discount the merchant would offer if the guy bought them all in bulk at once. The merchant clapped his hands as expected. From a young master just establishing his sect and familiarizing himself with the outside world, his disciples need such pills. After hearing the price of 3 gold pieces for each pill, the guy thought about the price, but it seems to be worth it. The merchant continued to directly glare at the guy. This boy knows his price and immediately saw the good goods. Shen continued to stare at the merchant with an unbroken gaze. They help in creating a formation. Spiritual blood is obtained from destroyed spirit monsters. They are very powerful, so only supreme experts are able to create materials. The merchant grinned and said that these crystals don't always contain blood. It all depends on luck. 10,000 gold is the price for all the crystals. Standing nearby, Father froze with surprise. Such a huge, irresistible amount of simply cosmic. Our hero continued. He wanted to know if the amount would be the same if he wanted to take only 100 from the whole collection. Dan squinted at him, but the guy's no fool to decide let him take as much as he wants. Not a bad start to begin with. Our hero looked around with an inquisitive eye and scrutinized every crystal. He wanted to get them all for the sake of justice. Looking at how the master is just going through the crystals, the girl shrieked in surprise. What on earth is he doing that looks very strange? Continuing to twirl around his customer, the salesman asked if the master would like to take a closer look. The man kept smiling. The father was standing next to him, trembling with impatience to give the merchant his gold, while his son could still bring him a few empty bottles. Taking one of the crystals, Shen crushed it with a slight force, and the gemstone crunched and a red liquid splashed out. Blood began to pour out and gradually fill the small vessel. Soon there were several of them standing. The merchant rejoiced at the young master's good fortune today and immediately found the blood crystal, which is great news. But after seeing another crystal split open to reveal the blood of spirit monsters, the merchant was already worried about how this was even possible. Huo rejoiced. Her master is so lucky to have immediately found some authentic blood crystals. This is just beautiful. Already soon accumulated several bottles of monster blood. The guy just smiled and said that he was just lucky. Nothing much. The merchant continued to be nervous. How is it possible? The man stood in his seat, clenching his fists with impatience. He wanted to deceive his client, but failed. Fighting the feeling of hatred, the man tried to come to his senses. He fixed his glasses and turned to the Lord. He will be rich after all. Shen sat next to him and watched the strange merchant with an uninterrupted gaze. The guy kept staring straight into his eyes. Realizing that he had fallen for the smartest of his customers, the merchant waved his hand and said that the gentleman would become fabulously rich and make millions. The tribute continued. He shouted that at this rate, they could become world famous. The merchant sensed a gold mine and wanted to enrich himself. However, Shen looked at him with a stern look. The guy realized that Dan only wanted one thing, and that was gold. That is why he wanted to cooperate. Taking another small crystal, the young master began to squeeze it to check for authenticity, while the merchant continued to rant. The merchant once again corrected his small glasses and said that he had been in this world for quite a long time, so it would be impossible to deceive him. The young master smiled, thanked the merchant for the warm words, and realized that he could not immediately reveal all the cards. He just stared in front of him. He knew how tricky and slippery merchants were, so he had to keep his eyes open. In turn, Dan knew that this man wouldn't want to join anyone because he had already founded his own sect. He went on to praise the buyer, saying he was amazed at his skill. With such ability, they could become famous. Hearing that today this merchant would be responsible for supplying bloodstones to their sect, my father and his girlfriend became excited. The old man immediately jumped up to his son, all of them, who can enrich themselves because these crystals are quite valuable after all. With a wave of his hand, Shen apologized, but only he can use this skill because she is quite special and attached to only one. What a shame. The merchant immediately shook his head. All his plans collapsed overnight, he is bound. For a second, there was silence. The cunning merchant was pondering at this moment in the high world. All the major sect clans were spending a lot of money and time on spirit crystals. The man lit up with anticipation. If he could snatch such a client, his income would skyrocket. I did not want to lose such a valuable customer, and the man immediately offered a percentage of the profits of the stones he would buy. The man still waiting for an answer, Shen replied that he could only be visited once every 3 months because he would be busy with spiritual practices. Dan finally realized what Iron Hands had grabbed him, and this guy knows how to negotiate. Well, he'll offer half on that and that's settled. Our hero only chuckled he had achieved what he wanted, and the merchant immediately suggested that it would be necessary to seal the deal with a few pills. By the way, how about a half-price discount? The merchant didn't realize at first what he was being offered and was still standing there. But at some point, the unfortunate still guessed that he just want to steal a whole half of the price will go to a discount for such a deal. Meanwhile, Shen just stood there looking at him with enlightened eyes and waited for an answer. The skill of any merchant is to look for bargains. After a little thought, the merchant spread his arms and said that moreover he could just give these pills as a token of gratitude. Nearby, Huo was stomping around and couldn't get a grip on herself. What about void pills? Want to cancel the deal or what? Raising a finger up, the merchant said that the Lord is well aware of the properties, only a few people can use them. When she heard that these drugs can cause serious damage to human development, the girl waved her hands, which is out of the question. The merchant continued. They had just been introduced to the outside world, so these pills would be unnecessary for the Lord for the time being. Not wanting to listen to all this, Shen said that he wanted to get all these pills immediately, the rest of them out of surprise. The merchant didn't know what to say. He was cornered like a child. He didn't even know how to behave in this situation. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to change the guy's mind, the merchant took out a jar with a few pills and handed it to the customer. But let the boy remember this very strong medicine. He can only use it when he internalizes the first pill. Shen took the vial. Eventually, the deal was struck and the friend took the wheelchair and wheeled the young gentleman away from the room. The father, along with the merchant, were left in complete bewilderment. Dan felt he had just been ripped off by this and the transaction, while the father stood emotionless. After walking a few dozen meters away, Huo still dared to ask, is the master really intending to do this, since the merchant said that it was dangerous? Shouldn't it be gradual? However, the guy looked at her without saying a word and just kept going. When she saw that the master had obeyed her, the girl nodded. It's a good choice. You can't risk your own health right away. But at the same moment, something unforeseen happened. Against all common sense, Shen knocked over the entire bottle of pills and ate them all at once. Seeing his girlfriend's anxiety, the guy told her not to be nervous and just take him to the backyard. The poor girl still couldn't get her head together. Master just ate all the pills at once. It is dangerous after all. All the way she begged for the master to be all right, or she'd be scared to death herself. When poor Huo saw something horrible, she was speechless and her face turned stony, staring at herself and could not believe her own eyes. From a beautiful young guy, the master turned into a decrepit old man who looked to be about 100 years old. He was breathing heavily. Everyone else showed up, including the healer and his father and the merchant who sold them the pill. The master swallowed several void pills at once and turned into a real old man. However, no one could do anything. He had just turned into some kind of grandfather, and indeed Shen was now sitting on his wheelchair as a decrepit old man and sighing heavily. The merchant lamented he had warned that he could only take one pill a day, but what did he do? He ate it all at once. Unable to calm down, the healer said to get the others to stop screaming too. For starters, we should at least examine the guy. It turned out that this gentleman's meridians were not threatened by anything, and he used his internal energy to protect himself, even though he had turned into an old man. Hearing about such a terrible technique, the merchant could not believe his ears. But after all, mortals are not given this. How was it even possible? The doctor continued to swirl around the young gentleman and examine every inch of his body, but the man's face was calm. It was the first time in history that he had ever seen the void pill have no effect at all on his meridians. Father, along with Huo, stood somewhere nearby and watched with an uninterrupted gaze. The girl was still trembling in surprise. The merchant had already regretted selling such potent drugs to this madman. Now he would be blamed. Meanwhile, Shen was just sitting in his seat and silently breathing without giving any signs of life. Maybe he was still conscious or what. Looking at the girl standing nearby, the doctor asked what the master said before eating the pills. She said that the result would be in a few days. The man sighed. Well, if the young master is sure of that, then he should definitely be all right. Suddenly, a scream was heard. The merchant wanted to say a word, but he was interrupted. The man was still worried, but he just had to wait. And now our hero moved into the astral world. He did not feel the outer shell, and as if he was in the world of ghosts. His eyes slowly opened. The first thing Shen saw in front of him was Huo's frightened face. The girl seemed to have been stuck here for the past 3 days. His father was there, along with the merchant, and they were also looking at the young master who had finally woken up from his anesthesia. Nearby was a large bowl of ice, which had time to melt. It turned out that the boy's body, as if burning, had to be cooled. Speaking of which, while the young master was out, there was a frightening energy emanating from him so much that he had to step back. Seeing the ice next to him, Shen finally realized why he felt a chill when he was out of it. Well, thanks for your concern. Looking at the others, looking at him cautiously, Shen promised that next time he would be more careful and cautious in his decisions. For a second, Merchant Dan looked at the young master in surprise. Something strange was happening to his legs. Huo stood next to her and shrieked. They don't know that if you put energy into your legs, you can use them. But the girl guessed everything. So that's what it's all about. Finally, the merchant began to guess the pills could be used for this. But cleansing the body could be a risky move. The man was still pondering, and our hero just sighed and smiled. Well, that was the end of it. When she heard that they were going to go to the place, the girl shrieked, "Is it really so soon they even came to their senses just now?" But still was folding his arms on his chest, Shen said, "First they should look at the outside world, and secondly help her grandmother, so let's go." And so began their wanderings. The friends mounted their horses and rode onward for several days. Poor Huo of her feet. The girl did not believe that this world could be so huge it is even a mockingjay. The girl was greatly surprised when she heard how she would be able to use the flying technique when she reached a certain level. Nodding his head, Shen said with that, they would be able to cover several thousand miles in just half a day. It sounded sure great Huo was already dreaming of when she would be able to master the 4th level true body technique. I can't wait to find out. She even closed her eyes to vividly visualize how she would already be flying like a bird. But suddenly the girl shrieked, "Wait a minute, so you are saying that the first levels of the true body can be easily overcome, as it is even possible?" The master seems to greatly underestimate the difficulty of such a technique, but Shen seemed to be confident in his abilities and continued on his way forward. Turning around, the guy said that if she followed exactly his edict, then breaking through wouldn't be such a difficult task for her. The girl has huge potential, let her not be shy. Huo only looked at her master with a surprised look and remained silent. Puffy purple clouds, meanwhile, filled the entire space above this place, creating a beautiful view of the mountain. Stopping for a few seconds, Huo looked closely with surprised eyes. It was incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing, but suddenly they were stopped. There were 2 guards waiting for them at the entrance. They guarded the entrance to the Yang sect day and night and didn't let any outsiders in. Stopping, Shen introduced himself. He said that he was the patriarch of the Forgotten Blade sect and had come to request an audience with the head. The guard caught a small leaf, then the guy asked to give this message to the chief to receive them. Huo said it was late and they still had to wait a long time for this audience, so they didn't want to be here all night. A moment later, another man with green hair appeared in front of them and invited the dear guest. Huo looked away in surprise. Bowing, the messenger said that the patriarch was expecting them, so the guests could go inside. With a smile on his face, Shen thanked for the hospitality and bowed. Finally, he could go inside. "I'm tired of being stuck here already." The horses could be tethered somewhere nearby. Huo jumped to the ground and took the reins, and one of the messengers jumped up to her. The sect's servant looked at the Lord with a stern look and motioned for him to move forward, pointing to the long stairs with his hand. The girl noticed that the stairs here are quite comfortable. Maybe she's been here for quite a while. Turning around, the sect servant nodded his head. Everything was exactly like this. The staircase was built 1,000 years ago and had been used by many martial artists. From the overabundance of information, Huo began to get lost in her thoughts again. This is not something that newcomers can cognize at the same moment. Looking at the Shen sect servant, wondering when the last tournament was held, the man smiled as if the Lord had already heard of it. The monk bowed and said that after their abbot disappeared, the sect began to slowly fade away, and so the last tournament was quite a while ago. Shen listened to all of this with astonishment and glanced away every now and then. This means that things are worse than he thought. The girl wondered if her master was also aware of this story, but it had happened so long ago. Climbing the next step, Shen said, "Knowing a little more than usual sometimes helps situations a lot." The monk continued, "If it wasn't for those purple clouds left behind by the abbot, the sect wouldn't have existed until now. In the mountains are treasures of valuable materials. However, when the others found out that they were almost running out, they stopped attacking here." The poor girl could hardly move her legs, so tired were she of the stairs. Suddenly she saw something beautiful and immediately pointed her finger there admiringly with big eyes. There on a pedestal stood a ruined statue without a head and completely braided with ancient plants, seemingly abandoned a long time ago. When the novice came into the room, he greeted the deputy patriarch and said that the young guests had already arrived here for an audience. Together with his girlfriend, Shen looked at the one who would receive them. The guy's face was very serious. In front of them sat a very beautiful woman, with her leg resting on her leg, with a scrutinizing gaze looking at the new guests. "So he is the Lord." Bowing even lower, the temple novice said that just recently this man split the moon and entered the new 8th world. This is a very... The woman listened intently and the monk continued. He had founded his sect, and now it had the same influence as their own. The woman got up from her seat and introduced herself. Her name was Bei, and she looked at the new guests with interest. She wanted to see the man who could split the moon. The girl passed by and looked at our hero with a scrutinizing gaze, not expecting, of course, that the master would turn out to be such a young man. Cracking the moon at such a young age was not something everyone could do. Bei looked at him with increasing interest and squinted her eyes. Watching all this, young Huo became cold with fear. It seems that this lady wants to seduce her master. Now something very bad is brewing. The girl was sure that this woman was up to something. The look on her face was already very bad. Something must be done. Realizing that she was now in a bad position, the girl bowed before the patriarch and shouted that it was a big deal for her to meet her. This made Ms. Bei laugh, and laughter erupted throughout the audience. You shouldn't be so polite. She doesn't bite after all. She won't do anything. The woman went on to say that although their sect is not as powerful as the others, it's all right here anyway. They'll help anyone they can. Huo sighed heavily, frightened beyond belief. Well, if we are polite, we might be able to get out of here alive. Looking at the new acquaintance, our hero smiled. Well, based on her words, we can draw the appropriate conclusion. He said that he had heard that this sect had a violet flame technique. It would be nice to get it for his own elder. That's out of line. Huo choked on her tongue and said that in front of her face. Where have you seen that? Mrs. Bei looked thoughtfully out the window for a moment, and then quietly and angrily asked the boy if he even knew what he was talking about. Without the slightest doubt, Shen smiled. Smiling nodded, of course he understands and is going to make up for it all. Yes, and in addition, for the exchange for the technique, he prepared a corresponding gift. Suddenly heard an indignant scream. Shen looked in front of him, a little worried. He might have said something unnecessary, but you can't negotiate like that, kid. Meanwhile, Mistress continued to rage, impudent fool, as you only dared to stutter about something like that, not a word more. Remaining the same calm, Shen asked if it was normal for the Vice Patriarch to make a decision alone. Couldn't he ask someone else? The woman approached our hero closely and hissed, how not ashamed to ask for such a... He at least understands the consequences. Quickly turning around, the Patriarch walked forward and asked to escort the guests to the exit. Their sect did not welcome such ignorant people. Shen looked away and young Huo couldn't find a place to go. What should they do now? It seemed like they had made enemies. The guy only whispered quietly, "She Vice Patriarch," and even his anger cannot contain his anger. Bad, of course, they have a bad policy here. A monk immediately jumped up to them. He apologized for his mentor. She has quite a complicated character. Huo continued to twirl her head around. Our hero has expressed a desire to see the head abbot. It would be nice if they'd at least let him talk. The monk bowed and said that for the moment they were in seclusion, so the lady was in charge of everything. Meanwhile, the woman was sitting in her room. She had already been informed that the guests wanted to meet with the patriarch, and she was furious. Already realizing that he had fallen into disfavor, Shen shook his head seemingly. Now some conflict was brewing. They were already surrounded by several guards. They had their blades out and were clearly not wishing the new guests well. Huo, who had already had enough fear, was now barely on her feet. It was too bad now. It would be good for them to leave alive. The uniforms and armaments of these monks have hardly changed at all the same as they were several hundred years ago. Shen smiled and armed himself as well. Well, the Skype will show everything the formation must have reached an unusual power in a few hundred years, right or wrong. It would be very good and interesting to see the disciples of this sect after so long. Shen was like mocking them. The two novices shouted insolent, how dare he underestimate the power of their sect? Now he will pay for his words with blood. Well, you'd better at least try. Shen had already prepared to take the fight. The guy realized long ago that there was no way to get out of here. He originally wanted to meet with the patriarch and offer him something of equal technique, be broader and think simpler. But their mistress turned out to be far worse than expected, fiery and short-sighted. Do they really want to give their lives for her? After all, so many years had passed, Shen only sighed disappointedly. How could one be so short-sighted? One of the novices of the sect became furious. He could no longer tolerate such insults against him and rushed forward. When Huo realized that the situation was getting heated to the extreme, she shouted for Master to be careful, and he stood there as if nothing had happened. The novice ran forward, swinging his blade, while our hero had already managed to use one of his techniques, scattering energy to the sides. At some point, the fighter saw that his sword was just not obeyed. It became as if rubber, but how is this even possible? On the face of our hero appeared a sparkling smile. He used a special technique. Why this kid rushed forward alone? There was a jolt, and the unfortunate monk flew aside from being tossed around like a rag doll. Thank God his brother caught him by the shoulder and stopped the boy's body. Now a fight was brewing that risked turning into a real battle. The second monk was breathing heavily. Don't panic, we need to regroup and attack again. It seems the guys weren't going to retreat so easily. Looking at them with a condescending gaze, Shen only smiled at the fools who had never changed in so many years. At some point, Huo, who was standing nearby, felt a strong hand grab her by the scruff of the neck and lifted her like a kitten. The master threw her aside so the girl wouldn't get caught in the hot hand, and she flew off to the side with a scream. She only turned around with fear at her master, surrounded by several monks from the sect. The girl couldn't help him now. One of the monks cried out, "This fool that wants to fight alone against a few fighters, what foolishness." Despite all this, Shen smirked and nodded. Yes, alone. What, is there any problem or what? But this was out of line. The monk was furious. Stop being conceited. He's not omnipotent. Several fighters immediately rushed towards the guy, waving their blades to act probably quickly, and once and for all deal with this insolent man. As expected, our hero did not even need a sword to repel attacks. He only lightly blocked all attacks in his direction. To the side stood Huo Master began to speak to her and explain how this technique works. Is it really now that he should be giving his lesson? And the guy continued, the Violet Flame was a high-level technique that only a skilled master could wield. In the situation we have now, the weakness of one fighter is offset by the strengths of the other. This is another secret of the sect, said Shen. Jumping back from another attack, the guy did a somersault, leaving to the side. He looked at his opponents and only sighed. They are too poorly coordinated, they have poor foundations, also moves like hell. The monks went into a rage as this kid dares to insult them in a sacred place, not only insulted the main one. Looking at them, Shen only sighed as they should be ashamed of such a disgusting formation that they had been doing all these hundreds of years. It only took one blow to hear a crunch, and one of the novices fell to the ground with no sign of life, -1 what to say. The remaining whole monk shrieked, how dare this rascal say such things? The technique cannot be handed over to such a person. The second monk exclaimed, need to aim their blades simultaneously and finally defeat this insolent man? He armed himself with a sword. Shen even a little offended, and he's the one with the nerve here, by the way. 2-on-1 attacks are at least unfair. Well, if the sect is rude to him, then he'll have to give it his best. The air around him began to fill with energy and a rumbling sound was heard. In the end, all the novices scattered apart like puppets. They couldn't believe their eyes. This simply couldn't be how he single-handedly managed. Shen quietly followed behind them, and his female apprentice walked beside him. Let's go up to the top of the purple clouds and visit the master. Meanwhile, the vice patriarch, along with some white-haired man, sat in the gazebo and enjoyed their time together. The man tipped a small mug of alcohol into his mouth and happily drank it all down with a heavy sigh. It was a volley of exactly as expected from Master Chu. The man smiled and looked at the mistress. He looked at her with such loving eyes as if he wanted to possess her right now in the company of such a beautiful mistress. He put his arm around mistress's shoulders and pulled her closer to him, hardly a more beautiful special than her could be found. Well then, let's discuss our plan. The woman smirked and looked at her suitor with a predatory look like a snake usually looks at a rabbit. Caillou smiled without a doubt if such a beautiful lady desires it, so how could he refuse at all? At one point, the woman shrieked and noticed a stranger nearby. She shouted, who is in here? There were definitely strangers here. Shen and Huo were standing in front of us. They seemed to have interrupted Madam during a very racy activity. I apologize if I'm interrupting. A smile crept across the guy's face. It was Mistress who made her students forcefully throw him out, while she herself was having fun in the backyard. How despicable. Well, she had certainly thought of everything. Mrs. Bay only looked at him with a fierce gaze. She was interrupted and ready for revenge. Well, if you showed up uninvited, now you're going to the other side of the world? The woman waved her hand and launched an energy beam. Wow, the palm of the crescent moon is pretty good. Shen looked surprised at the attack flying straight at him, and this girl knows her strength. However, it could have been better. The guy put his hand forward and in one motion blocked the lunge in your direction, and a cracking sound was heard. It was as if he had slapped and repelled the attack that was now flying at the mistress herself. Not believing her eyes, Bay opened her mouth in surprise and looked at this strange impudent who had so treacherously invaded her domain. What chutzpah does this guy think he can hurt her with techniques from her own sect? But now it's going to be bad. Covering her eyes with her hands, young Huo told the vice patriarch to look down. There is something indecent. The woman lowered her head and suddenly noticed with horror that half of her dress was hopelessly tainted with energy. But it is already the height of insolence. The woman became furious and shouted all sorts of insults in the direction of her guests. This is already beyond all limits, goes. Our hero just stood and silently watched, and Huo tried to close her eyes, not to leave you this shame. And Mistress continued, tears already glistening in her eyes as this scoundrel only dared to disgrace her. That's how to shame. What a surprise. Is Mistress capable of feeling anything like shame? In the end, Master Q intervened in the conversation. He said that he didn't want to fight with this young man, so he hoped that the guy wouldn't have caused them problems. Passing by, our hero said that he had never heard of it at all. What kind of master is this that no one knows about? The man strolled a few steps forward, and it was literally noticeable how angry and nervous he was starting to get. In the end, Q turned his head around on his face. Was fury had never heard means, what kind of ignorant person? How could one not have heard of such a famous master in the first place? A moment later, the man's entire face was covered in bruises and abrasions. Even his own father would not allow himself to beat a man like that. Mistress was already flapping around him and trying to find out how the master was feeling. The man only barely moaned and gave no signs of consciousness. Our friends decided to leave in a hurry and ignore this crazy lady. Just let her stay here and do what she wants. Going forward, they still had a lot of things to finish looking up. Shen was already preparing to jump to the top of the mountain to reach the Supreme Master. The silhouette was visible from afar, and it was emanating a startling aura that spread everywhere. Shen took a few steps to wake up the master. However, his friend stopped him. The woman was still meditating, so how could you wake her up like that? In a calm voice, the guy suggested just waking herself up now if she didn't want to get hurt later. Something suddenly changed. The energy became more dense and covered all the space around. Even breathing became a little hard for a second. The poor girl standing next to the prince began to tremble with fear. Something had happened. Did the mistress get angry with them? In the end, everything quieted down. The boys stood looking at the master who had been so treacherously awakened from his meditation. The woman hovered in the sky and looked down at them. She levitated without giving any sign of attention. Then she turned around and looked at them with her piercing blue eyes. In that gaze, there was only coldness and contempt. It was very bad. Huo literally felt with all her body the danger emanating from this woman. Just make a wrong step, they are finished. The woman bowed and said, could she know why she had been awakened? And she would like to know the name of the master who had honored her with the admonition. This is a surprise. Huo opened her mouth in surprise. This lady was much more polite, even without shouting and waving her hands. Yes, and besides, she looked so young. The woman closed her eyes and looked at the new guest with a smile. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was the deputy, asking the patriarch to apologize for letting this stranger bother her. Bei wanted to deal with that brat who dared to disturb the patriarch during the meditation. However, the others... The patriarch said there's no need for that. And besides, she doesn't sense any evil intentions from this man. You shouldn't get so worked up over nothing. All this time, Ms. Bei had been saying that she couldn't trust this boy's words. He was sneaky and had caused a whole mess in their sect. And besides, the purpose of his visit is the key to their secret technique. The guy at the time stood there and silently watched the two of them arguing. Hearing about it, the patriarch looked with interest at the strange boy who had disturbed her peace. Now she was curious. Shen glanced at her with a completely angerless gaze and waited for a response, while the deputy kept raging. In the end, little Huo intervened and shouted, stop slandering them here, by the way. They have done nothing wrong, but the whole sect has turned against them. Hearing about some kind of true covenant, the deputy only sobbed. This kid thinks they'll believe him after all that brazen thing he let himself do. Smiling even wider, our hero said that this is the true Violet Phoenix covenant only. The patriarch shrieked a little in surprise. Apparently it took her by surprise and she looked more closely at this strange guy. The deputy continued to shout, let Her Highness not waste her time on this trash and just mind her own business. However, the patriarch intervened and ordered them to shut up. It was her dear guest Shen along with her apprentice who were looking amongst themselves. It seems the situation has stabilized. The patriarch looked at the strange guests and did not say a word, while her deputy continued to shout that they should be expelled immediately. Ignoring this shout, the patriarch asked, so is this the same lord who was able to split the moon at such a young age after all? Without the slightest hesitation, Shen replied that it was so. And so, the guy was as friendly and calm as possible. The deputy stood there and stared in horror at the conversation between the patriarch and this strange fellow whom she sincerely thought was a criminal. The abbess said that only patriarchs from their sect could have knowledge of this technique, and apologized if she had not notified the woman in advance. That's something. The guy smiled. That's why he came here. His voice was incredibly calm. The woman said she only has 3 properties of this technique at the moment. No strange guy is willing to offer more. Hearing that the strange boy knows almost all the techniques, the patriarch raised an eyebrow in surprise. It is simply impossible. He is not even a member of the sect, let alone a disciple. Grinning, Shen said that their patriarch had traveled to many corners of the earth back a long time ago, so he had the opportunity to catch a glimpse of this person. Accordingly, the woman should have already guessed how Shen knew about all these techniques. However, the deputy did not believe it sounded like some kind of nonsense after all. It happened several hundred years ago. How could the guy know about it? Even the patriarch agreed with this. Their first founder left this world many years ago and no one has had time to adopt these techniques. Okay then, let's talk about other things. The guy realized that these two were unlikely to believe him and coughed. He started quoting the entire history of this sect, and even got to the point where she started to fade. The woman stared at him without taking her eyes off. That was why the Phoenix technique was very difficult to master. The patriarch squinted her eyes and looked at him with a formidable gaze. And the first patriarch commandeered the Violet Phoenix technique from an unknown person, and thanks to all the timelines. Further, this technique was lost along with his departure to another world. This was the main problem, both externally and internally. The omission of Patriarch Su, nothing more? The guy looked at her with his eyes and said, this is so calm. This is self-explanatory? Of course. With such knowledge, she would just be able to move on to the next stage. The woman listened intently, and for the umpteenth time, a deputy intervened in the conversation. She shouted for Mistress not to believe these false words in any way. Smiling, Shen replied that he had just said what he had to say, nothing more. He had not even thought of insulting anyone. Okay, this is all unimportant now. Before the patriarch has the opportunity to obtain the true flame of the Violet Phoenix, is up to her to decide. Just a small reflection of the Lord asked, does he really want to trade the Phoenix technique for their purple flames? As it turned out, Shen asked again what she thought about it and waited quietly for an answer. For a second, there was silence between them. Mrs. Bay gritted her teeth in rage. She couldn't believe that the patriarch was listening to this lowlife. The abbess just stood her ground and couldn't believe her ears. Is this guy really up to something like this? But our hero just calmly nodded his head. Yes, that's the way it is. So let Madame make a decision quickly. The woman herself realized that for the moment she could her own strength and suppress the pain from this technique. However, poisonous impurities aggravate the situation, isn't it? After a little hard thinking, the Mother Superior still agreed well. By arms, so be it. If this guy provides her with the completed Violet Phoenix Covenant, then the Divine Flame technique will become his. The deputy shrieked, unable to believe her ears. Is the patriarch completely out of her mind? With a heavy sigh, our hero began to read the lines of the spell. Everything here began to change. As soon as the patriarch heard these words, she immediately froze in place in her mind, as if something had changed. The deputy stood behind her and listened. She couldn't believe her eyes. Everything around her changed literally in seconds. The woman wanted to pull the patriarch away and say something to her, but doubt settled in her soul. However, at the same moment a slap was heard, the patriarch slapped her deputy in the face, ordering her to shut up immediately. Until now, the calm Mrs. Sue had become furious and looked at her deputy with a fierce gaze, making it clear that it was better to keep silent. The vice-patriarch couldn't believe that she had just been dared to be hit until the woman's parody was untouchable. The disciples looked at each other with goosebumps running down their backs. Now a conflict was about to erupt between the two abbots. The woman glanced over to where the students were standing and whispering amongst themselves. She heard all those words and started to get even angrier. A real rage appeared on her face. She was ready to tear apart anyone who stood in her way. Eventually, the mistress couldn't stand it anymore and looked at her students and barked at any of them daring to judge her actions or what. After hearing the technique, Mrs. Sue looked in front of her and said that the true covenant had been lost many years ago. The guy stood in front of her and listened to her. It turned out that the patriarch agreed that if there were any difficulties, they should turn to her immediately. The boy immediately handed her the book. There were all 24 lines of the True Testament, if he wants to see it with his own eyes. All the while, Shen stood there watching her with a smile as the woman marveled and couldn't believe her own eyes at what was happening. Another sex servant appeared from behind. The man was dressed in a cassock and had a long beard. He couldn't believe that they were giving away the foundation of their sect. However, the abbess demanded that the technique be brought immediately and don't even dare to cross her. She looked away with a formidable gaze. Turning around, she reiterated her demand to bring the equipment immediately, but she softened her tone. The minister bowed even lower and looked at his Mother Superior with fear in his eyes. But it was obvious that he was worried. Along with his apprentice beside him stood Shen Gai, watching and patiently waiting for this technique to be brought to him. Eventually, the same old man appeared, holding a small glass cube in which the lotus was sealed. After seeing such a beautiful sight, Huo was literally speechless and opened her mouth in astonishment. It was a flower of divine purple flame. It was so beautiful that it was impossible to take one's eyes off of it. A true relic. Shen looked and smiled. He got what he wanted. Beside him galloped a joyful student. Eventually, the patriarch bent down to apologize for such a poor reception and thanked the young lord for his kindness. Holding out his hand, the guy proudly accepted this flower and thanked the woman for a fair deal. The student continued to watch. This female patriarch is very similar to her ancestor, with all actions reminiscent of him. In the end, the deputy patriarch noisily opened the door where Master Q was lying. The girl was breathing heavily. She raised her eyes, tears already glistening in them, and looked at the woman in front of her, barely holding back from crying. The unfortunate foreman was lying on the couch with a bandaged arm, asking if he'd gotten the guy. Hearing that this rascal had become an honored guest in their sect, the man became furious as to why Shen was suddenly so honored. The deputy thought that perhaps this scoundrel had stupefied the patriarch with his sweet speeches and made her believe this nonsense. And besides, the girl realized that if her father found out about it, he would oppose her sect, which was already a big problem. However, the master hastened to calm the woman. He said he would talk to her father to consult with the patriarch. The man jumped up from his seat, opened the door, and said he would deal with this scoundrel once and for all in front of his family. And all the deputy needed to do was manipulate this guy with her beautiful charms. High on Mount Huo, the girl continued her training day and night, practicing techniques and meditating. The young master sat next to him, and the old lady walked over to him and brought a glass of tea. It took several years to break through the peak of the third layer of the true body. Shen was very, very happy that his student was showing great promise, but he just had to keep up the pace. The old lady rejoiced after the master accepted her granddaughter as an apprentice. Her progress was simply incredible, the best teacher, and it is difficult to imagine. The woman was even a little jealous from somewhere her father appeared and said that there was no need to be puffed up. She was also a great master after all. Still, she was able to assimilate one technique from the outside world. The man smiled and looked happily at the other guest. The old woman didn't stop because it was all thanks to his son's help, which is an invaluable gift. 3 years ago, Cher still brought a violet flame flower. Thanks to this gift, her life force was able to replenish, allowing her to keep going. When the guy gave her a wonderful gift that helped the old lady get strong again and regain her former power, he stood in front of her and smiled. The plan went as it should, only left for the old lady to devour this flower. She stood looking before her with blissful eyes and rejoiced. Finally, the purpose of a lifetime was here. Everyone present, including father, was shocked. This energy was quite enough to break through the true body stage. With a wave of his hand, Shen said that in the future, this would serve as the foundation for their sect's excellent development. Seeing one of the petals in the hands of her master, the apprentice asked why he needed it on the girl's face with genuine surprise. But suddenly something changed inside. Poor thing felt a strange premonition and hurriedly closed her mouth. Shen moved a few steps closer to her and put his hand forward, telling her to grit her teeth immediately. The poor girl was so frightened that she couldn't even understand anything and reflexively put her hands out to defend herself. She felt something strange, but thank God she wasn't injured. Poor thing looked in front of her and didn't understand what had happened. Guy explained that he leapt divine violet flames into her body to strengthen the foundations and spirit. The girl turned her head in different directions and couldn't understand what had happened, but from now on she would have to follow her master into town. Otherwise it will be very bad. As soon as this poor thing heard you immediately turned cold with fear. She was afraid of what might await her. Well, after 3 years, the girl's intense training finally ended. She sat and meditated, storing energy. The purification of the violet flame flower was finally completed. Huo rejoiced at her success after all. She hadn't worked so hard for nothing after all. The girl jumped up on 2 feet and looked down into the great gorges. She laughed and the laughter echoed. The master came up behind her and the apprentice looked at him with a slightly embarrassed look. By the way, she is currently at the peak of the 3rd layer of the true body. Shen only sighed. When will she stop being arrogant? But it's worth admitting that the effect really does show miracles. Even the guy smiled at what he saw. Hearing Master Huo's true praise, he blushed with embarrassment. For the first time in his life, he praised her, so this could probably be considered a success. They headed downstairs. The girl asked why she felt as if Master was already familiar with the patriarch of the sect. And besides, where did he get the true Violet Phoenix Covenant from, since not much is known about it at all? Shen smiled and said that there were many things in this world that were beyond her comprehension right now. But when time passed, she would be told. And now let her remember. Shen switched to whispering. He said that he knew 100 times more about this world than the student could even imagine. The girl shook in surprise. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Great Sage, he knows so much that it's even frightening? Huo clenched hands. Master was her support and hope. She vowed within herself to follow him at all costs. Returning home, the guy heard that Elder Lu Monk had arrived and was already waiting for him here. The girl followed her teacher. An old monk appeared behind him with a creaky voice and said that he was very glad that the master was in good health. Turning around, Shen smiled. It had been a long time since their last meeting. How does he feel? The apprentice was also smiling. Master was extremely old and his life was coming to an end. The probability that he could make a breakthrough was extremely low. The monk was very concerned about the affairs of his sect, although they were now prosperous, but their future seemed bleak. He had refused the Great Lord's offer for nothing, and now the old man sincerely regretted it. Shen said that the outside world is hundreds of times larger than their own. Will be difficult to maintain independence at this rate. In the current situation, the Buddha temple is in a stable state. However, it will not last long, otherwise disaster awaits them. The monk began to shout. If misfortune hadn't come to him from the heavens, he wouldn't have even thought of disturbing the young lord. The old man said that he had already ordered his monks to be quieter than water and lower than grass, and had even forbidden to let anyone into his temple. Hearing the strange phrase, misfortune comes from the heavens, Huo looked in front of her in surprise as to what it could even mean. Did outside forces want to take over the Buddha temple? The monk said that the Lord is thinking in the right direction. Everything is so. Half a month ago, people from the West Cave came to them and said they wished to annex the temple. Saying this, the old man almost cried. What other Western cave? Praised Moonshen looked at the old man in surprise. Raising a finger up, Huo said that it was the same man that Master had beaten up when they were in that sect he also belonged to. And it turned out to be the same Master Q, the arrogant man who was always trying to woo the deputy. Huo continued to say obviously they were somehow related to this true master too. Strange everything was turning out. The girl jumped up to the old monk and said, not to worry, they hardly ever dared to break the rules of the outside world. But the old man didn't stop. He was sure it wasn't all for nothing. The monk's voice trembled. Obviously, he was very afraid. Meanwhile, the Lord was thinking, it would be nice if he could unite all the forces that are in this world. But unfortunately, this is a pipe dream. Noticing that Shen had somehow darkened the moment the monk looked at him with frightened eyes, I wanted to ask something. The guy came out of his musings and said that he didn't have to worry about it, and that he would take care of it himself. The old monk was filled with gratitude and began to bow. His respect was unbounded. Intervening in their conversation, the disciple asked, but didn't that merchant say that the power of the Moon Praise Cave was simply enormous? Shen agreed that it was. But then what the master now said that he would personally handle these people, how can this be understood at all? The poor girl clutched her head in incomprehension and began to scream. It was beyond her thoughts. She took the horse by the reins and led it somewhere downstairs. Agonizing in guesswork, she really didn't understand what the master was thinking. He was out of his mind. The poor girl screamed that she wanted to live, that it was too early for her to go to the other world, and the master is just a madman who doesn't value his life. Turning to her, the guy said they're not stupid enough to do what we say right away. Frowning, Shen said that if Huo refused this assignment, he would personally come and send them all to the other world. The girl went cold. All the way the student pondered. Yes, of course the master is the strongest in this world, but is he really so confident that he can defeat everyone? Perhaps she would have continued to ponder this while leading her horse if a voice hadn't called out to her. It was Shen's father. He ran towards the girl waving his arms and apparently wanted to say something. The student stopped. The panting man said that he had once heard that this sect's strength was second only to the 4 strongest masters in the world. The man took out a large gift box from somewhere. He said he had decided to prepare a present for the occasion and asked me to deliver it. A little embarrassed, the student said she could do without it, and that was too much. Her mission was something else entirely. It's not the best time to give gifts. She's going there to make a deal with the cult. The father shrieked when he heard where such a small girl was going. How can you even send a child to such a faraway place? However, the master did not stand on it, and Huo deftly tried to climb on the horse, which was too high for her. She said goodbye to the old man and said she was leaving. They would see each other a little later. Father was left standing on the empty road. The unhappy old man turned cold with surprise. He could not even guess what his son was planning to do. That looked at least strange. But the girl, not noticing the frightened old man, rushed forward at full speed, gaining speed. She had a long road ahead of her. Meanwhile, in the moon worship sect, the elder asked what kind of girl from the 9 Abyss world was the messenger. The servants had just made sure of it and were a little shocked, but that's the way it was. The old man was furious. This girl isn't even 20 years old and she's already being sent as an ambassador from another world. The servants shivered at each other and couldn't believe that this was really happening. Their elder was really angry. The old man fiercely shouted at his son Curse. He said that the Forgotten Sword sect doesn't have a single master at all, and how do you understand that? The man was screaming so hard that his ears popped. The son was defeated by that kid and doesn't even know the level of his cultivation. Unhappy Master Q tried to justify himself. He himself did not know that these people would take such a desperate step. How could he even foresee it? He saw his father's wrath and wanted to live up to his name. Isn't it strange where a master came from in such a remote area? Maybe he found an ancient artifact while traveling. This situation was quite familiar. Some man during his wanderings finds a strange artifact in a remote place. The best students of great sections become strong in a short period of time. The boy continued to shout. If one were to come out of this information, this girl's level is much higher than everyone else's. They were partly right. Huo had long since stepped over a few steps in one fell swoop and crossed the barrier. The old man coughed. In principle, his son was right. In the last few years, the sect had not contacted anyone. The boss said he had to see for himself what this girl had accomplished in a few years. As soon as young Huo arrived at the place, she was immediately escorted into the luxurious hall, and the best seats were prepared. The girl turned her head, stunned at the hospitality. A maid circled around her and gave her food. There were so many sweets that it was uncomfortable. She was just a simple messenger. Putting a small piece of some sweet jelly in her mouth, the girl pondered. The taste was indeed delicious. Wait a minute, maybe. At this rate, they want to put her on guard and then do something about it. Before doing so, the master had given her clear instructions to act all who buy Yue and conveyed that they should stop nightmarishing the sects under their control. Even then, the girl realized that it was too dangerous. What if they thought of raising the ball on her? However, the master reassured her. Then he said that if their lives were dear to them, they would not do such a thing. This thought did not leave the student's head and gave her an illusory peace of mind. But still it seemed to her constantly that the master had set her up to send her to such a faraway and dangerous expedition. But the ice cream was so damn good it literally melted in my mouth and tears came out of my eyes with pleasure. Suddenly the door opened and the surprised girl shifted her gaze to the side. Someone entered the room without even knocking. It was young Master Q. He stood in front of her, sternly looking in front of her with a concentrated gaze. He seemed to be either angry or dissatisfied. It's just awful. Huo realized that they had seen each other before, and God forbid this man I recognize her. But as expected, things didn't go according to plan. The master immediately recognized the girl because it was she who was with that mean kid in the temple. Poor Huo didn't know where to go. This guy definitely wanted something from her, and she was getting more and more scared by the second. Determined to smooth the edges, the girl started sucking up. Master was so magnanimous happened. Just some misunderstanding, no need to hold a grudge. Q just looked at her over his shoulder, there hummed. He didn't feel like getting into a dialogue with this little brat. I wanted to squash her like a bedbug, then publicly humiliated her, and the soul demons almost broke free and caused her to stagnate. Eventually, the guy calmed down a bit and sat down on his throne. The girl had a pretty good base in developing, what was the purpose of her visit? The student realized that it seems that this man is still angry at how awkward it turned out. But what can you do? You have to continue the dialogue somehow. Huo calmly said that a big sect under the patronage of their sect has reported that they want to be taken over. Is it true or not? After a little thought, the boy master smiled. Even so, what consequences would await him? How arrogant it was, the unfortunate student even shrieked in surprise. Master, in such cases, does not even look for excuses. He immediately goes to beat the face. However, the girl was not from such an echelon, so did not know what to do, and immediately lost. The master did not say what to do in such situations. It'd be great if they could find common ground on what to do now. This guy wanted to burn her. Eventually, the apprentice came to her senses and stood to her full height. The master asked me to tell her that if they didn't stop nightmarishing those, he would destroy them. In front of her eyes was again the face of the master, who would have said so in principle. However, she had to make up these words. After a short pause, Q laughed cleanly. His laughter lasted for several minutes and spread throughout the hall. At that moment, poor girl realized that she had said a lot of unnecessary things, and now she would definitely be finished by this madman. Well, if she goes to the grave, the master will have to avenge her. We can only hope that the third lord won't just let it go. Rising to his feet, young Q only sighed. It remained to be seen how much the person who split the moon was arrogant in his strength. Approaching the unfortunate girl, he said that if the messenger did not take back her words, their sect would be truly forgotten for the rest of her life. Well, now it's time to get out of here. Huo said that she had given everything she had to say and waved goodbye as she headed for the exit. There was still a strange feeling inside, but somehow she said what the master had told her, and then God's will was done. But the desserts were so delicious, poor girl threw one last pitiful glance at the ice cream at the table nearby. Seeing the confusion, Q shouted for her to stop. The guy seemed to want to say something else. On his face there was obvious worry. Well, here's how it went down. As expected, this guy didn't miss the opportunity to tease the girl. Maybe she'll show off her fighting skills. I had to agree out of politeness, but only within reason so as not to blow the whole place to hell, or it would be even more embarrassing. Even with all his arrogance, this master showed politeness after all. The opponent was a layer higher than himself, but not worth it. The master said that their sect has 3 elders and 6 protectors, and one of them wants to spar with her. What does she say about it? Pausing for a second, the girl turned around. How else to understand it? I am now challenged, or what? The boy added that of course a sect member who is on the same level as her would be fine. Huo thought about it. That sounds reasonable. She wondered if the merchant had said that this sect was the second strongest in the province. How could it be that they were at such a low level? Well, since that's the case, she would like to create one single question. What is the level of their elders that they want to challenge? This question was like a fist hitting the boy right in the jaw. He almost fainted. And this girl does not go for a word in her pocket. The unhappy guy wiped his mouth and coughed a little, so it was a little insulting to say it like it was. It turned out all of those present are not below the 3rd layer, and some are even on the 4th layer. They are right after the patriarch of his father. The girl's eyes lit up. That's lucky. If she wins and joins the sect, she can become its protector. Chu only came to rage in her dreams. Before this, the lad consulted his father, and the old man said to make Mei her rival. The son bowed. And now he has to put up with this arrogant girl who, for some reason, thinks she's good and did everything right. It's unacceptable. The young prince was furious. She was welcomed here with all the proper honors, and she dares to humiliate the elders of their tribe? It's unacceptable. Eventually, the girl realized that she had been stupid and seemed to have overdone her insistence and should apologize. Q hovered over her and continued to advance. The unhappy girl didn't know what to say. She had to smooth things over, but everything was going down the drain. It seems she's in a very serious mess. Where's the master now? Isn't there a rule that new sects are protected for 12 years? The boy only sighed. If I am unwilling to declare battle to the world, then they will not sit idly by. Besides sparring defender, Mei is still in force. The situation is worse than nowhere. Depending on this sparring will determine the outcome of the dialogue. And why exactly the defender girl was lost in speculation. Wait a minute, isn't the elder stronger than all the defenders put together? The envoy looked at him with surprised eyes. Of course it is so. The guy looked at her with a serious look. Could he not know? That what an ignoramus? The guy explained that the elder was able to refine their techniques to an incredibly high level. Yes, and besides, he wasn't that far away from the 4th layer. The words of the master appeared in his mind. The guy said that as long as the opponent was at the 3rd or lower level, Huo would never lose, so then let's fight the elder. But wait a minute. What about the defender? That's what Dad said. She's good at defensive techniques. She's the best candidate for sparring. Huo, like a master, snapped her fingers and said that she was not interested in weaklings, and wanted to fight someone who was stronger than her. Suddenly the door slammed, and on the threshold appeared that very defender. Here is a haughty girl. The guy literally broke down the doors with rage. It seems that it was Mei's protector who was gritting his teeth in rage since she is so eager to go to the other world. Let me teach you a lesson. There were already several men in balls standing there. It seemed to be a kind of army, each of them wanting to deal with the girl who had dared to insult them. One of the defenders cried out, She's so young and inexperienced, she can't resist it. Looking at her rivals, the envoy asked if she could really leave this place as agreed upon in the treaty. They were not lying. One of the fighters covered his face with his hands. She really wants to leave just like that. The atmosphere was heating up to the limit now. Something very bad is about to happen. One of the defenders opened his eye, which suddenly began to burn like fire for some reason. Let him defeat him first and then we'll talk. Seeing such power, Huo realized that these guys didn't seem to be joking around, so she had to get ready and start fighting. Before the girl could realize anything, a huge fire projectile flew past her and crashed into the nearest wall, shattering it. The young lord wanted to tell them to be careful. After all, this was their domain. One of the defenders with a burning eye immediately moved forward. He wanted to sizzle the girl once and for all, teaching her good manners. Thus began the fight. Our Huo did not stand aside them. Immediately armed with his blade, moved forward. Why did he attack her so suddenly? She immediately remembered how the master had given her one instruction standing on the mountain and looking thoughtfully somewhere off to the side. In battle, she should be the first to take the initiative. The boy said that he needed to get rid of his opponent before he could get to the top, and that was the plan. It is necessary to attack first to take the advantage in their own hands. Then still her student listened to all these instructions with delight and absorbed every word. But it wouldn't work now because it wasn't she who attacked first. The girl felt very foolish and changed her name from foot to foot. The opponent stood and looked at her with serious eyes. How is it still understandable to easily dodge his blow as if it were some kind of toy? She continued to fool around and pondered whether she should attack first now. After all, she had a chance to take it. The girl turned her head and noticed that there were about a dozen more like him standing there. These people had very heavy and scary looks. I have to fight all of them at the same time. It would be too much. Embarrassed and blushing red with fear and surprise, Huo asked she would be able to leave here as soon as she defeated one of the masters. After all, that was their promise. Adjusting his hood, one of them who stood here. Apparently, the father disguised as the others said that they agreed with the lord. The young gentleman said that a real man would never take back his words, or she doubted his honesty. They're at it again. Huo held up her hands and apologized. She just wanted to make sure it was true. Why do you have to shout like that? But after all, it was the man who attacked her first. Isn't that gentlemanly? She puffed up her cheeks and looked at the others with a formidable look. The very same adversary, he didn't realize he had no intention of dodging her. He wanted to finish the girl once and for all. In his head, he heard the voice of the Lord ordering him not to let his guard down. The boy only nodded and prepared to attack again. He would use his most powerful technique. The fighter spread his arms out to the sides. His fingers ignited with flame and prepared himself. And what kind of movement is that? Aura was just overwhelming. Huo didn't understand at all how she should even fight this man. He looked scary. The girl moved forward and swung her arm and directed all her power directly at the enemy. For a second of that, even a little embarrassing, she thought she could beat this man in one punch. However, the speed was not enough. It's a pity. The fighter was trembling with fear. That sword almost severed his head from his body. What a failure. How strong is she? The envoy moved forward, swinging her blade, and now she had to give it her best shot. They began to fight with such speed that even the human eye could not catch their movements. Huo used all her techniques taught by her master. She moved her hands with such speed that the opponent didn't even have time to follow her. Soon it would be over. Eventually, the unfortunate guy realized that he only had one thing left to defend himself. He couldn't even break through her attack. At some point, the girl stopped and looked at him with surprised eyes. She saw something strange there and took a closer look. She had overdone it again, and now the opponent was left bald. A loud female laugh was heard. Huo rejoiced. Is this really all they have to offer? The fighter was furious. Curse must be dealt with as quickly as possible. He was humiliated in public. The boy's fingers were on fire again. Winking at him, the girl said that she could even trim his temples. Let him just make an order. Now let's make a cool hairdo. And so again, the fight broke out. They moved towards each other at great speed. Huo swung her blade and prepared to strike again. The girl got into the excitement. Suddenly, one of the hooded men present shouted that this was enough. Most likely it was the headmaster. He couldn't allow a massacre here. For a second, everything stopped. Everyone froze in anticipation of the master finally appearing his real face. Stopped, and our Huo girl froze on the spot and turned back. She looked at master in surprise. Who is this? The girl bounced back from another blow. Doing a few somersaults, something with great speed flew past her and crashed into the wall. Another elder wanting to stand up for his fighter is commendable, but why so quickly? The guy who had just been shaved bald stood there and did not understand anything. He was burning with shame and could not believe that he lost to such a small girl. This is unthinkable. Why is the Forgotten Blade Sex art so fast? People were talking amongst themselves and couldn't believe that this was really happening. Huo, already getting into excitement, jumped in her seat and told the others to come over too. She promised that she wouldn't bully them. Inside herself, the girl rejoiced at the art of the blade taught by her master, so powerful that it is hard to believe that this is really cool. Fear shouted for her not to get cocky. He hadn't admitted defeat, yet how dare she talk to him like that? Eventually, the elder intervened and yelled at his fighter to finally calm down. The fight was over. The boy looked at the elder and couldn't get a word out of his mouth. Would the old man stop fighting? Eventually, the outcome was decided past the girl and deliberately pushed her shoulder. She only shrieked and looked at him over her shoulder. Everyone around them began to fuss and talk amongst themselves. The elder walked and pondered. He was truly shocked by the skills of this child. The elder said that the girl had demonstrated enough skill to respect her, and the master who had trained her, they couldn't let it pass their ears. The man vowed that in the future his sect would not cross the path of this man and the lands that lay under his control. Huo rejoiced, yes, really, that would be it. Just like that, the strength of this girl is really astounding. It seems that the person who is raising Lunu is too strong. It seemed to be settled. The elder ordered one of his subjects to escort his dear guest to the gate and show her the way back. The young prince couldn't believe that he was so badly put down just now. Could this girl be so strong that even he couldn't resist her? Kao immediately turned to the girl and realizing that he needed to escort her out, he led her forward with his hand and the girl only looked and smiled. Finally, she hummed a little song to herself as she left the palace and went on her way. The rest of the elders stood in the house and thoughtfully looked after the young mistress who had shown her incredible power. They pondered. Finally, the younger one entered the room and announced to his father that he had escorted the girl out of the gate, all done. The elder took a few sips of hot tea and said that now they should discuss everything that had happened that they had managed to find out. One of the fighters present said that he had been training for years, but the energy that the young mistress released was unlike anything at all. The fighter who was humiliated in public said he apologizes, but this girl is really very good. The rest of them began to shuffle around, and you can't argue with that. She's really very strong even for the masters they were. The elder turned cold with fear coming out from all that was said. They really got the ancient inheritance. This is very bad. Suddenly the young prince cried out. He remembered something and looked at his father with a concerned look. It turned out that Shen, the leader of that very sect, was able to obtain the divine violet fire he had exchanged for another technique. The father shrieked, and this could not be said before he immediately grabbed his son by the scruff of the neck. Why did he still keep quiet and did not say? The others started to calm him down. The young master had just forgotten all about it after all that had happened. There's no need to be so angry. They also have another technique up their sleeve, old man. I didn't understand what he was trying to say at first. Hundreds of years ago, the Violet Phoenix sect flourished and their master had the title of Duke, but after one incident, he suddenly disappeared. Good! That's already clear. However, the old man pondered. The Violet Flame sect specializes in other techniques. He hadn't seen anything like this before. This girl is just great. Her techniques are amazing. We can only guess how strong the master teaching her is. And besides, the very fighter agreed when he fought her. He couldn't help but feel that faint echo of fire energy. She seems to be hiding her origins. Who is this strange girl who has made everyone present stand on their ears? Doubt no. They had definitely commandeered the Violet Flame technique, only so that could explain such a rapid development. Starting today, they swore they would get their hands on such technology no matter what it took. Everyone else just bowed and nodded their heads. They had a tough job ahead of them, and they had to do their best to keep up appearances. After returning home, Huo has always started bragging to Master about how she had defeated one of the sect's elders who was at the 3rd level. But the guy didn't even pay attention to it. So what if it's only the 3rd layer? And by the way, the training has been increased by a few more hours. Poor girl who just now returned from a long vacation almost fainted. How can you even abuse a child like that? How about a vacation? They decided to take a walk and came to some small town. There were a lot of people there from the mountain. It was perfectly visible. Father appeared unexpectedly. He announced cheerfully that lately there had been a lot of people wanting to. The prince said that his apprentice showed a decent result, and that means that there will be even more people they all want to train like his masters. The old lady said that suddenly a letter came from an old monk. He said that the sect no longer bothered him. It was good. The messenger did a good job. Sigh, the guy said that in fact the patriarch of the bisect is at heart a sneaky coward. So you should not be afraid of him. Nothing. He will not do anything bad, just forget about him. And that's it. Father and old lady looked at each other. How could one say that about a martial artist no matter what kind of martial artist he was? He was still a martial artist. The old man looked around with a proud look at all the people who were becoming more and more numerous, and it remained to figure out how to deal with them and where to place them. Since they had already come here, Shen said that it would be better to accept them as novices and disciples. It would be the best option. Seeing that the guys were already leaving, the old man suddenly called out to the girl. Huo stopped and looked at him in surprise. The old man beckoned to the girl and said he had something he wanted to tell her. He waved his hands and glittered his eyes happily. Huo jumped up to him and began to listen attentively to the old man whispering something in her ear so that no one would hear. They moved a little farther away so there wouldn't be too many ears, and the old man told her to do something in a few hours. The people kept arriving. Among them was one very prominent candidate named Yun. The girl unhappily swiveled her head. This is the same famous sect. One of the people present looked at the girl and asked if she really didn't know what had happened here. A boy named Yuan said that a girl from this sect had recently defeated one of their elders without leaving a single chance to win. And besides, the patriarch has concluded that the Forgotten Blade sect is a very promising place. And that's saying something. Surprised, Yun couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that this was the most famous woman who had participated in the trial a few hundred years ago? It turns out that they are incredibly lucky to get such a recommendation. The girl shrieked in surprise and almost fell off her feet. Looking at her, Yuan squinted his eyes. If the information was to be believed, then this sect would be their biggest problem. It was not for nothing that the elder had sent them here to investigate the information, but now it was clear the girl thought about it. Yuan thought if that guy who cracked the moon really turned out to be a glorified genius, they could get their hands on the famous technique. The doors swung open and one of the ministers appeared, announcing that the master would not mind if all those present here wished to join their sect. Yuan looked at them in surprise. They were people akin to ordinary servants and were not allowed to see the master, at least not according to custom. Behind the guy's back, Huo herself appeared. The girl looked outside and looked around at everyone present. Her eyes glistened with joy. Yuan looked at his friend and poked his finger at our heroine. This is the girl he was talking about earlier. She defeated the elder. After looking at her figure, Yuan realized that this girl was quite typical. What was so special about her was that she was just an ordinary girl. Well, now she's looking right at her. Huo jumped up and down as she approached the unfamiliar girl and seemed pleased. No way! The annoyed Yun didn't really want to make contact with anyone from this sect unnecessarily, so she was also attached to them. Worse, they may have even been exposed. The girl waved her hands and tried to step aside. She was immediately defended by Yuan. He said that they were the strongest disciples of their own sect. Why should they be afraid of this girl? Jumping closer to her new acquaintances, Huo shrieked. As her eyes were not deceived by this girl's incredible beauty, Yun began to feel embarrassed. Seeing that strange girl dragging them behind her, Yun didn't even have time to realize what was going on. Where they are even going is strange. Turning around, Huo glittered her eyes and cheerfully replied that they were on their way to meet up with the third prince. Of course, where else? The travelers were stunned on the spot. Is the third prince such a simple-minded man that he would just let them in? When she heard that the third prince wanted a servant girl, Yun almost fainted before she got here and was already called a servant. Seeing the confusion, Yuan said it was fine and asked the lady to find him some work so he wouldn't sit here idle. Well, Huo said this guy would be good for a job outside the sect, maybe cleaning up after the horses. That news hit the poor guy in the head. He almost fainted too. Where they're going to put him is unheard of. The guy lamented, but why is it that he always gets the dirtiest job, and the two girls have already gone where you are on their own, leaving the sufferer behind? As they walked up the mountain, Huo explained to her new acquaintance the customs of the local sect and how everything happened here. Hearing the question about her strength, Huo wondered why someone who intended to become a maid would have such thoughts. Why would she even know about something like that? And besides, her own master is an unattainable ideal a girl can never match. That's out of the question. Yuan realized that she seemed to have asked some strange question and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She said something wrong. Huo nodded her head. Please don't ask such questions again and only think about your work. Only that is her concern. They moved further up the mountain. Yun kept thinking how cautious this master was, who was so careful to hide his origin. The girl had already dreamed of obtaining this technique, and becoming a saint of her own sect would be an achievement. Meanwhile, in his residence, the third prince was looking around him. According to legend, every descendant of the Dragon Emperor has the blood of ancient creatures called dragons. The current flux named Zhao is at the 4th level of the Immortal Realm, but thanks to his blood, he is practically invulnerable. This kid had 2 small horns growing on his head. Here was a temple of treasures, as only a tiny building can be called a temple. His servant stood behind him. They were now and then agreeing on the principle of the right principle, sir, but only let him go inside. The young prince said he wanted to go home and was about to turn around to leave, but the patriarch said to come here. The young Draconid went into a rage. These old ruins would stain his new shoes. How dare they push him into such squalor? Finally, the doors opened, and there appeared the old man father along with the old lady. He immediately apologized for inviting them to such an unassuming place. But since the distinguished guests have decided to honor their presence, let the man stretch his arm forward. The Dragon Prince reluctantly walked forward, not really wanting to be here, but the atmosphere was not appropriate. Yeah, they got that right about the unsightliness. The guy said it was like some kind of frog. He kept insulting the temple here. The old man's father looked at him with a scornful look. Is he the one who just compared them to frogs, or what is ignorant? As soon as he was asked his name, the Dragon Patriarch replied that he was called the Young Dragon in common parlance. Seeing how bad it was inside, the boy wanted to go home even more. He didn't want to stay in such a horrible place. It was a mockery. However, it was interesting since he had arrived here. Why such an honorable guest was not greeted by a prince, but by some old man at the entrance? The old woman finally couldn't stand it. She said the patriarch is the father. Be a little more respectful. The dragon raised an eyebrow in surprise at how an old woman could dare to address him so boldly, or whether only old people live here. After such insolence, the old woman could no longer contain her emotions. How can you treat those who sheltered you in such a way? The old lady continued to become furious since he is a dear guest here, so please let him show respect to these people. The old man also intervened in the conversation. He said that this madam is an elder of their own sect, so let the young prince be respectful. The dragon paused for a second, slamming his eyes in front of him. It was the first time he had ever encountered such insolence for someone to dare speak to him like that. The dragon burst out laughing. It made him laugh so much that even tears came out of his eyes. Someone dares to say such a thing to him. The patriarch and the old woman looked at him with surprised eyes and could not understand what had happened, but obviously no one would listen to them. The boy with difficulty came to himself and said that he had not laughed so much for a long time. It was really funny, such words amused him. Eventually, the doors swung open and the third master himself appeared on the threshold, along with his apprentice Huo, angrily asking what was going on here. At the back of everyone, Yun Girl stood in front of her with surprised eyes and didn't understand what had just happened here, but Master was angry. Wait a minute, that's the famous dragon-looking macho guy from the Emperor's family. He was looking at Huo right now, by the way. Between them, literally felt the tension. The prince seemed to want to hit on her. However, the girl did not give a single chance and began to get angry. Watching all of this from the sidelines, Yun realized that this man's reputation does not lie. He is just as they say, he is arrogant and proud. In the end, tired of wooing the unapproachable lady, Prince fell behind her. Okay, he still loves a little bit of others. Then he snapped out of his seat and stretched his arm forward like some criminal and flew straight towards Yun, who only had time to shout. But at the same moment, Huo reacted in time and displayed her blade to protect her new friend from this pervert. The prince, for the first time in his life, faced with rejection more than this, he was even rebuffed. He felt pain in his arm and his sleeve cracked. The elder and Huo looked surprised and delighted at what was going on, and it should be said that they were very happy that the prince had finally been put in his place. Looking at her new girlfriend, Huo asked how she was feeling, she was okay there or not. The girl was smiling like some kind of animal. Hiding behind Shen's back, the girl only timidly peeked out from behind his shoulder and nodded her head. She was fine, but she was very scared. Instead of getting even angrier, the prince rejoiced at the decision that this little thorny rose would become his property. Huo only smirked at this strange upstart with horns as he barely dodged her blow and still dared to yell at her. The prince only laughed. Did this girl think that her mediocre blade techniques would be able to do him any harm? Funny even. Not seeing not a scratch on the prince's arm, Yun was startled and at the same time surprised at how thick this emperor's skin was. The elder was also horrified. He saw that this boy was literally invulnerable, not a single cut or bruise. The old lady also couldn't believe her eyes. She is beautiful, this girl, but even she couldn't do any damage. Eventually, tired of all this, Shen intervened. He raised his voice and asked him what the young prince thought he could behave like this. Maybe to provoke the local lord, leaning only on his impenetrable scales, the guy came closer and closer and looked at the strange, insolent guest with calm eyes. Golden armor. It was an impenetrable suit that could withstand any blow, no longer could pierce it of all things. The young dragon was invulnerable. Hearing that Shen was well aware of his family, the young prince raised an eyebrow in surprise at how he knew about his heritage. Nearby, a frightened Huo stomped and looked at her master, waiting for an answer. The girl could feel the atmosphere getting hotter all the time. Having achieved his goal, Shen smiled and closed his eyes about this young lord. Don't need to worry, it's just a rumor, nothing more. In the back of his mind, the guy remembered the first time he had encountered the dragon golden scales. It was a strong weapon that would be hard to deal with. With a heavy sigh, the horned prince said that so-and-so might not talk about it, and basically didn't care. His face instantly changed at the same time the young dragon lit up with anticipation. He would like to challenge the one who had just arrived in our world to a duel. Seeing that his masters had just insulted him in public, Huo shouted at him to stop being insolent, or the master would show him where the dragons hibernate. But the girl immediately shut up. She realized she had said too much and a chill ran down her spine. The dragon continued to rampage. The sex should be a little more modest or it might not exist in the future. But even that didn't work on the young girl. She snatched up her blade and said she didn't care about some weapon, she would fight anyway. Huo swung her blade and prepared to launch her powerful projectile directly at the insolent dragon to teach it politeness. However, Shen's calm voice was heard. The guy looked at the dragon and asked, "Is young master so confident in his armor?" Then maybe he would oppose the lord of the local lands. Shen approached him with calm steps. Hearing such a bold challenge, the dragon even smiled. That's funny, so let's get started. Nearby stomped a frightened old man's father. He wanted to stop his son. However, Shen only waved his hand. No need to worry. Father, of course, realized that Shen was a very strong opponent. However, you shouldn't be like that in front of you, by the way. The deity is standing. The dragon continued to stare haughtily in front of him. He was waiting for someone to dare challenge him, even wondering how you stop. Calmly standing in front of his opponent, Shen only occasionally smiled. He was amusing to watch this little prince. Meanwhile, the dragon just smirked. Come on, attack! Why are you standing there? His Highness wanted to show his full power. The father had already abandoned all attempts to stop his son and just watched something muttering to himself. The man was very much afraid. Put into a fighting stance, Shen just lightly waved his hand and something changed inside the room, became somehow unimaginably cold. An energy clot broke off from his fingers and flew at high speed straight into the enemy, cutting through space at high speeds. The dragon principal, who had not expected such insolence, simply stood in his place like a stumbling block and stared with furious eyes. Only now did His Highness realize that things were bad, and he had to pull himself together and finally come to his senses. He saw that he was in danger. Next, there was a flash of light. The boy took a strong blow to the jaw and leaned back. Even the scales could not fully protect him. After that, there was silence. The girls watched with frightened eyes and waited for the unfolding of events. They were afraid and trembling. Now the young dragon was surprised. He thought that this guy was just joking, but it turns out that he really was able to break through the armor. However, it is not enough. All who stood inside looked on as they watched the dragon rampage. No one would dare oppose him. The apprentice looked at her master with surprised eyes. Shen was still as calm. It was even a little frightening. The dragon was just starting to get fired up. Does Shen want to escape? The young prince smiled and craved the battle even more. Hearing that he would need to check the condition of his armor, the dragon came to a fury, all right. The guy was about to attack again, but suddenly there was a rumbling sound behind his back. Fiery flashes of electricity gradually gaining power. The girls looked on with surprised eyes and couldn't believe the real deity now seemed to be struggling to deal with her own power. Turning around, Shen smiled seemingly. That would be enough now. Let's get out of here. We still have a lot to do. Huo lighted up with excitement. The girls looked at their master and marveled at how incredible he was able to defeat an entire deity. The old woman put her hand on the patriarch's shoulder and wanted to say something, but kept silent and just smiled. With a quick gait, Shen was leaving the hall. He had done everything he wanted to do and proved his strength. Now all that was left was to wait. The father just looked after his son and thought he was getting farther and farther away from him. It was frightening. Meanwhile, a silhouette ran through the forest. It was a girl. She was breathing heavily and dashed through the forest thicket. Finally, the girl stopped leaning against a tree and looked ahead with frightened eyes. There was a cliff ahead. She realized that their family was on the verge of a crisis and something had to be done about it. The head of the family sent the young dragon forward for generous gifts. The girl herself didn't understand what her father was thinking. It's not right. She should stop her brother before he does anything else. The girl ran forward, waving her arms in the air, but she had to get there in time before her cousin made more trouble. Meanwhile, in the sect's temple, a real nightmare was already taking place when the yellow dragon burst out, tearing the roof and roaring like a beast. The prince raged. Golden scale armor was shattered by this attack somewhere in the back of his mind. The prince was afraid and didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. It was hard to believe that human skill had surpassed the divine, but it seemed to fit. The dragon prince became furious. He wanted to shout something else, but suddenly he was stopped by a very familiar and shrill voice. There was a girl on the doorstep, the same girl who rushed in. It was his cousin. She was yelling for her brother to stop his rampage. With quick missteps, the girl entered the hall and approached hers, telling him to show respect to people. The young prince looked at her with a fierce look and gritted his teeth here at the most undesirable moment of how she even found this place. The others also shrieked in surprise. Old man father could not believe his eyes. What does it mean, cousin? So this girl and the master are related. The girls looked at the strange newcomer who had invaded their domain. But our dragon prince looked with surprised eyes where cousin had come from, how she had found this place, and what she had forgotten here. Not wanting to listen to anything, the girl ran up to her cousin and asked why the golden dragon scales were destroyed. How do you understand what he had done to it? At the same moment, the guy pointed behind his cousin's back and she turned around to where the third young gentleman stood with his girlfriends. The girl looked at the strange stranger with serious eyes and asked, is it true that he destroyed the scales with his own hands or not? In the end, Huo intervened in the conversation. She shouted that he should not cover for his brother who, by the way, started it all and almost destroyed the temple. But suddenly the master blocked her way and a guy came forward. He wanted to explain what happened here. In an incredibly polite voice, Shen said that yes, he was the one who broke their family's legacy, so what can he do for them? Looking in front of him with bright eyes and waiting for an answer, they needed to gain the support of this sect, but how did it come to this? After the cousin began to admire the young lord's technique, the prince became furious. How dare she talk like that? It would be a terrible act. Huo continued to defend her master. She said that the dragon acted insolent, and the master just put him in his place, that's all. The cousin shifted her eyes to the side. Basically, everything happened just as she expected her brother had done again. She remembered her father saying that this union was important to them, to keep the family in power at least in some way. Wanting clarity, the girl stood up to her full height and said that she was the daughter of the head of the draconids. They had always treated the others with respect. The young prince stood somewhere behind and looked at his sister with dumbfounded eyes. Well, here she goes again. The girl in turn continued. She said that if her brother had done anything here, she apologized on behalf of all her people. Huo looked at them and grimaced. If you want to make amends, let this brother apologize. He has made a mess here after all. The two dragons stood and watched in bewilderment while the young prince burned with rage. Besides, no sooner have they crossed the threshold of the sect than they've already humiliated the patriarch. It's unacceptable for guests. Moreover, he lusted after Sister Yun, wanted to possess her as if she was some kind of item. The girl covered herself with her hand. Huo continued, she said that everything that was just said is pure truth. Don't think that if you are dragons, you can treat all disdain. Moreover, the girl said that if the dragon princess wanted to know what those words were worth, the sword was always ready. The dragon prince who had come to rage cried out, why are they even listening to this damsel? Maybe it's just better to destroy her and that's it. The whole company just stood and watched. She waited for the denouement. Cousin was beginning to slowly get angry. She turned to her brother, and as soon as he wanted to say something else, she yelled for him to finally shut up and come home immediately. Didn't his father tell him the purpose of the visit? The sect is very important to their prosperity? So let him stick his tongue out and go home. Humiliated once again, the prince didn't even know what to say. He didn't dare to cross his sister and just blanked his eyes. Realizing that he had nothing more to do here, the guy turned around and walked away, humiliated and insulted, heading home. Eventually, things calmed down. The guys had a small feast. Everyone seemed to be in a peaceful mood and were talking amongst themselves. The two dragons sat somewhere off to the side. The prince kept squinting at his enemies and snickering with rage. Yun sighed and said that it is not worth thinking. All the time about meeting this monster, he only appears when he is not expected. With eyes full of tears, Huo said, maybe there is some way to summon this monster. It would be great to see it. By the way, how about these are the words I'm calling out to you, scary monster? The girl shrieked and waved her hand as if she wanted to call for rain. Suddenly something appeared in the sky. Some bright red flap flew straight at them at a tremendous speed. All the others were frightened. Were they expecting guess? Who is this guy from? Where did he come from? Here someone was definitely approaching them. It was a strange woman. She stopped lightly on the ground. She wore a red cape and a white dress. She did not speak a word. Looking at the strange stranger, Huo's eyes flapped in surprise. Who is she anyway? This was the first time the girl had seen something like this. With a slight movement, the weird girl took hold of her hood and began to pull it back. Her face was incredibly delicate. Hu, scared beyond belief, she gritted her teeth and froze in one place as if paralyzed. The girl was looking out from behind her friend's shoulder, trying to see something. The girl who had just arrived was exactly like Yun's eyes, the same hair and even the bust. Everything was almost identical. From surprise, Yun couldn't hold back a shout. Her cheeks instantly flushed red and her eyes widened several times. How can this even be understood? The elder immediately jumped to the girl and began to wail. Could it be his own wife who had come back from heaven to see him once more? Yun, she's furious. Don't touch her. Who else is whose wife is here? Who else's wife is spreading her claws around? The elder continued to cry. He called his son to say hello to his mother. The girl had already changed her appearance unnoticed by others. The strange prince's cousin immediately rushed at the woman to embrace her. She somehow saw in her The woman immediately, instantly transformed into an old woman, and for some reason the prince saw in her a woman from a brothel that he had noticed more than once. Huo, slowly coming to a rage, the girl breathed heavily and tried to cope with the lump they had made in her throat. Obviously, it is a master with huge breast woman again reincarnated, and now in front of us already stood Shen, only in a female form. Everyone immediately held their breath, especially the elder father, who was shocked. How could this be understood as a perversion? How did this unfortunate Huo lose her head? They're identical. It's crazy what's going on here. The girl put her hood back on and continued to change her appearance. It was hard to tell who she would reincarnate into this time. Yun was sure that it was her exact copy of herself. Look, even the face can't be similar. The elder looked at the strange woman, still muttering to himself that it was his wife. The man was too anxious. The girl cousin was strictly sure that it was really her nanny who looked after her as a child no other way. And Prince Dragon only chuckled somewhere off to the side. He still saw the courtesan before him of extraordinary beauty. Eventually, a third prince appeared before them. He cried out that this woman's very existence is usually an illusion. The others crowded around each other and looked at the third prince in surprise as if it was an illusion. The strange stranger twitched and retreated a few steps back. It seems the woman was frightened she had been exposed. The others immediately approached her. How can she be an illusion when it is a very real person? They even started touching her with their hands to make sure. Nearby stood the third prince and only looked at them with an annoyed look like children. Well, seriously? How much fooling around can you do? Looking at his apprentice, the master said that you cannot threaten her. It's just useless. She is harmless. And by the way, didn't they want to see some ghost monster all along? Congratulations, he is standing in front of you. The guy smiled. The woman began to pull down her voluminous hood again once more, changing her appearance. And then Huo couldn't believe her eyes. In front of her stood an exact copy of herself, down to the last hair on her head. It's crazy. Wait a minute. Why is this monster so strange at all? The girl couldn't understand it at all anymore. All the others also confirmed everything was correct. She constantly changes her appearance from babysitter to spouse to some other woman. Smiling, our hero explained this monster does not have any particular form. It takes on the appearance that is close to a human. However, this monster has sex. The guy coughed. As you can see, she only showed everything in the guise of a woman. Hu losing her head. Is it really what she herself desires? Is the master himself? The girl grabbed her temples and began to scream. Yun only glanced at her. It's too late to make excuses. Girl cousin looked at Master and asked, "Isn't she an illusion?" Behind her stood Monster and kept nodding. "Everything is like that." Master tried to calm the others down. He said that this monster is not capable of harming humans, so don't worry, he is harmless. Yun still couldn't understand why she had appeared in the Forgotten Blade sect back then. Huo even speculated that maybe it was the effect of her summoning spell. Everything around started to change. The monster was spinning as if dancing around there was a strange haze. The protagonist turned around and looked surprised. When the monster disappeared, the guy smiled and said that apparently she had done what she had to do and was now out of here. Yun somehow thought that the appearance of this monster meant that she would definitely become a saint and rejoiced. The girl with the white hair said they never found out what the Lord himself had seen, but it was interesting to find out. The Dragon Prince suggested that perhaps Lord had seen a woman with a very large one, but Huo interrupted him. Lord is not that perverted. The elder intervened in their conversation, no need to continue the argument. Only his own son knows the answer is enough. The girls began to talk. I wondered who the Lord saw. Probably the one his heart desired. The dragon girl stood nearby and looked warily at the others. They seemed like very strange people to her, even too much. Huo almost choked on her tongue when she heard what the Dragon Prince said. The thing is, the guy said it's obviously Lord's favorite woman he desires more than anything, but we'll never know. The Lord said that it was getting rather late, so he would go to bed and leave the others alone. Yun immediately moved forward. She wanted to escort the Lord to work and work again. Huo just turned around and saw her teacher and Yun go somewhere in the forest before she could even say anything. On the way home, Lord pondered what the monster was accomplishing at all. By his appearance, just did nothing and immediately lost interest. In the Great Hall, there was some kind of gathering, and there were many people, including the Lord and the Dragon Prince himself, and there was commotion everywhere. The Dragon Girl swiveled her head around in different directions. She was troubled by something. The looks she had were somehow too serious. She apologized because of her spoiled brother and hoped the Lord would still be magnanimous and forgive him this time. Looking at her, Huo only wrinkled her nose, and this girl's tongue is well timed for apologies. There was a feminine energy emanating from this girl, and she seemed to be trying to seduce Lord in every way she could to let him know. Completely oblivious to this, the Lord said since they were aware of their actions, he wouldn't be too angry with them. It wasn't worth it. When she saw that her feminine charms didn't work, the poor girl just looked at the Lord with a disappointed look. Huo only got annoyed. This girl appeared in the sect unclear from where and is flirting in front of the Lord? How can one even behave like this? And besides, she was so slender and tall, she was always hanging around him and trying to seduce him. It was disgusting. Suddenly, the girl had something else to do. Huo turned around to her and squirmed with such force that it looked like a shriveled apple. The Dragon Girl continued, the sect of the Forgotten Blade is thriving, so their abbot wants to make an alliance. Shen stopped and thought about it. Dragon Emperor, it sounded interesting. We should discuss this alliance. Continuing to be shy, the Dragon Girl said that by custom, if they made an alliance, she would be obligated to become the Lord's wife. Huo didn't even know what to say. She squirmed even more and looked at her with unspeakable hatred that she was even allowing herself. The poor student mumbled something to herself about her wife and the union. She couldn't believe such insolence, and Lord just watched. Shyly looking at the young ruler, the Dragon Girl said that he didn't have to force himself if he didn't want to. Again, starting to nod her head, Huo only agreed, really, no need to jump to conclusions. Everything will be well thought out. However, noticing the teacher's heavy gaze, the girl immediately shut up and began to tremble with fear. In a serious voice, said that this issue, we need to seriously consider the case of making some hasty decisions, maybe something else. The Dragon Messenger asked then if she could disturb the sect with her presence until the Lord made a final decision. Without the slightest hesitation, the ruler agreed. Huo almost fainted. What does that mean? Master agrees to let her stay here. After looking at Yun, the guy ordered her to help the princess get situated in the castle. The girl, as if coming out of a daze, and walked forward. She glanced at the Dragon Princess and offered to come along with her, but she only timidly took a couple steps forward and went along. The girl opened the bedroom door in front of her and told her that this was where the princess would be settling down for the time being. The Dragon Princess didn't know what to do next. The plan didn't work. The Lord didn't fall for her charms in the palace either. The Lord himself said that for a few days while the princess would be here, Huo would entertain her, although the girl was not thrilled. Yes, and besides, making friends with these people would be a good idea for their sect. Shen didn't even want to listen to anything and went about his business. Unfortunate Huo didn't know what to do. Master had set such an impossible task was too much. Did he really decide to really marry this girl? Suddenly the patriarch appeared and coughed. Stroking his beard, the old man said that in truth his son was old enough to think about getting married. It was really important. Huo already realized that she's in the slammer because marrying the emperor's daughter is quite lucrative. Most likely the master will agree. Whether the old man continued to marry or not is not for the patriarch to decide, but for the emperor to think about. Shen probably thought to himself that he shouldn't depend on these dragons, he is already too powerful. Why should he be burdened? Getting close to Huo, the old man began to whisper in her ear. Actually, it would not be a bad idea to associate your family with such noble people. The man's face changed immediately. He was determined to find a great match for his son, so he could finally get married. Huo looked at him and blushed. Deep down it was clear that the girl is in love with her master to the point of madness. Naturally, if she were to choose a groom, she would choose her master, who holds a special place in her heart. The girl was already flying in the clouds and dreaming, and the old man looked at her and chuckled. It would be easier than he thought. The next day, Huo took to entertaining the princess as she was supposed to. They strolled around the grounds and talked. The princess said that the Dragon Mansion is in a quiet and secluded place. It is not as big as this sect. The girl also noticed that one half of the students here were honing their blade skills, and the other half were practicing techniques she hadn't seen before. To herself, the girl pondered this sect really does have a martial arts base, didn't mess up when he sent her here as luck would have it. Huo interrupted her pondering and said that the master is unrivaled in teaching all his students he is the greatest on earth. The girl was screaming so hard that the princess was starting to get annoyed at how much enthusiasm she had. Meanwhile, the apprentice continued. She praised her master as only she could. He was unrivaled in the world. With a condescending smile, the dragon princess said that it was as expected from someone who split the moon. That's why her father decided to marry her off to this lord. The girls strolled around the grounds and continued their conversation. Hearing about the marriage, Huo froze in place for a second and looked at everything with a misunderstood look. She hadn't just heard right. The princess only grinned as she said a little too much, although perhaps it was intentionally awkward. Huo couldn't believe that the love of her life would be taken away from her, and she was ready to cry on the spot. She had so many different thoughts going through her head that she didn't even listen to what her friend was saying, completely immersed somewhere else. The princess sighed and looked somewhere in the distance. Strictly speaking, in matters of marriage, she is powerless and cannot decide anything. Grasping this thread, Huo began to assure the princess that it should be her own decision and that they could do without a formal marriage. Stopping for a second, the princess looked at her with surprised eyes and silence. She twitched for a second. Unfortunately, the girl in these matters could not decide anything. It is the father's order, so you cannot resist. Huo smiled and noticed that her cousin seemed to be very attached to the princess. A little embarrassed, the dragon princess said that she had nothing to do with her brother, so she didn't have to worry about it. The girl opened the door, said that this prince unquestioningly respects her. That is why he went to his father for punishment. It turned out that the dragon's daughter's name is Lu. She said she respects her parents unconditionally, so we're ready to be a pillar for our own family. Poor Huo didn't even know what to say. She had no right to interfere with this, and besides, if the master himself wanted to marry her. Hiding in her room for the last time, the dragon girl thanked her friend for such an interesting conversation and left. Lastly, Huo said that it was only master's order. By the way, why Lu thinks she is his main disciple is even kind of strange. Laughing, the princess said that the girl is still too Liu, but sooner or later she will surely grow into a beautiful lady, you will see. Left alone to herself, the princess pondered. For now she could do something about it. Now the rest is her cousin's problem. Laying down on the table, the girl continued to ponder. She instantly fell in love with the third prince. But here is his apprentice, too annoying. Huo herself only sat on the steps and waited for her master. She was too bored to start training around her. Suddenly the doors creaked open, and on the threshold appeared the foreman. The girl immediately rejoiced, but at last he had come. The apprentice immediately inquired how he was doing. The prince bowed his head and said not badly. He was able to advance a little further. However, the teacher looked at his student. He couldn't control her all this time. Didn't she do anything? Huo only shrieked. The guy sighed. Well, that's good. It looks like she could use some extra training. Well, from now on, we'll start only harder. The poor girl realized that now she is not going to be well. Master knows a lot about training, and she is well aware of what awaits her. She wanted to justify herself to the master, but suddenly they were distracted by Liu's voice as she congratulated the master on the successful completion of his practice. The dragon princess stood in front of them with a serious expression on her face and gazed with a piercing blue gaze. Huo, surprised, raised an eyebrow. Why is the dragon princess here? How did she even show up here? No one even noticed her. All the time, Lu was looking at the young master with an inquisitive look and as if trying to see something in him. Suddenly, the master asked, "She hasn't come home yet." The girl almost fainted. This is the nerve of the wizard. Huo immediately jumped up and tried to pick her up. It seemed like the princess was not herself from the surprise. She even started coughing. The girl inside you got angry. Yeah, how dare he treat her like that? She's a princess, though. She apologized to the master. Shen looked at her and did not say a word, and the girl thought, she is the daughter of the emperor. He should not treat her like that. Rising to her feet, Princess said that her family was eager to imprison them to hand over the treasure. That is why she was waiting here. When Huo heard about some ancient treasure, she instantly became curious. In a calm voice, Shen said everything in this world knows that their clan has one of the oldest bloodlines, allowing them to inherit all wisdom. The princess nodded. Everything was as it was. Her family possesses a powerful treasure. Wouldn't it be better to have such a relic in their possession? Our hero himself realized that this is not a bad opportunity to find the relic. However, it can only be used once every few hundred years. Huo couldn't stop wondering what kind of treasure is this other treasure that everyone is talking so hard about. The princess said that there is no reason to hide it. The girl straightened up and said that this is a precious sword that is in one of the provinces. It will suit the young prince perfectly. When the prince found out where it was, the prince was happy, but wow, what a find! He immediately became eager to possess the blade. The apprentice immediately wondered had the master already heard about this legendary blade, but how was this even possible? Only a few people know about this blade. Huo continued to jump around her master and rejoice, but are they really going to go on a treasure hunt now? All this time, our hero just stood there and thought about how he could easily get this blade. It will be a good relic. The princess herself was thinking how to make the prince gasp in surprise. Does this interest him? Sound great. However, to everyone's surprise, the prince simply hummed. They didn't think that was a slightly exaggerated description of a common relic. The princess was horrified. Did it not interest him since it is the best heirloom in their family? Closing his eyes in a calm voice, Shen said that there was no need to refuse the gift of such an emperor, since they themselves had offered to go there. Eventually, they came to the high mountain on the top of which rose a huge ice on a rise from which water was spreading. The princess pointed her finger forward and said that it was over there on top of the mountain, and that's where you should go. There was a thunderstorm. Lightning was flashing. It was the forbidden territory. No trespassing zone. A voice sounded as if from heaven. After the big explosion on the ground was another one of the same dragon man. He got down on one knee. It seems it was the guard of this place. The man's name was Zhao. He was the longtime brother of the first king and the protector of the legendary blade guardian of this place. The princess shrieked with joy when she saw her relative. It turned out that this scary man was her uncle. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise at where the niece had come from and who she had brought with her. What was she doing in a place like this? The girl explained that she had brought a prince from one of the sects with which they wanted to make an alliance. The guardian was outraged that he was a stranger. While they were whispering, our hero was just watching from afar. Come on, play along with him. The guy didn't come all the way out here for nothing. The uncle realized what his niece wanted from him and decided to play along with the girl. In such a case, he is unable to stop the prince. He shouted that mortals couldn't touch this blade because they might lose their lives. Lu sighed in surprise, but how so? The girl shouted that she was sure the prince would have enough power to feel the spirit of the blade. He would be able to do it no matter what. They were talking to each other when Sean said that it was just another treasure from the outside world. The princess looked at him in surprise. What is this lord talking about? Doesn't he want such a marvelous artifact in his possession? The dragons wanted to stop the young prince, but the guy didn't even listen, although they shouted for someone to stop immediately, not a step forward. Confidently stepping, the guy gradually approached the bright blue glow there, and there was a blade energy filled the entire space. Realizing that they could not change the prince's mind, the dragons looked at him with apprehension. Well, it is not even polite to treat an ancient relic in such a way. Naturally, the third principal was quite a determined person. He wasn't going to just stop even in the face of danger. Let's see, how many steps can he take? Uncle Dragon watched with some skepticism. The guy was overconfident. With one last look at the others, Shen only squinted his eyes and started pacing even faster. He wanted to deal with this. What kind of talent does he have? Uncle was still lost in speculation. If this guy is so confident in himself, Princess said not to worry. With confident steps, Shen approached closer and closer to the legendary blade it shone, stuck into the large crystal. The girl realized that it is very extraordinary all the same. Prince is a completely unusual person, different from all the people she has seen before. The princess smiled at the third prince. Such a power never dreamed of here. He wouldn't be able to use all his tricks. The dragons just stood and squinted at the strange prince. They were humiliated to have their treasure treated with such disdain. Shen knew perfectly well that these guys just wanted to see him embarrass himself in front of everyone. But no, not this time. Then the only thing left to do is to show off his skills. The boy smiled and already reached out his hand for the coveted blade. At that moment, something happened that shocked the dragons, but there was no way the prince could have taken the blade with such ease. The uncle who had been guarding the place for a long time was horrified at how this was even possible. It was unbelievable. This boy is even human. There was a huge rumbling sound. A pillar of fire descended to the ground. Everything around started to shake as suddenly the rock began to split. Shen came closer and closer. He reached out his hand for the coveted blade and touched the protective barrier, which lit up in a bright flame. A second later, a huge yellow dragon burst out of there, roaring like a monster and rising up to destroy the invaders. Realized that the situation was worse than ever, he pushed his niece back and ordered everyone to move a few steps away. If you want to live. The princess herself stood in a daze, but how such a thing is even possible? A normal mortal man would never even touch this blade. While at his house, even the dragon prince felt a vibration. He realized that the treasure was trying to take the guy, started to get scared. The ancestor of dragons was born a huge yellow flame-covered silhouette dragon, took human form for the first time in several thousand years. The princess looked at her uncle and asked how he was feeling. The man seemed fine, but in great shock. He immediately fell to his knees, unable to stand on his feet at the sight of his own progenitor. So strong was his energy that suppressed everything around him. However, Shen's silhouette stood unwavering. After all, he wasn't even from their clan. How was this even possible? Ordinary people would just fall down. The princess stood looking in front of her with surprised eyes. She plunged into a distant childhood when she was still very young. Then she asked her father about the parent of their race the man was explaining to his young child. He stroked the child's head and said that several hundred years ago, when their race was on the verge of extinction, he had appeared. About rebirth parents possessing inhuman strength who could protect their race in a time of need. And now this deity stood before them, glowing from the overflowing energy of the parents, looking at his descendants with a good-natured gaze. Seeing the smile on her progenitor's face, the princess raised an eyebrow in surprise and had never seen this creature smile before. Shentoge looked at him smilingly. It felt as if the progenitors had only been waiting for him to appear all these few hundred years. But it was absolutely impossible how a great dragon could know about the appearance of this guy so long ago. Still, the first to speak was Shen. He looked at the dragon in surprise and asked he had placed his soul in the ice dew like cleverly. The guy wouldn't have remembered it if it wasn't for the princess's offer. Besides, no one expected him to reappear in this world. The boy looked at the dragon progenitor with a good-natured look as if they were old friends and had finally met after a long separation. As soon as the prince touched the crystal, the dragon took on its usual appearance again and began to disappear back into the crystal. Shen only smiled. Well, in principle, he could also be understood. The guy started to pull the blade out of its place. Soon everything dispersed, crystal disappeared, left only the silhouette of our hero, who stood in place and looked into the distance. When he saw the ice dew, the guardian's eyes widened in surprise. It could only be seen in the coldest lands of the higher world, where even the sun's rays do not reach. The man drew back when he felt something fly past him at breakneck speed. He barely made it out alive. Shen stood in his seat and considered the new gift of a demonic spirit. Here it was true he hadn't been human for a long time. Finishing his business with a smile, Shen thanked the princess for such a generous offering and for bringing him here. The girl began to remember how she lured the prince here. It wasn't her fault. No one could have known the treasure would be ice dew. The guardian wondered how to explain all this to the patriarch. If he knew the treasure was missing, he'd go crazy. But seeing his trembling princess uncle froze in one place, it seems the girl was very much afraid and did not even know what to say. She looked at him with frightened eyes. The man did not understand what she was up to. There was only fear in the girl's eyes. After all, they had just witnessed some kid take their relic. What to do now, but the princess didn't know. The guardian continued to shout. For several hundred years, their family had stood to protect this relic, and now what to say to the others? The girl sobbed. She knew it was entirely her fault, so let her uncle tell her father she would apologize as soon as she could. The doors swung open noisily and the face of a frightened Huo appeared, but there was not a soul outside. Slipping unnoticed, Huo continued to speculate. The rumors of the master's engagement depressed her. Soon she would only be in the way. The girl closed the doors and tried not to make any noise, but suddenly a voice sounded. At the back stood the master guy, wondering where it was she was going at such a late hour and why she had packed all her thing. They walked through the forest at night. The girl wondered where the master was. He wanted to go on a date. Frozen in place, the guy turned his head in her direction and was very surprised. What other date sounds like some kind of nonsense? The girl lowered her gaze just the way everyone says that the dragon princess is young and beautiful. Understandably, the master will choose her. The master looked at her with surprised eyes, really, but after all, she is still just a child. The apprentice looked at him in surprise. Awkwardly, Huo seems to have realized that this girl really did take him to the secret treasure. They didn't go out on a date. Looking at the new crystal, Shen said that it wasn't exactly a treasure in the usual sense, but that didn't negate the usefulness of this thing. Seeing such a glowing thing, the apprentice wanted to grab it with her hands. However, the master moved back. The boy said it's ice dew. It's too concentrated. It can cause irreparable damage to the human body. Be careful out there. Looking at him with guilty eyes, Huo only became embarrassed. But then why did master bring her here if she was so dangerous? Turning around, the master said that this is a resource for creating a blade he intends to create for himself, a sword as a weapon. That's the happiness of it came. The apprentice rejoiced. The master went so many kilometers. Just for the sake of her on the soul became very pleasant. They were advancing towards the sect gate. The time was getting late, so they had to return home. A strange silhouette appeared behind the tree. It was the dragon princess. She turned out to be spying on our friends and was always following us. Hearing this conversation, the girl was very embarrassed, so the prince didn't want to marry her. The girl turned around and walked away with a quick step. Well, really, the third principle is an unattainable person. How can he fall in love with someone like her? Looking at Huo, who was constantly rejoicing, the girl couldn't understand whether this person was really making an ice dew sword for this child. Rumor has it that the foundation for this sect is founded using the legendary blade Awakening. This blade is unique, and now the Grand Prince wants to give such a powerful weapon to a mere child. It was hard to believe. A funny thought immediately flashed through the princess's mind, or whether the master thinks this sword is not worthy of him. Looking at Shen, the girl could not understand who he really was, such a prince, constantly hiding his origin. Blade is a relic that has ruled since ancient times. It was honored not only by men, but also by the gods. Blade is the ancestor of melee weapons. In the reception hall the next day stood many people. There was the prince, his father's apprentice, and even a merchant guy wanted to order the necessary materials. Merchant Dan pondered the materials were quite rare. Star iron tempered steel. Sand earth jade also needed the blood of the dragon eagle. Sipping a few sips of tea, Shen said that he needed it to stabilize the yin and yang energies. Without this, there is no way. The merchant shrieked as he held his head up, saying that he couldn't get such a thing. It was too out of his reach to get something simpler. Hyo, standing somewhere nearby, asked from the merchant, well, maybe he will try and still be able to obtain this item. The fact is that dragon eagles are too cunning creatures to be hunted. Besides, blood is not easy to keep in perfect condition. It deteriorates quickly. Thinking about it, our hero said that in that case he would get it personally. After all, he needed it. The merchant shrieked in surprise the gentleman cannot put his life in such danger. The apprentice was indignant as to why her master couldn't do it. He is an all-powerful man. Shen paused for a second and looked questioningly at the merchant, who continued, there is one catch. The people in that place are very aggressive. When she heard about the strange city of Chuntian, the student looked at the merchant in surprise. The elder intervened in the conversation. He had heard that in this town people feed on looting and robbery, in short, looters. Without the slightest doubt, the third prince said that in that case he would simply bury those who got in his way. The merchant squinted. Naturally for young master, it wouldn't be a problem, but these people might endanger the disciples. The father looked at his son and said that the merchant was right. You can't put the sect in such danger, people could get hurt. It is also known that the ruler of those people is at the 4th level of the Immortal realm. They have spent years honing their combat skills. As expected, despite all the excuses Shen and his student went forward, the girl was still puzzled about whether the master really intended to go there. The teacher looked at her and said that the girl was already good enough with the lower world skills to be able to defend herself. Huo looked at him a little embarrassed and said that she had already forgotten what she had learned. Since ice dew exudes coldness, it will make a yin ice sword? Shen said that if she wanted to increase her combat skills, then she needed to master the power of cold. They would complement each other. Hearing the girl wondering how he was using the sword, Shen stopped for a second and looked at her over his shoulder. With a grin, the apprentice said that she means the sword is connected to the young master's heart, after all. The guy looked at her with a good-natured look. And why she's so curious today, questions are just pouring in. He just doesn't need a sword just yet. They moved forward at last. The master said that the girl did not slack off and practiced every day in sweat. The student only nodded her head. The events moved to the northwest of the region, to the Gobi Desert camp of the sand-covered Gobi Desert, where the city stood very hot. Inside there was a buzz. People were walking in different directions, going about their business. The city was thriving with life. The peddler looked up when he heard the order from him, wanted 2 portions of onion cakes and a bottle of water. The man twitched. In front of him stood none other than our hero. He looked at the old merchant with enlightened eyes. The man fidgeted. In the meantime, while the boy was waiting for his order, he watched with his eyes all around him. Life reigned. The people around had already started to talk. They saw the rich boy and wanted to get hold of his treasure if they could lure him somewhere. The peddler from the street stall turned to whispers and advised the young gentleman to be careful. There was real madness here. As if to order, some strange man appeared behind the guy's back, apparently drunk, and demanded a few gold pieces. With a blushing face, the drunk came closer. Fine, he'll pay back the debt once he's won back the dice. As Shen approached the strange man, his nose was immediately hit by the odor of alcohol. And it seems that this drunkard doesn't get dry. As soon as the man heard he'd just been insulted, he was furious that the kid had just said. In a calm voice, Shen repeated that he stinks, so he should move a few steps away and not spoil the air here. The man had already swung his arm to strike, but he was stopped by a woman's voice. In front of him stood a rather beautiful girl with red hair. She asked why this tramp is hitting on this guy. Yesterday's adventures were not enough. The girl's name was Hum. She was some sort of local policeman, and there were several other brave fighters ready to rush into battle. The unfortunate tramp, realizing that he was about to get hurt, started to retreat backwards and immediately disappeared into the local crowd. Realizing that he had finally been left alone, Shen decided to take a small bite of onion cake. Hum looked at him with surprised eyes. This kid is definitely normal. In a benevolent voice, the girl said that people here were scarier than beasts. Therefore, it would be necessary to leave the deserts as soon as possible. Taking a few bites, Shen thanked her concern. However, he is heading north. The girl immediately wondered, and why alone? Turning around, the young lord said that he wanted to hunt dragon eagles, that's all. Hum was surprised. This is crazy, a boy named Su appeared from behind. He was a disciple of one of the famous sects and came here to gain experience. With his arms folded across his chest, the guy said that adult dragon eagles are very fierce and hunting them is a challenge. Besides, it's a short walk to the city. His friend looked at him and told him to shut up for a second. The boy looked away resentfully and still closed his mouth. Turning to her new acquaintance, Hum asked cheerfully, "He came here to ask for the help of the mercenaries, he did." With a wave of his head, Shen said that he would go there alone and didn't need anyone's help. Thanks in advance. Not wanting to get behind him, Hum shrieked that the guys better come to their senses right here and now. This is a crazy venture that isn't worth it. He didn't hear what was just said to him, or he's completely out of his mind. Even the city's patriarch himself wouldn't dare to go there alone. And this kid seems to like to be conceited. Trying to justify her brainless traveling companion? Let the master not take his words as a barb. for this one is the truth. Hearing how strong these dragon eagles were, even Shen raised an eyebrow in surprise, but wow, he thought it would be an easy ride. The girl continued to urge him not to risk his life and to listen to wise counsel. It's not worth it. Already tired of these people, Shen thanked them for their warm welcome and care, but he would go his own way. The student was already tugging at his friend's sleeve and telling her to leave him. If she wants to say goodbye to life, let her do so. The girl remained silent. Our hero was about to say goodbye and finally go about his business, but the strange girl wouldn't let up. She shouted for the traveler to stand still since there was no way to change his mind. Why not go together? Shenna paused for a second and looked at the strange people with surprised eyes. He actually didn't plan on walking in company. The annoying student was already rubbing her friend's sleeve to finally leave this weird guy. Let him do what he wants. Pointing her finger somewhere in the distance, the girl said that Mr. Hao was standing there, and he was able to deal with a pack of ferocious wolves, so he would be able to protect them. In the distance, some strange man was sitting and drinking a shot of alcohol. Somehow he didn't look much like a bodyguard. But what the hell is not joking? Maybe it would even be good to join these strange people, so the young gentleman agreed, so they went. After a few hours of uninterrupted walking, they decided to make camp after all. Yes, and by the time night was falling, the campfire was already crackling in the sky. She approached Shen and asked him how he was feeling, probably tired from the road. The prince only looked at her with a sidelong glance, and a dialogue ensued between them. While everyone was talking, the younger student was rummaging through some things and listening to the travelers talk about how the older sister might have fallen in love with this strange man. In the end, he couldn't stand it and jumped up on the spot, shouting that he shouldn't worry about this garbage and that it would only become a burden to everyone in the future. The boy kept yelling he knew his sister was kind to everyone, but he shouldn't be so over the top. He was too arrogant. His sister only looked at him with surprised eyes and didn't say a word about what had gotten into him and why she was acting like that. The girl jumped up on the spot and said that the master must protect them. He did promise, it seems she was too frivolous. The aide looked at her and broached why she was so shallow. An argument between them ignited. They were interrupted by Shen's voice. So the target of this caravan is Armored Lion. Can we stop talking already? He's actually here. A huge monster approached them. This was the lion. Its body was covered in scales of armor that could not be penetrated. Shrieked. To get everyone ready, the girl ordered them to take out their weapons and fight to cut off the path of this monster. She jumped up from her seat and ran to the nearest wagon where I was supposed to sit Mr. Hao, but it was empty. The guys looked at each other when they heard Shen's voice saying that this person had escaped a long time ago without leaving a trace. The guy went on. The man was just a con man, just trying to blow smoke in their eyes with his muscle, fooled them around, and turned out to be garbage. The boy didn't want to believe this nonsense was real. He had seen with his own eyes how the Lord had dealt with the Lord of the Wolves with his own bare hands. In any case, it didn't matter anymore. The elder sister was preparing for battle and ordered the others to take up their weapons. The girl turned to the others and threateningly said that even if there was no way out, they would fight to the last drop of blood. Su looked at her and remained silent. His sister was right after all. He had no right to retreat in this situation. Rising from his seat, the young prince said that he admired such bravery there was no point in risking his life. He would deal with the monster and repay the favor. Meanwhile, the armored lion was already approaching. The monster opened its wide maw to swallow all its victims at once, and a monstrous roar was heard. In a flash, Shen pushed the girl back and told everyone to stay far away. He would deal with this monster. Couldn't believe her eyes. The Lord is moving right into the mouth of that monster. You can't risk your life like that. Standing beside Z was also worried about this madman climbing straight into the fray. He wouldn't be able to find this monster's weaknesses. The monster was very strong. It swung its clawed paws and opened its toothy maw to swallow its new prey. The girl was still trying to persuade the Lord to pull back his cover. Will need to save his own life. There was no need for that. Our hero knew perfectly well that he could easily cope with this monster and was already standing fully prepared. He swung around and stomped his foot with such force that the air shook and small pebbles flew up. The lion collided with an unimaginable obstacle. The predator stopped and a rumble was heard. The monster flew back a few steps. Deeply impressed, Sir froze in his seat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. This strange guy had stopped the monster in one motion. The thick scales on the horrible animal's face began to crack, and the lion was struck with a single blow. How was this even possible? The travelers froze in their place and only watched their new acquaintance who had saved their lives. In the end, the lion was left lying breathless body. One blow was enough to send the monstrous monster into a final knockout. Shen only looked at the result of his actions and didn't utter a single word. Everyone else looked at him with horror. There was definitely something about this guy. With a wave of his hand, the man said they could take the monster's body, but he didn't need it because these people were after him. C already wanted to turn around and start cutting the carcass as suddenly heard the voice of our hero that he had promised before. The boy remembered how before the trek he had sworn that he would fall headfirst into the ground if Shen could defeat this monstrous creature he had sworn. Sister also remembered this and jumped with laughter as he had nothing left but to fulfill his promise. It was his man's honor after all. But the guy didn't mean to do it. There's been some kind of mistake, maybe a simple apology. However, upon seeing the young lord take up his blade, the boy immediately fell to the ground and began bowing. He apologized for his ignorance. The third prince turned around and went about his business, leaving his travelers alone. Surprised, Hum looked at him. Did the lord really have to leave already? They had been together for so little time. The boy just waved his hand anyway. He's just a passerby who just happened to meet these people on his way. Without waiting for another word, Hum just stood in her seat and looked after the strange gentleman. The brother continued to bow and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this scary man already gone? Can we go up?" Meanwhile, the girl just thoughtfully looked after the strange gentleman and pondered who he was and where he came from. The brother raised his head and once again asked if the scary gentleman had left. He was tired of kneeling whether he could get up or not. Suddenly, a terrifying hunch visited her companion's head that it was the same Mr. Shen from the Forgotten Blade sect who had managed to split the moon. Everyone shrieked, "Did he really?" Then this explains a lot how he was able to even defeat this monster. It's all falling into place. If this is really the man everyone's talking about, then this lion is no match for him. Hum rejoiced. They will make a good profit in the city. They have succeeded in destroying the lion. Now all that is left is to bring his body to the city and sell it. However, hearing that the monster's body was too badly mangled, poor girl immediately shook her head. Well, now they won't be able to make any money. Meanwhile, our hero was advancing. He suddenly met the object of his search quickly and raised his head. Above his head circled two dragon eagles. They were of extraordinary beauty, with huge wings and horns on their heads. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Shen raised his head and looked in front of him. All that was left was to obtain the blood of these creatures, and it was done. Somewhere not far away behind the rocks, there were a few people hiding behind the rocks, either local robbers or just vagrants. They wanted to inform the deputy ranger, but they shouldn't be so quick. One of the men suddenly cried out and jabbed his finger forward. "Look, this guy got something." They continued to watch. In the hands of our hero was a small, empty vial. Shen saved it to collect the blood of these monsters. One of the monstrous birds put out its huge claws and moved straight towards the guy to deal with him. Shen prepared himself. It only took one blow for the huge monster to flap its wings one last time and fall to the ground. The people continued to look out from behind the nearby mountains and watched in horror, as they were very much afraid of being seen by the monsters. The second eagle had already flared its wings and had set its fangs forward and was moving straight at the guy from the back. But suddenly something changed around the body. An unimaginable wind that grew into a real hurricane was heard everywhere. Scream of the monsters. One of the eagles was floundering on the ground, and the second one, unable to attack properly, flapped its wings and moved away. The man hiding behind the rocks could not believe his eyes. This child was able to parry the attack of such a monster with one simple movement. The eagle crawled back and looked at its hunter with a worried look. The bird wanted to break free, but unfortunately it would not be able to. Shen started talking to the monster. He apologized for his insolence, but he only needs a little of their blood. He's not going to cause harm. Much to the surprise of the observers, Shen just walked up to the monster, and the bird didn't even think of attacking him. It patiently stood and waited. The observers who've been hiding all this time couldn't believe their own eyes. This guy's talking to a bird without the slightest danger. Finally finishing his business, Shen let go of the monster, and the eagle soared towards its counterpart in the air. The deed was done. That would be enough. In the guy's hands was a small vial filled with the monster's blood. All that was left was to go back. There was some blood in the vial that shimmered red in the light of the morning sun and looked like a real precious ruby. For a few more minutes, Shen stood in his place and looked at his prey. He was glad that he had gotten the blood without any problems. The man with the scar on his forehead couldn't believe the boy was able to get the monster's blood without harming it in the slightest where such a thing is even seen. The assistant, who was hiding somewhere nearby, asked in a trembling voice if it was possible to think that this guy was some kind of great martial expert. But this was some kind of nonsense, the man shrieked. Then why didn't he destroy this monster and just let it live? It was really strange. Your fighters looked at each other. Is it possible to leave such a valuable commodity for the body of this monster to fetch a lot of money? The man turned to the others and whispered that maybe this kid was some kind of special kid. He probably wasn't like everyone else. Now I see why he squatted in front of the nest for so long and did nothing. The hunter hiding behind a rock whispered. The man with the scar over his eye smiled. I bet he's not a combat expert. He's just a weird kid who's lucky to be alive. He jumped out from behind the nearest rock, calling out to his companions, "Let's take the dragon's blood from him and deal with the kid." One of the bandits wanted to stop the boss on. The comrade shouted, "His usual bandit is afraid of some boy funny even. It's okay. Eagles' dragons are valuable material, and besides, they're on their city's property, so no one has the right to hunt here." Shen was about to go about his business when suddenly he was stopped by a shout from someone. It was the bandits. Several heavily armed men appeared literally out of nowhere and approached from the back. The brigands surrounded him and looked ingratiatingly at the guy now he was in town to see if he wanted to share. Turning around in a half voice, Shen said that these people had been following him ever since he entered the city. So why only show up now? With a huge cleaver slung on his shoulder, the bandit leader said that their gang doesn't answer such stupid questions. Before Shen could say anything in response, he suddenly saw a huge, sharp taste sock appear near his neck, moving forward. The rest of the bandits laughed. "This kid dares to threaten, enough of this. Let the boss finish the job." Flashing his white teeth, the bandit smiled and said that he had given the boy a chance, and now he would be finished. With a somehow sad look, Shen looked in front of him somewhere in the direction the blade was already approaching his neck. The guy moved at an incredibly high speed. The bandit didn't even have time to realize anything before he felt pain in the area of his neck. This was his end. It only took a second for the bandit's body to fall to the ground with no sign of life. Shen moved forward, needing to get out of here quickly. The other brigands watched in amazement and horror as the headless body of their boss lay on the ground. It was simply horrifying. The deputy city warden named Io looked at his wards and was angry. They were scared of some kid. All the bandits were kneeling before him and trembling with fear. The man was furious that they dared to come here and apologize. The bandit swore that this guy was not so easy he managed to defeat their boss with a single blow. It looked really creepy. The others added that in addition, without any problems, this guy was able to obtain the blood of the eagle dragon without harming it. The experienced bandit was puzzled. Is it possible to obtain the blood of such a rare animal without a single problem? Yes, who was this guy even? The bandit looked at the others with disbelief. So they're not lying. The boys nodded their heads, still shaking with fear. One of the bandits said in a trembling voice that he didn't even realize what had happened. It was so fast that it was impossible to notice anything. The irritated supervisor barked at him to speak clearly and stop mumbling about what was going on. The bandit began to speak. First, these two monsters attacked the strange fellow and wanted to devour him as their prey. And then it stopped, and he was unharmed. The bandit shrank back at that moment. They thought something. Maybe it was some kind of martial artist. The bald man interrupted him. That's the legend of the boy with the sick parents. Because that's how the man got more and more annoyed. Mr. Deputy looked confused. The man was facing something like this for the first time in his life, a legend come to life, but come on. Then realizing that he had been taken for a coward, Ao became furious. Let them shut up immediately. What do they think? That a man is afraid of something? He ordered everyone else to get ready immediately. They set off after this strange guy and you follow him. With a loud voice, the bandit cried out that he would do everything and bowed to his master, though still very much afraid. The experienced bandit was already anticipating how he would get the blood of the dragon eagle today. Heaven favored him. He would be fabulously rich if he found the kid. Meanwhile, the young third prince sat under a small dry tree and rested. He had gotten everything he needed and was on his way home. Suddenly, he felt that behind him something was happening in the sky, as if a second sun had flared up. But this little thing did not want to get behind him. Ao, together with his whole gang, was moving forward on horseback. They had already spotted an old dry tree near which there was a silhouette. Without noticing them, Shen sat under a tree and rested, although he had long ago noticed that he was being followed. One of the bandits shrieked fearfully, "Something is not right here. Maybe this guy has been waiting for them for a long time. This place looks kind of weird." They were very scared. All of this looks kind of abnormal and more like some kind of trap the bandits didn't want to move forward. Eventually, the boss got angry enough to stop talking nonsense. They are here legally, these territories, so no one dares to block their way. The bandit only shrieked but didn't dare to say anything in response. He was very much afraid of the strange guy, but even more afraid of his boss. Finally, along with his entire entourage, he stopped beside the seated Shen and looked down at him from his horse. The man looked closer and glanced at this strange guy who looked too young. Could this be the master? He surprised Shen didn't even get up from his seat and asked who the hell this was and what he was doing here. Hearing such rudeness, one of the brigands cried out how some trash dares to speak like that about their deputy important man. Baldy grinned. The one who destroyed his brother is so arrogant, it's even funny now. They will get to know each other better. The man shrieked and ordered his origin. If this guy knows the caretaker, then so be it, nothing will happen to him. Leave from his seat with a smile on his face, Shen introduced himself. He said that these people should know him. He is from the Forgotten Blade sect and will take their lives today. The thunderous laughter of the robbers was heard. What a pity to take their lives, even funny, and this guy is cocky. Looking at the laughing bandits, Shen just stood in his place without saying anything. He already realized that these people would attack him anyway. Ao laughed. Doesn't the guy want to apologize? Let him give back what he took on their turf and maybe even fight back. The boy tilted his head and looked at the blade the caretaker had thrown at his feet, and his face grew grim. The rest of the bandits just looked at each other fearfully. They literally felt with their skin that something very bad was about to happen. The bald caretaker continued to smirk and stare at the strange kid, waiting for his reaction. Eventually, the man couldn't stand it and asked what was the matter. He did, after all, give him the opportunity to resist. So why doesn't the guy take advantage of it? Shen merely looked at him with a good-natured gaze around him. As red energy began to accumulate around him, everything happened literally in an instant. The bald bandit accumulated a huge amount of energy in his hand and moved straight at the kid to destroy him once and for all. Time seemed to slow down as if the bandit had a red lightning bolt on his hand, which crackled and moved forward, and Shen in turn just stood there and waited. The man laughed. He was already anticipating how to deal with this insolent man, but suddenly something went wrong. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. The surprised third prince said that this palm technique was not easy to learn. Perhaps they had spent a lot of time learning it, but it didn't matter. At some point, the bandit felt a tension brewing in his arm as his clothes began to tear from the flow of electricity. The rest of the minions watched in horror as their boss writhing in pain. They couldn't believe that some guy had handled him so easily. The man grasped his arm, which began to hurt incredibly. He screamed with rage but couldn't control his body. Looking at him, the third prince smirked. Believe it or not. But only their own stupidity and arrogance led to this outcome. Well, their end has come. Shen sealed the energy points, and now the brigand's body was overflowing with energy. It became a vessel. Eventually heard the bandit literally vaporized on the spot the horse whipped up, heard a scream the others only watched in horror. On the spot where their chief on horseback had just stood there, remained only a stain and a few embers. The brigands fell to the ground. One of the men couldn't believe the deputy town custodian, the most powerful man they knew, had just literally vaporized in his seat. After arriving home, Shen showed everyone the bottle of dragon eagle blood. No one could believe that such a treasure was really in their possession. The guys rejoiced at how well everything went. No one doubted that the young master could do everything without a single problem. Yun, surprised, looked at the prince. Not bad. Young master really hunted these monsters. Shen said that he did not harm their lives. The people present only glanced at him, so he means to say that the bird just gave him his blood and it's all too mysterious. The girls looked at each other and still had a hard time believing that this was how it had happened. Their father asked if there were any problems. A slightly tired Shen said that of course there were problems, but he had dealt with them quickly, so there was no need to worry about it. His father looked at him in surprise. Could he really have something on the road? Someone was chasing him or trying to attack him? Looking at the old man, Shen said he didn't even remember their name, to be honest. Just some strange people, but he quickly figured it out. The guy said that one of the people present was practicing the techniques of the Huang sect, which was interesting. Yun, who had been standing nearby all this time, almost fainted, so it was unbelievable that young master met Owl Lightning on the road and he was able to defeat him. The old man was also surprised to hear such a name. However, the son confirmed that yes, they had mentioned that name. Most likely it was that bald man. Yun switched to a whisper and said that this person is famous throughout the region as a famous master who practices the palm technique. That's how the prince was surprised, so this man got his title by cheating. His technique was incomplete, and what can I say, there were many mistakes. Surprised, Yun looked at the prince. He is now not to take this person seriously, but how can this be possible? He is after all a grand master. Huo immediately jumped over to her and said that her master was incredibly strong, as she thought how great his skills were. The old patriarch looked at her and said in a stern voice that this was not the time to brag. Let her try to keep her mouth shut. Shen looked at his father when he asked him if the guy had any serious conflicts with the caretaker of that place. The guy answered that somehow to replace or caretaker took with him a few people to take away the dragon's blood, but the only problem is that he is already in the other world. Everyone was surprised and looked at each other, but his body overflowed with lightning and exploded. Our hero added that, as he said, the technique is just a fake, so if you use it that way, the result is obvious. The father continued to stare at his son with surprised eyes and still didn't understand if this made any sense. The elder kept wondering if his son had told him which sect he was from. Could these people would target them and even declare a battle? Trouble came when they weren't expecting it. The messenger was already running down the corridor shouting that they had trouble on their doorstep. The doors swung open and a panting man shouted that Look Chuntian City was declaring a battle to them and was already standing on the doorstep. Everyone immediately turned to him. On the faces of everyone present was a real horror. Well, the worst thing that everyone thought had happened. And only one Shen was not surprised. The guy was just smiling. He waited for these people to come to him. What a joy everything happened, just like that. The events moved to the Baiyue mansion. The elder was sitting near a small indoor pond and pondering about something. Joe appeared from somewhere and shouted that he had good news. The boy's eyes were literally glowing with happiness. The young prince said that this scoundrel had gotten what he deserved after all. The elder didn't quite know who he was talking about. The son told what he says about Shen. This fool went against the Chuntian people, destroyed the deputy ranger, and now a battle will erupt between them. The boy said he was completely sure of it. Soon a monstrous battle would break out between the two sects, and the impudent would get what he deserved. The elder came to delight at last. The heavens smiled upon him. The man rejoiced as never before. Everything was going as well as ever. The young prince had heard that Shen had reached the 4th level of the sphere. After all, he was also able to create a tactical formation of 100 barriers, but he didn't quite understand what it was about. Father and son headed to the main pavilion talking amongst themselves. They realized that this guy was not quite an ordinary person. They stopped near the lake for long years. Their sect could not go against Heavenly City, although the forces are not inferior. And all because of 100 barriers. Father explained what the matter was. The young prince looked at him with surprised eyes. Means this is it. And then out of nowhere appears some strange sect that goes against the whole city. Now they have to fight. Shao rejoiced. Now finally his nemesis would finally go to the other world before he even had time to do anything. What a joy! The only thing left to do is to wait for two men standing in a small gazebo. The young master wondered, but what if Shen didn't accept this challenge and refused to fight? It wasn't really important. Even if the guy refuses, the temple abbot will just take a few tens of thousands of warriors with him and go with the battle. The old man said that if things turned out that way, they would just take their men and go to the heavenly general's aid, thus earning his trust. The old man smirked. Then the Forgotten Blade sect would be wiped out. Will he sacrifice the sect to save his own life? Here's what I wonder. The boy looked before him with burning eyes. He was anticipating how he would finally get even with his enemy. While at home, Shen worked all night and began to make the blade. He already had all the materials he needed, and all that was left was to forge it. The others were just hanging around him and talking. The atmosphere was tense, and they had a battle to fight. Hearing that they were challenged by the heavenly general himself, the merchant was horrified. This is a real madness that will definitely end them. The man took his head, but he had told this guy that he shouldn't provoke Chuntian Mountain, and what should he do now? The elder said that in any case, this burden should not rest only on the shoulders and his own son they should help. The old man said he wanted to formally apologize to the caretaker to avoid further bloodshed. Spreading his hands, the merchant said they only wanted the head of the patriarch's son. Why offer in their own in return? A battle would still be inevitable now. Besides, there are far more important problems than some battle. And the third son, instead of preparing for the upcoming battle, just calmly engages in blacksmithing where it is even seen. Indeed, Shen was just busy making the blade as if not paying attention to the turmoil around him. Yun fearfully asked what the young master was going to do with that very letter from the heavenly general. He is, after all, heading here for the battle. Hearing that the master does not take it seriously at all, the girl even a little offended that for him some joke here is a life at stake. And on top of that, his own sect is threatened with annihilation. How can you take it so lightly? Looking at the nearby standing Huo girl said that she should influence Master, however, the disciple was just flying in the clouds with love. Without receiving a proper response, Yun was even more angry at this girl. She had lost her head. Huo suddenly said that the friend is right. One should take such challenges more seriously. The master is generally confident that he can handle 100 barriers. Turning to the girl, the master asked, who said that he would do it himself? When the blade is finished, Huo will go with him. Hearing such a girl could not believe her own ears, Master completely mad. How can you send her to such a danger? She was dumbfounded for a few seconds and just looked at the master with an uncomprehending look but did not dare to say anything. She finally realized where she was being sent and cried out in surprise, but this is crazy. However, the young master was completely confident. Well, it is necessary to somehow test the sword why she is so shy. Yes, and besides, her martial arts are at the level of Huo Gnome stopped. Why not send Yun instead? Her friend shrieked. And what's she got to do with it? Why is she moving away from her responsibility? Shen just looked at them over his shoulder and waited for a response. Yun said that this kind of blade is quite difficult to control. Yes, and besides, her friend doesn't have much combat experience. Even though Huo has good skills and a good base, she would have a hard time dealing with such a weapon. She might even suffer a lot during the fight. The master nodded his head, but in principle the girl was right. His student did not have enough skills to defeat an opponent in a one-on-one fight with this weapon. But we are talking about the formation of 100 barriers. The student will easily destroy this technique for her. It will not be much of a problem. The girl looked at her master with a slightly frightened look. She had long ago realized that she would not be able to escape and would have to fight. Walking closer to the master, the girl asked in a frightened voice, "Mister is really sure that she can?" Shen just nodded her head, of course, sure. Yun couldn't understand the logic behind it. The master himself realizes that his apprentice can't handle it, but still sends her to such a dangerous fight. In that case, Huo agreed without delay. Her friend raised an eyebrow in surprise. She was just afraid and already so confident. They were rejoicing, and suddenly an idea crossed her mind that the master might know something about this information that he hadn't told his student yet. The enthusiastic girl walked outside the sect after such a good conversation and strolled along the road with many thoughts swirling in her head. Even though Master said that she would succeed, the girl was still very worried about her opponent, who would be very strong. Suddenly a scream was heard. Huo turned her head to where the shouting was coming from. A granny was shouting from the building. She was telling someone off, and there was also a familiar voice. Opening the door, the girl noticed her older sister Chu wanted to rebel. She thought the Forgotten Blade sect would soon disintegrate. They didn't need to stay here. The old lady kept shouting, yes, how can she only talk like that? The girl grew up only because of this sect. In addition, there were several dozen students who were standing nearby, and it was bad enough that Big Sister had managed to get them to do it. Chu bowed and said that a wise bird chooses the tree in which to nest and doesn't really need a blessing. So I'm sorry. The girl said that they want to leave this place to preserve the legacy of their own sect. How can they stay away? The older sister asked not to stop them. A dozen guys and girls standing behind them bowed. Let me understand that they too would follow their mentor wherever she ordered. The old woman wanted to stop them and even started to shout. But suddenly she started coughing. Huo's frightened face appeared from behind the wall. She noticed that something was wrong with the grandmother and immediately jumped forward to help her. The older one looked at her and couldn't understand where she had come from here, though it didn't matter, they wouldn't be able to stop her anyway. Chu continued, "One way or another, the third prince can't win, so don't even let Granny try to stop them. They've already made up their minds." Hearing that they wouldn't lose, the older one looked at her younger sister in surprise, wondering what that girl thought of herself. Huo continued. She repeated that the sect would never lose, they would fight to the last, even if it cost them in life. Walking closer to her, Chu smiled. Her little sister is still so naive, she has a lot to learn. They are doomed to fail. Her little sister's eagerness amused her a lot. She was even so sure she wasn't going to back down. How cute. How naive. Huo Nasua was so enthusiastic that she revealed all the secrets the master had told her, that she would easily be able to defeat the 100 barriers technique alone. The older sister, along with her minions, looked at her in surprise and didn't say a word. What she had just heard turned the girl around in shock. The old lady standing next to her almost fainted. Her little granddaughter is going to go against the whole sect alone, crazy. She clutched her head and asked her granddaughter in a frightened voice, is the master not going to intercede for her? At the back, the laughter of her older sister could be heard, and the others were also laughing their bellies off. What a naive person. She really believes that she can defeat an entire sect by herself, silly girl. After such taunts, Huo became furious. She glowed with anger, appeared to be a girl about to burn everything around her. Suddenly, the old lady stood up for her granddaughter and told everyone to get out of here, enough of talking nonsense. The older one turned around and said she wasn't interested in it anyway. They were heading into town. It was time to get out of here. Turning around lastly, Big Sister said they are going to Chuntian. They were very interested in watching this little girl try to win. The whole day Huo was as if in water. She did not even raise her head, and even Yun, who mocked her, sympathized with her. Huo raised her head and looked at her friend with tearful eyes and asked if she was going to cheer her up. The master looked at his apprentice and asked what level her sister was. The girl said 9th level sphere. Shen smiled. It turns out that no one from the sect can defeat his disciple, even if the sister calls out her entire gang. Hearing this, Yun was even a little frightened, so this was how the master was teaching her. She was even scared for a second, but the girl still didn't believe in herself. And besides, the great battle is approaching. It's not good to have internal sex squabbles right now. It's worse. With a little sigh, the young gentleman said that there was nothing wrong with that. Within such formations, there had always been skirmishes, not to be surprised. Putting his hand up, the guy said that they had already left the sect and would most likely want to join their future opponents to destroy them, as a matter of course. After a bit of thought, Yun realized that it sounded logical, though a bit cruel, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Running his finger along the new blade of the blade, the master said for the apprentice to remember something. Her heart must be hard when it comes to life. Hu nodded her head and her friend went cold with fear of what kind of training he would make a monster out of her himself. Then he would regret it. The blade was about to be ready. The master continued his craftsmanship. He stuck a piece of iron directly into the blazing furnace. There was a hissing sound. When Huo looked to the side, she noticed that the water prepared today was different from the last time. It was a different color, and energy was emanating from it. Yun noticed something wrong with her too. The water was unusually cold today. The color is different too. The master turned and said that this water from the spring with it, he was going to release all the cold from the icy dew. The girls retreated a few steps away and the master took the red-hot iron and with a quick movement plunged it directly into the icy water. A hissing sound came from the water and ice chunks began to come out of the water. Shen pulled back a little to avoid getting anything in his face, but still held the blade. Everything around became colder. Huo caught a cold and started sneezing. Yun looked in surprise in front of her. What piercing cold sword was frozen in an instant. Shen's face was reflected in the shining blade of the blade, and the guy said that the energy of the blade was infused with the aura of the spirit of the dragon clan. That was why it had a strong effect. The apprentice instantly jumped up and flicked her eyebrow in surprise. Did the blade already have the blade ready? The girl looked at the result in amazement. Shen nodded his head. Yes, everything has already been prepared. This sword is already much better than the blade from the 12th sect. The only thing left is to test it. The master handed the new blade to his apprentice. Huo, trembling hands, accepted the gift and scrutinized the shiny blade needed to be given a name. Blushing, the girl decided to name the sword Han Vot. Only she did not understand what it meant and looked at the master with guilty eyes. Shen smiled. Let her decide, it's her blade, so it's up to her to name her future weapon. Looking in front of him, Shen smiled as the weapon was completed, so it was already time to break the formation of 100 barriers with this blade. In the desert tower to city, it stood on a huge rock and was barely visible behind tons of sand inside. Something was happening. A silhouette of a man was coming up the steps. He was moving very fast and walking towards the entrance of the building. Along with her student, Shen stood there. The girl was looking at him with a slightly fearful gaze. It was obvious that she was very worried. Suddenly, a voice was heard. In front of him stood a man named Zhen. He is a city caretaker. an experienced warlord who studied the military craft of the Heavenly General. He was smiling. In the Baiyue sect area, the caretaker along with his son were watching and rejoicing that a historical event was about to be accomplished soon. They had already gathered their own army to move to the aid of the Celestial General and defeat their enemy. The dragons were also watching from afar. Princess, very much afraid did her father really think that the Lord had any chance of victory. The father looked at his daughter with surprised eyes. He was telling me about some kind of victory. What is it that she started to reason about? To everything, Jen would do everything possible to prevent the Lord from surviving today. He looked at his enemy with smiling eyes and waited. The third prince also understood this better than anyone else. He knew that he was facing his sworn enemy who would not compromise his principles and would fight in full force. Nearby stood an apprentice. She would occasionally squint at her master and did not even know what to do. Fear took hold of her soul. The girl trembled all over her body and wanted to calm down, but it turned out to be worse every time if she was getting scared every second. Here was her elder sister Chu, happily watching this beautiful show. She was well aware that her sister would not be able to defeat such powerful warriors. Everywhere conversations were heard. People were discussing the upcoming battle they were watching with interest from the sidelines. Among all the others was even Hum, along with her brother. She listened to the conversations and there was getting uncomfortable with the fact that people wanted the third principal to lose. How dare they even dare say such a thing? The girl gritted her teeth. She remembered well that the young prince had shown them a great favor in the past. After looking at her, her brother was even a little scared and asked his sister not to get too upset, so it wasn't worth it. The girl looked at him and said that everything was fine, but she was just a little emotional. She frowned and said that today everyone will find out how strong the prince is, and who wins and who loses will decide the battle. Meanwhile, the third prince asked his student. She hadn't forgotten all the moves he taught her. The girl was trembling. Finally gathering her thoughts, Huo gritted her teeth. She must pull herself together, has no right to lose today. Well then, let her destroy it without a single hesitation. Shen ordered the girl to go into battle, and my own self was interested to see what his student can do. Swinging a new cold blade, the girl moved forward. She would fulfill her master's will no matter what it took. Sect Elder Bai and his son noticed this strange blade, so the rumors were true that it was made of ice dew. The dragons watched everything from the side. Even so, unfortunately, this girl will not be able to break such a barrier. We can only hope that she survives. The Dragon Elder was very excited. Even if they possessed such a powerful blade, they would still go to the other world faster. Nearby stood the princess and trembled with impatience. She was very afraid and worried for her lover. What would happen next? Zhou, together with his father, watched. It seems that this noble Shen is not as brave as they say of him, handed the blade to his student and made her fight in. The old man only sighed, but it's a shame that the child had good talent. But she will go to the grave before she can do anything. Swinging her arm around, Zhen smiled. Let's see how long the prince can hide behind this girl's back, how long she can last. The two fighters stood and watched as 100 barriers were created, and a small wind started to blow. Turning back to her teacher, Huo heard his admonition to let her remember everything he taught her. All doubts must be destroyed, as well as her eyes. The older sister watched in amazement at what was even going on here. She follows this guy. Turned around and listened to the conversations of people everywhere. Whispers could be heard. People couldn't believe this was really happening. As it is unheard of and ridiculous, Huo blindfolded herself with the very same fight. However, the girl tried to abstract herself away. She sighed heavily and realized she had to clear her mind of all unnecessary thoughts. Don't need to hear these people, it's useless. Huo moved forward, swinging her blade. She began to remember all the strokes her master had taught her. An explosion was heard. After something unexpected happened, everyone shut their mouths for a second. They stopped and couldn't move from what they saw. The little girl who had barely been able to hold a blade in her hands a while ago was now able to easily break the flag with a single movement. There was silence around them as the body of the defeated fighter lay in front of them, with a large crystal sticking out of his chest. The older sister couldn't believe what she was seeing and asked herself the question, is her little sister able to overcome the formation? The people in the stands, including Hum, they couldn't believe what had happened, and no one even thought it was possible. The dragons began to fuss. This girl only dealt one blow and folded one fighter. But after all, her body should have received monstrous damage. Young Prince Zhou assured herself that she was just lucky. Such a thing could not be. There was no person who could control this blade. But Zhen was not upset at all. Every dog is waiting for such an end, and this fighter was not an exception. Further, it will not pass. Meanwhile, Huo's apprentice had no trouble breaking through the moisture, and already 3 had been defeated. She had learned all the moves just perfectly and was getting better at it. The girl was just beginning to warm up her body, felt every movement she made as if on automatic without noticing anyone around her. There was a breakthrough and a real vortex began to form around it. The apprentice spun around more and more, scattering all the fighters around. With each passing second, it became easier and easier for the girl to cope with the dozens of warriors who were advancing on her in an army. Just as the master had said, there was nothing difficult about it. Huo had already finally realized that she could easily handle these fighters, and why she was only afraid. Surprised warlord Zhen looked at her and could not understand. How is it even possible an ordinary girl was able to cope with her fighters? The older sister was also puzzled. You're kidding me. She's showing off in front of the others again. How is that even possible? How long has she been practicing? The people in bisects froze in place and watched. The elder opened his mouth in surprise because this wench had actually learned and was able to break through the formation. The dragons crowded around each other and hung over the railing. Could a blade created from ice dew be so awesome? The young princess now realized that then, because of her impulsiveness, she had acted rather rashly, so to speak, remained only to observe. Father Dragon looked at her and said that if you are able to destroy a man with a single swing, then the blade doesn't matter at all. From afar, it looked as if the formation had purposely moved in such a way to open up for the young apprentice Huo was moving incredibly fast. The old dragon couldn't believe his eyes. He just watched the man for the first time ever seeing something like this with his own eyes. The commander, who had been confident until then of the steadfastness of his army, was now already worried. Is this strange girl going to win? Meanwhile, Huo was gradually gaining speed moving forward. She had already separated more than a little, and ready in her path. The girl was originally very talented, but no one believed in her except the master she is now can destroy any formation. And besides, being blind, she can easily take on experienced fighters. That's ridiculous. Where's this guy taught her that? Jen couldn't believe, did this guy really teach her every aspect of formation? It's just crazy this girl must have suffered. At the same time, the young prince just stared in front of him and didn't say a word. He just waited for the apprentice to finish the matter. Let's see what he has to say to that. The woman swung around and ran forward, ordering everyone else to stay put. Meanwhile, the fighters scattered one after another. They could not resist such crushing power. It was already beyond their capability. And the next breakthrough, Huo once again swung her blade and scattered several more fighters with incredible ease, as if they were ordinary puppets. Shen looked at the student and said that half of it was already done. All that was left was to be more attentive. The girl stared at the rest of the fighters, who struggled to get to their feet and began to regroup. The caretaker looked before her with a fierce gaze. Now the man was beyond angry. Fury glistened on her face. The fighters began to group together and suddenly, seeing their superior, cried out in surprise. The formation began to rebuild again. Huo stood still and felt a new, unseen power emerge in front of her. The old man from the bisect shuddered. Could it be that the warlord had taken direct command? Then the situation was getting complicated. Now something terrible was about to happen. The dragon princess was also worried Huo had broken through the fence, and now it appeared that the warlord would directly participate in the battle. Father shook his head. Not quite like that, but now was indeed a crucial moment girls need to prepare. She may feel like she's about to break the barrier, but don't forget that her strength is growing by the second. It's only going to get worse. Moreover, Jen has taken to managing his own army, which means that the complexity increases many times over. The old man dragon shivered slightly. Even he wasn't sure he could, with all his strength, handle such an obstacle even if he wanted to. The old man from the bisect also shivered and just watched. He couldn't believe that he was seeing this with his own eyes. Huohuo just stood still and looked in front of her. She realized that now she would have to try even harder, but the girl was not going to retreat in any way. The older sister looked at her and clenched her fist with rage. Well, now her performance has come to an end. Sister is finished. In front of the girl, waved flags everywhere, spilled bright light, rose monstrous wind power of the formation, and increased. Huohuo did not expect anything like this and felt an incredible pressure on herself. The girl barely managed to stay on her feet. The opponent was strong. Sister seemed to be enjoying herself. Now Huo is going to be finished. She can't withstand this kind of power. Let her beg for mercy. When she saw that a hurricane was coming at her, the girl covered herself with her hands to protect herself, although it was doubtful that it would have saved her in any way. Joe stood on the balcony and cheered as the show got more interesting and someone's blood was about to be spilled. The dragon princess was horrified. She was incredibly terrified to see this little girl about to go to the other world. At one point, the third prince himself intervened. He burst into the fray, and in one move, he wrested the flag away. All the stands froze. They watched the turn of events. No one expected His Highness to get involved in this fight. Shen looked at his student with a concerned look. He was starting to get a little angry. The fight had turned out to be unfair. And the little girl just rejoiced. As expected of a master, he is the best and will now easily defeat all others. But in addition, the master began to reprimand the girl. She not only allowed herself to be disarmed, but also took the initiative. Training will be increased. The dragon princess didn't understand anything at all from afar. It looked like the third prince was mocking his apprentice, but how could it be like that? Finally, Huo realized that she had planted her sword somewhere, and with a quick gait, she began to run towards the blade stuck in the ground. Taking the blade in her hands, she fearfully asked if it worked out this time. She wouldn't have to train for hours more, would she? Shu had to admit that this third prince was very strong after all. But is it possible to use such a terrifying weapon just for training? Huo looked in front of her, already more confident look. Well, she will try again this time. The girl will definitely be able to do everything right. The master stood nearby and just watched his apprentice. Well, let her try it if she is so confident. However, the opponent was also very strong. The innate power filling his body, he was able to realize the basics of the essences and unleash them. Preparing to take on a new fight, Huo only gripped her blade more tightly and stood up on her feet. She took out one of the soldiers in one fell swoop, leaving him lying on the ground with a few more fighters. Suddenly, as if the ground was ripped out from under her feet, the girl stumbled and immediately rolled forward. The flag on which she was standing flew out. One of the fighters prepared his attack. His hand lit up with a bright yellow light and flew forward. At the last moment, the student deflected to the side so that the energy clot wouldn't hit her. The girl felt the heat with her whole body. She held her blade tightly so it wouldn't fall out of her hands or the master would get angry. Shen just looked at her and nodded approvingly. So this time will do for now. Let's see what happens next. He realized that his pupil was very capable, and that she would have a lot of new achievements in the future. Huo already saw several more flag-waving fighters moving towards her. However, the girl was ready for it and she struck a blow. One of the fighters was hit by her blade, and before he could even cry out, he was gone. Another one followed. Huo swung her foot and delivered a powerful kick. Right into the man's jaw, he flew backwards in a flash. A few more fighters were already preparing to attack again and waved their flags, but it would be useless. Huo crouched on her knees and prepared to strike the next blow. She clutched the blade woven from ice tightly in her hands. The girl energized him as much as possible and prepared to strike. Her face lit up with determination. It took only one blow to make several fighters fall unconscious at once. Almost all was over with only one commander left. Jen looked at her and smiled. He looked very contemptuous and at the same time surprised. Hu rejoiced. She was able to unravel the formation. Now she would be able to get through the remaining gate so the master could stand against Genya face to face. With a wave of his hand, the commander ordered everyone to come forward. Let the third prince not be shy, but act in full force. The man shrank back and pointed at his defeated soldiers who nearby lay without signs of life, horribly mangled. And besides, they had matched the prince's strength before this battle. Zhen was smiling behind him with a few more fighters ready to step forward. However, the man did not even expect that the strength of his opponent would be even greater than he had imagined in his wildest fantasies. There is a reason why Shen is called the one who split the moon. The third prince himself just looked at him and waited for events to unfold. From behind her master's back, Huo looked out and fearfully looked around. The girl was very worried about her master. At some point, Zhen swung around and slapped his hands, folded them together from under his palm, and a bright pink light began to burst out. The dragon elder looked at what was happening with astonishment and could not understand what it was happening. He had seen me something like this for the first time. In Genya's hands was a strange object statuette of a fox made of jade. It was the seal of this city, can be said, a great relic. So she meant that the dragon elder opened his eyes wide with surprise and continued to stare. Still, the boss owns this treasure. Jen smiled as if he was waiting for something and looked at his opponent with a piercing gaze. The young princess asked the elder what this thing was. Her father explained with this seal. Zhen controls the power. With this thing, he can suppress his true bloodlust. You could say it's his stopcock that keeps a man from going insane. Mr. Bai also finally realized what was going on. It appeared that the warlord had been holding back his strength all this time, but now he could become even stronger. Jen continued. He swung around and turned to Shen. The man laughed. This is a special technique of forming 100 barriers. Let him watch carefully. Several flags with symbols printed on them became in a single row as the warlord continued to create his spell. A tense atmosphere reigned around. C grabbed his head. Did it really end? But his sister ordered him to shut up. They don't know how it will turn out yet. The third prince won't give up. However, the boy was sure that it wasn't all that easy. To defeat such a monster would be a very difficult task. If the city's seal is indeed made of heavenly stone, then Zhen will be able to easily control his strength and even increase it several times if necessary. Big sister stood there and only laughed. Well, this is the end of this arrogant third prince. Let's see how he survives. Our hero just stood and silently stared in front of him. He did not pay attention to what was happening nearby and fully focused on the battle. Poor little Huo felt this horrible energy and wanted to go to the master. However, she only let out a pitiful cry. Quickly turning around, Shen looked at his ward and immediately turned away. Not the time to chew on snot. Now we have to fight. The astonished opponent asked where he was looking. Could it be that during such an important battle he still dared to look away? Believe in the head, our hero said he actually hoped that he would be shown something interesting here, and here is just some bullshit. So it all turns out the boy raised his head and looked at his opponent. Wouldn't anything else even be strange? Of course it was astonishing that he was able to create his aura and curb it. However, the warlord had spent such a treasure on it. He had already assessed the gains and losses. Didn't the man smile and look at Shen? It felt like he was laughing now. Surprised, Zhen only laughed laughter. And only in this world, everything obeys only one law. Who is strong is right. The man clenched his fist and thrust it forward toward the third prince. He is strong, so behind him is the truth and nothing else. And the plight of the weak is to submit. Shen only looked at his opponent and somehow smiled indulgently. After hearing this monologue, Shen sighed. Well, it's true that the strong have a lot of things behind them, and they concentrate power in their hands. However, this man doesn't even realize what true power means in the man's hands was that green statuette. Surprised, Zhen looked at his opponent and did not understand anything. He raised an eyebrow, and our hero meanwhile said that he was obliged to ask him something. Poking his opponent with his finger, Shen asked how he would behave if he didn't have this seal that restrains his power. It only caused pure laughter. Only weaklings make any excuses for themselves. And how will the prince be able to stand up to him? But at some point, the man felt a finger touching his forehead. How in the world Shen was able to get close to him? In front of the man's face was the face of the third prince. He only smiled and looked down at his opponent. How he was even able to get close. He was immediately rushed by several fighters to move away from his master, and a real commotion started around him. And now Zhen was already standing covered by several flags fighters, now and then prepared to attack. Our hero only laughed. Let him calm down. If the warlord is so strong, then why should he be afraid at all? He is able to destroy everything here. Well, just let the prince not regret it. Then Zhen grabbed his statue and began to fill it with energy. Even the elder dragon couldn't guess what was about to happen. The man was very worried and watched with fear from afar. He realized that the Forgotten Blade sect might suffer now if its leader passed away. The dragon only squinted and looked in front of him, then it would lose all meaning. All these alliances would just be worthless. They stood on the balcony and watched the elder, wondering how he could keep the balance and preserve his sect whose side to choose. Meanwhile, Zhen was already preparing to attack. His body had completely started to be covered with energy. He was preparing to remove his barrier that was restricting him constantly. Well, since the enemy is ready, the third prince will advance. The boy smiled and moved a few steps forward. What happened next? The dragons standing on the balcony shrieked in surprise as they saw the unimaginable. This person's aura was incredibly cold as Shen moved forward, gradually gaining speed as if he was ignoring everything around him. He gave off an aura that made me want to hide far away so I wouldn't have to see this nightmare. And even young Prince Zhou didn't hold back and started to vomit right there from overexertion. It was the first time he had ever seen something like this in his life. His father only looked at him with a scornful look. What a disgrace! How dare he behave like that in this place? Although it was worth admitting that even the elder himself trembled for a moment at the sight of such an aura. Not to mention the fact that he was controlling it. Frankly speaking, this seal is only an aid. It cannot protect its owner from all threats. No one understood how Shen's gait could be so smooth and easy. Meanwhile, the guy was coming closer and closer. One of the fighters felt that he could no longer control the formation. His body seemed to be disobeying. It was as if they were stuck in place and trembling with fear, unable to move aside. People were really scared. Meanwhile, Shen was just getting closer. He walked closer and closer with a calm stride, preparing to attack. The guy just walked past the fighters, who didn't even dare to block his path. The formation was just shattered in an instant. The commander was in shock. Could it be that his warriors just do not move? How this is even possible? He can now go to the other world. As the third prince approached at a sufficient distance, he thrust his finger forward to once again touch his opponent. He felt a finger touching his head, but he couldn't even move, drenched in cold sweat. After what happened next, everyone standing in the stands was horrified and frozen in their seat. Shen calmly said that it was that terrifying aura, so he didn't even turn to face the others. Zhen just stood his ground and couldn't even realize what had just happened. He prayed to God to just stay alive. Nearby stood Huoshou, was glad the master was able to defeat the opponent without even engaging in battle to return home. The two dragons just sighed in relief. Thank God it ended like this, but there was no limit to their joy. To everyone's surprise, the arrogant warlord Zhen fell to his knees and thanked the third prince for keeping him alive. Then, hearing that he wanted to give him the divine seal, Mr. Bai and his son were horrified at how to understand this. This is nonsense. Turning to his defeated opponent, the third prince said, "This is unnecessary. Let him keep it for himself." He wanted to thank the prince for his mercy in some way, but our hero said that this thing is not so rare to be thrown away like this. And besides, the warlord himself needs it more. Elder Bai was startled by this kid who had just refused a gift that was so valuable. How could you neglect it like that? However, he literally begged the lord to accept the gift, and also his fighters should come under Shen's command. With a disgusted look at him, Huo said that now this arrogant guy looks like a slave to be done with him at all. Young Prince Zhou exclaimed, "Now this warlord looks no better than the watchdog." His father immediately reprimanded him. But the third prince is no fool. They're very lucky to have their own men in his castle to find out what's going on. In the meantime, Shen thought they could really use the guards, so let him join them. The man scattered in gratitude for such a generous offer. He would faithfully serve his new master. Huo was very upset. After all, if there was a problem with it, she would be the one to solve it. As the teacher had told her to do, she could not resist. The people of the Bai sect just shook their heads. They had lost everything they could. And besides, the lord had such a warlord at his disposal. Huo ran along the road humming something to herself. The girl was in good spirits. She came to the market. The vendor behind the shop turned when he heard the familiar footsteps of the girl saying she had come for ice cream. The man immediately rejoiced at the sight of an old acquaintance of hers, as usual, creamy ice cream. For so the girl stomped by the bench. She was smiling and already anticipating a tasty treat, wanted to snack on her favorite ice cream after all that had happened. All around, other conversations were heard. People were still discussing the man who split the moon. He was indeed very talented. The people around were only discussing the third prince, who had yet to become the lord of the formation he had really matured in all this time. The girl, as soon as she heard all this, only smiled. She was proud of her master for being so great and strong. Well, hearing one of the passers-by questioning the strength of the third prince, the girl lit up with rage. How dare they talk about it? Indeed, the man asked his interlocutor, whether the prince had enough power to protect his sect. He is the only one who has reached the 4th level. The bald monk interlocutor said that it was unlikely that there would be those who could cross their path and would want to fight the prince. Hearing this, Huo finally calmed down about to think about what you were talking about. Ignorant third prince is the most powerful of all. Eventually, the girl got her coveted ice cream in front of her. There was a delicious flavor that gave off a wonderful aroma. She was eager to find money to pay for the treat, but the merchant said it could be considered a gift today on the house. Hu immediately embarrassed and waved her hands. But is it normal she wants to pay for her labor? She felt terribly embarrassed. But the merchant took her small hand with his warm hands and handed the ice cream. Just let her take it and enjoy it. This old man was grateful for their support. It was more than any payment he could get. Still blushing with embarrassment, Huo thanked the vendor and took the ice cream, feeling as if she had robbed someone. The people continued to chatter. They said that the third prince was about to move to the next stage. This was an important step for him. Of course, no one doubted that he would succeed. He is a genius, after all. The girl went about her business smiling. Jen constantly praises the master as a skill. Only through the third prince's advice does he have the ability to break through to the 5th layer of the immortal realm. While in the Blade Temple, the dragon princess suddenly noticed Yun, who came out from around the corner, carrying a tray in her hand. Yunto also noticed the lady in her hands was holding a small tray on which was some clothes that looked like they were monk clothes. She said that the princess doesn't have to wait for the lord every day. He is after all training. The dragon girl only nodded. For a moment after saying that, Yun was slightly embarrassed and looked in front of her with a slightly surprised look. The princess said that her father had sworn to be an ally of the Forgotten Blade sect, and she feels that someone is preparing a plot. Perhaps it's Bai Yue. To make a long story short, the dragon girl said that she should wait for the prince here to tell him whatever happens if anything happens. The princess herself was a little perplexed by her father's constant insistence that he wants the girl to marry the prince. The two girls were standing and talking to each other when suddenly they heard someone's funny voice. It is embarrassing. What Huo only smiled. These two are hanging around near the third princess door to constantly flatter him. How can you even do this? Yun only glanced at her with a disdainful look. Well, she showed up without a trace of dust. How many times can you even make a mistake here? Looking at the dragon princess, the apprentice said that the master had long ago decided that he would not take her as a wife. Why not just give up? The girl continued to taunt her, saying that the master respects her father, but he doesn't care about the princess herself, so quit trying. Looking at the insolent girl, Liu smiled. Did the third prince officially refuse to marry something she didn't remember? Well, it's understandable that someone just loves his master and is ready to go to any lie. Huo choked on her own words. She became enraged instantly and wanted to pounce on that dragoness to shut her up. And the princess only continued to scoff. Didn't Huo think that the master would train her forever? Perhaps he would soon give up on her. While the two of them were arguing, Yun was watching them. The girl chose not to interfere in their fight so as not to get kicked in the ass herself. In a trembling voice, the girl said that the lord had ordered him to prepare clothes to bathe in, to cleanse himself of negative energy. When Huo heard that he would be here soon, she instantly burst into flames of happiness. The girl immediately grabbed the robe and began to look at it. How beautiful it is. The master will like it. Smiling, Yun said that of course he would like it. Mistress Princess had sewn this robe herself with her own hands. Hearing that, Huo instantly turned gloomy again. It's the dragon princess. Yeah, how much can she keep putting her in the way all the time? From where this little scissors, the girl already wanted to cut this robe into small pieces. Thank God Yun intervened just in time and snatched the robe out of the hands of that crazy girl. Enough with the nonsense, she still had a lot of things to do. Huo and the princess turned their backs on each other and a feud broke out between them that would last for a long time. Meanwhile, without even realizing what was happening outside, Lord Sheng sat in his bathtub and enjoyed the privacy and cleansing. Yun walked to the front door and hung up her robe, notifying Lord that she had already prepared his clothes. In a calm voice, Lord thanked her and closed his eyes. However, it looked like the girl wanted to say something else. She took a long time to gather her thoughts and finally turned to the Lord. The girl lowered her eyes and tried to pull herself together, but she was scared. Realizing that she wanted to say something, Shen was the first to ask a question. He asked Chu again, is she up to something? She may not hide. Let her just talk, and that's it. The girl said that her brother told her that they were going to make a major attack on the Forgotten Blade sect. The Lord only looked somewhere to the side. The girl said she would go about her business. Let her take her leave. The prince remained silent. He quickly jumped out of the tub and threw on his robe, and there was much to think about. The clothes came to his liking, and really the robe, as if it was sewn on him, very comfortable and easy, literally does not feel good. Girls tried. The sect head. Meanwhile, the sector head was looking at another message. They had been sent a lot of gifts. Let the sun just take a look. Shen only sighed. Emperor Shan is no better than his predecessors. He should have awarded the boy the title of Viscount, the guy continued. But after all, the man who subjugated the whole image of the area should have at least some title. Yes, their sect has already grown a lot, although maybe it's because the Moon Dynasty suspects something or something like that. His father turned and looked at him. The man only sighed. His son is the only one who can discuss the Luna Dynasty like this, the one they are even afraid to talk about. The man stroked his beard. The Moon Dynasty owns many regions in this place. The Emperor's power is simply unshakable. They were talking to each other when suddenly a shrill voice was heard. The girl called out to the young gentleman. Yun entered the room and announced that the masters and sects of the Dragon Emperor sect and the Violet Flame sect had already arrived, and if the master wished to welcome them, our hero still had some unfinished business, so he asked his father to give them a good reception so that no one would be offended. The old man looked at his son in surprise, but after all, it was the sect owner to his guests. How can one treat guests so negligently? The third prince looked at his friend and asked if she would make tea. The girl immediately nodded her head and went about her business. She looked at the young lord one last time with some concern. Apparently the girl was very much worried about something. If Master is aware that the bisect wants to destroy him and all his minions, so why is he so calm? He is just resting like nothing happened. There was a boy sitting outside leaning on his axe who had been chopping wood before and now sat down to rest. The guy noticed that someone was approaching him and immediately swung his axe. Yun quickly deflected to the side and only cried out. The girl swung her hand and in one fell swoop knocked the axe out of the strange guy's hands. The weapon immediately stuck into the ground. Yun looked at her brother and shouted that it was her, that he was thinking about it, that he was crazy and could be sent to the next world. From somewhere a voice was heard. A boy was raising his axe. Someone said that this girl's skill is growing every day. Brother disappointedly said that even he didn't have the strength to pick an advantage with surprise. Although it was already clear that the guy is far behind his sister, he is a real wimp. The girl just laughed. She happily said that soon the master would destroy the Forgotten Blade sect, and he would get his glory that he had dreamed of for so long, and could continue to train. Her brother looked at her with a slightly surprised look and stopped for a second as if he was thinking and out of reality. And in principle, the sister was right. Brother plays not the least role in the execution of the plan. Probably the master will bestow him with great gifts, not otherwise. The girl looked at him joyfully. The day when everything will be done is coming up. Didn't the master say to start cooking? The guy looked at her. He immediately sensed a strange aura from his sister. She was trying to get information out of him. Why questioning him so intently? The girl shrieked in surprise. She couldn't even believe that her brother would think something like that. She turned away and said that Master Shen is quite cunning. That's why she came here to ask for her brother's advice. The guy was stunned for seconds. Realizing that he had said too much, the boy waved his hands. No, he didn't mean it. The girl only looked at him out of a leer and pretentiously wiped away a tear. One could not give oneself away at such a crucial moment. Her brother began rummaging around behind her scruff and looking for something. The day would soon approach. At the appointed time, she would have to open the back door. A small vial of some kind of liquid appeared in the guy's hands. He ordered himself to spill it everywhere she could. With great disgust, the girl took the strange bottle from it with a very foul odor, as if someone had gone to the other world there. My brother yanked my arm and said we could do without it. Just let her do it the way it should be done so the rest of the show can begin. But when she reported it all to the Lord, he only laughed the stinking odor funny even somehow. So they want to summon that very creature? Yun looked at the Lord in surprise at what he meant. The girl didn't quite understand what was going on. Meanwhile, the dear guests had already arrived at the palace and were talking amongst themselves. All the distinguished masters from the various sects were here. Soon the elder himself appeared, and together with the old woman, they went inside with a quick step. The dragon pulled away from his conversation with the monk and looked away with a pleased look immediately approaching. The dragon master immediately greeted the master and bowed. The old man greeted the dear guest and asked how he was doing. While the two were talking, the dragon princess absent-mindedly looked somewhere to the side. The girl blushed slightly and looked away. The old master thanked his comrade for his warm words and smiled, and a friendly dialogue ensued between them. Suddenly, the old man turned his eyes and saw the monk standing next to him, thinking about something and apparently very anxious. The man immediately looked at him and asked how he was doing. The monk, as if snapped out of his musings, and sighed. He immediately began to thank the patriarch. Thanks to the patronage of his sect, the monastery could exist in peace. The patriarch smiled. Don't be so thankful if they have any difficulties so they can contact him immediately. The old lady sighed. After all these years, the old people had finally realized their reality. If she hadn't made the decision, then to support everyone who was bad. The doors swung open and a messenger appeared, immediately announcing that Ambassador Zhang had arrived and should be greeted properly. The Lord Went already stood at the entrance and bowed to the others. He was talking to the third prince about something. Behind them, the people from the bisect were talking and the ambassador had arrived. And the third prince still hasn't arrived. How does it look like he's standing there? The old woman turned around at them. The father looked in front of him with a worried look. He should somehow greet the dear guest, but where is his own son? He immediately bowed to the ambassador and apologized for his own son. He was a little busy right now. The boy looked at him and smiled. The old man expected the worst. He thought that the great ambassador would get angry with him and scold him. The sect leader Bai only smiled. It was all useless. Let him not even try to apologize. He was definitely finished. However, the ambassador was not the least bit angry. Everything is fine, unique people doing unique things. You don't need to apologize like that. The father only rejoiced his son would be pleased to hear such praise from the famous ambassador. Let him pass closer. Bai and his son just looked at it with surprised eyes. And how could they understand that they thought the ambassador would be angry? The son looked at the old man and wondered why the ambassador did not get angry, but rather praised her to the Lord. The old man himself just remained silent and pondered. Does this third prince really have connections with the ambassadors of the 8th outer world? The boy was frightened. Did their plan just get ruined? However, the old man said it was too late to backtrack still in force. They've already lost one elder and the other is still recovering from a serious injury, so the situation is getting more complicated. And besides, Wei should have sprayed bait around the entire sect. Hopefully he's already done all that. The old man shouted that if they surrendered now, the whole plan would go down the drain. We can't leave. But his son still had doubts. He thought that everything was about to collapse and nothing would work out. However, if that can stop them, since even an ambassador from the outside world is patronized by the Third Lord. The boy was very worried and slanted his eyes to the side as if everything was going to go wrong and their plan was going to go down the drain. But the old man tried to reassure him this is a special case. Even if he tries to help Shen, he still can to stop what is coming. Should they even bother? Suddenly they heard a strange odor. It was the same poison bait. It was time to put the plan into action. It was time to move out. Without noticing anything going on around him, Shen just sat in his seat and was completely calm without worrying about anything. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the forest nearby. The birds from Veer began to worry something huge and very scary was approaching. One of the birds stood up on 2 legs and with burning eyes looked in front of her and started screaming something was different. When they heard something crashing nearby, they all jumped up and literally felt the whole building start to vibrate. Even the elder along with the envoy flinched in surprise as a low-frequency rumble spread everywhere. The messenger, who until that moment had been cheerful and joyful, suddenly became gloomy. He felt something ominous approaching. The princess wondered why father and the ambassador were so frightened, and it was the first time she had seen father in such a state. The oldest, she didn't understand anything at all. He just shrieked. What was even going on here? The man wanted to know what it was. Jiang shrieked in surprise and invited everyone to walk with him outside. There was something very wrong. The sky was covered with clouds, and in the distance I could see the monstrous silhouette of something very huge. All those who ran outside froze in place. They just stared with dazed eyes in front of them. The huge monster was approaching them with wide steps. The dragon princess clung to her father and cried out, "What is it?" The elder shouted that it was a devil beast. The patriarch looked at them in surprise. What the hell is this devil beast? Where did it come from? And what is it doing here? The messenger said that this beast had not been seen for hundreds of years and that it appeared only when people were too happy. The dragon princess looked at him worriedly and asked what was going on afterwards. Father continued for her, the monster destroys all paths besides bringing misery and fear to the land for many years, maybe even hundreds of years. The monster meanwhile was coming closer and closer, its ominous aura filling the entire surroundings, purple lightning streaking across the heavens. It seems only one of all the people present wasn't frightened. It was Bai, the man looking in front of him and smiling as if he didn't look at all. The sects would be destroyed. The patriarch cried out how such a monster can exist in our world. It is simply incomprehensible where it came from. Turning to Master Envoy said that his sector must be very powerful. They are well acquainted with this monster after all, aren't they? Master Q looked at him with surprised eyes. For a second he thought he had been exposed. Eventually the messenger jumped up, "Come along with him if you can help the others follow." Seeing her father headed out with Mr. Dragon Princess for her father to take care of himself along the way, let her try to get home alive. Young Master Chu looked at his father. Perhaps Envoy them suspect again? The old man only hissed at him. And only the Dragon Princess was looking at them over her shoulder. The girl had apparently suspected something and was now watching the two closely. The boy shrieked, and whether or not the Grand Masters would really be able to handle this monster. The old man smirked. Remains to be seen. The Dragon Princess suddenly saw Master Shen approaching them and shouted happily, but finally, help came. The girl was glad. Meanwhile, several forces of Yith had already approached the monstrous monster. The monster opened its maw and began to roar with rage. Seeing such a monster, Huo raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of monster is this? Shen was silent and looked in front of him. He already knew where this monster came from. In the end, sect leader Bai exclaimed happily, but finally the third master was here. They thought he had abandoned them at the most crucial moment. The Dragon Princess shouted that her father along with the messenger is now fighting the monstrous monster, and the sect doesn't have many excuses to escape. The young lord only grinned. He knew very well that these two were engaged but not yet married. Therefore, the Dragon Princess had no right to say so. The girl blushed with embarrassment and looked at the insolent kid. She wanted to say something, but kept silent at the last moment. Finally, Huo appeared. She shrieked that they may not have to explain anything. Just let her admit that they are afraid and that it, moreover, let them stand in the way of her master. The girl became furious and crooked her face. These people are her powerlessness most of all. The old man shouted, "What an insolent girl!" His son confirmed, "The devil beast is overflowing with evil spirits, so it would be foolish to go there alone." There was a rumbling sound. The messenger flew right back and fell to the ground with a thud, breathing heavily. The old man immediately jumped up to him in an attempt to help him up. The man was breathing heavily and barely on his feet. Seeing Master Shen, the envoy raised his eyebrow in surprise, and the third master simply asked if he was stepping aside to fight someone. The sect leader Bai only watched their conversation. The old man sensed that the situation was heating up and couldn't bring suspicion upon himself. Looking at his old acquaintance, the third gentleman thanked the messenger for a job well done. Now it was his turn, and Zhang Legit looked at him with a worried look. This beast must be 500 years old, who knows why it is so aggressive. They agreed that someone had brought the monster here on purpose so that it would come to this particular sect, but it remained to be seen who it was. However, the third gentleman smiled and said not to worry. He had long been prepared for this turn of events. Bai shrieked in surprise and looked away from where the girls were standing and began to suspect something. Yun clung to her friend and tried to hide behind her back. Huo just looked at Master in surprise and didn't understand anything. Poor Yun realized that she had been exposed and just tried to hide her fear. She knew that she was in for a very serious conversation. Looking at the messenger, and the third lord thanked him for his help. It was a pity that Zhang was hurt, but that was the situation. The messenger only smiled, no big deal. He immediately realized that Shen was an unusual person, so everything was fine. The only thing left was to deal with the monster. He touched his wounded cheek and said he was overconfident, and that's why he got hurt. It wasn't anyone's fault. Shen smiled. Since his named brother had agreed to help his sect, the prince would take over for him in such a difficult task. He quickly began to climb up the roof to get a good look at the monster. The messenger immediately realized what this technique was, and the old man standing next to him raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was the 5th level of the celestial body. Jumping outside, Shen immediately rushed towards the monster and started swinging his blade. The monster was rampaging. Looking at the others, Shen said that they would see each other soon, no need to worry. He would deal with this monster quickly. All this time, Old Man Bai couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. He couldn't even break through to the 4th level in his entire life, and this mediocre guy is already at the 5th level. Suddenly, Huo's shout was heard. The girl also wanted to participate in the battle. Master seemed to have forgotten about her. Young Master Q looked at his father and wanted to say something, but the old man stopped him with a single glance. Worried if Mr. Sheng had raised his level, could it somehow affect their plan? The old man shouted that everything would be fine. Everyone else who was here, including the ambassador, ran outside. They wanted to help Shen in the battle. These two also moved forward. They wanted to see Monster finally destroy this damned sect. The Great Masters fought the monstrous monster to the limit of their abilities. However, it turned out to be remarkably strong. The leader of the dragons was already on his last breath. He did not believe it was true to leave his life here, but where is the help? Master Shaw tried his best. His strength was running low. He asked the Dragon Emperor an order lion. The man turned around and thanked the master for his concern, but he didn't get distracted from the fight. He had to defeat this devilish beast, or the entire sect would be in danger. The monster roared with rage and swung a huge paw to finally swat the two of them like moths. The Dragon Master saw that Mr. Patriarch was in danger and cried out for him to be careful, but could not help him in any way. At the last moment, the old man noticed that the monster's monstrous arm was flying at him, but he couldn't do anything else. The old man's body flew several dozen meters away and crashed into the ground. Thank God he was alive but injured. The poor old man gritted his teeth to cope with the pain and not scream his whole back, and his whole body was as if paralyzed. At the last moment, the old man could not believe his eyes because his son was alive and came to his aid just in time to rush forward. Just then, the dragon leader jumped up. He too had seen the third lord and rushed over to help. On the man's face was real terror and delight. He wanted to help the third young master, but she was too far away and screamed. Turning to the others, Shen asked the dragon leader to take his father with him and get the hell out of here. He could handle himself. Zhao picked up Mr. Shou and dragged along with him. The old man only coughed. He received multiple wounds to his internal organs. His father gritted his teeth. Even the Grand Ambassador couldn't handle this monster. Could his son even damage the monster with a finger? Meanwhile, the ambassador, along with the rest of the girls, ran forward. They had to help the third young master. Seeing the girl's eagerness, Zhang shouted, "She doesn't understand this is not just an ordinary monster. He is too strong for them." Suddenly, the dragon princess stopped and at Kosov's finger shrieked somewhere, "Just look what's going on." The monster came closer and closer, and in front of him stood the third prince, completely as if nothing had happened, and just waited. He put his hand out in front. Shen stood his ground and waited. He wasn't even going to fight this monster, it seems. From what happened next, when along with the others could not believe their eyes, they froze in place and just watched. Shen, instead of fighting the monster, stroked its head. The fur of this monster was still as soft and warm as a pillow. From afar, it looked like Shen was stroking a large dog on the head. and it was obediently looking at him and smiling with its tongue out. The dragon princess and the apprentice looked at each other and wondered how it was possible that they had misunderstood. But the most amazed was the ambassador. You just can't be. No one from the 8th Kingdom is able to even get close to this monster, let alone pet it. But everything was happening just like that. Contrary to all familiar common sense, Shen just stroked the monster's head and the monster even liked it. He felt like a kitten. After looking at him, the young master smiled and said that everything was fine. His face was overly good-natured. They hadn't seen each other for a full 500 years. Shen kept stroking his old friend and said that he would train in the heavenly dungeon afterward. The monster clutched his puffy cheeks and, as if surprised, almost fell backwards like a doll. However, Shen looked at him and told him to stop indulging his desires. Even though he was already so old, he still had to keep practicing. When Shen noticed the marvelous horns on his head, he asked to give him one of them, but the monster didn't really need them. And then a monster of enormous size, like an obedient child, reached a hand to its head and removed one of the horns. All those on the ground could not believe their eyes why the monster took off his own horn and so obediently gave it to the master. After waving his huge paw, the monster went forward back to his cave to train. The big horn had shrunk to such a size that now the third young lord could easily grasp it in his hand and came down to the others unharmed. Once they saw the heavenly horn, they couldn't believe their eyes, as it turned out that this monster also had its own treasure. Looking at the new thing, Shen only smiled. He was indeed incredible. He was even able to tame a devil beast. Looking at the ambassador, the guy said that he was sorry that the devil beast was able to injure him, but Zhang said that it was nothing wrong with it. Laughing, the ambassador said that it seems that the people who summoned this monster here will be very angry when they see the horn. On the proudest was Huo. Simply unbelievable her master had easily tamed a huge beast with a slight movement of his hand. He is truly underestimated. Shifting his gaze to the side, Shen said that it seems now he can ask the main instigator how he feels now. Indeed, standing aside was Mr. Bei along with his son. They didn't even know what to say after what had happened. The young lord asked after all this monster was attracted here, right on that the master came closer. On his face was real fury. His whole plan had gone down the drain. They had been preparing for so long to destroy the enemies. The young prince immediately fell to the ground and started bowing down, beating his head on the ground and apologizing they had made a monstrous mistake. Our hero just stood there and looked at them with eyes in which there was not a drop of anger, in which he did not even seem to be upset after what had happened. The old master said that master could do with them as he wished. Just let him keep his sect's legacy. After a little thought, Shen sighed. Their words of remorse sound sincere enough. Maybe they should really be forgiven. After looking at them with calm eyes, Shen still agreed well he wouldn't touch them all. However, he would demand something in return. All the sect members who were involved in this crime must part with their lives voluntarily. For a second, there was silence. The ambassador looked at them with astonished eyes. This is tantamount to destroying the entire sect. What is he trying to accomplish? The young prince cried out that they had made a monstrous mistake. Let the Lord have mercy on them. This is too cruel a punishment. But the old master agreed it was very prudent, the man said in a calm voice, that he would do so. However, the young master with tears in his eyes did not understand anything about what his father was saying. That was complete madness. He grasped the old master's sleeve and began to beg him to apologize properly. Perhaps even the Lord would be magnanimous and spare them. On the boy's head lay his father's soft hand. The heir kept crying and looking at him with pitiful eyes, not realizing what was going to happen. The old man looked at him and cried, his sect has reached such heights, but from now on it will all be over. Suddenly the boy shrieked. The father took his son's life in one simple movement, and the boy's body fell lifeless, sacked to the ground. It was all over. Shen looked at all of this with a lifeless stare, and they complied with his demands, but the guy didn't seem to show any emotion at all. The old man looked at his son and said in a whisper that all was well, his father would come to him soon. After everything that had happened within the sect itself was somehow tense. No one knew what to talk about now. Everyone was somehow worried. The curtain flung open and Yun entered the room. She looked at the young master and turned to him in a frightened voice. Glancing over her shoulder, Shen asked, she had already found the sect disciple who had fallen into their trust after all. The girl tilted her head in front of her. Yes, that's the way it is. He had a terrible fate awaiting him. Yun was very hard to realize that it was her own brother. As soon as he heard that the patriarch of all year gone to the other world, he immediately willingly parted with his life. Looking at her friend Huo, noticed that she looked somehow not so droopy-eyed and was looking somewhere else altogether. The girl immediately pulled herself back and said it was okay. She didn't want to give away her excitement. And besides, the young master said that they had brought the trouble on themselves, so there was nothing to regret. The girl nodded. When Shen came close to her, he handed the girl a bundle of some sort and kindly told her to keep the sect's legacy. After accepting the gift, Yun thanked the young lord for his kindness and vowed that she would carefully guard the legacy of her ancestors. The girl had changed a lot in such a short period of time, and Huo looked at her in surprise. When she saw the demonic horn, the disciple looked at it in surprise. The messenger had said that it contained terrible energy, Looking at this horn, Shen said that in it stands the power of heaven and earth. If he gets hold of demonic energy, he can rebuild his inner creation. A smile slipped onto his face in the higher world. Cultivator's energy isn't that dense, because of which the development speed of his body is too... The student looked at him in surprise and asked him how it could be done. Without answering anything, Shen simply held out the horn. It began to glow with a strange purple glow, and liquid began to drip from the tip. It was like acid, the student shrieked in surprise, but wow, how much pressure even the stone floor was burned through. And besides, the girl was surprised to notice that the horn had changed its color. It had become crystal clear. Shen smiled, said that this demonic energy came out of this horn. Now we should get started. He waved his hand. A part of the demonic body instantly turned into a small haze and flew forward. Huo holding a small bowl in her hands, all the demonic energy was released from the horn and began to be absorbed right there. Suddenly, some demonic entity emerged from the teapot, opened its huge mouth, and tried to attack the girl. However, the apprentice immediately dispelled all this obsession by waving her head, and the demon immediately retreated back and hid back. Huo stared at the strange teapot with a slightly tense look that harbored demonic energy. Can't let this monster appear again. A dragon's head appeared from the strange liquid that filled the vessel and immediately hissed at its new owner. The dragon climbed out almost completely and flew up to young Master Shen, put his finger forward and touched the demonic creature. He breathed all the energy into himself for a few seconds. A silence broken only by the beating of his heart. At some point, our hero changed in his face. His eyes lit up red as if filled with blood. The whole house overflowed with monstrous energy. A column of several stripes was advancing along the forest road with a huge monster like a turtle with a house on its back walking behind it. Inside on the balcony was a joyful Huo master cultivated the energy in himself for a month, but thank God everything went fine. The dragon princess walked up next to her. If this wagon wasn't here, it would be impossible to normally reach the heavenly sect being so far away. Seeing the object of her annoyance, Huo looked at the princess. She didn't understand why the girl had come here at all. There was tension between them again, and the two girls were ready to fight each other, but luckily the merchant showed up in time. The man tried his best to talk some sense into the two men, but they could not be allowed to fight here or there would be nothing left of their caravan. Eventually the princess calmed down and smiling said it was very nice to travel on a dragon carriage and thanked the merchant. Huo looked at the merchant and said that the supreme heavenly sect had prepared a lot of spiritual blood shards for him. Actually, they just want to know about her master. Quite rightly, the merchant pulled out a small bill from somewhere, and it was thanks to them that the deal was finalized. The man was actually more concerned with how much he would make from this deal. He was already anticipating the smell of money. The two girls just looked at him with exhausted eyes. These businessmen are just awful, only about one thing, and they only think they can make a profit. The princess breathed, chasing after profit. Of course, normal and understandable, but she by no means expected it to be such a big deal. Huo nodded her head with a sidelong glance. Yes, it's not something her master normally does. He doesn't really care about money. The merchant smirked. And it is true they know the master very well, and then he refused. He said something last. Shen then, while they were still talking, said that the sect makes enough money, so why would they chase profits even more? But the merchant didn't lag behind. He said that the sect is growing rapidly, so there's no need to limit yourself. It's a good opportunity for development in the department. As expected, this had no interest for Shen. He asked what this had to do with him at all. Shangguan got a replacement white feather. The merchant continued. Supreme Martial Sect has a long and interesting history back then. They were very wealthy and constantly held fairs. Hearing that those fairs often held auctions and sold rare alzaphylla leaves, Shen cheered up a little. It already sounded very interesting. The peddlers picked up on this thread. It's a chance to convince the master. He's already interested, so we should get him there. He said it's a fun place to hang out. But no, it wasn't that Shen only shook his head. He wasn't really interested in entertainment. He ordered to immediately pack up. They're going to the heavenly sect now. The others had to be notified as well. It was only now that the merchant realized where he had gotten to. If they were to participate in the battle for the leaves, they would definitely lose. It was impossible to turn the celestial sect against themselves. The girls only looked at him warily. What is he muttering about? However, Huo just said to nail it again, he must be going crazy about his money. The doors opened and Master Shen appeared on the threshold, looking in front of him with a piercing gaze. Soon, they should have arrived at the place. Princess with love, she looked at her lover. The merchant cowered somewhere behind and scratched the back of her head. All the travelers looked at each other and looked ahead. They had arrived at the place. They would be there soon. A large caravan with countless wagons moved through the gorges ahead. Soon they would arrive at the heavenly sect's location. The princess gingerly and interestedly looked in front of her. The building of the celestial sect was different from anything they had seen before. So they have a long way to go. Huo looked in front of him with a disappointed look. She was already tired of dragging. There's a line with so many people. Liu grinned. After all, this is a grand event. Naturally, a lot of people will arrive there. We have to wait a bit. The merchant noticed that the princess is too modest, the main treasure of the world in the Dragon Palace, in no other way. The man realized that this fair, although it was quite a significant event, could not be compared to the Dragon Palace. The princess and the apprentice looked at each other. She didn't even know she had such a treasure at home. Looking at her, Huo only smirked, not at the fact that the princess had never been to a merchandise evaluation exhibition before. She didn't know anything about her dragon palace at all. The princess only snorted and choked on her words. She hated to realize it. She really is from the side branch? Liu looked at the student with a fierce look. She was getting more and more annoyed. Jumping up to the young gentleman, Dan said that they should go there and present the invitation cards so they wouldn't have to wait in line here. The man immediately started crowding the guard post he let them pass through without too much trouble and handed over a small bag of gold. Two strict guards looked at these strange people. What kind of rednecks came to them? They did not want to let them pass. In the hands of the guard immediately appeared a weighty bag of gold, a real bribe. Eventually, the guard took pity and threw the merchant an invitation sign so they could get there without any problems. So let's make an exception this time. The merchant almost fainted when he saw his number 184th place. It is incomprehensible how long they have to wait here. The guards were talking among themselves and did not pay any attention to the new guests. One of them looked at him and shouted, "What a redneck who can't even count. Let him look carefully at the sign. There's almost 200 other people in front of him. Just let him stand there and wait for what's not to understand." Finally, the merchant's patience gave up and he shouted that he was carrying headlights for Mr. Shengguan and that his lord had arrived at his personal invitation. Seeing such rudeness in his address, the merchant could not contain his emotions as they only dared to treat his master so rudely. The rough guard looked at him over his shoulder and echidnically asked, "And what is he going to do to him? Let him try." Suddenly, from the back, and both the merchant and the guards turned back with worried looks, someone stepped out of the wagon. It was the young master. He dressed up slightly and went outside waving his arms. The merchant stopped and looked across himself at the wagon from where the voice had come from. He shuddered with his whole body. The man said that the people from the department should be punished for such an inappropriate attitude towards Master Shen. The guards looked at the young master with fear and could not believe their eyes. The merchant also looked on, wondering why it was the young master who had gotten out of the wagon who had disturbed him there. In the end, Guy became annoyed, so he would punish on his own these students who dared to disrespect him. A deacon appeared from somewhere and shouted at his novices, "How dare these madmen speak to a young master like that?" Just in time, the guy looked at the old man. The deacon began to apologize for bringing the master this far. Pointing his finger at the two guards, the boy said that these two were causing trouble for his man. The guards looked at each other. The merchant cried out that this is exactly how they were blatantly disrespected. How could they ever do this to their dear guests? The man said that for such disrespect, these two should be severely punished so that it doesn't happen again. The deacon turned cold. Does the lord really mean the young lord who was able to split the moon? The merchant confirmed again, yes, they came here at the personal invitation of the sect's abbot. The deacon still couldn't believe what the man who had destroyed the Bai Yue sect with his own hands was doing here. And what should they do now? Why is the young master praising Shauna so much? It made Shauna nervous. The man couldn't figure out what to do at all. When the deacon realized what was going on, he immediately exploded with rage. These two fools dared to insult the young master and will be punished. The deacon looked obligingly at the young gentleman and asked if he was all right, but he didn't want to be reprimanded. And the boy just looked at him over his shoulder with a fierce look and said nothing. It was obvious he was very annoyed. The merchant asked if the young lord was all right, the man himself very upset by the experience. When the boy came to his senses, he said that he had long admired young Mr. Shen. Can this man take him to him? I would like to meet him in person. The merchant realized that the young master seemed to be a nice guy. It seems the merchant didn't quite realize that it wasn't a young master standing in front of him. Meanwhile, in the palace, the two girls were talking to each other again and almost quarreled. They just wanted to pour tea. The dragon princess brought a teapot and poured a fragrant drink. Shen claimed that he would come back, don't worry about it. This person never gets into any trouble. The doors opened and a cheerful merchant appeared on the threshold and announced to the lord that everything was ready, his voice resounding throughout the chamber. Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes, and it turned out that the third prince was not expecting anyone, so it was quite unexpected. Immediately, she jumped up to the merchant and said that her master didn't want any strangers in her chamber. Dan said that this man helped them get through the queue, so you can't deny him a lowly request, like just to see the master. The draconian princess seemed to know who had come to see them, and immediately lit up with curiosity in the girl's mind. Huo didn't quite understand what it was about and immediately began to ask who was coming to them. The merchant said that the dragon family had a family. The princess jumped up to the young one and said that this person's name was the same as his own, and he is the youngest son of the sect master of a very respected person. After thinking for a bit, Huo began to put puzzles together in her head. This person comes out to be the young master's older brother. The princess went on to tell the founder of the Blade sect had been in a deep depression after losing his firstborn son. It was only after many years of hermitage and suffering that he realized he needed an heir after all. He used the method of hardening the seed. The merchant confirmed that this person had a very high position in society. No wonder the people of the Supreme Heaven sect came to see him. But the student did not understand why she should call this old man a great master. He is just a weak man who can barely walk on his feet. Our hero has expressed a desire to see his relative, so take him to him, please. It would be interesting to meet him. The older man was in his room when he heard someone's footsteps and looked away. The young lord, along with all his friends, stood before him and watched with an enlightened gaze, but here they met. The older man introduced himself and gave his name. He seemed very happy to see his relative. Shen looked at him and smiled, apologizing for the long wait. He just had a lot of things to do, and it cost him a lot of work to get here. The friends glanced among themselves. This master was the same age as their young master. They even look almost identical. They glanced over to the dragon princess, immediately recognized the young lord, and greeted him. The boy smiled back. It's been a long time. They certainly haven't seen each other. It turned out that the master came here because of the fair's father is very old, and due to his age cannot come here in person. He bowed again and called his father's name. The young lord said he had heard of his exploits, and they moved forward. Two almost identical guys moved forward higher up the mountain. They wanted to walk and talk. They had something to discuss. Yijo smiled and invited his new comrade to follow him. He was an extremely courteous person. They boarded a small cable car and headed up. It moved with a creak and towered over the other mountains. There were several dozen more like it. In passing, the gentleman told where their sect was located. It was on an elevation so that no enemy could get here and attack. The girls were still looking at the iron wagon, and it seemed to them something unusual. They had never seen such fancy mechanisms before. Here it was very strange. The cable car moved by itself, was not even visible. Who moves this strange structure? Looking at them, the young gentleman smiled and said that it was not quite so. There was a peculiar circuit by which this strange device worked. Each cabin with people in it is controlled by an apprentice who stands on the mountain and pulls a huge cable. Here's basically what it looks like. The girls wondered if the apprentice was pulling it alone, for the cart was quite heavy. It was strange that one man could handle such a burden. Huo continued to wonder, but wow, every sect disciple turns out to be as strong as a real Hercules. It is awe-inspiring. Yiju smiled. Well, you could say that the guy was glad that he was finally able to see the young master he had heard so much about. He explained that practically the martial arts skills that are learned here make it possible to carry such heavy loads with ease. A few minutes later, the wagon was already in place. There was a small thud, and it stopped in front of a small dip that led forward. Two silhouettes were moving through the mountains. One of them was talking fiercely about something. Why no one had warned him that the young master had arrived. The yellow-haired man named Hu was the local elder. He raged. If no one met the young master, someone would have to be held responsible. Eventually, they did meet their guests of honor. The man bowed and greeted the young master. However, seeing who stood before him, the man twitched as to how this impostor dared to travel in the same carriage as the young master. The man was confused. They were all the same. But where was his own master? After everyone else, young Master Shen Yizhu finally came out. He smiled and greeted the elder with a joyful look. From there, people started pouring out of the wagon again. First the girls came out, followed by the timid merchant who was always afraid. The young lord thanked the elder for meeting them in such a remote place. It must have been hard to get here, the man shouted out. Pointing his hand at his dear guests, the young lord introduced them as young Master Shen from the Forgotten Blade sect, who had come here from afar. He further pointed his hand towards the elder and introduced his old man was the abbot of the Jade Branch Supreme Heaven sect. Looking at the way this old man behaves, Huo began to get annoyed. He is a real snob, constantly fawning in front of the master, even becomes disgusting. The Dragon Princess explained that the Jade Branch in this sect is the second sect, and this person is its abbot. He had already prepared a room for the young master and his guests, although no one had asked him to do so. Another servant jumped up and obligingly told them that their rooms were elsewhere. Please follow me, and they all followed him. The young master and the elder stepped aside, and the servant looked at them with an irritated look. The doors swung open, and silhouettes appeared on the threshold. The room was quite shabby and looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. The boys stopped at the threshold and froze in place. The girls couldn't believe it's not possible that they would be put in this hovel. The merchant asked as politely as possible to prepare a good room for their master. How on earth can you salt them into this barn? However, the servant didn't even think of doing anything. This was the last room available, so Lethem settled for what they were offered. The girls looked at each other and became enraged. The usual chicken shed looked better than the one they had been put in. It was barbaric. They continued to riot, and the servant just turned away from them. Not wanting to listen to all this nonsense, he said nothing in response. Seeing that her master was acting extremely calm, the student looked at him with surprised eyes and wanted to say something. The servant turned back. He saw young Master Shen approaching him. At the leisurely gait, the man stopped for a second and turned around. The servant already started to get annoyed, but our hero showed him a sign and ordered him to take it to the person in charge, and then we'll talk about the room. Shen moved incredibly fast. In his hands appeared a strange hieroglyph. The servant looked at him with surprised eyes and didn't even have time to say anything. The man clutched his forehead and his head began to burn with pain. Shen looked at him with a serious look and told him not to hurry. They would wait for him. Finally, the servant walked up to his master and bowed. He had to show him the sign. The man looked at him with interest. Let him quickly show him. As soon as the elder abbot saw what was on his servant's forehead, he immediately became cold with fear. He threw the servant aside with a whistle, and the man didn't even have time to say anything, but just flew away like a rag doll. Another servant elder immediately appeared at the door and ordered that their dear guest be placed in the celestial sea room to rest. The servant looked at his elder with a frightened look. He didn't understand why the master was so worried. Elder Fan quickly ran forward to receive the dear guests and apologize for this unfortunate omission. Another old man showed up from somewhere and said that such a room was fine. It was a good option for an apology. Fang stood behind his abbot and looked forward with a frightened look. Strange, somehow it turned out as soon as the cloud symbol appeared, this person came. Meanwhile, our hero was just sitting in his room, leaning against the window and watching something. They were finally moved to a proper room. The princess looked around. Everything here appeared so big and luxurious. Nearby, there was even a fish in the spring. The girls immediately began to watch with amazement, and the master did not get distracted. The merchant suggested that it might even be the best room in the heavenly sect. They had been given the finest suite of apartments. The girls looked at each other and the princesses grinned. It's certainly better than the barn they were going to lock them in. Huo continued to admire her. Master was really a delightful person. He was given such a warm welcome once they saw that sign. Smiling, Shen silently looked at the girl and rejoiced. Well, this is already a different matter. Meanwhile, Yiju was practicing. He swung his blade and launched an energy wave straight forward, destroying everything around him. He was incredibly focused on his training and paid no attention at all to those standing around him. There were a few people nearby and they looked admiringly at their master. He was getting better and better with every second he wielded the blade. The young lord was a master in wielding a blade and was also good at writing. In this test he had just written, there were no mistakes. But as soon as he found out that his brother who was thrown off the cliff was still alive, he immediately wanted to see him. The boy was extremely stunned after hearing that his then returned to the world after the moon split, and even began to worry. The servant asked, should they prepare for a family reunion? The boy shook his head. No, there is no need for that now. Chilling with fear, the man added, but after all, this person could then, great master, completely inherited his stubbornness, most likely to come here. But the young master was furious. What was that man thinking? What sect he had founded that had never been heard of? But it turned out that our hero had founded all those who had forgotten the blade. The fame of it had already begun to spread beyond the province. The young lord had heard about it too from the stories of his servants. He overheard everything and tried to find out. In addition, the boy heard that his relative is really like 2 drops of water, similar to the old master about it said literally everyone. The boy stopped on the balcony and began to ponder what kind of a man was heading towards him that everyone was talking so hard about. Then it was decided that the master would meet him at the highest heavenly sect. But so far, they were not on the mountain. It would be necessary to wait for their return. While they were climbing up, Huo kept shrieking in surprise. It was the first time she was so high, the girl rejoiced like a real child. Back then, the dragon princess had already seen the young sect master and immediately turned cold with surprise. Huo immediately saw this and blushed how romantic it was. However, she immediately received a nudge from the princess to stop doing bullshit. The young master smiled, for he was great honor to be mentioned by the dragon princess. Even she knows about him. Trying to fight off Huo, the girl said that, anyway, thanks for the help, it's a big part for them to be here. Yiju said that these rooms are reserved for nobles, so they have every right to live here because they are honored guests. The merchant was happiest of all. They were put in such fine apartments they have the opportunity to live in a real palace. They immediately started dancing around their young master. He was, for them, the best in the world, a real deity. Looking at these people, you'd think they were crazy. The prince said their room was upstairs. They stood with the young master and talked. Yiju still couldn't believe that the man who split the moon and founded a sect in such a short period of time was standing in front of him. Moreover, Shen said that he wasn't going to return to the old sect, but would stay in his own sect. The expression on his face changed. The young master looked at the dear guest with surprise, but said nothing. It certainly looked ridiculous. After a short delay, the guy shrieked in surprise and tried to restrain himself from laughing right there. But still, Mr. Don't Hold Back and his boisterous laughter echoed throughout the space, seemingly not caring. He said he didn't really care. He's a descendant of the 12th. That's good enough for him. Shen stood and looked at him with a calm gaze. It was interesting to see a man who had long been thought to be undead, so here he was standing there. The master smiled again. And this person is really stubborn like that old master. The rumors don't lie after all. The guy came closer and put his hand on our hero's shoulder. They had common ancestors after all. They were very similar in appearance. Yiju added that his father still retained a clear mind, but it was obvious that he still regretted the incident with his brother. These words hurt Shen, and he looked at the strange gentleman with interest, but still remained silent. Waving his hands, the guy realized he'd gone a little overboard and said they'd had enough with the greetings. Besides, the guy said that unfortunately he can't help them directly, but if the dear guests get in, let them go ahead. Shen calmly said that he lives higher than the young master, so there shouldn't be any problems. The tension hung in the air. Realizing that it was time for him to go, the boy bowed to the guests and said he had to go, wishing them a good day. Even Huo, who had doubted this man until now, said that he was still a good princess, only glanced at her. While these two were arguing, Shen just watched the strange gentleman who already seemed like a very slippery type to him. Unwilling to stay here, Shen turned around and went away to his room to get some privacy. The others also decided to disperse. The merchant on the way rejoiced. Looks like they won't have any more problems with the heavenly sect. There's no need to worry about that. On the mountain, there was a fanciful pedestal in the form of a dragon that entangles the big stone there and stood all these houses. It looked amazing. The next day, the girls decided to take a walk and went to a local coffee shop, and the food here was really delicious. Hua wanted to address the princess, but turned her head and noticed that she had literally vanished. Among everyone else stood a full-bodied man who was drinking an expensive drink. This man is the owner of the treasure pavilion in the capital. The merchant, along with the young gentleman, sauntered over and regarded. All around them, it proved to be quite a bizarre sight. That man over there who drinks constantly is the elder of the Spirit Stone sect that holds the largest bloodstone mine. The dragon princess said in surprise that it seemed like every single part of the world had sent ambassadors here. The merchant cheerfully said that of course there would be rare leaves on display here that would be of great interest to all present. As the merchant approached the young gentleman, he said it would be difficult to go back. Why not look at something else? However, the gentleman turned around and silently walked away. He didn't care about this fair. The merchant was wiping away his tears. He had just been ignored in the most brazen way. The gentleman didn't even pay attention. But the man kept saying that the market price of the leaves is measured in hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins. It is quite expensive. And besides, they don't have enough money for the purchase. The gentleman stopped and said, it's a problem to get money somewhere. The merchant came closer to him and shyly said that they basically have no choice now, so let's do something about it. Suddenly, Shen twitched. He was distracted by someone's voice. One of the crowd recognized him and immediately moved closer to the guy. This was the same elder who owned the bloodstone mine. He immediately started asking how many stones the Lord had brought here. The man began to insult the prince in a brazen manner, saying that they have no money matters. They are real losers. Our hero was immediately jumped by the dragon princess and told him to be a little careful with this man. He is quite dangerous. The merchant immediately jumped up to Elder Yu and began to apologize to him. Of course, the Forgotten Blade sect doesn't have such power. No one is arguing. Shen just silently continued to watch this altercation. The guy tried to ignore it, but this man was starting to get annoying. The merchant, meanwhile, tried unsuccessfully to make contact. The Dan responded in a sideways manner to his discarded elder. The man cannot find anything to say. Meanwhile, the owner of the mine continued to rage. He asked, did the Forgotten Blade sect find the veins of these stones? The dragon princess realized that if she didn't say anything now, she would offend everyone whose spirit stone couldn't let a scandal happen. The traitor that if they admit it now, they'll be in big trouble in the future. The man tried to keep his temper in check and had millions of goosebumps running up his spine. Shen himself just smiled, and what should he even do? In the end, the guy said that Elder Yu is a rather straightforward person. Raising a finger up, the guy clarified. His low price had nothing to do with the Spirit Stone sect. The elder only glanced at him. He was so drunk that he could hardly think and just staggered in one place. Shen continued. He said that Yu was selling spiritual bloodstones and he was selling spiritual bone marrow. It was indeed a little unclear. The merchant was about ready to start tearing his hair out of fear. Now they were going to fall somewhere very deep. He just looked at mine's owner with a frightened look and begged that his master not say anything else unnecessary. Realizing what they wanted from him, Shen asked, does Elder think he can extract blood from every spirit stone or what? The merchant almost fainted as he clutched his head. Well, the master had blabbed. Now they were going to have a huge problem. The elder, all red from alcohol with a confused tongue, asked, the master wants to say he knows a way to detect bone marrow. He stood his ground and looked at the young boy who stood in his way. Shen nodded his head. Yes, that's what they came here for. The merchant now realized what the master's purpose was. He was collecting money for the leaves. Now the man could only help him sell it at the maximum price. The merchant approached the elder and said that if the Lord was interested in it, he shouldn't let any other sect take possession of the goods. Hearing that the Lord would sell it to the highest bidder, the elder only remained silent and continued to blush from the alcohol. He smirked. Could it be that this kid has him for a sucker? Even if he says it's true, he can still use this method. Quite bluntly, Shen replied that it was like this. So the people who buy it will have to supply the guy with bone marrow at a low price. Even the drunken elder realized that it was a reasonable request given the situation, but he remained silent. He waved his hand and said it was time to put this conversation on hold. Words alone are not proof, so let the guy show him everything he's got. Looking at his interlocutor, Shen asked, does the elder have any spirit stones he needs some amount to experiment with? The man pulled his hand out from behind his sinus in the palm of his hand. He had several small spirit stones. Let's see now. Yu himself realized to himself that if this guy were to use their bloodstones, there would be no way to cheat. Seeing only a dozen, Shen shrank back. What a pity why so few. It's even a little insulting, but what do we have? Yu almost fainted in surprise as soon as he saw that the bloodstone immediately began to ooze liquid. Shen continued to extract blood from the stone as he was suddenly stopped by the master's shout. The red-robed man continued to get agitated. Just because Shen extracted the marrow from this stone doesn't prove that the others don't have it. Our hero only smiled in principle, it is true, so let the man check it if he doubts. The owner of the Mine of Stones only smirked and began to go through his gems in his hands. The others just stood and watched him from afar and waited for the result until he was done rummaging around with his rocks. The man checked the stones one by one, but none of them contained marrow exactly as he had suspected. He finally calmed down and turned to Mr. Shen. The guy looked at him while continuing to smile. In the end, the astonished elder still agreed he was indeed surprised by such a marvelous method. They said goodbye and Shen just looked at him. The guy had already started to achieve what he wanted to achieve, but all that was left was to convince the man. After the conversation, Elder Yu decided to take a little walk and clear his head. He kept thinking about this incident. He blushed more and more and pondered. The Spirit Stone sect is rich in this material. If only one can monopolize this method, it will be great. Nearby stood Master Yizhou. He too wanted to take a walk and was looking at the local pond. When he saw Elder Yu, he wanted to talk to him about something, but the man passed by without even paying any attention to him. The boy stood alone on the empty road and stared in surprise at the man who was definitely something wrong with him. Being in the room, Elder Fan's worried voice said that it was indeed true on the man's face was clear fear. The abbot stood in front of him and couldn't believe his ears, so he means to say that this person has the same ability as the ancient master. One way or another, he definitely heard something, Elder wondered. But why did he suddenly come here? He didn't understand anything in their plans. Didn't include Cloud 10 sect, yes? And why would they stop him for a second? There was silence. The old man turned to him and smiled. Who knows what's in their heads? Perhaps these people just want to make money, that's all. After such a reply, the elder was a bit discouraged. Is it really their goal to just bargain? Come? The old man kept smiling. It would be nice if that were the case tomorrow anyway. There will be an auction, then we'll find out. It was trade day in the auction room, and many people were gathered in the auction room, making preparations and bringing their most exquisite wares. Among them was Shen. He was looking at what was happening with anticipation, but finally it would start, and he would do what he had planned. The merchant said that the Supreme Heaven sect had decided that the Spirit Stone recognition method would be the last lot, which meant that it would be the most expensive. Shen continued to listen. Carefully, the merchant said that they would notify all the bidders a little later. Our hero thought it was necessary to do everything in the best way to earn as much money as possible, and by leaves on his face was a smile. This would definitely bring them a lot of money. Huo seemed to be happiest of all on the girl's face, had a bright smile left to wait for the auction. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Everyone twitched in surprise. An unexpected visitor came to them. Hu immediately rushed to open the door. The girl was already standing beside it and pulled back the small flap, opening the way. On the threshold stood none other than Elder Yu. The girl took a few steps away and looked at the man in surprise. There was a pause between them. Huo had already reached out her hand to touch the master. However, the man started to get angry. Thank God the dragon princess was standing next to her and immediately pulled her friend away so that she wouldn't cause any trouble. Huo just sighed. The merchant, embarrassed as always, said that their master already knew about the auction, so the master has come just in time for the auction to begin soon. Seeing that he was ignored again, the poor merchant pulled back and just stayed standing back. Bowing, the master said that the Spirit Stone sect was willing to pay 300,000 gold for a method of detecting no coin less. But they had one condition, and this was already interesting. Our hero looked with interest at the merchant and prepared to listen to his terms. The man asked to remove the young gentleman's method of recognition from the auction. They would agree in private. The merchant raised an eyebrow in surprise. It wasn't a problem sipping a few sips. Shen said that this method would at least double your sect's profits. The man realized that it is impossible to give up so easily and decided to raise the price. It already reached 500,000. He turned his head when he heard the steady voice of a merchant chuckling somewhere behind him. Dan said the cost of this method is much higher. Man thought the auction would offer a much higher price than this bid. The elder said that their master wanted to become a friend through this deal, and they handled the offer like this. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen replied that he had only come here for the money. He didn't need new friends and some strange acquaintances. The elder almost swallowed his tongue at this. It was already a real direct rudeness. He wanted to say something, but held back. The merchant said that Tian's men were already here. The elder shivered even more and looked at the man in surprise. The merchant continued, as it is known, these two sects are direct competitors of Mr. Yu. He doesn't want these two to make a big profit after all. It turned out that the merchant had rejected everyone else just for the sake of the Spirit Stone sect, or he was brazenly lying. Between them, the conversation continued. The tension was building. The merchant wanted to get as much profit out of it as possible. The man wanted to tell everything from the beginning. Actually, they had chosen the Spirit Stone sect as the main item for their transaction. Yes, and besides, the young master had told him about it as soon as he arrived. Here hadn't the man started to recall? And now it was clear the merchant kept talking. and they hadn't received any news from the Spirit Stone sect all this time. They are only here for business, and when they saw that the Spirit Stone sect was going to make a purchase, they decided to auction off the skill, that's all. Well, now the Lord is here, but the offer seems to be out of the man's hands. He could hardly contain himself. He thought there had been some mistake. He couldn't let things go to waste. At that time, Shen just sat and stared in front of him. He was a little silent, but soon he allowed to discuss this matter with his master to set up a price. The merchant has led the way in visiting the exit seams. The deal will be finalized exactly as planned. When it was over, the girls began to look at the merchant with rapt attention. Mr. was simply irresistible. What a tongue-tied man he is. The man turned around, closing the door. Don't laugh at him. The girls don't seem to realize yet how expensive these leaves are, can't be allowed to drop in price. Master Yiju was watching all of this, and he watched with a steady gaze as the boys rejoiced at their new accomplishment. Another guy approached him. His name was Fu Gi. He was the son of the abbot of the Supreme Heaven sect. The friends said hello to each other. The boy inquired, "Is it true that the young gentleman has common roots with this strange fellow?" Without getting an answer to his question, Fugi looked away and only sighed heavily. This was all starting to piss him off. Fugi asked him, "Saw a guy like Elder Yu, known for his squabbling and desire to make more money, just bowed to their words, surprisingly?" But no, the young master unfortunately didn't notice it, or he was just lying. You could tell by the look on his face that he was very worried. Leaning Fugi said that the master is too cautious, even more than himself. Heard that many people all who want Shen's return. It is true after all. Barely overcoming his fear, the young master said that this man is already talented. He has his own sect. Why would he come back here is nonsense. The comrade only remained silent and looked at him with an exhausted look. He could see that his interlocutor was lying. Naturally, he was very afraid and worried about it. The young lord sat down in his seat and told him not to believe the rumors. They were all just the ravings of a madman. Fugi immediately became angry. How dare some guy despise a sect that is hardly the most powerful authority? Yiju, I didn't really mean it, but it was too late for the master to deny it. So angry that he was unable to control his emotions, Fugi swung around and pointed his middle finger at the spot where our hero was sitting, realizing that he wouldn't notice. At some point, Shen felt that someone was looking at him, moreover wishing him harm. The guy for a second even twitched. He turned around and saw Fugi sitting there, not even looking at him, giving him the middle finger, which was the height of insolence. Young Master Yiju just smiled as if he had nothing to do with this. Although deep down, he knew that the situation after this could get complicated. The auction was about to begin, and Shen looked at them and just smiled good-naturedly. He didn't want to fight with anyone right now. He didn't really care. The first item to be auctioned was a sacred purple Bodhi fire, the starting price of 10,000 coins. The bids immediately began to rise, and soon the amount was fabulous. Even our hero was very much surprised before that. He could not believe that in the 8th world there is such a matchless thing. The girls immediately fussed and hurriedly asked the master, "Is this thing so precious that everyone wants it?" However, Shen said in a calm voice that this thing was nothing compared to demonic blood. Hearing about the demon invasion and some kind of demon blood, the student grabbed her head again, the overabundance of information, as if her head would not burst. Shen still watching the auction. The bids were rising faster and faster, and the prices were already reaching several tens of thousands per item. In the end, the last bid was 30,000 gold coins. The auctioneer waved his hand and began to repeat the bid. No one else had any desire to outbid her. The man asked if the rate would be even higher. However, the hall fell silent. The amount is too overwhelming for them. People were talking among themselves, and they also wanted to get such a valuable object, but unfortunately they did not have so much money. At some point, Shen looked at the merchant and told him to buy it. Dan smiled and immediately rushed to fulfill the order. He charged a price of 100,000 gold coins, and everyone immediately turned on him, who had the intelligence to offer so much. The young prince just smiled as he watched what was going on. He was even a little amused by the auction going on exactly as it should. People were whispering amongst themselves. No one would have the guts to bet more. This amount was too much even for them. As usual, Fugi was sitting next to him, and he was getting annoyed at his arrogance, but the guy picked at his ear and still didn't say anything. The guy looked at the place where Shen was sitting with his friends. What kind of arrogance does he think that no one will be able to beat the price? He and his master sat on the balcony and watched Yizhao, just sat, and watched with an unbroken gaze. He waited for the denouement. In the end, Fugi couldn't stand it and quoted a simply fabulous price, twice as much as what they had already put up. The hall began to murmur again and looked at the place where the young master was sitting. Did he really put such a huge price? Even Mr. Yizhou was outraged that he was the one doing this. Raising the price higher and higher on the guy's face, appeared worried they were throwing all the money away like this. Mr. was surprised. But this auction house is the property of the Fugai family, so why did the guy bid at all? If he wanted, he could get any item he wanted. A predatory smile appeared on the guy's face. He said that he couldn't just tolerate the arrogant attitude of this newcomer, can't let him buy so easily. Seeing that their bid was trying to be outbid, Huo resented who was so arrogant. Why are they preventing them from just buying an item? Where can it be seen? Master just looked at her with a pleased look and smiled. Nothing scary for him. It was akin to entertainment. When the girl heard that there was no need for it, she cocked her head. How so? But because this arrogant guy is in their way. At the time Fugi sneezed loudly, someone spoke very unflatteringly about him. However, the guy still bought the item. While the female disciple continued to sulk with rage, Shen suggested doing the following. You can raise the price by 1 gold coin each time the student splashed her hands. Great idea, so they won't spend a lot of money. Master said he'll leave it to his apprentice. He'll go cultivate, and he has no desire to stay here for long. The fire was behind the glass box, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The two guys looked at it with bated breath. These people can no longer pretend to be rich now. Let them admit defeat. The auctioneer's gavel was already lowered on the table. It was only necessary to wait for the clap, and then it could be considered that the item would be sold. Suddenly, Huo raised her hand and raised the price by only 1 coin, just as the master told her to. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to her. Seeing the same girl who constantly pissed him off, Fugi again became furious. This girl again interfered and starts pissing him off, like she only had the courage. He started shouting, "These people did it on purpose," but the young master asked him to calm down. There was no need to get so heated. It's just an auction. Harmony brings happiness is the rule of a normal tiger, and it's not as exaggerated as he himself thinks. Fugi poked his finger at Huo, who was standing on a nearby balcony, and looked at them with a mocking look. Only look at her. The disciple herself wanted to get even. Yizhou mentally asked the young mistress not to add oil to the fire or else bad things might happen. The friend continued to be angry and the young master just took his head on. Well, here we go again. Now there will be a battle between them. Eventually he calmed down on the other side of this auction house. After all, it was their property. What would the people think if a fight broke out here? Alright, so Fugi agrees. He'll show her fair play, let her not complain later that she's finished. Putting his hand forward, the guy raised the price by another 10,000 gold coins. Now let's see how much money they have. And the student only gave a thumbs up. She was just glad that she could now get even for the past humiliation over this kid. While the young master wanted to stop his friend, Fugi pondered, wait a minute, she only added 1 gold coin to the total, seems a bit reckless. He turned to his friend and asked, did he add too much? The young gentleman only sighed. The boy pondered whether he should change something in his strategy. However, there was not enough brains to think of stopping this pointless fight. The girl kept raising the price by exactly 1 coin each time to avoid spending extra money. It would even be for the best. Now, having already publicly shown her the middle finger to Fugi, he would fight her to the end to the last coin, no matter what it cost him. The young master stood behind him and only sighed quietly. These two had clashed, and now nothing in life could reconcile them. Fugi raised the price more and more each time by tens of thousands of coins. He didn't spare any money. And student just raised 1 coin each time and laughed for her. It was akin to some kind of game she enjoyed, pissing off this stuck-up kid. Eventually his nerves gave out and Fugi slammed his fist on the table and yelled for Shen to get out of here if he couldn't make a decent bet. The student went into a rage. Don't you dare insult her master under any circumstances. By the way, the guy had already appeared on the spot. He said in a calm voice that he had the right to bet exactly as he wished necessary, or the great celestial sect wouldn't allow it, and considered themselves the bosses here. Eventually, 2 servants appeared behind Fugi's back. They asked the master to stop if he continued like this. They would report to the master. The boy gritted his teeth and glared at his subjects, but still agreed he had no desire to back down. He raised the price another 10,000, and the auctioneer's neck nearly broke from the way he was twirling his head from side to side. The apprentice wanted to make another bet, but suddenly the master's hand rose by itself. The guy stopped her. In a calm voice, he said enough. There was no need to raise the price anymore. They didn't come here to spend money. They came here to earn it. Huck was surprised, but after all, the master himself said to raise the price, but now the guy was saying that it was a waste of time. Don T spend money on it. Forget about this fire. The auctioneer began counting out the sum of 230,000, simply not liftable price left only to hand over the money and take his goods. It turned out that Shen had already absorbed all that essence, and instead of divine fire, there was only a small pebble without a hint of any power. At this moment, the girl realized that the master just asked her to stall while he cultivates and takes away the life force, and he is smart. Our hero just looked and smiled, and he got everything he wanted. All that was left was to wait for the last lot and make a lot of money. The apprentice smiled and just looked at her master with delight. He had everyone wrapped around his finger. Just a wonderful man. Huo looked out of the window one last time and shouted that they didn't need this fire anymore. Master was sitting next to her and just smiled. The 2 nobles looked on in surprise and couldn't believe why they had given up so quickly. Maybe they had some kind of plan. They had already noticed that the stone had lost its power. The auctioneer's hammer came down on the platform and there was a clatter as the item was sold. All that was left was to pay the money. When Fugi saw how he had been tricked, he swung around and threw the useless rock to the ground. What the hell is this stuff? This magic stone is devoid of any power at all. What's trying to fool him? The guy was raging like a buffalo. At the sight of the ferocious master, the auctioneer trembled with fear. He would not even dare to deceive him. Probably there was some mistake. However, the boy did not believe it was all nonsense. He was sure that he was cheated in the most brazen way, and already rushed forward to start a fight. Standing behind him, young Master Yijo stopped his friend's hand at the last moment to prevent him from causing more trouble here. Is not the place to fight. He assured that there was some misunderstanding. The unfortunate auctioneer, trembling with fear, mentally thanked the young gentleman for the rescue. It wasn't a misunderstanding. Fugi was sure that someone had tricked him right under his nose, and the guy was already guessing who it was. Everyone here wants the guy to make an idiot of himself, he was sure of it. Look how everyone is laughing and laughing. The auctioneer looked through the glass with trembling eyes as well and continued to watch the auction. There were whispers everywhere. People had heard that the Almighty Heaven sect was falling apart, which meant that they really had some serious internal problems. The servant was shocked the young master made such a scene during the most important moment. Probably the senior master would punish him severely, the man was afraid. Huo, watching all of this, a little shuddered. She saw a fight almost break out in the next window. A young master was rampaging around like some kind of lunatic. At some point, the girl began to question whether what they did was normal, because it was a trivial theft in front of everyone. Our hero just looked at them and didn't say a word. He didn't care about this sex business. He came here for one thing, and he will get it. In the end, tired of this endless quarrel, Yiju shouted to his comrade to stop fooling around. Hearing the scream in the end, Fugi calmed down a bit as the servant, who was still trembling with fear, stood beside him. He was already afraid to part with his life. Sighing, Yiju said that he would clarify the details of this magical fire. Let's talk about it later. Now there are more important things to do. Fugi remembered how his father had told him that he was leaving a master from the 12th sect to him, and ordered strictly to take care of him. Eventually, the guy calmed down and agreed with his boss. There was no need to cause a scandal. He didn't want to get a reprimand from his father. The master came closer, apologized to the servant. However, the man said in a trembling voice that it doesn't matter anymore. He is not angry. On the contrary, he should be the one to thank the young master for his invaluable help. He had just saved his life. The boy wondered if the servant knew what had happened to the magic stone, why it had lost all its properties in an instant. Although it was a normal point, the servant understood nothing at all and busied himself. He admired this man, how malleable and kind the young master was. The man bowed down and said that he really didn't know what had happened and why the stone had turned into a regular wooden ball, but that he would find out. The nearby standing Fugi shrieked with rage. You mean he just wasted such a fabulous amount of money on an ordinary wooden ball? His friend yelled at him again, ordering him to shut up. The guy turned away and hummed something to himself. Good. Let's continue the auction. The servant bowed for the 10th time, and once again thanked the master for his invaluable help. The auctioneer returned to his seat and apologized for this unfortunate incident. The auction will continue in strict accordance with the rules. As an apology for the time wasted, the auctioneer said they would now move on to the last final item and for everyone to get ready. Everyone held their breath. This was a special method of identifying bloodstones, said to be crafted by a great master and have a unique effect. All stirred sold. A thing really needed. People began to whisper, is it really invented a way to identify unexpectedly somehow? Our friends crowded around the window and began to watch the sale of their lot to see how much they would offer for it. The dragon princess appeared from somewhere. She raised her eyebrow in surprise and couldn't even believe that the master's method would cause such a stir. The student continued to glisten with admiration. Indeed, her master is an amazing person. There is not even any doubt about it. The trader said that so far only small sects and free traders are involved, and the best part is just ahead, and soon there will be big fish, and they will be able to make money. The girls looked at him in surprise and asked him what he meant, because they had already offered him a lot of money. These people only fueled the situation with their small bets. When the money will be really big, players will appear. Behind a small curtain appeared a silhouette. Here is one of those about whom all those who spoke of the spiritual stone offered even more money. Here we are. The merchant looked up with longing. He was ready for the best part to begin soon, and the man lost his hands. Huo rejoiced at the merchant, but the princess only sighed. He really is a merchant interested only in money. At some point, Shen snapped out of his seat and went somewhere to the side. The student looked at him with surprised eyes and followed. The girl asked what the master was doing, where he went, because the auction was in full swing, and he risked missing the most interesting spectacle. The smiling gentleman said that he would call Yijo his friend. Seems now will be their biggest scam. On the guy's face, besides a flicker of a smile, something interesting is brewing. At this time, the young master himself and his friend were standing on the balcony. Fugi continued to rage. He was very offended by this auction he had been set up. The dragon princess shuddered a little bit. The girl was very worried, and didn't you think it was too unfair? Huo appeared behind her back and told her to shut her mouth. This is just a scam. Don't spoil the show, but watch. And besides, this kid insulted them. Why not make sure justice prevails and he gets what he deserves? Eventually, the master left and said he was leaving it up to the two of them. Now he had more important things to do. In the end, the whole company was left alone. Huo only at this moment realized just how much the master is a cunning and slippery man. The good thing is that they are friends. Yizhou constantly pondered now after all the most interesting lot. So what is his relative doing? Where did he go? Meanwhile, his friend continued to be angry. Suddenly, an idea flashed through the guy's mind. Could it be that this person had figured out the secret of the High Heaven sect and pulled off this method that he was going to involve everyone in the auction? The guy immediately went somewhere to the side, saying that he had to go to the bathroom, and Fugi looked at him in surprise. He wanted to say something else, but his friend was walking away without a word. The bidding continued, and the boy continued to watch the prices keep going up. They were already up to several 100,000. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and saw Huo, who was standing in her place, and waving her hand at him cheerfully. She seemed to be up to something again. The guy looked up and listened to what she was up to. Would she get on his nerves again? Huo continued to mock. She whispered that she was going to make a bet. She also called Mr. Beggar. But such insolence the guy could no longer tolerate. He gritted his teeth and looked on with the fury she constantly abused. The student had already opened her mouth to bid and waved her hand. However, the guy could not allow such a thing and immediately outbid the 300,000 gold coins he was offering for such a unique lot. Behind the curtain again stood some silhouette and watched intently from afar. The apprentice only laughed at the foolish man who would soon waste all his money. The young gentleman continued to look smug, but now she would know exactly what his family was capable of. No one could match him in finances. The auctioneer with a trembling voice repeated the bid. Mr. Fugi had bid 300,000 gold, if anyone wished to outbid him. The girls only looked amongst themselves and chuckled. The rack seems to be something strange here. And only now the guy realized how much he bet purple gold is valued. Much more. He does not have so much money. It is a few tens of millions. Someone bet even more. The stakes were getting higher and higher. It was just crazy money. Beautifully, the price rises again. Girls rejoiced. Soon they will be fabulously rich. It remains only to wait for the final bet. The young gentleman kept watching and getting angrier and angrier. He just couldn't let these wenches get the better of him. Meanwhile, our hero went out to meditate. Somewhere it was time to rest a bit. He immediately noticed Master Yizhou. The guy approached him from behind and smiled at him, seeming like he had been looking for him all along, but started to guffaw. He said he was just attracted to moonlight. Shin said that it is only the first day of the lunar month and that the moon doesn't shine much. So why did he come here? The master was embarrassed and laughed. He tried to justify himself, but it sounded rather ridiculous. Well then, why is young Mr. Shen looking at the moonlight all this time since the auction is in full swing? He will miss a lot of things. Yizhou said he was tormented by something, and perhaps the young master could help him with the solution to this puzzle, our hero inquired. And what is it? I wonder why the Lord gave up the magic stone so quickly, yes, and besides, when it was brought, it turned into trash. Looking at his interlocutor, Shen raised an eyebrow in surprise and pretended as if he didn't know what he was talking about. However, the young master nodded his head. He understands everything perfectly well, but he hides it very well. Shen asked if he had any evidence about this, or if he was just accusing him without basis. It was just a guess, so our hero smiled and asked if it was okay that he left Fugui alone to do something again. Yizhou looked at him with surprised eyes and pretended not to understand what he was talking about. But indeed, he had left him alone. Shen repeated the auction since it is still going on. The last lot has already been put up for sale. Hurry up, mister. Yizhou reminded himself that the auction was still going on, and he was sitting here doing nothing, so he had to run away. Our hero only glanced at him and smiled lightly at what a funny guy he is. Meanwhile, the merchant along with the apprentice sat outside the window and watched the man say that disheveled man over there is the most important person in the unit. Indeed, a man with disheveled gray hair and a small mustache under his nose was sitting alone at the table drinking something. The dragon princess carefully cast him a glance. The merchant continued he had heard that this man was close to the 6th level. Meanwhile, the man was just drinking some kind of drink, most likely alcoholic, and paid no attention to the bystanders. The dragon princess said that according to her father, this person was already too old to break through to the next level. She then pointed her finger at another man in a hat. His name was Han from the Fanghuai division, who they should pay closer attention to. This person is still young but is already at the 5th level of the immortal realm. If he receives the leaves, he will become even stronger. The apprentice only sighed at the fact that such strong masters were gathered here. It was even frightening to see what they could do at some point. In the end, she wondered if these leaves were so powerful, why the person from the higher sect didn't use them himself. The merchant and the princess looked at their friend in surprise. This question was so direct and discouraging that they found nothing to say. The princess looked in front of her with a frightened look. She seemed to know the answer but didn't want to say it out loud. Suddenly, Shen appeared. He said that if the master uses these leaves, he can reach the 6th level. The thing is, the gem puts an innocent person in jail. Everyone immediately turned to the master and raised an eyebrow in surprise as he appeared so stealthily that no one even had time to see him from afar. And indeed, the dragon princess herself knew about it. But for some reason, this conjecture came to her mind only now. The merchant nodded. A better proposition would be to just sell those leaves than to take a big risk trying to get to the 6th level. Mr. Very Shrewd Man looked at the young master and smiled a bright smile. All right, with this later, Shen came closer and inquired, how was the auction of the spiritual bloodstone identification method? The student laughed happily and showed 5 fingers she had managed to raise almost $500,000 for it. Our hero got very excited. That's the smart girl. He'll reward her after they go home. The girl was happy and smiling. Looking at the master, heard the voice of the auctioneer. He apologized for the delay. All at once, they looked at the auction room. The last item being sold was the very leaves that interested the young gentleman. Hearing the price, everyone looked at each other. Nearly 100,000 purple gold. This is much more expensive than even the identification method. Fugi was standing next to him. He too wanted to have such leaves and looked at the girl who was always annoying but kept silent. She would bargain again. The boy was already trembling with impatience. He wanted to show her that he could win this time too. But the guy turned away, let him not look at him with those eyes. He risked going to the scaffold if he bought those leaves. However, suddenly Master Yizhou, standing nearby, offered 300,000 purple gold for these sheets. The boy had goosebumps running down his back. The sum was simply colossal. He seemed to have gone mad in no other way. Turning to him, the apprentice raised an eyebrow in surprise. There was a new competitor, and it seems his money was being withdrawn. She rejoiced. Did the young master return? Shen stood beside her and only glanced at his distant relative, and he was quick. These two were also standing and looking at each other. It looked like they had also come for the leaves and wouldn't miss their chance to benefit. The merchant sighed. Who wouldn't want them? Of course, leaves are quite valuable, and for their own sake, everyone is here. The Dragon Queen said that just one leaf from this plant has many properties. If it is improved, it can become a battle weapon. Looking at the auctioneer, Shen realized that it seems the fire incident had warned them, and now they were hiding their treasure. But what is that strange smell? Fugi rejoiced that the young master had returned. He began to complain to him that this Shen's apprentice was a real Nikalka. She had made him look like a fool in front of the entire audience. Looking at him, Yizhou said, did she really push him into bidding identification right after all? Buddy looked at him with a frightened look. How did the young master even know how perceptive this man was? The boy faded in a flash. The master asked him how it went. However, the boy was worried. The elder bought him back for 500,000 purple gold. The master looked at him and wondered, didn't a Fugi buy it? However, the friend waved his hands and immediately refused. No, you didn't, T. He looked at his nemesis once more with rage. The girl had almost fooled him again, but luckily he had come to his senses in time. Yizhou only sighed. Luckily, his comrade was able to correct his mistake, for which his father would not have left a wet spot on him. Hearing what had happened to him, the unfortunate lad trembled with fear. He very much feared the wrath of his father. The young master apologized for his long absence. Again repeated his price. His sect is offering 300,000 purple gold. Everyone immediately started whispering, and it turned out that a young master had arrived. He would also participate in the bidding, but now it would be a little more difficult. Everyone present here immediately realized why the master was buying these leaves. He wanted to reach the 6th level of the Immortal realm. The same furry man looked surprised in front of him and didn't say anything. Apparently he wanted to buy those leaves too. The auctioneer turned to him when he raised the price by another 2 tens of thousands of purple gold. The price was increasing with every second. The man looked at the young master once more and apologized, saying that he needed those leaves. Let him not be angry with him. Glancing back, Yizhou good-naturedly said that it was fine. It was just a bad bet. Let him take it back. The master only bowed to him out of gratitude and looked in front of him. He really wanted to break through to the next level. He was even willing to sacrifice his life. Young Master Han, who was standing next to him, smiled and raised the price by several tens of thousands more. They started haggling again. The price was skyrocketing. It was already so high that hardly any mortal would have that kind of money. And young Master Yizhou just watched it with a smile on his face. He was having fun. He didn't want to buy something, but just watch. The only thing that was interesting was that Master Shen had apparently come for these leaves too. But why didn't he make a single bid and just stood with his company and watched? The rates are rising already, almost 500,000 and rising further. Yizhou watched with an unbroken gaze. He was very curious. The boy realized that his rival is a very generous man, so no need to hide, and raised the price even higher. Eventually, the hairy master realized that he couldn't afford that price, so dropped out of the bidding. Too bad, of course. Even Master Khan raised the price by several tens of thousands more and said that you are the last money, so he will probably also refuse if someone overbid. Suddenly, our hero noticed that someone was looking at him. He moved his eyes to the side and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Master Yizhou stood in front of him and smiled as if he was inviting his guest to make a bet. Let him not be shy and make himself at home. Shen took a closer look at him, squinted his eyes, and named a price of 500,000 purple gold coins. The two comrades only chuckled among themselves. Well, now the master will part with all his money. Let him bet everything he has. The apprentice who was running around her master started to get angry. What's so funny? Why are these two starting to laugh? Fugi said, everyone already knows it's their last money. Maybe someone will bet even more. What will they do then? Just have to give up. She was furious at the little bastard. Dare to bet or like last time? She wanted to get out of her seat and punch him in the face. Well, that's quite a takeout. The guy smiled and asked the young master if he could bid in the next round for him. The guy turned around and said that it was possible. Let it at any rate watch the young master of the supreme heavenly sect has long been dealing with auctions. In that case, let it be, so the young master smirked. His friend assured him he could handle it all. He decided to firmly fight back against this girl and show her where she belonged, would not hold back, so to lay out everything he had, he raised 1 coin. Realizing that her own technique is being used against her, the student was furious at the scoundrel. How can you even waste money like that? She began to get angry and stomp her feet, and the young master only laughed. He knew perfectly well that he would win. Didn't they just do that themselves? Fugi smiled. He felt that victory was behind him. The only thing left was to bet as much as possible. The student didn't know what to do at all, but suddenly someone raised the price even more. It turned out that there was a master behind him, and he named the price of 550,000 purple gold. And the girl looked at him in surprise, but they don't have any money. Fugi didn't understand. He only made $500,000 from selling his equipment. So where did he get the same amount of money? Is there anything else to be had? So did he really bring a few 100,000 purple gold with him beforehand to get even? The rates were increasing and now there was already a lot more money, and the young master watched in amazement. And our hero was still raising the rates, now 600,000 and growing and growing. But why so fast? Yiju couldn't believe it, but why is he raising the stakes? He still has money left, or how is it already too expensive? Turning to his friend, the master asked if he had already realized what was happening or not. Fugi did not know anything, but they should not have so much purple gold. It is simply incomprehensible. The young master raised the stakes again. He wanted to buy back those leaves for all it was worth. However, the master raised the price further on. Now 700,000 purple gold was the last money Yiju had at all. People began to resent this simply impossible to young gentleman, who just stared in front of them and could not believe their eyes. The main character only chuckled. Yes, they guess they really don't have that kind of money, and what's next? Fugi, who was standing next to him, almost swallowed his tongue as he realized that this young master was betting money he didn't have. But it was Yiju who was the most angry. He asked the master at least know what such a withdrawal against the highest heavenly church would entail. The apprentice made a face at them. Nothing, master, just wants to liven up the auction a bit. He has something against it. Fugi was about to break away from his seat and run towards her. However, the young master stopped his hand movement. The boy shouted. With a serious look at his opponent, Yizhou said that these were not things that could just be joked with too dangerously. Sighing, Shen said that since there were no leaves here, it was no big deal that he didn't have that kind of money after all. This was what puzzled Fuguya. He looked at the young master with a puzzled look, not understanding what he meant. A man sitting at the table who was also waiting to buy leaves slammed his fist on the table and demanded an explanation of what was going on here. Turning away, our hero said, "It's a pity, of course, that this old man doesn't know that he will soon go to the other world." The man came to a rage, clenched his teeth, and looked in front of him. What this guy is talking about immediately explained. Suddenly, the whole huge building of the auction hall began to shake, and there was a rumble. People looked up and could not believe what had happened. Some sort of purple mist appeared around. It was an array of dense surroundings. No one could get through it all. Clapping his hands, our hero praised the Grandmaster. Well done. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere how cleverly he had solved it all. Shen said he can easily get out of here and doesn't think being trapped is a big deal. The hairy master shrieked, "It's Shang Shuang Bai who needs to fight him!" The man immediately raised his arms and flew forward, but suddenly his body was pierced by some kind of arrow. He didn't even have time to realize anything. As he fell to the ground without any signs of life, people started screaming. The young gentleman did not understand at all what was going on here. He turned his head in different directions. It was an attack, but suddenly his mouth was covered by Fuguya's hand. The boy said he was sorry for what happened. The young master didn't understand anything at all and screamed. What is he even doing? Was it originally his cunning plan? The Lord has become enraged. His friend has betrayed him. In a calm voice, Fugi said that they were not targeting him, so let the young master follow him and he would take him to the safe place. They moved forward and suddenly a door opened. In this space, the two masters ducked in and were safe. All stirred, our hero immediately realized that this array is designed to destroy them. Girls looked in front of themselves with surprised eyes. Turning to them, Shen told them not to worry. He stayed here on purpose, and when they found what they were looking for, he would lead them out. Shen immediately moved towards the main hall of the heavenly sect. The others only looked at him in surprise and didn't understand anything. However, the master moved forward without any fear that something might happen to him. People just stood and watched. After walking a few steps, the young master began to fumble with his hands on the strange field and soon found a small passage. The doors opened. The boys went forward, obeying their master. They were very afraid, of course, but they trusted the teacher. He had to save them. Shen came forward and said that this is the area near the gate. At first it might not be noticed, but that's how it is. Unfortunately, the master said that these items for sale have little value, could be used. The apprentice saw nothing at all. Turning his head, the merchant said that, judging from the fact that they were just taken out of the auction hall, this is indeed where the tent is located. The princess raised an eyebrow in surprise as to how a wizard could navigate this place. You can't see anything at all. Shen only smiled with a glance at the others and moved forward. Here, the auction warehouse, us there. The princess and the merchant looked at him with surprised eyes. What does the master even want to do? Does he really want to steal the auction? Our hero said that he tried to take things from here, but the place is guarded during the day and it's impossible to get there at night. The apprentice rejoiced, but after all, they are now in this strange place, so they can take whatever they want. Master nodded his head so and so. Walking forward, he smelled the scent of herbs and medicines very well, meaning the leaves had to be somewhere nearby. Unfortunately, they were not here. The master closed his eyes and sighed doomfully. In vain, they certainly came here. The princess speculated that maybe the Supreme Celestial Sect was just a front to attract people here, then it would make sense. The master nodded. That seemed to be the case. There are some useful medicinal herbs here. Take them and let's get out of here. They took some drugs and moved forward, opening more and more doors here. It was all very bizarre. The princess was surprised there are so many medicinal products here. The Heavenly Sect is indeed a rich organization. She didn't even expect the young lord to be able to move freely in this place, but still, it was better than nothing. The student looked at her master and smiled. Her master was incredibly cool, and she made sure of it for the umpteenth time. But suddenly something hit behind her back. The girl stopped for a second and looked with surprised eyes. What was even going on here? Up where the sky should have been, a few slits appeared and a scream was heard. Apparently there were people there. The poor student was covered with cold sweat from fear. Goosebumps ran down her back, and something terrible was happening there. The princess and the merchant glanced at each other. Even some masters couldn't see anything in this array. They would only have to part with their lives. After waiting a few seconds, a frightened Huo asked, "Now can they go or not?" The master nodded his head, seemingly safe now. But the boy thought to himself that it seemed impossible to find all Sophia leaves here. What a pity they had come all this way for nothing. He waved his hand and in one motion drew a strange symbol with his 2 fingers and launched it upward. The haze began to clear and they saw the headmaster along with his chief elder. Here were also a few people struck by these energy spikes. The master had thought of everything perfectly, but this was not part of his plans. They just stood there staring in wonder at the strange survivors. How in the world did these people even manage to get out of here? Immediately realizing what the matter was, Shen asked, "They want to destroy all the strong powers and unite the units after all." The elder and master looked at each other. Their plan had been revealed and now it was too late to justify it. Shen immediately figured out this plan. They used the auction as bait to gather people here, bought a lot of spiritual blood to create this technique. The old master stood and stared dazedly in front of him. He was so easily exposed that it even became funny. The elder shrieked, "This guy knows too much. Need to destroy him immediately." Fury covered his eyes. Suddenly, however, someone's soft hand was on his shoulder, and the man stopped raging and jerked in surprise. The chief master was truly surprised that such a young person could figure out their plan and break through the defense of this same cloud ability. Without answering anything, Shen demanded that they kneel down and bow to the supreme 10th cloud immediately. The 2 men just looked at the strange symbol approaching them, and as if numb with fear, they couldn't even move a finger. Smiling, Shen asked, "Just saw the symbol of the 10th cloud, is it not afraid to part with life right now?" The man smirked. They certainly don't dare to defy such power. However, there is someone even more powerful to whom they have sworn allegiance. Silence fell. Shen looked at them. No wonder, of course, they showed no interest, but why didn't they bow? It's been so long, the sect has a new master anyway, so why be surprised? The guy sighed and said that of course sects may not worship Cloud 10, but in that case, even she wouldn't put up. The old man shuddered and said that too late fear appeared on his face. He wanted to say something else, but hesitated. Yes, it was too late. Shen also realized this and closed his eyes, only smiled slightly. The master moved from his seat and ran to the boy. He shouted that the one who saw it would have to part with his life immediately. The frightened student who had been standing there all this time cried out for master to be more careful. She could see that the boy was in grave danger. The old man suddenly felt something pierce his chest. He felt pain and cried out, but dared not say a word. Our hero stood and calmly told the old man to take it out of his back. A huge spike dug into his back. It was a special ability of the 10th Cloud sect called Mirror that reflected all the damage into the attacker. Nothing to be surprised about. The only time it doesn't usually show up in any way is when you try to attack people from that sect. A man holding onto his wounded breast quoted, "Kneel before the highest heaven and worship the cloud." This is what it turns out it means. He coughed, people like white feathers floating in the air, no shape, no trace. Now everything made sense. Even our hero admitted that this attack was the most beautiful he had ever seen. The boy smiled. The master laughed. Well, if his attack received praise from the cloud people, it was worth it. The man was proud of his achievement, for that he was not ashamed of it. Suddenly the old man coughed even harder. His chest began to heave. He was breathing heavily. The novice jumped up to him. The old master was already on his last breath. The boy ran up to him and began to help. And yes, Shen said that while he was destroying the place, he broke some more spider threads. They're about to break free. "I'm sorry your plan failed." The 2 masters started coughing up blood again. They felt incredible pain and realized that their lives were coming to an end. The old master realized that he was doomed to fail. The defensive structure was destroyed in a second. The prophecy came true. A surprised Shen looked at him. What kind of prophecy is this? Guy hadn't heard anything about it and wanted to know more. The old man continued, "Their present mishap is a consequence of having broken their oath." The man apologized for making him come such a long way. The others continued to cough. They had sworn a lifelong vow to follow their master and would not back down from their vow. The old man continued with the support of the 10th cloud. The heavenly sect should not have interfered in all of this, but because of their pride retreated sent. The man coughed even harder. His aide tucked the teacher under his head and tried to lift him up. Suddenly, our hero put his hand forward and ordered everyone around him to stop for a few seconds. The apprentice looked at her master in surprise and wondered what he was up to. The girl didn't understand anything, and it had started here. Shen walked a few steps forward and said that if they were already here, let them come in. The old master and one of the elders only looked surprised and frightened as a strange aura began to spill out everywhere in front of them. The dragon princess also sensed this deep-rooted fear in her soul. The opponent must have used a very cruel method of control. Suddenly, another person appeared from him, emanating a monstrous power that filled the entire space around him. He laughed. It was an old man of advanced age. He laughed and said that this master was really a useless waste of time. Nothing could... There was an elder coughing somewhere in the back. It was a Taoist master, but how did he even show up here? No one had noticed him all this time. The master moved closer to the old man. He didn't inform him today about the sect, because it led to something bad, so it was worth admitting defeat. The old man coughed even harder. Yes, he admits that he made a mistake. The man bent down even lower and continued coughing. Intervened, he defended his master because the old man didn't want to bother Daos. Please let him punish him instead of the master. Meanwhile, the old man continued to cough. So be it. The Taoist master saw that this old man was already on his last breath, so there was no point in punishing him. Looking at all of this with a renounced look, Shen, along with his, just remained silent. He stood and stared, waiting for the denouement. Seeing that his master was no longer alive, the elder looked in front of him with a frightened look and bid him farewell. The stranger only chuckled. Couldn't the elder do it? He was so weak it was even funny looking at him. Fang approached his master and said that of course he could. His hands were trembling with fear, but he was approaching. The rest let them come back for punishment. The strange master turned around and walked away from here. The people remained seated in the same positions. Then the men rose and walked forward at a leisurely gait. They felt their guilt and a heavy tension hung in the air. Our hero turned cold when the strange master called him by name and asked him to come back. All is over his stay. Here is unnecessary. He looked at the old man who was still smiling and asked, does he really know his goosebumps ran down his back? With a smile, the Taoist master said that he had an interest in new powers, and you, Mr. Shen, is quite an interesting specimen. Especially to such people who came to the 8th world after cutting the moon in the past decade, they called Shen a Taoist master, so it became interesting. The old man stuck out his clawed hand and said that he could answer the question. They cultivate the shattered heavenly Taoism and hope to get out of heaven. The guy asked how many of them even exist and why even take such a risk. It's not justified after all. The master only grinned. It's not necessary for him to know. Sometimes people can live a lot longer if they stick their noses into other people's business. After all, our hero prudently did not ask unnecessary questions, and the master smirked, a very wise decision. Then the man simply vanished into thin air. Shen and the others looked at him in surprise and couldn't understand what had happened. Meanwhile, in just a second, everything around them dissipated as if nothing had happened, and the guys began to turn their heads in different directions. Shen looked at his friends and said that it was already over, so we should get out of here before someone else comes. A few days later, they were already moving on a huge dragon to their home. Above flew Falcon the mailman. The dragon princess put out her hand and the bird grasped it with its paw, bringing with it a small note with a message. Standing next to Huo asked, so how did it end? The girl looked at her friend with genuine interest. The princess sighed and said that it all ended rather lousy the day the giant net went off. Several masters went to the other world. Yizhu survived. The apprentice only smirked, but he had been born with a shirt on. He was lucky to survive in such chaos. A merchant appeared from somewhere. He said that Yizhu is now the sole heir to his sect. If anything happens to him, the abbot will go mad. Although the other disciples are loyal to their sect, they have all been destroyed by other masters due to their weak skills. Quite unfortunate. Almost the entire sect was wiped out. The Dragon Queen irritably looked in front of her several masters sent to the other world. With a slightly frightened and incomprehensible look, the martyr looked at the merchant and understood nothing. Then they looked at each other and after a bit of silence asked frightenedly what they had done. It was a fun night. The princess looked at them and said with a smile that it must be like that and they did a good job. Shen Yai was sitting next to him holding a glass with a drink in his hands, and they started to praise their master again. The guys were talking among themselves and seemed to be happy that they had survived, that it was finally over and they could go home. The dragon princess unfolded a small message. There was only one phrase, something happened. Come back immediately. The girl took off from her seat and ran somewhere in the direction of ignoring everything around her, and the student only looked at her in surprise. The dragon girl appeared suddenly and turned to the master. There was concern on her face. She sternly said that she was grateful for all the care she had received from the master, but now she had to go back. Something had happened in her family. Looking at her, Shen didn't ask any more questions and only wished her to take care of herself, and asked her to send a message when she got back. Once again, thanking everyone for their help, the girl turned around and walked away from the wagon. Jumping up to Master Huo Poho wondered if he knew why she had returned back so quickly. Shen was a bit silent. He said that the Great Dragon Clan disaster was coming soon. Maybe they even had foreshadowing, so she immediately went home. The merchant and the apprentice looked at each other. What a disaster. This was the first time they had heard of something like this. The girl thought about it. It sounded awful, but she could only hope that her friend would come back. She even began to worry. Shen looked at her in surprise when the student asked, "Maybe we should help her a little if anything happens there?" He was even a little surprised. Usually these two can stand each other. And now Huo wants to help her in a difficult situation quite selflessly on her part. In the Underwater Kingdom, the Dragon Clan was in turmoil over what they should do. Our lives are hard enough as it is, and now it's up to the king. They couldn't even imagine what would happen if something happened to the king. One of the dragons looked concerned. On the throne sat a beautiful woman with red hair. She ordered that General Shark sound a general alarm and order a general assembly. Everyone here needs to get involved in the defense, needing the strength to withstand this disaster. The two creatures with strange eyes and vertical pupils bowed and answered. Yes, they immediately rushed to fulfill the order. Then the woman turned around to another human-like creature. It was the minister of the turtle. The old man came closer. She said that the minister here is the oldest and wisest. During the Dragon King's recovery, he will be in charge of the sacrifice. Let him seek her help if he needs it. The green-skinned old man nodded his head and swore to obey the order. The rest of the participants were released by the queen and told they could go. People bowed and left. Turning back to where the strange silhouette stood, the girl asked how the Dragon King was feeling. Her face was scared. The young dragon prince came into the light. He said the king was still unconscious but out of danger, nothing to fear. The woman turned to him and sighed heavily. It was good to have one less problem to worry about. It was already an achievement for them in a situation like this. They were already in a difficult situation, and the king was in such trouble that their family would not survive any longer. She sighed heavily and said it was confidential information, so the boy had no right to divulge anything. He nodded. The queen sighed and wondered how the princess was doing, wondering if she thought she had gotten the letter at all. The dragon prince looked at her and only sighed. He didn't know what to say. The letter must have arrived by now. The queen turned around when he tried to calm her down, telling her not to worry grandma about it. The prince said they stayed with Shen. He's a strong guy, so nothing bad will happen to her. Don't worry so much. Grandmother only smirked, but finally this little guy admitted that Master Shen is better than him. It's good to hear that. The dragon prince only shivered, had to admit, although he really didn't want to, but yes, Shen is stronger than him. When he destroyed his dragon armor, the boy realized that this man was much stronger than he was, so he had no desire to mess with him now. The woman sighed just so she wouldn't have to worry about the princess. As long as she was around this man, she was so naughty. By the way, here comes the dragon princess. She burst into the room and called out to her grandmother. The girl was very much frightened. She immediately threw herself into her relative's arms, and the dragon queen looked at her with surprised eyes. She hadn't expected to see her relative so soon. The girl was crying and wondering who dared to harm her father. The girl's grief was unbelievable. At last she was back. The Dragon Queen hugged her granddaughter and smiled happily. Now everything should be back to normal. The woman touched her hot cheek and said that her father was not awake yet, so he could not tell her what had happened. She was glad that the girl had come back at last. The princess looked at her with a serious look and said she was back. As soon as she saw the letter, she would do her best to help. The woman only smiled. That for a good child, the sacrificial rites would continue, and the young princess is perfect for the role. Eventually, Master Huo together with Master arrived at the place she looked down. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor Mansion is deeply underwater? The guy replied that it is so, and so he lies at the bottom of this river but changes every time depending on the season, and now he is here. The girl looked in front of her in surprise and how they were going to get here. Now she didn't understand at all how they would get under the water. Turning his head to the side, Shen looked somewhere where there was a strange boulder that looked familiar to him. There it was. After the guy struck his fist, the water parted, and from there appeared a strange-looking humanoid. He looked like a mixture of a dragonfish and a human. Hearing the rudeness in her address, the student only frowned at how rude. The administrator here was completely inhospitable. The merchant smiled and said that the dragon princess was in the castle and they should help her. The guard looked at the strange silhouettes. One of them said that they had come here to help the dragon princess. Shen is here, so it would be better to skip. However, the guard told them to clear their ears. They are not accepting guests now, and so the situation is special. No matter who they are, quickly get out of here. Old Man Lizard looked at them with a menacing look and continued shouting. The student looked at him with a disdainful look and raised an eyebrow. And you might want to be more polite. We're actually here to help. Frowning, Shen did not say a word, but just looked at the guard. He knew that he could not get into this palace so easily. Well, we will have to try harder. Suddenly, the guard felt the water become incredibly hard. It wrapped around his body like someone's strong arms. Putting his hand forward, Shen called out his name and title, and so does the Dragon Emperor not want him here? What insolence! They stood so opposite each other, and the guard tied up could not do anything. He just froze in place and trembled with fear. The man remembered how before the emperor had strictly forbidden him to let anyone in here. They were in a special position, so no one should get in here. The man tilted his head. He was in charge of things at the river entrance, so let him not fail and do his best. The guard got down on one knee and swore to do everything in his power to guard the entrance and not let anyone in. And now he was restrained and trembling with fear, but still, even if Mr. Sheng is in front of him, as he said, he should not enter this place. Our hero took a closer look and realized that it seems that something happened in the mansion of the Dragon Emperor. Should go there and check. Eventually, he let go of the guard, the creature hiding under the water, finally said that it looks like the guy is a sensible man after all. The man said he'd get them inside as soon as he got a message from over there, so please wait here. The student continued to rage. How come they were unwanted guests here? They stood to attention. With a serious look at the guard, Shen said that they would go under the water themselves if they were not allowed in voluntarily. The student looked at him a little surprised and said that even though the master had different techniques, he was still a human and not a fish. How would he ever get there? The guard also grinned at the young master, who was a braggart and had never heard of anyone sneaking in without a guide. Not to mention the student's defenses when she heard that there was no way to get there. She looked at the guard in surprise. The lizard went on, "They've created a protective dome so no living soul can get in. So forget it, it's off limits." Eventually, Shen started to get annoyed. This man was too noisy, should teach him some manners. The guy threw his fingers up. In the same second, the lake guard rose up as if someone had grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and flew off to the side, plummeting into the water. The student watched this in surprise and couldn't say a word. The master was really great. He wasn't afraid of anything. Meanwhile, he kept pressing the weird security guard to let them in after all. The man was flying from side to side, hitting the water every now and then, and trying to say something, but the water got into his mouth and only a gurgling sound was heard. After all, having dealt with the annoying guard, the guys moved forward and now it would be necessary to go underwater somehow. Looking proudly at her master, the apprentice noticed that his martial arts had improved by several times. With a glance at her, Shen replied that it's you anyway. It's still not early enough to rejoice. They have a lot of work to do. They stood in front of the water, which began to bubble and part in different directions. Did they intend to dive into the water? However, the master said there was no need to do so. He began to create hand gestures with his hands and moved his arm forward. Everything around him began to shake and make noise. There was a rumbling sound and the ocean reluctantly parted to form a passage now that it was safe to go inside. The art of water hadn't changed in almost 500 years. The apprentice continued to marvel. Master was incredible. He could even command water. They moved forward, looking around at everything around them that was strange and even frightening to them. The first time they had seen something incredible. The guard peeking out from behind the rock couldn't understand how this guy knew the art of water. This just can't be. Turning to him, Shen only looked at the guard with a formidable gaze. People like him have absolute power over the Water Clan. Hearing some rumbling in their abode, all the dragons began to worry someone uninvited had come here. It was the vibration of water. Even Guard Zhao raised his head in surprise and looked in front of him. He already knew who it was. The Dragon Queen raised her head and looked around, sounding the Dragon Emperor's bell several times in a row. This simply cannot be. The princess also began to fuss. She asked her grandmother what it was. She was scared that someone had snuck in. They stood in place. When the emperor's voice was heard, he began to speak. It was the junior descendant of the Dragon Emperor, King Zhao. The man came out and said that the bells ring in the mansion. When the water divides, each of the clan must treat with respect to the one who arrived. Seeing her own uncle, the princess rejoiced, but at last he came. The queen too. With respect, she looked at her relative. The woman asked if he had finished practicing. The king bowed and said, "Yes, everything is already finished." His strength had greatly increased after these classes, and now he could become even stronger with a gleaming smile and pride. The queen said the mansion was short of men. Yeah, and his own brother's gone to the other side of the world. It's going to be a disaster. The man cried out that there must have been a spy in the mansion. Otherwise, given his brother's strength and skill, no one would be able to defeat him with their bare hands. It was annihilation. From a short distance away. The princess looked in front of her in horror and shuddered. At last, the terrible truth reached her ears. The girl immediately rushed to her uncle and began to ask what had happened to her father. The queen only looked at her with pity and did not say a word. The woman was already aware of all those horrifying events. Her uncle walked over to her and looked with a concerned look at the frightened girl. He didn't know how to bring this news. The queen waved her hand and said she didn't report details. It might affect the sacrifice, so it's best to keep quiet about it. Patting the princess on the head, the uncle said that she should behave well to help her father. He is now stable. The poor girl was ready to cry. However, a relative cheered her up above her nose. Everything will be fine. Turning his gaze to the queen, the man said that, according to the regulation, they should go out and show respect to the one who came. However, now is not the situation. The queen herself hesitated. She understood the customs perfectly well. However, the situation now does not favor it. They are on the verge of annihilation. Besides, they don't know if they're friend or foe. That's why you have to watch out for something even worse. In such a situation, they should take special measures. The man looked at her with a serious look and said he would gather the guards. He said he'd go and see who was there and let the others wait here and come up only when he got the message. Meanwhile, the company of our friends progressed deeper and deeper. The student viewed the walls made of water. The art was truly amazing. This cover was just amazing, smooth and soft, but at the same time didn't let any water in. All around it was incredibly beautiful. She even suggested that since they had the art of water, one could now travel around the world without obstacles. But after hearing that such a technique does not work everywhere, the girl was a little upset. She wanted to start traveling around the world. Turning to her, the master explained that this was a gift from the emperor and the technique only worked here and nowhere else. Looking at him, the student wondered what he meant. The girl's cheeks flushed a little and she started thinking hard again. The master explained that the dragon clan is well versed in the art of water. They are almost one with it and can live inside unhindered. Suddenly, there was a dragon created from water. A huge monster began to fly everywhere and look out for strangers. The properties of water vary with the environment in which it is found. The master looked and said that only the head of the clan can command the waters of this world. The merchant and the apprentice looked at each other with their mouths hanging open in surprise, but now it was clear to them. They moved forward. The guys moved forward, being in some kind of sphere that did not allow the water to penetrate. However, this technique was limited. They were met by the king and the junior heir, who smiled and greeted young Master Sheng with a smile. The man seemed happy to see him, but looked cautious. Our hero didn't know who was standing in front of him yet. I asked him who he was already prepared for a fight. Folding his hands in front of him, the younger heir introduced himself and said that he was the brother of the Dragon King. The man continued his brother had often told him about young Master Sheng. However, now he had the chance to see him in person. Huo only grumbled. They are so hospitable that they even stopped them at the entrance. It would be good if the master taught them good manners. After a short pause, Shen asked why on earth they stopped them at the entrance Forgotten Blade sect, and the emperor are good friends. Putting her thumb forward, the apprentice rejoiced. This is the approach she likes the master in her repertoire. But she immediately began to speak sternly, exactly as the master said they were stopped and not allowed to go forward. They even had to restrain the guard to pass on. The girl was very offended at being insulted like that. Yeah, and they were friends, so what's the big deal? Standing behind Shen just stared in front of him and waited to him. Something about all this so far seemed strange, and the palace seems to be some kind of commotion. The heir seemed to realize what was going on here. He said that a lot of bad things were happening at the mansion right now, and that's why they were holding them back. The man assured that those who did such a rash thing to the young master would be dealt a harsh punishment. So don't take it personally. Leaning in, our hero said it was very sensible and hoped it would be the last time. The heir of dragons is sure that this will be the case and invited the dear guests to pass on. They came to the entrance of the underwater mansion. Here everything was just huge and incredibly rich. Looking around, Shen realized with every passing second that something had changed here. The mansion was still the same, but all the people had left this place. However, why? They moved forward along the wide corridor into the main building, with the heir leading the way and the rest of the company behind him, tension hanging in the air. Huo turned to the master and asked why it was the princess who didn't come out to greet them. Yes, and besides, when they went inside, the atmosphere was kinda heavy. Noticing this, the Dragon King turned around and listened. However, he didn't say a word, but a strange expression flashed across his face. Turning, the man smiled again and said that his niece was supposed to meet the guests. However, she was now busy preparing for the sacrifice. Hearing about such a monstrous ritual, the merchant and the apprentice looked at each other and opened their mouths, sounding at least creepy. The master explained that trouble was coming to this clan, so they really needed to prepare for a sacrifice to prevent it. He and the king looked at each other and remained silent. Zhou looked at master and remained silent. He heard the young master cut the moon. However, the water technique is solely the power of the dragon clan. How could he master it? Shen smiled happily and replied that it was an accident, and he didn't even realize how it happened. But for himself, the guy noted that there was something wrong with it. It was a gift from the emperor. For such a long time, the memory may have blurred. The Dragon King was a bit stunned after this answer. How could one even get hold of their technique in such a strange way? It turns out it's true that the young master received this technique as a gift because he studied under Master Zinning and he was a friend of the merchant for the old dragon man. Shen turned to him and smiled when the Dragon King congratulated him on such an acquisition. He really saw that it was true. The Dragon King was still worried, but already realized that this man must be the ancestor of the one who had helped them so long ago. From the expression on this person's face, one could tell that there was no art of water diversion in the master's legacy. Then what was the matter? Suddenly a strange thought flashed through the man's head and he tensed his whole body in thought. Uncle's words immediately came to mind after he had to train hard. After the fairy sword treasure incident, he said something. After the dragon treasure was destroyed, an ancestor in the guise of a dragon appeared and Shen talked to him like an old friend. Has this person inherited also a supreme technique mastery? In that case, he must test it. Our hero turned around when the Dragon King approached him with one very interesting request. The man smiled and said that since they were so close to the dragon ancestor, he would like to learn something from the Grandmaster. Smiling, Shen said that disaster would soon overtake the Dragon Clan. So does Junior think that they won't accomplish anything when they come here now? The dragon corrected himself, probably the Lord misunderstood him. The man smiled and tried to smooth things over. He was just very happy when he got the chance to practice with this great man hero, looking at him with a calm gaze. And only the merchant realized that this is just another way to provoke the master, and it's so trivial it's even funny. The apprentice was furious. How could anyone defy the master so treacherously? They're on the same level as the Dragon King after all. She said that if the king was so insistent, then so be it. She would practice with him. Huo wanted to give the master time. The boy laughed. Well, if the Dragon King loses, don't let him get too upset and don't take it personally. The student gritted her teeth. Her master definitely doesn't know how to talk to people properly. How can you be so narrow-minded? However, she immediately calmed down. Only her master could calmly say such arrogant things, so there was no need to worry. Pointing his finger at the vacant pavilion, Shen suggested doing it here away from prying eyes. He said that if the Dragon King could even touch his clothes, then he would admit Defeat Lord could even use the technique of the higher heavens. The reason why the Dragon Clan is in the top best of the world is because it has a secret technique to transform dragons. It's hard. Great Magic Supreme was not the unique skill of the dragon family at the peak of the Cloud Dragon. Is like a deity, it is capable of turning the world upside down. One of the dragon cult members sat looking at the manuscript his father was cultivating in seclusion and asked to train further. The man fell on his back and sighed heavily. It was quite difficult and tedious for him, but he still needed to do his father's will. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound that distracted the dragon, and he began to turn his head in different directions, looking for what had happened here. I think she had read somewhere about this bell, the girl pondered, and looked away with worried eyes. She immediately moved forward and began rummaging through books. There were strange manuscripts and reference books flying everywhere in search of the knowledge she needed. Eventually, the girl found what she was looking for. When the bell rings, all members of the Dragon Clan must come out and bow. She decided to see the fun. What's going on there? The girl smiled and slammed the book shut. Looking out from behind the nearest pillar, the dragon girl took a closer look at what was going on there and why they were still standing at the door. She just got that very conversation once the Dragon King was trying to find out how did Mr. Shen learn their clan's technique. Seeing her father, the girl hid behind a column and began to follow them with a frightened look. They, along with Master Shen, continued to talk and laugh. However, a tense atmosphere hung between them. They stood on the balcony and talked about the 100-year disaster of the Dragon Clan. The girl knew about it herself. She saw her father saying that he was just happy to see the man whose descendant had helped the Dragon Clan so long ago. The girl only smirked at how father is still desperate to fight this man and test his strength. Even funny. In the end, Mr. Sheng agreed. Since he was so insistent, the guy saw no reason to refuse such a generous offer. The girl who had been hiding behind the column all this time cried out. The guest had taken the bait, now it was only left to see what would happen. Spreading out his arms, the master suggested practicing somewhere nearby here is a great spot, and no one will see. The dragon girl hiding behind another pillar became furious as this arrogant fellow death to talk like this. He is just a sect master, no more, no less. With a glance at him, the Dragon King also noticed this and immediately informed the master that he was arrogant not to behave in such a manner. The guy smiled and said that he was glad that his opponent was able to take the duel seriously, so let the fight begin. The man bared his teeth and blushed with rage. His daughter came out of somewhere and rushed forward, shouting that her father owed nothing to this upstart. She swung her energy-soaked hand and said she would destroy this man in one blow, if only her father would let her. Suddenly, her father stopped her with a sharp movement and told his daughter to stop behaving. So the girl stopped a meter away from her father. She assured me that she would destroy this arrogant man in one move, if only her father would give her permission to fight. However, her father rushed to warn her. Master Shen is a very strong opponent, so messing with him is a bad idea. Don't do that. The girl exclaimed that he was the one who had taken advantage of the dragon princess. How dare he do such a thing? She turned to her father and said that she didn't believe that there were people who could resist the magic of the higher sky while standing in one place. Let her show what she can do. The girl put her hand forward and there appeared a fire dragon moving forward. The father did not have time to do anything but only cried out in surprise. He would not have been able to stop his daughter even if he had wanted to. Our hero just stood still and felt the monstrous energy approaching him, but he didn't move from his seat and just waited. The apprentice, along with the master merchant, was horrified. She looked at her teacher with frightened eyes and could not believe that this was happening. With a swing of his hand, Shen summoned a wind and dispelled the spell in a single motion. Everything around him calmed down in a second. The Dragon King couldn't believe his eyes, but there shouldn't be any wind underwater. It's just not physically possible. The daughter continued to shout furiously. What kind of funny trick is this? Let her tell immediately. The girl continued to get angrier with every second, but at some point Poor Thing saw her own magic moving towards her with such speed that she couldn't do anything. At some point, Poor Thing felt a very heavy and hot thing sticking into her chest and she cried out, unable to resist, and flew backwards. The father rushed forward and picked up the wounded child in his arms, but he could not do anything even if he wanted to. The girl's body sagged in his arms like a doll. He looked at his daughter in horror and tried to wake her up. However, the poor girl was unconscious. The blow was too strong to bear. The father felt for a pulse and saw that the girl was still breathing. The master left her alive. However, the situation was complicated. The student looked at the kid and said she blew herself up literally in one motion for the first time anything like this was seen. Looking at the Dragon Master, the guy said that this is what happens if a person's thoughts are confused and he is not in control of himself. It is an accident. She herself is to blame. The father held his child in his arms and breathing heavily. He didn't say a word, but just gradually became furious. Shen said that since the king's child was injured, we should probably call it a day, lest it lead to more tragedy. The poor child lay in his father's arms and hardly breathing. He was unconscious and now completely defenseless. The king did not understand how this was possible. Energy did not hurt this guy in any way. However, it was reflected directly into the attacker. It was simply incomprehensible. On the back of my back ran goosebumps. Elder Turtle came to the queen and began to report. This is what happened. The man trembled with impatience. The woman couldn't believe what she was hearing. Want to say that some person was able to reflect the magic of the highest sky with just a single movement. The woman's eyes were filled with fear. She was facing such power for the first time and could not believe that such a thing was possible. The elder said that it was a man from the Forgotten Blade sect named Shen who had also slashed the moon a few years ago. The dragon princess stood nearby and looked frightenedly in front of her in different directions. She wished she could see her old acquaintance. Goosebumps ran down the girl's back. She had followed her master for such a long time, but had only seen a fraction of his destructive power. It was terrifying. This man was truly great. Somehow he had dissected the moon from the abyss. He must be restricted by the rules of the 8th world because of his weak foundation. But the master still crossed that barrier. The woman could not believe this man was truly someone else. The Lord's cultivation base could improve greatly in just a few days, the dragon princess spoke in a trembling voice. Something clicked in the princess's head. The girl only looked worriedly in front of her and didn't dare interrupt her relative. Grandmother listened to all this and could not believe. It is simply unthinkable. A man cannot have such power. Even the princess wondered for a second, is there even anything in this world that this lord can't? The girl shuddered at the mere thought. Thinking about it, the queen shuddered. Could this man be the key to saving their clan from disaster? The princess was surprised when the queen ordered her to invite this man here. She wanted to personally talk to him about the matter. The girl couldn't believe it was the greatest honor of their clan. But this is a closed area. Not even some of the novices are allowed here. The queen smirked. No big deal. This is Great Master Shen. Let the girl go and bring him here. The princess only nodded her head. The girl was confused. The queen was giving someone such a great honor for the first time in her life. Probably the matter was really serious. Together with his team, the young lord moved forward along the wide corridor toward the main building. Suddenly, the princess appeared and greeted the young master with a shout. The apprentice was still turning her head in different directions while looking around. Seeing a familiar face, the student waved her hand. Finally, it's Dracosia. The princess came running towards them, and the clatter of her heels could be heard everywhere. Hu smiled and came closer. She seemed happy to see her old friend, although you could tell otherwise from their conversation. The girl was worried. She's fine. Really, they came here to help. There was joy in the student's eyes. The princess smiled, blushed a little, and thanked her friends for such a warm welcome. She didn't expect anyone to come here to help. Let such a one be a joy for them. Huo shook her hand and was a little embarrassed. The girl smiled the whole time and did not even hide her joy. The princess looked at Mr. Sheng, who was just standing in front of her, and didn't say a word. He was still worried about something. With a little hesitation, the princess said that Grandmother Dragon was inviting them to the Crystal Glass Tower, so please follow her. The guy was even a little surprised by the Grandmother Dragon. So there is someone like an elder here that, well, it would be interesting to talk to him. Turning around, Shen walked forward with a quick step. The princess smiled and followed after him. Finally, these two would meet. Eventually, they came forward, raising his head. Shen started to look around. Everything here seemed to him fanciful. Crystal Glass Tower was really colossal. There were steps in front of him, and Shen walked closer to the top of the steps, where a silhouette stood at the top of the steps. He looked forward and wanted to open his mouth to say hello to the local elder. However, the Grandmother Dragon smiled ahead of him and greeted the dear guest in their humble abode. Nothing had changed in such a long time. Our hero also smiled. It was nice to see an old friend after such a long time. Don't worry, he won't sit idly by. The woman breathed a sigh of relief that they had nothing to worry about then. They could relax. Could it be that they had come to help them? Shen turned around when he heard that if he saved the family here, all the treasures would be handed over to him immediately. Shen turned away and said that they didn't need the treasure here. Let them keep it. It's a family relic after all. The queen had already heard from her granddaughter that they had gone to the fair to get Azalthala leaves, but unfortunately had not been able to get them. Hearing that, our hero stopped a bit and turned around, and it already sounded pretty interesting what she would offer him in return. The woman said if he would help her save the family, she would gladly give the treasure to him. What a lucky surprise, of course. Embarrassed a little, Shen said that actually he came here to repay the kindness, but he would owe her a lot more if he got the leaves. However, the queen turned out to sincerely want to give him such a gift, and did not ask for anything in return. It was something like a gesture of goodwill. The rest of the team ended up staying outside to enter, decided to allow only the master was left to wait for the end of the conversation. The dragon princess and her apprentice were standing and shuffling from foot to foot. They were very worried about the outcome of this conversation. The apprentice was still the first to ask a question. She asked what happened during the great calamity that struck the dragons. The princess turned to her and remained silent, only looking with disappointed eyes. The dragon family goes through a blood boil every half 1,000 years. The guys were surprised. It sounded like something good. But why such an event is considered here as a disaster, like nothing bad? The princess continued, it is certainly good, but only for the orthodox dragon family. That is, for the old adherents to the rules. Liu lowered her head, and a member of a side dragon family is unlikely to be able to go through these changes. It is precisely such hardships that give the rarest of opportunities. Meanwhile, the queen said in a trembling voice that every time they undergo trials, they fear that their family will be destroyed afterward. However, with the coming of the young master, she can finally relax. They stood opposite each other at a respectful distance. Smiling, Shen said that there was nothing to worry about now. After such a long time, he finally came. They could relax. Having finished talking, the guy turned around and quickly went to the gate to leave. The queen only looked at him. She sighed heavily. With the appearance of this man, their family had nothing to worry about. They could relax. Finally, the fear was over. Finally, the doors swung open and Shen appeared on the threshold. He walked down the stairs with a quick step and looked at his friends. The boys were overjoyed to finally see their long-awaited master and immediately rushed in with questions. The first thing the master said was that they were going to stay at the dragon house for a few days, so let's go and spread out in the rooms. The princess looked at the master with a surprised look. They had reached an agreement with her grandmother, but what that agreement was remained a mystery. Shen passed by and told the princess to go to her room and prepare for the sacrifice. They would talk about the rest a little later. The girl only looked away in embarrassment and didn't say a word, but it was obvious that she was very worried about what was to come. The entire company except for the princess moved forward. Huo said that, after all, this is forbidden territory. However, the prince was not embarrassed by anything special. The student continued to wonder. They had, after all, traveled such a long journey. No one expected the long-awaited leaves to be here. The merchant still couldn't understand why the queen was willing to give him such precious treasures. The questions kept pouring in. The apprentice wondered if it was true that the master was going to help the dragon family survive such a calamity. The boy nodded. That's right, a great calamity is about to befall this family, and he intends to help them through such a calamity. The student just looked at her teacher and said she could see how hard it was for him right now. Usually he didn't worry about such things. Yes, and besides, she doubted whether one piece of this leaf was worth such a strong effort. It seemed somehow not equal. Looking in front of him, Shen said confusion between cause and effect is normal. What happened years ago is the cause, and what brought them here is the effect. The guys stopped and looked surprised in front of them. They naturally did not understand anything and preferred to keep silent. Sighing, the guy said that he would help the dragon rulers even if they didn't give him anything in return, just so happened to coincide. He said that what happened years ago, but today another knot is being tied that will be even more tangled. The princess went to her grandmother and asked if it was true that the Lord wanted to help them. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. She rejoiced. Turning to her granddaughter, the woman asked, "And can it be a lie? Has the gentleman ever deceived anyone?" The princess pondered. She remembered how cunning this man could be. However, perhaps now was not the right situation. On the other hand, it was the joy the girl cried out. Grandma had been so anxious all these days, but after meeting the master, she glowed. In response to her relative's interest, the queen raised her head. The Lord will have some plan, but what it is remains to be seen. Turning to her granddaughter, she said that she just needed to perform the ritual of sacrifice is the most important thing. The rest the girl cannot worry about. As the day of the great calamity approached, Shen was visibly nervous as he looked at the red light spilling out in front of him. A student was stomping nearby. She felt a little sick to her stomach, and it felt like her veins were being pierced with needles. She didn't understand what was wrong and was visibly afraid. Goosebumps were running down her back, and she wanted to find support, at least from the master. Chance turned around and said that it might be the effects of the resonance of the dragon blood. Those with weak wills can't even walk when it happens. In a trembling voice, the student asked, "Wouldn't it then be too dangerous for those who are very weak? They would completely fall under control." Raising his head, the master said that even those with a strong will be difficult. The girl only shivered even more and looked closer. The resonance is affecting her so badly that she can hardly even lift her arm. The dragon princess must be feeling even worse because she has a more important mission. She must not only contain the dragon blood but also perform rituals naturally. It is difficult. The master looked somewhere in the distance. Seeing the concern on her teacher's face, the girl wondered if something was wrong and looked forward fearfully. In a calm voice, Shen replied that everything was fine. Just some pesky insects so eager to give him trouble. Just have to deal with it. Forgetting about her pain, Huo had already clenched her fist and wanted to rush into the fight. Even ignoring her bad condition, she wanted to help the master. But hearing that it was too soon stopped and looked at the master over her shoulder, in the sense of too soon, wouldn't it be better to deal at all? Turning around, Shen said that he could not rid this family of the calamity. The heirs of the dragon blood were able to live up to this point and should be able to cope on their own. Again, not understanding what the master was talking about, the girl just looked at him with surprised eyes and remained silent. The master explained dragon blood boils and thoughts burn. The main calamity is within man finding an entrance out of the desperate situation, where conspiracies surround on all sides, is an external calamity. Meanwhile, above the altar, a sacrifice was already taking place. The princess rose into the air, her body covered in tongues of flame. She felt an incredible pressure all over her body. It was indeed the power of a true dragon. It was hard for her, but the girl coped. She had the feeling that the whole world was a piece of paper that could be torn apart. She had no idea that there was such a monstrous power. Nearby stood Granny. She said that sat boundless, but in front of the true power of the dragon, it is just dust is not even worth even pay attention to. Granddaughter turned grandmother spoke of the man who had saved their clan. Could he be compared to a real dragon capable of destroying the world? The woman nodded her head. Yes, that is exactly what she can say directly. This man is truly mighty much more powerful than they think. The princess looked at her with surprised eyes. Grandmother certainly could be experienced and wise, but isn't that too much of an exaggeration? The princess tried to calm her down and told her that she already knew about the changes in the dragon's blood and that she would not need strangers for this ritual. Grandmother only remained silent. She was already on her knees and looked at her granddaughter with a look full of love and pity. The woman smiled and said that the granddaughter had indeed suffered a great deal. Now the most important moment, she must not leave the tower. Now that her father is in a coma, she has to control the flow of the formation, so she can't look after her and the girl will have to pass the test herself. With complete confidence, the princess assured her grandmother that she would manage on her own, no need to worry. Turning around, the girl saw that her grandmother was already leaving, and lastly only whispered to her to take care of herself in the meantime. The queen only turned to her and looked at her with a look full of pity and sympathy. She understood how much this child was suffering right now. 6 hours later, the sacrifice of the offering continued. The poor princess was at the edge of her powers. She was in pain. She endured. The sacrificial offering ritual has been going on for so long. Shen watched it from the sidelines. It's just about time to get started. The younger Dragon King came to the room and started knocking on the door with the words that something terrible had happened. On the man's face was anxiety and fear. This was an emergency situation. All mobilized immediately. The matter is really serious. Standing on a small balcony, Shen watched from afar as the dragon tower was covered in a red glow, and a column of flames erupted from it. It was about to be over. The guy eagerly awaited the denouement. There was only calmness in his eyes. He knew what was going on. She hid behind her master's back and looked at him with frightened eyes and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, an explosion was heard at the top of the dragon tower. Something flashed, and from there a powerful table in flames appeared and rushed straight up. The younger Dragon King would run up to his niece and tell her that things were bad. We need to stop immediately. Seeing her uncle, the girl looked with frightened eyes over her shoulder, but couldn't do anything. She was immobilized. She realized that the sacrifice of the offering was already too hasty, and she just had to wait for him to come back. Things were already very lousy. However, the uncle shouted that he had no time, for his older brother was about to go to the other side of the world, and something had to be done or there would be a huge tragedy. Hearing the bad news, the girl couldn't contain her emotions. She was furious and clenched her teeth, but unfortunately she couldn't do anything. Her whole body tensed up and an even more terrifying yellow light spilled around her as the dragon burst out and flew straight forward, and the girl coughed. Uncle looked at her with frightened eyes and asked how she was feeling. The man was very worried. He could see that something had gone wrong, but the princess hastened to reassure him, saying that everything is fine, nothing to worry about. He lifted his head up. The princess asked what was wrong with her father. The girl wiped her mouth and, breathing heavily, she tried to hold on for all her strength. Uncle said that after applying the dragon's blood, he felt a little better, but it was not for long. He had no strength left for the Long King. The princess watched with fear before her demise. Her father would want to see her and tell her the secrets of the dragoness in the palace. She hoped to wait for more. But now, even after what is happening and after he manages to survive the disaster, will her father abandon her at such a crucial moment? The princess realized that she couldn't just leave it all behind. She gritted her teeth and didn't know what to do. Uncle stood downstairs and waited for an answer, fear on the man's face as he realized they were in a desperate situation. Turning away, the girl said that she couldn't be distracted right now because there were more important things to do. The frustrated man looked in front of him as if he had something in mind, and in an instant his plans were ruined. He looked up and said he could fill in for his niece for a while, just for a little while, let her hurry up. Hearing this, the girl turned her head in surprise to where her uncle was standing and wondered how he could even suggest something like that. Leaning a hand against his chest, he said he realized that his vessels were not that strong. However, he would be able to hold out for a while with his best efforts. The princess looked at him with tear-filled eyes. She understood that her uncle wanted to help but could not agree. No, but in this situation, there is no other option. The man pulled a small dagger from his pocket and began to swing it. The princess wanted to stop him. She even shouted at him not to do it, but it was too late. The man swung the dagger with all his might and stabbed it into himself. Blood splattered on the floor and he coughed, but he didn't stop. The princess watched him with a frightened look but didn't dare to stop him. These are the rules of the oath contract. The man was already on his last breath and asked his niece to leave soon. Let her see with her father while there is still time he will endure. The poor thing realized that now was not the time for bickering. She took a quick step forward so she would agree. She got down from her seat and walked forward to where her uncle stood. Breathing heavily, there was no choice. She looked at her relative with a guilty look. She had certainly caused him a lot of trouble, but let the man wait for her, it wouldn't take long. Her uncle looked at her with tired eyes and told her to go. All ready, just hurry up. The girl nodded. Leaving her relative here, she ran forward with a quick step, only the clatter of her heels resounding everywhere. On the way, she begged that her father would only wait for her. She only needed a little time to see him before he passed away. Suddenly, something knocked from behind, and there was an explosion. The girl was thrown aside and didn't even realize what had happened. The princess lay on the floor and looked back over herself. There was definitely something very wrong going on. She was scared for a second. It was her uncle. The man was covered in purple light and laughing. Something very good had happened. But the princess realized it too late. She asked, "What on earth is he doing?" The girl looked frightened. Looking at the relative, who for some reason changed instantly, his laughter was heard. Pillar may not be able to take it. The girl covered herself with her hand. What Grandpa was up to was left only to guess. She looked in front of her with horror. The dragon had changed to a purple color and his eyes lit up red as if he had turned into a demon. Something was happening. The entire dragon tower was colored red and a strange glow was emanating from it, spreading through the entire palace. The poor princess looked fearfully in front of her but could do nothing. She felt that she had made a terrible mistake, but it was too late to fix it. Several people dressed in dark hoodies grouped together. They saw the signal. It was time to move out. People moved forward. The girl looked at the purple pillar of energy. The formation of the sacrifice was broken. It was an imminent disaster. Uncle stood engulfed in a pillar of energy. He laughed and smiled, a demonic smile. It was his dastardly plan. The girl clenched her teeth and began to cough. The princess realized that there was a disaster. Uncle did not understand what he was doing. It was a monstrous mistake. The princess said that as soon as the dragon's blood breaks through the crystal pillar, she will purify everyone in the dragon's lineage. The princess asked and screamed, "Why is he doing this? It's too dangerous for his own good." The man grabbed his head. His histrionic laughter was heard. He lowered his head and began to look in front of him at the foolish relative. Uncle's eyes lit up. He stood engulfed in energy and stared with a red gaze. It may be reckless, but he had given up dragon blood long ago. His eyes burned like a demon's. The man laughed and looked at his relative in fierce gaze. The princess couldn't understand how he refused, but he's a member of their family. It was impossible. Why did he do it? Liu wondered why he did it. Why all these practices that lasted for years? Does he want to wipe out the emperor's palace? The uncle laughed, folding his arms across his chest. Of course that was his plan, and that was his majesty's order. The princess became furious. She swung her arm and launched an energy wave, ordering her uncle to shut up. However, the man easily dodged this attack. While continuing to laugh, he turned into a real demon. The girl shouted, "Who is he anyway? A real junior king wouldn't obey anyone. This is an imposter." The demon smirked at the girl who had figured it all out so quickly it was a shame she had to retire. The princess let loose a monstrous dragon woven of fire. She had to stop this monstrous act. The man smiled. This was a technique he had practiced at the 9th level of the dragon realm. What a pity that she wouldn't succeed. Such a small thing wouldn't stop him. The man clapped his hands and continued laughing. He was ready to destroy everything in the world. Seeing that her technique simply fell to pieces, the princess looked at herself in horror and did not understand what to do. She shouted, "Go back to call her dragons back." Her whole body began to tremble. She had almost no strength left. Poor girl was standing in front of a real monster. Her body was not listening. The creepy demon continued to laugh. He raised his hand upwards and intended to wipe out everything here. No one would be able to stop them at a time like this. He laughed. "This is black dragon energy, such a small thing as a technique. This girl is nothing to him. No one will even be able to get close." The man realized that the time was almost here and that the only thing left to do now was to finish what he had started. No one could stop him. The princess looked in front of her and could not understand what was happening. She wanted someone to come to her aid, but the hall was empty. The man continued to laugh. In the name of his majesty, he would destroy the dragon emperor's castle no matter what it cost him. Outside were the same people in black balls. The time had already come, so we had to move out immediately. That familiar Taoist monk was there. In the name of his majesty, he had to destroy this castle and would do so without fail. Shen looked in front of him with a tense gaze. Finally, everything started here. It all happened exactly as he had envisioned. Looking at his apprentice, the guy ordered to go and deal with those bugs hanging around the pillar. He was talking about the rest of the monks. The poor girl is frozen with fear. Master seems to overestimate her. He's sure she can defeat all those fighters. Already climbing up, Shayna told her not to forget what she had learned and to stop filling her head with unnecessary information. Run go. At some point, poor thing felt that something grabbed her legs and dragged her somewhere upwards. The girl did not even have time to realize anything as she found herself upwards. Seeing the master near her, the apprentice calmed down a bit. Thank God Shen was here and would be able to back her up in case of trouble. The girl looking in front of her with frightened eyes prepared herself she had a serious task ahead of her. That's just how to deal with all these warriors. Two men in dark robes were already approaching. They saw the enemy and had to destroy him to prevent the ritual from being interrupted. Swinging her blade, the girl cried out that this was the sacred land of dragons. If they took even a step forward, let them accuse her of being ruthless. The monks looked at each other. They were confused and thought that the dragon princess was standing in front of them. However, that was not the case at all. The fighters moved forwards. The apprentice raised her head and shrieked, how did they even dare to approach the Dragon Emperor's palace? Who gave them such permission? There were no dragons here. The fighters looked at the two heroes and said that now they would know true pain. Throwing off their hoods, the fighters finally showed their true colors. It was a team called the Six Tribulations. Each of them was an experienced fighter. The most important one, with a scar on his eye, said that they came here on His Majesty's orders to destroy the Emperor's castle. Shen smiled and said that he didn't even think that something like this grouping existed in this world. The surprised student looked at the master and asked who they were. The girl had never heard of the Six Woes before. Size, the guy said that back in the day there was a monster that took all the body parts of a dragon to create these blades. They were created only to wreak havoc. After the masters had been paid a hefty price, and now here they were, appearing right in front of them to bring trouble again. The guy went on, and then there were numerous groups who hated dragons and were trying to find swords with which they could destroy them. Are they really so terrible? Two fighters already looking at their victims and preparing to attack she that really doesn't know about them. Hearing that these fighters were going to destroy them, Shen looked in front of him with a serious look. What a news. He said that although these blades carry monstrous danger, they are useless in the hands of ordinary mortal. The two white-haired fighters looked at him, which Daredevil is so arrogant. However, now he will know how misguided he was. One of the cult members, a girl with long green hair, asked, why does the master even talk to him? It's useless. How does she even laugh looking down on them? One of the men present grabbed his blade, needing to take his head away. The man swung around and launched an energy wave straight forward with incredible fury gleaming in his eyes. The apprentice immediately rushed forward, swinging her blade to protect her master. She saw the danger approaching. Hearing the order, the girl decided to respond with the 10,000 Tibetan sword technique and nodded her head and went forward to fulfill the order. Huo ran waving her blade. All fear had gone out of her, and she wanted only one thing: revenge on these imposters for such a monstrous omission. A battle ensued between the two as the leader of the group swung his blade and tried to get under the girl. However, he was unsuccessful. The apprentice repelled all his lunges without the slightest delay. She waited for the opportune moment to strike. Blades whistled in the air. One of them flew just a few centimeters from the girl's face. She even felt that monstrous cold. Eventually, they pulled away from each other. Huo stood and breathed heavily. The girl looked playfully in front of her and waited for round two. The other criminals stared in surprise as the old sixth man possessed the highest strength among them and was almost struck down by some wench's blade. The young master, along with his apprentice, just stood there and watched them prove to be a monstrous threat to this faction. One-Eyed looked in front of him and asked in a menacing voice who they were and where they came from, and what right they had to stand in the way. The fact that the Emperor's palace was underwater made them wait in the Great Tribulation. If the entire group united, it could destroy everything. The rest of the criminals only looked in front of them with frightened eyes if even the leader is unable to handle what is said about them. One of the gang members said that now this wench suddenly appeared and was able to fend off the old man's attack with just one swing of her blade. These two seemed to be at level 5, but the old man didn't believe that at the 5th level there are only a few great masters, and these two don't look like any of them. One-Eyed had already heard that a talent had recently appeared in their world who could destroy an entire sect and also split the moon. Could it really be him? It's hard to talk about it, but it's really that legendary master. It's just impossible to fathom. Looking at the opponents with calm eyes, Shen just remained silent. The monk said that the relationship between the Dragon Emperor House and the Hidden Blade was not so good. So what has changed? One-Eyed looked at them with a frightened look and asked who they even were and where they came from, what they wanted. The apprentice introduced herself and gave her name, saying that she was from the House of the Hidden Blade. Let them bow before her. The guys looked at them and raised their eyebrows. Since this girl is from the Hidden Blade House, it is most likely the third master in front of them. The student of the city gave a thumbs up. Yes, this is her master. Be proud and watch with admiration. Of course, as they could not guess in a second, our hero approached them almost closely and was already preparing to attack. The Dragon Palace is destined to be destroyed, and if these two don't leave, then later, let them not be blamed for such cruelty. The red-haired man shrieked, "What was the point of even talking to these two? We should just destroy them and be done with it." The girl with green hair shouted for them to quickly get out of here and not make a monstrous mistake. Raising her hand up, Huo shrieked, "They won't even be able to handle her, and they're already saying something on Master. Let them shut their mouths." The girl had already prepared to attack if they wanted to fight her master. Then let her try to defeat her first. The one-eyed leader said for the two to join forces and deal with her. However, let them live and they will be useful later on. The man with red hair rushed forward, swinging his blade. Next to him was the girl with long green hair. Seeing the danger approaching her, the student swung her blade and tried to fend off the attack, but she knew she could handle it. Two fighters attacked her at once and began swinging their blades at her. Huo deftly fought off the attacks and bounced back as if it were a walk. Something still seemed strange to her. The girl turned her head and looked closely. She clutched the blade tightly in her hands. Something began to happen. A huge blade stabbed into the ground and cracked the tiles on the roof. The apprentice bounced at the last moment to the side, resounded. From behind came the voice of a master. He said that these 6 tribulations are using a joint attack. Let the disciple use a secret skill to deal with them. Let the moment survive when these two come together, and she can use that weakness to her advantage. Turning to the master, the apprentice smiled and nodded her head. She understood his intent and immediately rushed to carry out the order. No matter how many people tried to attack her, but Huo fought back with unprecedented agility. She clutched her blade tightly in her hands and smiled. For her, it was like entertainment. Watching this girl trying to fight off 2 blades, the gang members wondered if that's all she knows how to do. Does she still want to play games? The old man shrieked. He thought that in 24 moves, this girl would definitely lose. She didn't have a single chance of victory. After 10 movements, Huo swung her blade again and again. Fighting off the girl's attacks was difficult, but she managed. The number of movements was already increasing every second, but she fought back with unprecedented power using all her skills. The old man didn't understand how it was possible for a girl who was barely 20 years old to fight them off with such force. One-eyed noticed that this blade technique was strange, but he couldn't figure out what it was, and a chill ran down his spine. This wench's cultivation level was almost comparable to the old man, maybe even a little inferior, but it didn't matter. The old man himself could not believe his eyes. He was a great master who had mastered many techniques, and was inferior to some girl. Huo saw the one-eyed man behind her waving his blade and shouted for the old man to help him immediately. The third master was standing nearby. He said that earlier, if the student unaware of their attacks had been attacked, she probably would have lost, but not now. The guy raised his head. Now it is too late. They will be finished sooner or later, so let them accept defeat. The 3 of them would be able to unleash the full power of their blades. Let's fighters headed forward towards the young apprentice. Even the gang leader admitted that it's pretty good 3 people who can't beat 1 girl have no excuse they're weak. This is a stupid idea. He jumped up and flew towards the exit from here. The master looked at him, raised his head, and didn't say a word. They crossed their 3 blades and began to fill her power with her own weapons. Now it wouldn't be long before they dealt with the apprentice. Huo watched as a huge demon created from a multitude of lights approached her. Soon the girl would part with her life. Everyone fell silent for a second. The only one who wasn't worried was the third gentleman himself. He smiled and said that it was too late for these people to succeed, no matter how hard they tried. It was obvious that the girl was very worried. However, she did not retreat back, but on the contrary, even filled with confidence. Grasping her blade, she filled it with her energy, and in one simple motion, she split the demonic creature. However, one of the fighters was already moving towards her. He swung around and launched an energy wave right at the girl. She wouldn't have been able to dodge it. She had to fend off the attack by grabbing the blade. The student struck directly into the energy wave and heard a crackling sound as it dissipated. One-eyed couldn't believe what he was seeing, how it was even possible for a girl so small to fight like a real skilled fighter. 3 men of great skill can't do anything with her. How is that even possible? They seem to be losing their grip. It might even be true that she can handle all 6 fighters, but that's just impossible. Meanwhile, she was getting closer and closer. The old man, along with the rest of the gang, couldn't believe that this was really happening. Several brothers couldn't unleash the power of blades and defeat it. One-eyed was startled at how old this little girl was. How long it took for her to even make it to this level was simply unfathomable. Maybe this third master is even more powerful than everyone expected. Shen looked at them with a fierce gaze and was already preparing to attack. The old man looked at the ringleader and said that the situation had changed. Wouldn't it be better to change the plan to keep them alive at least? One-eyed shouted what the overlord would think of them then if they now retreated and cowardly ran away. In that case, what are they waiting for? The red-haired man grasped his blade and prepared to attack with fury. The 6 of them were scattered all over the world, rarely finding time to get together. It's a shame, of course, that if they even join forces, they can't deal with the dragons. The one-eyed man was the first to move into battle. He swung his blade and prepared to strike with all his might. At that moment, the student saw a huge wave of energy moving towards her. The girl froze in her place and prepared to repel the attack. Watching all of this from the side, Shen only smirked at these people who could only be considered beginners by a stretch. They wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Even though this gal's stats are still not impressive, but she practiced for a week on the way back. However, the guy was sure that it would be enough to defeat these fighters. She wouldn't be able to take advantage of anything. At this time, the apprentice was furiously trying to fight. She fended off one attack after another, and even got into a kind of excitement. A wave of energy flew past the girl, and she felt the heat that came from this technique, but dodged it. While the girl fought, the master pondered. It was a pity that these guys' cultivation level was too low to understand such a technique. Nowadays, the sword makes the man and not the man makes the sword, which is already evil. The battle continued. At some point, the student noticed that a huge wave of energy was flying straight at her face. She stopped in her place and prepared to take the blow, but dodged it. All the masters stopped in their place and looked at each other. Their attack didn't work, and the forces were too unequal. Sighing, the master suggested the famous Sword of Six Woes fell into their hands. Probably howls a lot at night and interferes with sleep, because so. The one-eyed man's gaze turned cold with fear. How can this man talk about an ancient relic in such a manner? One of the fighters swung around and launched another attack towards the student, hoping that at least it would work. However, the girl easily repelled it as if it was some kind of funny trick. Huo bounced aside like a bird. The chief prepared to attack whoever is in the center of this technique will be turned into mincemeat and won't even be able to do anything. Seeing the power of all these fighters flying at her, the apprentice only grinned as she prepared to deliver her crushing blow. After the monstrous explosion, all the fighters were frozen in an instant. They were frozen in their place and could not move. Turning to the others, Huo asked, "Didn't they hear that she was from the House of Hidden Blade? This is her crowning technique." The one-eyed man completely froze, couldn't believe his eyes. This was the Emperor Blade technique, but how could the girl learn it? The girl grinned and said that she had practiced too little in the past 7 days, so her technique was not perfect, but it was enough for the likes of them. The master turned around and said that even from the description, this sword is not a very strong weapon, and his student does not have the skill to use it. He threw that the intent to destroy in these people is too strong. Exactly why they won't even be able to get close. When they lose their composure, they cannot reconnect the power and control it. They will not be able to use the technique to its fullest. The blade formation was too devastating for them, so they were unable to resist the imperial sword of his apprentice. The ringleader remained frozen. As much as it pained him to admit it, the man admitted defeat. Suddenly, the ice began to crack. At last, the master said that he would leave them to Huo's discretion, and himself would go down to see what was down there. The girl looked at him in surprise. Looking at her teacher's back, she only wished him to be careful because the situation was still too dangerous. The apprentice raised her head left now to decide what to do with these. They are after all shrouded in ice and no longer pose a danger can destroy them. Huo smirked and looked at them. The pathetic followers couldn't even do that to them. Well, the girl prepared her blade to destroy the whole sect in one blow, so that none of them could do any more harm. Descending to the ground in the meantime, third young Master Sheng came closer down below. Something was happening everywhere. A rumbling sound could be heard. It was a disaster. The dragon princess was floundering around like a helpless bird, unable to do anything, and there was a pillar of energy in front of her. The girl cried and raised her head and looked in front of her at the place where her uncle had just been, but she could do nothing. If it continues like this, the Imperial Dragon Palace will be destroyed. Stop it now! The girl screamed with rage but couldn't do anything about it. Shen walked a few steps toward her and took a closer look. He had come down specifically to help and saw how dire the situation was. Seeing at last the third prince with tearful eyes, the girl looked at him and could not say a word. She was terrified. The poor princess asked for help from her comrade so that she can protect the Imperial Dragon Palace, or else her entire family will be irrevocably destroyed. The furious ocean began to rage around. The water was colored red, bloody color around the real chaos, and in the middle of it all stood the master with the princess. And only now the girl realized what she had said, immediately covering her mouth with her hand. She cried out, not believing her own words. Looking at the master, the girl thought, she is after all the dragon heir with the purest blood. She can't just put an end to this destruction. Now she just wanted to be saved at least by someone. The girl was crying and couldn't do anything. She felt powerless. Turning around, the princess apologized for what she just said. Her heart was just in turmoil. She didn't know what to do. Lowering her head, the girl said that she couldn't let the dragon's blood spill in this place, so everything here became a place of despair. Shen came closer and closer to her. The girl said to take the student with her and get out of here as fast as possible before the place gets destroyed. Outside, Huo was watching in surprise as the castle gradually collapsed, a stream of red flames bursting out of the large tower. The girl jumped back at the last moment and cursed, the flames almost hitting her if that happened. The two dragons sat there and did not understand what was going on. They were holding on with their last strength. The older brother was also unable to stop it all. He just stared helplessly in front of him and cursed himself for not being able to do anything. The queen just sat and prayed. She had nothing else to do. The woman didn't know what to do. We can only hope she goes away painlessly. Suddenly, something whizzed past her with great speed. The woman pulled back and flew to the side. The student looked at what was happening with a surprised look and couldn't understand what it looked like. She had never seen anything like it before. At some point, our hero noticed that this situation was similar to the one he saw years ago. Even nostalgia started to return. The dragon possessing pure energy is forced to suffer this terrible threat? Perhaps this is a way to restore the balance between heaven and earth. However, dragon blood could still be controlled. Shen understood this better than anyone else. The guy stared in front of him with a serious look. The princess said she understands his heart, but even if the man stays here, it won't change anything. The plan will be destroyed irrevocably if that's the fate. The pillar continued to increase. The master stood in front of them, just silently watched it seems. He didn't even listen to the princess at all, but just watched. The dragon girl turned around and told the apprentice to immediately take the master with her and take him away from danger, away from here. Huo looked with surprised eyes and didn't say anything. She was just scared and wondered how she could even get the master out of here. And besides, if the master was here, everything could still be solved. The apprentice was fully confident that the young master would solve everything. The princess kept screaming. She said that this is no trifle of danger to life, immediately get out of here. If the dragon's blood comes out, all the descendants of the great dragon will be hit, and then there will be nothing left of them. The queen was already lying unconscious. Soon, the dragon blood of each offspring's body would begin to react and erupt, and then it would consume everything in its flames. The palace and the magic circle will be destroyed. The princess realized this, but there was nothing she could do, and that made her even angrier. She wanted to save someone, but the student asked in a surprised voice, and how could it stop the master? He could always handle anything after all. She pointed her finger at the gentleman standing behind her. He is, after all, the strongest in the world. Nothing can compare to him, not even this one. The princess kept trying to restrain the pillar and shouted that Huo didn't even know the true power of the dragon, yet need to leave immediately. She is from the higher world. No one can resist such power. The girl raised her hands up and tried to hold on somehow. In a frightened voice, Huo asked the master, "Is it really so powerful that even he can't handle it?" It threw the girl into fear. The guy explained that the blood of the dragon has a monstrous power. Nothing in the world can compare with it. The girl asked, "Is it really him?" The young lord himself realized that the Dragon King would only use a fraction of his strength to defeat him. But now they are not dealing with the king himself, but only a small fraction of his bloodline that resonates with the pulse of the Dragon King. Seeing that the lord was not going to back down, the princess asked if he knew how strong the dragon was, so why would he give up his life so easily? The girl herself realized that if the young master suffered as a result of this, she would never redeem herself to him no matter how hard she tried. No more leaving it to chance the dragon's blood is not controlled. The girl clasped her hand and tried to say somehow to stop it, but it was all useless. The sins of the dragons must be paid for by their descendants. The princess was in terrible pain, but she endured. Suddenly she heard Huo's voice. She raised her head and asked the master, "Can she go?" Everything around suddenly stopped for a second. There was no need for Shen to do so, as if he was preparing for something. He was completely calm as ever. The hero himself realized that at the moment when the dragon's brains completely shut down, they only think of one thing: how to sacrifice themselves. Looking at the princess, Shen wondered if she would sacrifice herself. Perhaps she could temporarily calm the anger, but that would not eliminate the root of the problem by any means. Looking at the master's attempts, the princess said that it was useless. Nothing could now calm this monster. There was only one option left. Trying to hold onto the pillar, she said that the dragon's blood kept rushing out, and there was no stopping it all. It would only get bigger. Looking at her with a good-natured look, Shen said that there was no need to worry about it, as if he already knew what to do. The girl could not believe her happiness, looked at him and had already lost all hope. However, perhaps the master knew something. He came close to this geyser and literally felt the heat that came from the dragon's blood with his whole body. The princess watched as the master came closer and closer, and could not believe her eyes. Such a thing had never happened before. It was unthinkable. The poor student could not understand what was happening. She pulled back and cried out. For the first time in her life, the girl faced something like this. It was very scary. Turning to her, the master ordered the girl to stand behind him and wait for Huo. Immediately obeyed him and moved forward. Well, let's get started. It's time to finish this masquerade. Shen approached and looked seriously in front of him. Before him had a very difficult task. At some point, the guy created a protective dome near him that reflected the entire dragon blood blow back on itself, and a rumbling sound was heard as Shen felt the pressure. The dragon princess shouted, pointing her finger somewhere upwards. The dragon blood was heading there towards the top of the pagoda, where the dragon pearl was located. The frightened student asked what would happen. Then there was a distinct fear on the girl's face. She was trembling all over her body. In a trembling voice, the princess said that once the blood contaminated the pearl, the crystal pagoda would no longer be able to contain the power and would collapse. Then, looking at her friends with serious eyes, she said that they would stay here forever and go to the other world. With a wave of his hand, the master ordered down. He stood straight and firm and looked at the dragon blood with enlightened eyes. Seeing the boy grabbing a piece of dragon blood, the princess raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did she really come back just on his orders alone? In a trembling voice, the girl asked what kind of technique. The gentleman only turned at her and smiled. He was calm as ever. Folding 2 fingers, the master said that this technique was once long ago created by one monk. You may not remember him. Looking at him hopefully, the princess asked where this great man who had created such a powerful technique came from. The guy himself had vague memories of the man, would be hard to explain to those who don't know it at all. However, this is indeed a mysterious technique. Shen squinted his eyes and looked in front of him with a smile. He realized that everything would soon end well. I remember when this monk was one of the most powerful people in principle. He could, with one motion, lower the 4 seas into the water and make the dragon bow. This technique is the field for suppressing dragon's blood just when we need it. There's not much left to do. Of course, it was also extremely effective. Shen stood in front of the huge fountain of dragon blood and raised his hands to the sky to try to stop it. The princess cried out when she noticed that the dragon's blood began to bubble and gradually calmed down into a large whirlpool. The queen, who had already resigned herself to the fact that she would have to give up her life, was still lying on the floor trembling. Realizing that they were now safe, the apprentice rushed to the master with enthusiastic cries. They were finally rescued by the Master Magnificent. With a look at her, the guy told her not to wish for more than she had now. She wouldn't be able to learn this technique until she had mastered the blade. The apprentice only shrank back and looked at him. What a shame. She wanted to become as tough as her master, but it wouldn't work. Smiling, Shen said that the most important thing in such a technique was to make one's energy move in all directions, within a certain range, only so one could learn. When she heard how difficult it was, the girl shuddered. Somehow she didn't want to learn anymore. Nearby stood the princess, almost in her head, and pondered. She still did not believe that this monstrous disaster was over. Seeing her confusion, Shen turned around and smiling confirmed, "Yes, it's over. You don't have to be afraid." The girl wanted to say something else, but her strength had already left her. She had spent too much energy and had already fainted. Meanwhile, the evil demon was still trying to destroy the dragon's castle. The lord had ordered he needed to do his bidding. The princess shuddered and woke up shrieking in surprise that it was just a dream. The girl finally woke up. She sat up in her bed and was safe, but her heart was still racing and her breathing was still intermittent. She looked at her granddaughter and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" Raising her frightened eyes, the princess finally saw her grandmother and calmed down a little, sighing heavily. She was still a little scared. However, the girl immediately inquired, "Where is the third prince?" She had slept so long she didn't even notice. The queen replied that he was in the main hall. Hearing that the elders had also survived, the princess asked how they had managed to get out of this nightmare. With a smile on her face, the queen said not to worry. The third prince's cultivation was at an all-time high. He had solved everything in one fell swoop and was now a dear guest in their castle. She sighed in relief and lowered her eyes downward, finally calming down. The girl saw a mural hanging on the wall with an exact replica of the moment when they stood around the dragon's blood fountain and tried to stop it. The princess kept looking in front of her and said that maybe grandma wouldn't believe her if she told, but maybe she was guessing something, Doc. The grandmother looked at her and the princess in a timid voice began to speak. She seemed to be guessing about something. Perhaps the third prince is the one. The queen lowered her head and said she thought so too at first, but couldn't believe it until the last moment. Disaster happens once every many years, and a very long time ago, a dragon progenitor was able to stop this. Disaster was successfully averted. However, after the catastrophe, the swordsman mysteriously disappeared along with the dragon progenitor. However, after all that happened, the miracle happened again. Man came from the past, their clan from imminent destruction, and now they are not threatened by anything. As the grief in the dragon clan was stopped in the same way many years ago, Princess still continued to shudder. The queen moved closer to the door and put her hand to it, and so if she is not mistaken, the following conclusion can be drawn. The third principal was the very person who had saved their clan several hundred years ago and befriended the dragon progenitor. But the girl could not believe it because the third principal appeared only a dozen years ago after the destruction of the moon. The queen herself did not know the damn reason for this. I could not explain everything. The woman just stared in front of her with a puzzled look. After that, the queen immediately met with the young prince and once again thanked him for saving the clan. The boy said that it was in principle not difficult. He realized to himself that he had to do it no matter what, even if it would take even more effort. The queen took out a small box and presented it to the prince as a token of endless gratitude. Let him accept this offering. The box opened and a strange energy rushed out of there. The prince took notice and cocked an eyebrow in surprise. There was the leaf he had been looking for so long. In fact, it is the rarest treasure in the world. There are no others like it. The guy took the leaf and began to look at it. First, he went to the auction but couldn't find anything there. However, he found it here. He smiled and said that if there was any trouble with the Dragon Kingdom in the future, he would be happy to help. Smiling, the queen with tears in her eyes once again thanked the Grand Prince for such generosity and kindness. Going outside, the prince decided to take a little walk and look up at the night sky. He stopped in a wide field and looked up. He was already being followed by 2 dragons, the queen and another man with blonde hair, who were watching the prince continuously. The queen realized to herself that even if this man made a promise, no matter how impossible it would be, he would still make this one. Shen remembered that last time the queen was together with the ancestor, but called one girl who was the prettiest here, he remembered her. It was only now that the queen realized that this was the man who had saved their clan from destruction in the past. Looking at her, Shen was silent, but the queen didn't understand why he came back from the underworld to save them again. In a stern voice, he said he did not want to discuss the matter with humans. The queen shuddered. Well, she would never have dared to reveal the secret. A few years ago, her life was on the line. She could only hold on for the sake of her children and grandchildren. But now, everything has changed. The prince stopped and looked at her with a stern look, but did not say anything. The male dragon looked before him with enlightened eyes in life. If there are regrets, they are unfortunately incorrigible. He moved his eyes to the side, vertical pupils gleamed in the light of the moon. A smile appeared on the man's face. Now the guy wondered what the progenitor said last time. Turns out he left the thing that is in the immortal blade god. At first I thought it was a stone of cold dew, however, he already has one. The progenitor then promised to help him find this outlandish artifact. However, it was unnecessary, he was leaving soon anyway. The dragon grew a little sad. Is it really so soon they are destined to part? The man lowered his head. In that case, he offered to make a mark with a blade in this place. When she goes stone cold dew, then puts it in. At first, Shen thought it was a joke, but the guy was still surprised that the progenitor remembered. In addition to the cold dew stone, he also left something. The guy held out his hand. The queen held out her palm. A small sphere of bright blue light appeared in her hands. Shen said it would be best to leave it here. Not believing her eyes, the queen looked in front of her and did not even know what to say. She was deeply shocked. It was the blue dragon pearl, and the woman had goosebumps running down her spine as she held the great treasure in her hands. Our hero only nodded good-naturedly. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Let the queen keep him always. During a time when pro-parents were experiencing incredible hardships in life, he proved that his lineage is pure because of the resulting pearl. One question remained unanswered. Why then did the progenitor not use the pearl? The woman still couldn't understand. Only grinning Shen took his eyes aside. It seemed like he didn't know the answer to that question. Turning around, the guy answered everything, only because the progenitor said a few things before he left. Sitting on the grass, the dragon said his abilities were limited, but he felt calm. If he took another step, it would lead to trouble. Turning around, the man said that Shen was the only one who could possess this treasure dragon pearl. And here the queen couldn't even believe what she was hearing. The king's ancestor could even be afraid of anything, surprisingly even. However, she could not understand what use of such an idle woman as she could not even help her granddaughter. Shen was surprised when he heard the queen say that the blue pearl should be left with him, only he is worthy. The queen was certain that the only one worthy to carry this treasure was the third prince, and no one else. But the guy was sure it was good to bet the dragon pearl to their rightful heir. Exactly, the dragon. He reassured the queen in the future. The guy promised to cleave the moon if any of the dragons followed him. He would be sure to take care of them. These words were far more valuable than any treasure. However, the queen agreed if the prince so desired, she would accept the pearl. The guy looked at her surprised. She wasn't going to use it on her own. It was a gift after all. If she absorbs the pearl, she can revive and help her clan. The woman clutched the treasure to her chest. She can even revive herself. However, the woman had no desire to continue her life. She had already lived too long. Without her progenitor would like to keep him company. As for the pearl, she wants to give it to Princess Shen, looked at her with respect. The queen continued, let her granddaughter accompany the young prince further on his journey. It would be better for her. It can be seen as a blessing accumulated on our dragons over several lifetimes. Let it be so now. There is fear between life and the other side, and there are no people who are not afraid to part with their lives. Meanwhile, the dragon princess paced from side to side and agonized in conjecture. The girl was still very depressed. It was such a beautiful day all around. She lifted her head and looked up where the sky should be. There were fish swimming. After a while, the queen was already lying in a glass coffin with no signs of life, and her funeral was held with the whole dragon family gathered. Here was Uncle the Dragon Prince and the princess. They stood with their heads down on their faces. Each had an unbridled sadness on their faces. The old man dragon turned his head in different directions and with some caution began to speak. His speech sounded very quiet. He said it was time for burial. The princess twitched as if unwilling to accept the fact that the dearest person would now go to the next world. They stood in front of the glass coffin and shuddered as the family couldn't believe they had lost one of their oldest members. However, the queen was happy. She followed her wish in the order of the dragon about the parent. Now they will never be separated. The princess could not contain her emotions. Her eyes became moist with tears. The poor girl cried and began to scream. Seeing the coffin with the body of her grandmother started to take somewhere to the side, the girl rushed forward and wanted to stay with her relative, but her brother stopped her. The prince wanted to reassure his sister by saying that grandmother has left them now. It's useless to talk about anything anymore. Everything is in the past. But the girl didn't want to believe it. She refused to realize that she had lost the dearest person. The princess waved her hands. Eventually, the uncle intervened in the conversation and shouted for the princess to pull herself together. At last she was the heir to the dragons and should behave properly. Stop crying for a second, the girl looked at her uncle with a frightened look. He seemed too strict at this moment. But the man continued, the great dragon grief is already over, but considering losing 2 relatives is a big deal. The princess wanted to say something but choked on her tears. The old man continued. Don't forget what grandma told you last. The princess remembered sitting with her grandmother and the queen, saying that her granddaughter was now all grown up. Back then, the little princess said she was no longer a child, but she had no idea what the future held. The queen smiled affectionately and nodded an apology to the little princess. She would give her something very precious. The woman opened a small box. There was that blue dragon progenitor dragon pearl. Now the princess would be obliged to keep it. But the girl couldn't even believe how she could possess such a valuable artifact. She didn't have the strength for it. But the queen was sure that her granddaughter was already strong enough to possess such a gift. Let her go to the new world. And now the crying princess wiped her tears and whimpered, saying that she had already understood everything and there was no other choice. Uncle nodded. Okay, let's go ahead. We need to see Grandma Dragon one last time when she goes on her last journey. The whole family approached the glass coffin that stood on the edge of the cliff below. Was only the impenetrable abyss. Taking one last look at her beloved relative, the princess told her grandmother not to worry. She would fulfill her request to rest in peace. Meanwhile, the third lord sat in his seat and meditated. He could feel the air filled with grief as a funeral was taking place nearby. The curtain pulled back and there appeared the apprentice girl in a cheerful voice saying that the king had appeared to meet her. Mr. Zhao was indeed standing in front of the prince. He was smiling and seemed happy to see him. Beside him was the princess and the disciple. The king approached a few steps forward and introduced himself. He would like to thank the noble man for saving his kind. Noticing that the king has not yet fully recovered, the prince said that he is still too wounded, so let him move carefully. At some point, the dragon felt his body fill with energy. The pain was gone somewhere, and he felt much better. Getting down on one knee, the honorable dragon said that he should thank the young prince with the utmost courtesy for what he had done. Looking at him, Shen frowned at why he was doing all this. Why such sincere gratitude? It's nothing after all. Rising to his feet with great difficulty, the king said that the dragon ancestor had given them orders to serve the man who had saved their kind to the very end. Huo looked at the dragon, wondering if the lord had gone too far in calling himself a servant, which doesn't fit with the image of a king. Chajo was surprised when the boy said that the rescue wasn't such a difficult thing. Besides, he even got some enjoyment out of it. But it was extremely important to the dragon family, and the king kept insisting he wanted to thank the savior in some way. Well, let him decide for himself. Our hero sighed and looked at the king with a good-natured look. With a hand on his heart, the king said that the treasury would always be open for the young prince to take whatever he needed. Also, the princess, though quite young, would like to serve the young master further. The student standing next to her looked at the dragon princess with a surprised look that meant to serve a bad association arose in her mind. Well, after hearing her master's consent, the apprentice was even more surprised. Does the master really want this girl to follow him? But Shen added he concentrates on wielding the blade his whole life, and he has no time for love between man and woman. Carnal pleasures are not for him. There is no need to bring it up. The princess turned away and, apparently very embarrassed, the student only looked at her with pity. But still there are a few things the prince would like at his disposal. The apprentice will make a list and come back later. Looking at his daughter, the king nodded his head. He will inform the servants to prepare everything. The princess was still worried. After such a rejection, even Huo slightly shivered. Is it possible to reject the princess's proposal like this? What if she gets upset about it? The boy only remained silent. He realized that his student would rather cry if he agreed. Since ancient times, he has been in search of a blade. Suddenly, the guy heard Po Tiandao's guards didn't the emperor come here to meet them. Unwittingly, the associations of the destroyed heavenly sect began to arise in his mind the same way. So it turns out that the same monk is behind it. The princess looked up and asked why it was they had arrived at the palace of the dragon emperor, but the man himself didn't know. He turned to his daughter and said that years ago the monks had offered to stop the disaster in exchange for joining their ranks, but he had refused. Looking at them, Shen asked what these people were, how dangerous they were. In a trembling voice, the king replied, saying that these people have trained for hundreds of years to control the entire world. The girls glanced amongst themselves. They too had heard that many battle troops had been destroyed under their influence. Our hero only smirked. It certainly sounds interesting. Again, some kind of battle. I wonder just how strong they will be. The king flinched when Shen suggested that they come out after all and see what they were and how they would act. The Shang Yu clan of the Great Moon Dynasty are martial artists whose cultivation is able to contact the power of heaven and earth, using them to conquer the world. Mysterious forces split the path into 36 roads. The king tensed up. Apparently it was giving him a hard time. He tried to explain what was going on. In that case, let's go see what they're up to. Shen seemed excited to see what the hell they were up to. The king shrieked, "This is after all the duty of his royal lineage, so how can he lay this on his highness the prince?" The lad reassured him if the king had any business with these people, he would put everything in his hands. Don't worry so much. On the high mountain in front of the ocean stood several silhouettes dressed in dark cloaks, waiting for the king to come to greet them. The water parted, and from there came the king, along with the young prince and his girlfriends to greet The protector named Jai, along with his subordinates, stood on the high mountain and asked, "Why did the king appear on the heavenly path?" The king and the prince raised their heads and studied with interest the new acquaintances, who did not seem friendly to them, as if they had not come here to drink tea. The princess flinched in surprise, and the apprentice asked with interest who this protector was. With a trembling voice, the dragon princess explained that Protector Jai was a cultivator of the 6th level of the universe realm. Hearing how strong this man was, the apprentice shuddered a little, but she was still confident that the master could handle him easily. The uninvited guest continued to taunt the king, and the dragon looked at them clenched in his teeth, not expecting, of course, that he would meet him again. Folding his arms, he still tried to greet the not-so-expensive guests and why they had come here. A mustachioed face appeared from under the hood. Jai smiled and told the king not to worry today. They were here on an errand for the palace to join them. Well, as expected, the king has gritted his teeth again. They've come here again to demand to join their sect. The dragon turned his head and looked hopefully at the naive gentleman, who was stomping behind and waiting. After a short pause, the king apologized. "The palace has suffered a great disaster, so we need to close the passageway for safety. Thank you for visiting." Jai bowed and said that they were not as strangers as they seemed, so the man would be honest with him. And the man continued. Originally, their sect wanted to support Zhao Lin and overthrow the rightful king. But things turned out pretty interesting. I didn't lose. Hiding behind her master's back, the apprentice wondered how it was possible to speak so brazenly and openly about such things. However, there was another moment, and he pointed his finger at the princess. The girl trembled. Could it really? All of this be about her? The father had already realized that the matter was getting hot and covered the girl with his body. He was not going to part with her. The defender laughed. "Let the king give up his daughter, and then so be it. He will spare these innocent people. Otherwise, no one will survive." The man pulled out his huge blade filled with energy. The princess realized that the situation was getting complicated and leaned against her father. The king tried his best to protect her, even at the cost of his life. The student was watching and trembling. The king was worried. He couldn't believe that they were all on the 4th step. It was just a gang of bandits. Realizing that she should intervene, Huo pointed her finger at them and said that they were just a bunch of intimidating thugs. They tried to stop her, but the girl was already advancing. The defender seemed to recognize her and called her by name. A surprised Huo lifted her head up and looked at him with genuine interest as to how this type knew her name. In a calm voice, the protector said that he had heard her defeat 6 demons. However, now let her remove herself. It is none of her business. Already armed with her blade, Huo moved forward. These 6 were not too strong, and the girl hoped that at least these people could demonstrate power. Laughing, Jai leaned on his huge blade and said that a newborn is not afraid of the tiger. However, once he knows the pain, he will understand his place. Soaring into the air, Shen used one of his immortal blade techniques. Not even a light breath would stop the movement of his blade. The defender prepared himself. He armed himself with a huge blade and moved forward with the goal of destroying all in his path. Suddenly, an incredibly beautiful pink-colored butterfly landed on the princess's finger. It looked like a flower petal. Everyone immediately looked at it. The Dragon King looked up to where his nemesis was already hovering in the air. The man didn't understand how this could have happened. Jai grimly noticed that his sword was beginning to dissolve into thin air, turning into countless butterflies. He was frightened. Next to him in the air hovered our hero. The weapon of his enemy was not something unique. Such a daring wielding of a blade does not bode well for the end. A sword of 6 woes as big as the last owner is a man who doesn't battle out his opponent. Only goons consider it a weapon. The king, along with the others, stood on the ground and breathed heavily with the master's daughter, an apprentice spinning around beside him. After examining his enemy, the prince was even afraid to imagine why these guards were standing here and what they were up to. The defender looked at him over his shoulder and stammered, asking what this technique was all about. He had never seen anything like it before. Looking at him, Shen said that in that case, the defender might be even better than himself, but the guy destroyed his blade in just one move. Jai was visibly nervous. He couldn't believe he was facing something so strong. The man turned his head around looking for some sort of weapon. However, only the 3rd son can call it a weapon. Shen, without even turning to face him, walked forward and spoke. According to them, fencing is just another achievement. After all, let him say a few last words. He turned to his apprentice and ordered her to listen carefully. The girl twitched and perked up her ears. At this crucial moment, the master decided to teach the lesson of sword intent to his martial spirit, and divine blade are the 3 pillars of blade wielding. Even honing the art of deception technique, stealth style annihilation technique, and all other possible techniques combined can be seen as the art of the blade. The defender went cold with fear. Then the 3rd son had already guessed everything on the man's face. How could he not immediately notice that the 3rd son had long since been trained to the highest degree? Jai was still on trembling legs trying to steady himself, while the master looked at him. Shen said that after he finished speaking, everyone here would see the true blade wielding techniques of the basics of the fundamentals. However, the enemy wasn't even going to retreat, so simply he approached the prince closer and closer with each step. The king had already realized that naturally he was facing an opponent who was not going to give up so easily. He and the princess only looked around, frightened. Our hero continued. The castle of the Dragon King, united with his sect of the Forgotten Blade Demon, will condescend to them, and even despite the stratagems will come looking for him. Adjusting his hood and pulling it deeper over his face, the guard agreed that if that was the case, he would report it. The king rejoiced the young lord was able to defeat this gang. However, they should still be wary, the danger is not over yet. The prince looked at him as if he had read his mind and said that the king was too injured to take care of his palace. As for the dragon princess, he had other things to think about. The guy took a closer look. Standing behind her father's back, the princess shivered. She already felt that she would not get off so easily and only looked fearfully in front of her. She said she would still go back to her cabin for her own brother. The apprentice looked at her in surprise. She thanked everyone and the girl had hot tears running down her cheeks. She was very scared and wanted to hide somewhere. Eventually, after all that happened, young Mr. Shen returned home, where he was already greeted by his joyful father and all the others. The old man said that he had already received a letter from the Dragon King about how the son had heroically defended the entire nation. The old woman was sitting here as well. The student ran to her grandmother and clapped her hands joyfully at last. She came home, the old lady greeted her. She asked the student if she was hurt, but the girl just waved it off. She was fine, just a couple scratches. She laughed and said that she was able to beat 6 this time. The girl was showing 6 fingers and smiling happily with pride. Even the old patriarch noticed that the cultivation art. This girl's cultivation art were grown, it was truly impressive. Now that everything had happened like this and the Dragon King's palace had almost joined them, one could say that everything was fine in the prefecture. The father recognized that his son was indeed still the best in the world. Shen only sighed. Now it was just a matter of solving a couple of problems. Father splashed his hands. By the way, not only did the small clans join them, but even the House of 12 Blades expressed their desire to join. And here, even our hero was a little surprised. They are so proud and always look down on everyone, but it turned out quite differently. The boy remembered that although Yiju was always looking for allies, he also had his own motives for the abandoned Blade clan. He had made his own plans for. Well, here they suddenly met. Shen felt someone's gaze on his back and heard a familiar voice. Instantly turned around. Behind stood Mr. Yizhou and smiled happily beside him too. There was an older brother who stood somewhere behind with a frown. Seeing his older brother, the hero tensed up a bit, but he didn't expect to see him here. The elder also looked at him without much pleasure, folding his arms on his chest. Third brother is also here. What a surprise. Mr. Yizhou intervened in the conversation. He had already heard that there were some disagreements between the two and wanted to stop the feud. The boy just smirked. Well, it's up to him if he's willing to do it. The boy stepped closer and took the older man by the shoulder. He hoped the two could leave the feud in the past. There was no point in doing so now. Dad just watched them and was visibly nervous. He still remembered the animosity between these two, and he was afraid of what it might do. After hearing about this incident, the apprentice was furious how the young master could only bring his elder brother here, knowing what tension between them. Putting the book on the shelf, the guy said that even if in the past they had a feud, now this man is no danger at all. The princess looked at him with surprised eyes and asked how on earth he knew that this person was going to the House of the 12 Blades was classified information. Our hero wondered how his brother only could not return to this house if he was there practicing climbing technique. After picking up a few books, the princess was surprised that this was the secret technique of this sect. How could he be allowed to do so? In addition, it was surprising that the elder brother had received such an honor because Yizhou couldn't just hand over his family's technique. Continuing to arrange the scrolls on the shelves, Shen continued. Not that his brother would have mastered this technique, but even if he practiced, what would he even be able to do? The princess was a little scared. Don't underestimate this sect. Even if you are the strongest in the world, who knows what it can do? This mansion has existed in the world longer than even the Dragon Palace. It is one of the strongest in the cultivation world. The elders are able to influence the affairs of the 8 Clans Council and the Golden Hall of the Great Moon Dynasty. Moreover, the elder probably has some sort of plan. During his cultivation, the elder decided to demonstrate just how far he had advanced, and it was as if he was walking through the air on those steps. Yizhou was really impressed. He congratulated his brother for mastering such a heavy technique. It was really wonderful. Looks like he's a real genius for mastering the climbing technique. So quickly, the elder looked at him and thanked him for such warm words. There was some other elder standing nearby. He said the boy was worthy to be the great lord's heir. He had not dishonored his family. Another elder also smiled and praised his elder brother. If he continued practicing like this, he would become better than them. Bailey Said, he should thank the young master for such an honor. It was through his efforts that he was able to reach such a level, must be repaid. Young Master Li smiled. They are relatives after all, so they should help each other as much as possible. Shouldn't you be so polite? The elder asked the older man, After all, he had seen the disciples' relationship develop what he would say about it. The man took a closer look at the old man, but finally he showed his true face. Now it was clear that he was up to something bad. Bowing, he said of course he would tell you not to be so polite. The old man just asked to say what he knew. Bailey Saeed, he learned that the students began to show some interest in the House of Blades when they got to know the two clans better. Many of them took the initiative. The young master marveled, could such a thing be on his face? There was undisguised joy. He was indeed impressed. The elder inquired, so exactly how many people were interested in their clan? He wanted to know immediately. The elder took a closer look and turned to the master, realizing that the young master didn't seem to understand anything at all. Could it be that he was involved in all this at all? He could see how worried the boy was and looked at the elders with worried eyes. The elder continued to speak. It was a pity, of course, that such a talented person like the elder was being suppressed in the House of the Forgotten Blade. The young master praised the elder's blade skill even higher than the sect master himself. Even the elder praised. After such flattering words, the older man was even a little embarrassed by the fact that he was receiving so much attention, so he hesitated. The elder continued, well, from now on he would personally patronize the elder brother. Under his guidance, the boy would become a great master. The disciples were also talking amongst themselves. They had a good opportunity to join the great sect and grow as masters. One of the students suggested why the third prince should not join them too. After all, it was not a bad opportunity. One of the disciples had heard that young master, once he entered the world of the 8 great cultivators, he had the opportunity to choose. But since he ignored it, then he had his own plans. However, did he even have a fraction of an idea of what the House of Blades was since he had rejected such an offer? While the guys were talking, the elder mentor was already following them hard, and he could hear everything that was happening. Listen to all this nonsense. The old man was indignant. Don't they have any shame or conscience to talk about it so cavalierly? Shen stood nearby and said that their ancestors were angry at the House of Blades, so they wanted nothing to do with them. And the guy himself would never have agreed to a merger of these two clans in his life. He knew that nothing good would come out of it. The old man was sure that many disciples would follow them. After all, this house is very strong. Perhaps they would lose the influx of people. But now that the Forgotten Blade clan is growing too fast, it would be foolish to drop it all and join someone like them. The elder brother along with the elder were already strolling amongst themselves. It seems the elder brother was in good spirits. The elder said that he still called Yue by the official title of elder, just to show respect for his persona. Suddenly they stopped and saw two guys fighting each other with blades. Looks like someone's gonna get hurt today. As soon as they heard the elder address them, they immediately stopped fighting and looked in horror at the approaching danger. One of the students said that his rival was going to destabilize the world, and the village incited some students to protest. However, he immediately received a backhand, and the kid started screaming. He just wanted to go to the master and ask him if the House of the Abandoned Blade would return. He screamed with rage at the slander that had been committed against him, and the guy couldn't just forgive it. In the end, the elder came to a rage. Look at the way they're acting now. They are not worthy to be called disciples of the Abandoned Blade House. Hearing his cry, elder walked up stealthily from behind and said that the elder was actually mistaken. If these disciples have any doubts, the elder will gladly discuss it with the third prince and their master. Suddenly, Elder Shaw appeared. The Elder Shaw man coughed. Lets us know he is here. He had a stern frown on his face. The elder immediately turned to his father and said that some students are trying to make a scandal here. He would like to discuss the matter with his father. Everything happened just as the old man had predicted. This elder wants to merge the two houses. Yue looked at him with a stern look as if he didn't understand what the master meant at once. However, the old man continued. He said that they couldn't let their clan's long history just be interrupted by a merger. Another old man appeared from somewhere and said that the elder was mistaken. The House of the 12 Blades had always been one of the oldest, and the Forgotten Blade was part of it. Yes, and besides, the founder of the Abandoned Blade clan was originally an adept of their home now that they can return to their kin. Is that a bad thing? The disciple thought so too. Wouldn't this be the best outcome for their family? Let Master think about it again. Noticing that the disciples also seemed to be in favor of this merger, Master could not believe his ears. He had fewer and fewer people who were on his side. Eventually, a third young gentleman appeared. He asked not to impose his ideals on them in any way if they wanted to be here. When the old man saw his son, he turned cold. He already addressed him by the title of Lord and saw his son as the strongest. One of the elders cried out, "Why is the master so opposed to this? He himself understands everything perfectly. Why think like that?" With a wave of his hand, Shen said that although the disciples of the Blade House had quite good skills, they still couldn't compare to his guys. Elder brother intervened in the conversation and said that Shayna is wrong. There is no one in the world stronger than these people's disciple. You can speak so rashly. Shen only glanced at him with a sidelong glance. He already saw that his brother wasn't on his side and didn't see the point in changing his mind. I just wish he wouldn't get in the way here. Meanwhile, the older man continued. Didn't he say something wrong? Seeing the worry on the Lord's face, he shrank back. After a short pause, the third master said that the elder actually had a secret way of exchanging blood through the 5 blades, isn't it? The elders looked at each other as if none of them knew about this secret method. The elder approached the elder brother and pushed him away. Let this young lord first prove his point with his blade, and then we'll see what he can do. The man immediately drew his weapon and moved forward, silence reigning around him as only energy surged from his blade. But suddenly the dragon princess intervened in the fight. She deftly repelled the attack by releasing a jet of energy. She couldn't let the lord get hurt. The man hid his blade. He certainly did not expect the dragon clan pearl to join his side, leaving this master a truly unusual person. The apprentice also intervened in the argument means this is how the elder treats his dear guests as impolite. Yue again intervened in the argument. He said that the girl probably misunderstood the master, just wanted to have a friendly sparring session, nothing more. The old man cried out if not for the young master he could now teach this little girl a lesson on how cruel this world is. Showing 3 fingers, Huo said that she now wanted to make a bet with him. If the girl could defeat the old man in 3 moves, then she won. The old man only laughed. What courage that will... Well, if the girl can defeat him in 3 moves, then he will immediately leave the area and not return. The father approached our hero and worriedly asked if this girl can beat him. She is still too young. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Well, we'll find out now. She's good enough to fight. Let her do her best. Elder Yue laughed and was curious to see how this child could stand up to the great master. He suggested that the young master also make a wager if his apprentice could win, then he would never doubt about the master again. If not, they'll accept the terms and join their sect. How's that for him? In a calm voice, Shen replied that it was not enough. The old man looked at him in surprise, but how could he want more? Twirling the frost blade in her hands, the apprentice said that the master meant that these are 2 generous terms. Let's add one more thing. Pointing her blade at her opponent, the girl said if he loses, he will leave the Brotherhood of Swordsmen forever. The man shouted, "How dare such a little wench put such conditions on him?" Great master, but suddenly they were stopped by shout. Stop it immediately. The elders looked at each other. They knew that the situation was not easy if they lost. Their honor would be tarnished for many hundreds of years to come. Finally, the old man agreed. Well, let's fight. Let's see what she can do. The girl also got ready and said that in such a case she would not hold back, let the master then blame himself. Seeing how the little child swung the blade like a master, the old man was even a little frightened at what a good mastery of the blade who taught her. But he wasn't going to give in either. The man swung his dagger and used the millennia-old red energy around him, filling the entire space. Seeing this spell dissipate in an instant, the 2 students couldn't believe their eyes. Could this little girl's skill be so great? The man saw his equipment destroyed. The man could not believe his eyes how this was possible. This girl was combining the power of fire and ice. It was mind-boggling how she had such a technique. Fear appeared on the man's face as he saw the monstrous danger approaching him, but he couldn't do anything. He just froze in place. With a quick tug, Huo lifted him into the air and the man froze, unable to move even a finger, as his monstrous scream was heard. It's over, the 3rd young master only smiled, something he didn't expect from his student. Let them go now. Looking at how the lowly old man was lying on the ground and screaming in pain, the dragon princess only grinned. Only look at him. Huo came closer and asked, now they see what they've gotten themselves into. Let them not even think about coming here again. Behind him appeared the master guy in a quiet voice, said if they follow the rules and think they are great warriors, let him get out of here. Elder Yue bowed. Well, if his man lost, then he would, according to the arrangement, leave these lands forever. Shen asked if the old man would also lose, then they should leave their clan forever. The guy repeated not only his friend, but the elder himself should leave this place. The man didn't even know what to say from such a thing. In the end, unable to put up with such insolence, the old man exclaimed how dare he insult their clan. If young master chases them away now, he won't be able to escape the wrath of the almighty masters. He understands that Shen only ordered him to shut up. After such a quick answer, the old man swallowed his tongue and further did not know what to say. He remained completely. The apprentice also intervened in the conversation and demanded that they get out of here quickly. Didn't master make it clear that they had to leave the clan territory immediately? The elder had nothing left but to obey. He looked at his elder brother and ordered to go along with him immediately. In the end, all 3 of them gathered and began to walk away from the clan's territory, never to come here again. Shaw looked at the 2 students who were guiltily looking amongst themselves. They felt they had messed up. Turning to his son, the elder suggested that he banish these students so that they would never again dishonor the honor of the clan. One of the guys immediately fell to his knees and started begging for mercy so that the prince would take pity on them. They had just made a monstrous mistake. Turning around, the guy said to let them decide what to do with these 2. He didn't have time to deal with all this right now. Walking up to his former student, the old man looked at him with a kind of pity. He needs to tell whether to keep this guy or kick him out. The events moved to the House of Blades. It rose on the high mountain, shrouded in clouds. Everywhere there was peace and harmony. However, it was only on the outside inside that the woman was rampaging on the first level. Already knew about how the House of the Abandoned Blade had sassed them. It couldn't be left like this. In front of her stood Elder Yue. He nodded his head just so the opponents had purposely gotten rid of them. Now it would be much easier for them to build up strength. The woman asked if young Master Yizhu knew about it. She was furious and ready to destroy everything in her path. However, she held back with great difficulty. The old man stretched to his full height and said that in accordance with the young mistress's instructions, he doesn't know anything about anything, okay? And where is he now? The old man replied that the young lord had now returned to his mansion and was practicing new martial arts with his students. In response to the young mistress's surprise, the old man replied that he had taken under his charge the unruly Bailey. He is a very talented man. The woman was interested. However, Shangguan was still a capable disciple, but he was defeated by another disciple who had recently risen from the underworlds. How many sword techniques had this Shen mastered? The old man hesitated. He didn't know what to say, probably one or two at most. Although he himself doubted it, after the incident, the clan adepts had elevated him to the status of a deity. The woman was angry. The great master, even after his demise, prevented his disciples from constantly putting sticks in her wheels. This is unacceptable. Turning around, the girl shouted that they must surely destroy it no matter what it takes. The old man became worried. After all that happened, people think that this man is capable of competing with the great masters. The man was apparently very worried and afraid. They would need to ask the master. The woman turned around and gritted her teeth and looked at him with a fury she didn't want to admit defeat. She had to destroy this arrogant kid who thought he was God, and with a quick step, she headed away. In the meantime, an old man was sitting in the small weather behind the transparent curtains and meditating. The girl, who was apparently a maid, asked if she should tell her that the master had decided to seclude himself and not disturb him. But the old man waved his head, let him forget it. She is the master's wife, he should go out to her and say hello. The old master rose to his full height. At least he knew what this girl was up to and needed to come out to her. The woman was already waiting at the entrance. She kindly greeted the old master and smiled. The young mistress tried to look as courteous as possible. Not wanting to get into all these pleasantries, the old man said he had decided to go private. If there were any problems, let him go to the elders and not bother him. The girl shrieked. Of course she understood that the master was in seclusion, but he must know that one member of them all you were humiliated. The old man turned around. He had already predicted that it was Yizhu. If the madam wanted revenge, let him go to the elders and not waste his precious time. However, the girl continued to shout, "It's not just some case, it's a personal conflict. It's someone who bullied the master and was forever interfering with him." It seems like the old master understood who he was talking about, that famous Shen. He is now in the world of the 8 great cultivators. At such a young age has already become so great. The old man stroked his beard. They should get this guy back. He is a mighty master. One should not lose such a specimen. However, the young mistress said that he had abandoned the 12-blade clan. For unknown reasons, the old man looked at her in surprise and immediately became angry. This infuriated the old master and he ran forward. He will show this boy what true honor is and he will return to his roots. The girl just looked at him with a satisfied look. She seemed to have achieved what she wanted now. It was just a matter of waiting. Meanwhile, our hero just sat in solitude on the edge of a cliff and meditated. He enjoyed the solitude and the sound of the wind in his hair. From behind appeared the apprentice along with the dragon princess. They were still agitated about something after the events that had happened. The princess looked at her friend and asked if she felt that the power was becoming more and more inscrutable. Huo only grinned and said that she had always been like this. However, the princess was referring to Sora's technique. His aura has become more like the blade god's aura. It can literally be felt in the air. That's right. The apprentice again looked proudly in front of herself indeed. Her master was stronger than ordinary people. He is the strongest in the world. Princess just wondered if this girl was his biggest fan. It's funny to watch from the sidelines, but it's cute. While the two were arguing amongst themselves for some silly reason, Shen continued to meditate. He was pleased to hear such things from his female students. Looking at them over his shoulder, the guy was glad they had chosen the right way of swordsmanship. Now they were safe. Suddenly, the idol was interrupted by Old Man Shaw. He ran to his son and waving his arms, the man shouted that they were in terrible trouble. Shen looked at him in surprise and asked what was the matter. The old man continued. He had told his son not to treat those people like that. Now they had declared a battle. It was some kind of strange heroic order. The student asked, "What kind of heroes are these?" The princess said it was created by the... With an interested look in the direction, Shen realized that, well, now they were at the mercy of the House of the 12 Blades. However, even about that, there was no need to worry. Father still didn't want to calm down. One thing, these masters are one thing, but the order is quite another thing. They are first-class fighters. The old man was terrified for a second. If his son went there alone, God knows what would happen. The show continued. Their founder is a descendant of the Blade Clan. A connection that cannot be denied. He didn't even know what to do in such a situation. And there is nothing to be done. Shen looked at him over his shoulder. If these people are dissatisfied with him in any way, Let them come here on their own. The Blade Clan elder was simply furious at how he even dared to ignore the higher clan's challenge. He turned around and ordered an immediate summons to be sent to the superior swordsman to pay them a visit. And the girl only smiled. This old man so easily obeys orders is worth only to get him out of temper, and he becomes like a mad buffalo. On the face of one of the fighters was a frightening mask with large teeth, although they call themselves slaves. But they are first-class martial artists. Several fighters stood in front of the elder. They all wore the same uniform and waited for the appropriate orders. The old man raged. He ordered them to go to the Forgotten Blade Clan immediately and bring Shenny here immediately, no matter what it cost them, even if they had to destroy everyone. The young mistress stood behind and continued to get angry, and here again, this kid is sticking it to them like years ago. But why don't they just send him to the other side of the world? Calling one of the fighters over to her, she said, "You want him to get rid of Shen." That was her personal order. The man stood in front of her. He didn't understand, but it's against the old master's orders. They'll be punished. The woman looked at him and smirked at him. Which words were more important to him than her, or this old madman who was out of his mind already? She leaned over and looked playfully at the fighter, who shrank back a few steps. And the woman continued to insist. She looked straight into his eyes. Is it pleasant to see how she is abused? Man did not even know what to say. He was timid. Meanwhile, in the Forgotten Blade Clan, there was some tense atmosphere. The only calm person there was Shen, as always. The student brought him a mug with a hot drink and offered to drink tea to relax a little. The water reflected the night sky and the full moon. The perfect time to send someone to the other side. All we have to do is wait. The guests didn't keep him waiting. Shen and his students went forward, and it seemed that he was already waiting for the newcomers. In front of him stood the very mercenary who had been sent to take the young lord's life. There were several other men around him. Smiling, Shen easily discovered the intruders. The secrecy of these people was simply nothing ahead of his gaze. The assassin was surprised, but he didn't show it. Did the young master already know about their arrival? It was impossible. The guy just mocked them. They're just slaves to their sect. They're even tagged. They each have their own. It's funny looking. The girls looked at each other with surprised looks and could not believe their eyes. Could it be that these 7 people had come here with such intentions? Taking a look at his nemesis, Shen said that he was disappointed with their blade technique. It was absolutely negligible. The guy went on, their skills were shattered with the help of various steroids or drugs and long practice. Thanks to this, these people are now who they are. They are quick to follow orders and don't even know what they are wielding. It's just slavery. Assassin just stood there staring madly in front of him. After such insolence, the man became furious. The third prince has a very sharp tongue and should have it shortened. His eyes glistened with anger. Hiding behind her master's back, the apprentice cried out, "What are they muttering about if they can't even go one-on-one against her master?" However, the mercenary shouted that their group had always fought together against many thousands of opponents and always won, and this time would be no exception. Shen said that their joint attack was just a combination of several skills, no more. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. This is after all the highest secret technique of their group. How could this guy know this? Shen just looked at them with a calm gaze. It was worth recognizing that the third principal was a very knowledgeable person, since they family would use this technique to study all of his movements. The guy exclaimed that these slaves weren't good enough to fight him. He wasn't interested in inferior techniques. Let them not even try. The man could no longer tolerate the impertinence in his direction. He looked angrily at the prince and said that he would answer for his impertinence. Does he really want to fight so badly? The dragon princess has already moved forward to destroy this insolent man and show him his place. However, hearing that she and her apprentice would be fighting against these swordsmen, the girl stopped for a second. It was too much. Huo too shrieked. But after all, the teacher had not yet taught them full blade mastery. How could he pit them against these strong opponents? The assassin at the same time moved right towards them, putting his blade forward. Let them look at that sword. It's the last thing they'll see. The two girls immediately moved forward and began to defend themselves before they could even do anything about it. The clinking of metal was heard. Master watched this, not only chuckled. This is a formation that can be performed by a child. A true master can use the blades of millions of people. The fighters were still far away from their true skill and continued to fight with the two girls who fiercely repelled their attacks. The dragon princess was using the full power of her clan to fight to the last. She was already starting to get excited. Jumping back, the student approached her master and cried out. The girl was very difficult to fight so far. She was not used to this pace. She looked at the boy and said fearfully that if the teacher didn't help them, he wouldn't have any more students to learn his techniques. Shen replied that his technique is just something that a very good friend of his created many years ago, called the four-handed technique. The apprentice looked rapturously at her master. It was something new she had never heard of before. She had already prepared herself and put her blade forward. This way is just right for her and the little dragon. They could work together even better. The princess turned and shouted for the master to tell her what to do. She was ready to do his every command. The mercenary has already started to scoff. The teacher trains his students right on the battlefield. How professional. It is only a simple improvisation. It will not help them. Silhouettes appeared in the man's mind again as mistress continued to look at him with a sad gaze. Does he really enjoy the way she is being abused? In his brain, there was only one order to destroy Shen at any cost. The face of his lover stood before his eyes. The man was as if enveloped in a shroud of fog. He had to carry out this order to destroy the insolent boy. Our hero simply did not move from his seat, then watched as the blade approached him, and did not say a word. He stood somewhere behind and saw how the student fights without sparing any effort, remained only to wait for the outcome of the battle he believed in his girls. They had memorized most of what the master had said, but some of the words were still unclear to them. The master smirked as they say this might be enough to defeat these 7 fighters. They are basically nothing. The mercenaries have begun to rebel. What arrogant girls. They can't be serious about defeating them. Let them try. The commander ordered a change of formation. He armed himself with his bloody blade, whose blade continued to burn with a red light. They used a new battle formation to destroy everyone here, sparing no one. Even the master was a little surprised. What a powerful and confident aura is interestingly becoming. Even he was encouraged by such, let's see what they are capable of. Looking at his students, the guy told them to attack, retreat, and regroup as if they were one person acting in unison. The girls instantly understood the order and moved forward. Now they acted as one unit. Every movement they had was exact to perfection. The commander of the assassins raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering what kind of power these 2 children had. He saw a huge fire dragon moving towards him, and about to collide with the master's head, the man could already feel its monstrous breath of fire. Meanwhile, the friends were just warming up. They had already entered the battle excitement, and waving their blades were moving forward for them. Now nothing was impossible. The mercenaries who had taken serious damage were shocked at how they could even hide behind each other. It was unthinkable. And the friends were glad they'd looked at each other with joyful looks. Everything turned out exactly as the master said. Excellent work. Shen was also glad this was the best martial art he could pass on to them. If the 2 of them acted in unison, they could master many different techniques. The mercenary leader didn't seem to be in the mood for an easy defeat. Let the master not celebrate the misfortune ahead of time. These tricks are nothing against them. The boy only smiled blind see. In the world, for the first time, he is unable to understand what he saw and believe that he lost. The apprentice waved her hand and snorted, if these people want to live, let them get the hell out of here, and so be it. Not spare them. But these guys aren't so easy. Either they go to the afterlife or come home with a victory. The dragon princess suddenly shrieked upon seeing the strange technique. She realized that these people were about to cut her life short. Hu hovered in the air and looked at them with surprised eyes. But you didn't necessarily have to pay with your life, especially your own. If you lose after all. The master walked closer and took a closer look. Originally, these soldiers are undead. The blade energy in their bodies will automatically break their bodies if they fail the task. The student shuddered in fear. This was too cruel. Who even came up with such a monstrous punishment? It was impossible. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the blade sect, the girl was raging as to how these swordsmen could fail. The task is beyond comprehension. She was furious. The lady was beating her hands on the table next to the elder and only looked at her with frightened eyes. The girl screamed. She couldn't believe that Shen would get away with it again. This couldn't be allowed. The battle was about to break out. The elder only coughed not to jump to such hasty conclusions. The enemy will only have a momentary advantage. Yes, and besides, the conflict began long ago. The woman turned her head towards the old man and asked menacingly what he even meant. Now she didn't want to hear all these excuses. The old man said that they could take the trouble to the east and the city of wind and thunder might be able to unite against this guy, then he would definitely have no chance of winning. The woman thought it sounded quite logical, and she looked interestedly at the old man. That, well, it could be used as an idea. The fact was that the city of wind and thunder, along with the Tower of Blades, were longtime enemies. Their conflict had lasted for 300 years. Several hundred years ago, the first son of the House of Blades met a princess from the city of thunder while she was in training. Naturally, they fell in love at the same hour. After the two spoke out against both sects with unflattering words, Mengtian was cast down into the underworlds. The princess returned to the city of wind and thunder to part with her life. As a result, a long-standing feud between the two reigns, which lasts to this day. The lords of both cities hate each other with black hatred. The elder finished his story. That was why he would never treat the people of the Forgotten Blade sect with understanding. Now I see. The woman smirked. The problem is that young Master Shen is too secretive. He is always stuck in his temple and doesn't go out at all. The elder said that the last time the head gave an order to destroy him, nothing went wrong and it took its toll. The woman smiled. She would send a letter to the Forgotten Blade House saying that they were severing all ties in the building. There were things that remained in the 8 cultivation world. The old man only chuckled. The woman is very smart. Shen is a corrupt man. He would choke on an extra gold coin. He wouldn't want to be called that, probably. Looking at him, the lady asked, "How likely is it that the elder's son would be able to fight him?" The old man shuddered slightly. The mistress only sighed. Well, yes, naturally, his dream sword technique is still not completely finished. He is too weak to fight. Madam said that they were running out of time. She and the elders should help Junior Master reach the proper level of technique and raise him to the 6th level of True Realm Swordsman. When the elder heard how they were going to accomplish this, he cried out that if they did so, the man might get hurt or worse, lose his life. However, the young mistress was not worried at all. She didn't care about this matter. The enemy was already near their gate, then no one would have a future if they didn't make it in time. Meanwhile, the apprentice and the dragon princess were walking and talking, and it appeared that the feud was just a fuse that had flared up again. Turning around, the princess said that once the master said how these two were smart and proud people, they didn't want to belong to any clan. Pensive Huo looked somewhere to the side. They gave up everything to save their marriage, so recklessly sacrificing everything. But the princess was sure that they had been set up by someone without a doubt. With a heavy sigh, the student said she just didn't understand what was so fascinating and interesting about these dirty political affairs. A black pigeon landed on the balcony. Someone's wrinkled hands picked up the bird and pulled it toward him. A note was tied to his paw. The elder said that the House of Blades wants to sever relations with their clan and asked them to go back there to get the rest of the items or they will burn them. But the old man didn't understand what they meant. Shen explained that they just wanted him to show up there alone. The father came to be horrified. But isn't this the tiger's den? They only want the young master to come there they go. But on the other hand, they couldn't leave their ancestral belongings with these people, and father decided to go along with him. Shen said it was no use. Now it's the right time. The guy was going to visit their house for a long time, and now there is such a good opportunity, why not use it? Father kept up, but then at least he'd probably take more men with him to reassure Mr. Yi refused to do so. He doesn't need support, but they can't just start a conflict with them so rashly. It wouldn't be their style. They wouldn't take that risk. The princess and her student were just strolling along the street and talking peacefully about something, without noticing anything. Meanwhile, while in his residence, young Master Yiju continued to practice his techniques with unprecedented persistence. He was still in the dark. Finished practicing, the boy suddenly twitched when he heard someone clapping behind him, now fencing at such a high level. Behind him stood a boy with white hair. This was Lord Penglai. He had come to see his 1-year-old's progress and was extremely impressed. The young lord waved away and said that it wasn't true that such a swordsmanship skill wouldn't appeal to the Fang family at all, but the lord assured him that it was just fine. Besides, the boy had heard that there was a strange kid in the south whose swordsmanship level was even better than that of the young lord. His name seemed to be Shen. Yiju wondered, does the lord know him personally? The boy's face showed genuine curiosity. These two seemed to have met or what? The lord confirmed his swordsmanship is really interesting. He heard that Shen will be coming to the house soon. It would be interesting to see him. The young master added that Shen is a member of his older brother's family, who went a little off track. He didn't want to return to the house because of what happened in the past. The boy continued to rant as suddenly a soft hand laid on his shoulder and a good-natured voice was heard. The lord said it was nothing to worry about because the young lord is the only heir to the throne and should not be bothered with such mundane matters as some infighting. Yiju kindly smiled and asked to give him more knowledge. It seems these two were good friends and got along quite well. Taking out a small fan, the lord said he had promised this to the young lord's mother before she left, so he would keep his word. Right now, young Master Shen was heading towards them, and as promised, he was going to visit his old abode to pick up the rest of his things. Soon they arrived. From behind a thicket appeared a large tower that rose to the very sky to meet some very disrespectful people. The sect leader asked his novices, has young Shen arrived? Well, finally this boy deigned to come here soon. The plan will come to fruition. The old man only grinned. Now that the great battle between them is inevitable, he that decided to leave with a clear conscience is funny, though it is in his repertoire. One of the novices said that Master didn't come here to apologize to them, but for something else. Then the old man raised an eyebrow in surprise. So what did he come here for? So there was genuine surprise on the elder's face. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl monk said that it looked like he had come here to retrieve the things left behind by the young master. After this, the old man became furious. He started shouting and stomping his feet, but he couldn't change anything. Elder Yue immediately reported to the young lady that the master had already found out why the young master had come here and was very angry. Mistress only smirked. She of course knew Sarix was just a narcissist, but had no idea how much it was worth something going wrong as he went into a rage. Folding his hands in front of him, the elder looked at her with a serious look and wanted to say something, but was prevented from doing so. But of course the girl didn't think the third son would be so brazen, so let's see what he can do to counteract that. He'll go to the other side early. Looking somewhere to the side, she called out to Master Yizhou and asked if he was ready behind the doors. The Lord stepped into the light and said that with his skills he could deal with this man who had disturbed the peace of their tower in one go. The girl moved closer to him and hugged him. Let him take his time to train sword art. It's not easy if he wins, there are more ways. However, the guy told his mother not to worry about it. He already has his own plan and will do exactly as he is told. As she approached the tower, Huo's pupil raised an eyebrow in surprise. There are several thousand students here, so how many people are in the tower in total is hard to imagine. Shouts could be heard everywhere as several dozen fighters stood in rows and practiced blade strokes. Turning around, Shen said that they didn't come here to visit. They should finish an important matter, and then you can consider whatever you want. The master said that as soon as they took the things, it would leave immediately. There was no point in staying here longer. The servant decided to start preparing immediately since the prince was getting ready. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Someone's loud voice demanded that they fight the prince today. Shen looked away with surprised eyes. The girls were scared too. Who sneaks up from behind like that and scares them? Why do you have to shout like that? In front of them stood none other than Yizhou. He was wearing a ceremonial outfit and approached closer and closer with a calm gait. However, something was wrong with the guy. The student immediately jumped up to him and said that today they came to visit, but already let him introduce himself. However, the prince did not reply anything. He just walked past the girl pushing her shoulder, leaving the student completely bewildered. What is wrong with this guy? The princess also noticed that the lord became as if a different person from his former benevolence. There was no trace of it now, as if he were a robot. He took a few steps forward towards young Master Shen and asked if we would fight today. The guy spoke mechanically. Well, our hero saw no reason to refuse. He asked what his opponent would bet on this battle, unless of course he was afraid. Without the slightest doubt, Yizhou said that he would stake a claim to own this tower if he lost. Then the inheritance would revert to Shengi. But against all laws of common sense, Shen only snorted. What a pity he's not interested in this blade tower. It's already too hackneyed. However, the young lord was not going to fall behind so easily. Alright, let's say he is not interested in it. But what about the honor of the ancestors? Is not it a desire to restore it? After some thought, Shen still agreed to accept the challenge since he had come here. He would fulfill the long-standing will of his ancestors. Yizhou turned around with a quick gait and left, saying that they would meet in exactly 1 hour at the same place, and their duel would take place there. When he finally disappeared from sight, the master jumped up student girl, wondering what's wrong with him in general today. Does not look like himself in the end. Shen sighed. Nothing surprising, he just injected himself with a blood special tincture that made him about twice as strong. It caused a demonic reaction. Hearing such a fancy name, the Dragon Queen looked at her comrade in surprise at what kind of thing sounds so threatening. Seeing her surprise, Shen hastened to explain, it is so much after the injection releases a person's latent powers for 3 days after causing illness. However, Yizhou has too little strength to deal with it, and also a weak technique if he lasts for at least 6 hours. It will be an achievement. Oh, and besides, after this, he would be greatly weakened to cultivate. Once Shen looked into his empty eyes, he immediately realized something. The frightened apprentice suggested that perhaps it would be better to tell the clan to avoid a battle. But it was completely useless. Shen only waved his head. They would call them cowards and say that they were only looking for a method to avoid a battle. The dragon princess wondered what they should do. In that case, Huo could train with the young master in the art of wielding a blade anyway. The poor girl, as soon as she heard such a monstrous plan came to terror, they want her to fight this demon. After looking at her, the teacher smiled affectionately at the girl's good base. However, she still lacked combat skills, so it would be a good experience. In the meantime, the sect's abbot was very angry about something, and he shouted that he was not the one in charge of the inheritance. The servants bowed and replied that, of course he did, but that it was the will of the young master, so they had no right to cross him. The old man roared after all his son had dared to fight face to face with this man. Well, now it is useless to say anything. And in any case, this kid is much better than his mother, who only knew how to plot with the old man's back. Immediately they reached the queen. She was quite surprised as soon as she heard them recall the elder, but that's how it was. Yue stood in front of her and in a trembling voice reported the latest events. He was afraid to anger the mistress to avoid getting under the hot hand and tried to do it gently. The woman wondered what her son had done, but it didn't look like him, and she wondered what had gotten into him, maybe pride. The old man was also puzzled. Naturally, it would cause some kind of public outcry to put such a thing on the line as too dangerous and risky. The woman wondered if her son had immediately smitten the third prince, it would have been much easier, but now the problems were beginning. On the other side of the palace, Shen and his female disciples were advancing towards the tower. He didn't seem to be worried about anything and just enjoyed being here. Suddenly, the guy heard someone's light footsteps upstairs and raised his head looking closely. He stopped for a few seconds. In the Golden Light Palace, someone's indistinct silhouette could be seen from the looks of it. It seemed that it was young Master Yizhou. He was somehow strange. The boy turned around and looked down. His eyes were sealed with some kind of fog, his gaze devoid of meaning. The battle was about to begin and people were already crowding around, wondering why the young lord had come to meet this strange guy. Shen walked closer and closer behind him. The female student stomped behind him and looked around fearfully, feeling the gazes of the hundreds and thousands of people who had also come here. Leaning over, Shen calmly said that with this guy's skills, his intervention wouldn't be needed, so the apprentice will take care of it. Yiju didn't say a word and only looked at him angrily in the boy's eyes without a shadow of pity. He looked like some kind of zombie. With a wave of his hand, the master called his student and Huo quickly approached him. The girl was already ready to fight with all her might. She walked forward with a shy gait. Whispers could be heard everywhere. No one could believe that the master had sent his apprentice to fight. Looking at his opponent, Yuzhou said that Shen's life depended on this battle. He was really going to send his student into battle without training. Our hero only smirked. He knew it all very well. This would be a fateful battle. If the master defeated the apprentice, then Shen would give his life. Without saying a word in response, Yizhu only grasped his sword and shouted, "Master sent the girl to this fight. She is doomed, at least she realizes it or not." The disciple only looked at him with a calm gaze and didn't say a word. She didn't seem to be afraid of what might happen at this moment at all. After a short pause, the girl cried out. She of course didn't know what had happened to this guy, but he had defied her master now. It was her business. Turning around, the girl collided her gaze with her mentor. Shen only ordered her forward in a calm voice, and she immediately agreed. Jumping up, the girl did a few somersaults in the air and landed on the ground like a bird. She decided to show all the strength she had. A whisper went through the rows of people. They saw that this girl really wasn't weak, but only could she compete with the young master. Yizhou, meanwhile, just stood there and looked at her with a calm gaze in his eyes, without any life in his eyes. Huo was already thinking of joining the fight when she was suddenly stopped by a faint voice coming from somewhere behind the door. The silhouette hiding behind the curtain asked Huo, is Huo really so loyal to Shen? If she switches to their side, she will have limitless opportunities. But the apprentice only grimaced. What are trying to seduce her before the battle starts completely stupid or what? Yizhu, not expecting the fight to start, he shouted, "Come on and move forward." An overwhelming aura emanated from the guy and filled the surroundings. At one point, the student felt as if she had collided with a concrete wall and even almost fainted. Her mind went blank. However, fortunately, poor thing quickly recovered and grabbed the blade even harder. She realized what this reaction was really strong. The young master was emanating a green-colored fire that filled the entire space, suppressing the will of anyone who approached him. The boy's face changed. His eyes cleared for a second and a monstrous smile began to gleam on his face. Can she take this blow? In his hands, the master held a flaming blade and was already preparing to step forward. He wanted to put all his strength into the blow. The young master's head was clouded with a special antibiotic, and he now felt only one target to destroy. Hu realized that she was facing a serious opponent who had almost knocked her off her feet with one look and gripped her blade tighter. Before the girl knew it, she saw a knife blade flying towards her. She retreated a few steps forward and almost fell. The people standing on the balcony were delighted by the young master's attacks were simply marvelous with just monstrous speed and agility. Huo, who was not expecting anything like this, tried to get out of the line of attack. She saw the energy coming towards her, and it became more and more difficult. But she shrieked in surprise and moved forward. The girl finally came to her senses and prepared to fight. The young master mocked her. Only thing she can do is run away. And when she starts to show her strength, the student jumped off. Master tries to provoke her. The girl kept her cool and didn't say a word. The dragon princess was watching all this. She was very worried about her friend and felt her heart begin to beat more often. Turning to the master, Lu looked at him with a concerned look and asked who would win today. It was hard to say. Closing his eyes, the kid said that both sides had made mistakes in the end. It was not the young master's real strength that would not help him. He had lost. The elder also saw that something very bad was happening, but he didn't know what to do. He turned his head in different directions. An old man looked out from behind a column and said that if the young master continued to fight at this pace, he would lose. The people behind the curtain said that the young master is like the sun at its zenith. He will not be dishonored, and his mother will have to answer. But the old man did not calm down if the master lost. He would never get rid of Shen's oppression. He would constantly be humiliated. Now they could only watch as the young master fought the apprentice. They moved almost as equals. Huo didn't understand what was going on. For every defense against every attack of this man, she had to put all her strength to somehow stand. As she ran away, the girl realized that if she continued like this, she would simply run out of strength and collapse to the ground, and then it would be a nightmare. The dragon princess looked at all of this with frightened eyes and didn't know what to do to help her friend. Seeing the master completely calmly sitting and reading some manuscript, the girl shrieked, "What is he doing?" Shen completely calmly replied, Liu did and T realized the battle was in full swing. You need to keep an eye on your student. What is he doing? Shen replied that it was completely unnecessary. The princess cried out again. The master said that after 600 blows they would come to a stalemate and would no longer be able to fight. No one would have any strength left. After that, Yizhu will be forced to use the explosion in his energy. However, this explosion has 3 waves. They continued to fight at full strength. The first wave was going to hurt the girl a bit and take her by surprise, but it would be okay. Master continued to read the book. This battle was too boring for him. Why watch it? Yes, and besides, the book was very interesting. The dragon princess had already completely lost the thread of the conversation. Could it be that the master was able to calculate the outcome of this battle before it was even over? Suddenly heard someone's shout. The princess raised her head and looked up at the tower, and the young master didn't pay attention at all. Yiju was furious the enemy withstood all his attacks. He no longer knew what to do. The boy was driven to a stalemate. He shouted that if he didn't destroy the girl, he couldn't face his majesty. It would be an unforgivable omission for him. Then he threw his head back and began to utter some strange words. The student looked at him in horror and pulled away. From the body of the young master began to emanate a strange energy, like a green flame that soon completely engulfed him. Shen's words flashed in his mind. He had anticipated this moment even before Yiju uses the blast of energy. And then the princess realized everything, but she couldn't believe it. Was it possible to calculate it? She just watched with an uninterrupted gaze. Could it really be as the mentor had said all this time? Shen had just been sitting quietly reading a book. The young master's face changed beyond recognition. He had sharp fangs like a demon and continued to advance. The frightened student only looked at him and pulled back. With this guy, clearly something was wrong. He had turned into some kind of monster. The previously kind and calm boy became a real bloodthirsty monster as he moved forward and swung his blade. The blade passed just a few centimeters from the unfortunate girl's face. She could already feel the cold of approaching danger. Even the elder was starting to get a little intimidated by the young lord's strength and how monstrous he had become in such a short time. Standing outside, the Dragon Queen couldn't understand what had happened at all. She saw a monster in front of her. Did the serum really do this to him? Trying to at least stand on her feet, the student was trembling with fear. Something very wrong was happening. The man became a monster literally in a second, but she just cannot lose. The girl moved forward and tried to strike, but the young master deflected in just a second and only smiled as if mocking. Huo swung a punch that had already damaged the boy. Blood splattered on the floor and the young prince became furious. Master slammed the book, then scared the dragon princess. She looked at him in surprise over her shoulder. Did he finally from his... The guy said that Huo's rage is her main weapon. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have become his student, so let her continue. However, the dragon princess didn't understand what was so special about her wielding a blade like everyone else's. There's just a lot of power. The master smiled and explained that most people are frightened when faced with an opponent and think of self-defense. But this girl is different. She is furious. Only she needs a little push. By the way, the apprentice was already fighting in full force, swinging the blade the master could not dodge. He shouted, "Isn't the girl afraid to give up her life at this moment? He could destroy her with a single stroke." She signed her own sentence. The monster moved forward and the student tried to fight it off, waving her arms, but she wasn't afraid. The young lord kept shouting and shouting like a madman. However, his shouting was of no use. He could not even touch the young girl. The dragon princess has noticed that her friend is about to hold victory, need only wear down the prince, so he loses most of his power. Behind their backs, young Lord Penglai suddenly stepped out from behind a rock, carrying a fan as usual and watching with a keen eye. Before that, he said that the duration of the serum was only a few hours. However, based on the course of the battle, it might become a little shorter. Let the master be careful. Need to remember once he moves into close combat. Let the young lord use the blast or it will be worse. After stopping for a few seconds, Yizhou turned around. Lord suggests that he use the method that damages both sides. He is at least sane. However, the comrade only smirked. It's still none of his business. What does the lord care? Just let him do as he should. But let him remember this body can only take 3 blasts before it's finished. The young lord knew this, but didn't seem to have any intention of retreating. He was moving forward, increasing the pace of the battle more and more. Trying to at least stay on his feet, he struck again and again. Huo swung her blade and struck again. The girl felt the excitement. Yizhu shouted that she had forced him. Now he would use his technique. There was no other way out. Master prepared himself. It was a triple explosion. The guy folded his fingers. His eyes were covered with a grid of capillaries, and his body began to literally burst from the tension. Stopping for a second, the student looked at this horrible sight in horror. She could not contain her scream. The master seems to have overdone it, and his body, to withstand such a load from him, literally oozed energy. He turned into a real explosive. The wizard's normal human face turned into a snake face with long fangs. The skin turned green along with the eyes. The elder's whole body trembled. The matter is bad, young master. At this rate, will turn into a true monster. He might not survive. The old man realized that he had to be stopped immediately or it could lead to tragedy. The family would lose their only heir, but what to do? The elder gritted his teeth. He was afraid that after such a loss, Shen would oppress the lord for the rest of his life and would be lucky if their heir still survived. A gloating laughter was heard, and from somewhere a real monster's hand appeared. It was green with long claws like a demon from hell. The young master had already completely lost his mind. He saw his power and enjoyed it. Laughter rang out, his eyes turned black. He kept laughing over and over, looking at his rival. Now he would crush her like a gnat. The girl stood and prepared herself. There was no fear in her eyes, only surprise and confusion. It was the first time she had ever seen a person instantly transform into such a monster. While outside, the dragon princess looked at Master. Doesn't the third blast raise his power level so much that his body won't be able to withstand it? The consequences were truly irreversible. The princess was horrified. Could it be that the one controlling the young master really wanted such an exodus for him? Master was still calm. This is not his body, so it doesn't belong to him. And what happens to Master, this man doesn't care. But the princess still didn't understand whether her friend could still resist after such destructive power. Still, the young prince used 3 explosions. And this is what was to be found out. Having turned into a real monster, the Lord waved his clawed hands in an attempt to catch the girl. But the student dodged. She was getting heavier and heavier. However, the girl was not going to stop. She only grasped her blade tighter and prepared to attack again. At the moment of another blow, the prince grabbed the blade and began to clutch it, even though it cut his hand. The princess clenched her hands and cheered for her friend. She wanted the girl to win at all costs, but at the same time, she feared for her own life. Soon it will be clear who will win. The master calmly said this and smiled a little. He was confident in his student. The monster attacked again and again. He saw in the little girl only his prey that he had to destroy at any cost. He was already so overstressed that his body was not obeying, but the master was still reaching out with his clawed paw to his opponent. Stopping for a few seconds, the apprentice looked at him with frightened eyes and prepared. It was the final push. The girl ran out of her seat, swinging her ice blade, and all that was left was to strike one last blow, and the fight would be decided. The young lord, completely transformed into a monster, roared with rage and rushed forward with a gloom like that of a fish. There was no fear in Huo's eyes as she moved forward with her sword in her hands, which felt pleasantly cold throughout her body. Suddenly, the lady who was watching all this from the side took her head. The elder ran up to her and looked startled but frightened. The woman already realized that her son was finished, he had overdone it, and would not be able to control himself, but his mother would avenge him. She broke out of her seat and ran to the main tower. She had to see the elder and settle this matter right away. She couldn't leave it like this. She realized that only the master of her sect could avenge her son, or else this shame would haunt her family forever. The sect abbot was extremely surprised. They wanted to say that young master lost in this girl's battle and parted with his life. The young nun bowed her head and confirmed everything was just so the young prince was badly hurt and could no longer control himself. The old man was a bit worried and lowered his head. Did the third prince's disciples have such martial arts that they couldn't handle anything? Leaning over, the girl turned to the head and wanted to say something. The startled old man twitched and looked at her. The 2 girls reported that the old man slammed his fist on his chair and asked why she had come here. They used to see each other no more than a couple times a year, and now it's the 2nd time she's come to his tower. What's the reason? All right, let them let her in. The monks bowed and went to the door to open it. The prince's mother appeared on the doorstep, staring in front of her with frightened eyes, wondering where to start the conversation. The old man was quite surprised. How strange it is. How strange she is, even being furious, completely calm. Yet still an amazing woman. It is a little disturbing. The woman immediately asked if the elder knew that her son had given up on life. The old man closed his eyes and nodded his head, but he didn't care. Between them hung a tense silence. Woman continued to glare at the old man, and as if waiting for him to answer, but he was silent. She asked indignantly, "Isn't the elder going to do anything about it? He needs to avenge his family member." But the head only got up from his seat and asked in surprise what should he actually do to go there and smash everyone. It was a fair battle. The young prince himself chose the method hard to deny. So why would he go down there, the woman shrieked. All was right. The son was himself to blame for the outcome of the battle. But it was still unfair. The girl was ready to cry. Now everyone will talk about it. They will censure the young master and the whole family. Let the old man not forget what was his teaching. And besides that, Prince Shen is just a common, weak, and arrogant man who thinks he's a deity, isn't he? The man would not listen to all this nonsense and just barked that it was all a load of crap. The fight was fair, as I had a claim on him. However, Madam said to have the old man come down and check everything himself. Shen said that his battle blade art was much higher than the tower's. The old man couldn't stand it. No matter whose descendant he was or what master he was, he shouldn't be so conceited. There must be a limit. Wiping her tears, the woman said that it was about her family's honor. Would the elder accept such an insult? This had gone too far, and the true sage became enraged. He set out to show the master what the towers could do. He seated himself on his throne and in a formidable voice ordered the squire to invite the young lord to have an audience with him immediately. The 2 monks only bowed and went in search of Master Shen. They tried to keep calm but were still visibly nervous. The old man continued to rage. He would definitely already talk to this kid about the art of swordsmanship and show who's the boss. The young mistress in turn just stood and looked in front of her. Her plan was about to come to fruition. All she had to do was wait. The devotees of the temple walked around the grounds and speculated about the past events, put a trace in their minds. No one could believe what had happened. Overhearing their conversation, the apprentice turned to the master. They are there, talking about an audience with the king himself, and was invited there. Walking up to him, the dragon princess asked her mentor, "What is he going to do now?" Shen was silent for a few seconds, lowering his head. Then, sipping a few sips from the cup, he briefly said he just wasn't going there. The two girls almost swallowed their tongues and stared at him in surprise at this same invitation from the elder himself. Huo said in a stammering voice that, by the way, they were living under someone else's roof now, which was not respectful. The master replied that no one invited him. The head himself wants to talk to him, so let him come here and file a claim. Scratching the back of her head, the student said that of course the mentor was allowed to talk like that at home, but he was outside the sect now and should be careful. But the dragon princess realized there was nothing she could do. She just covered herself with a plate. That's the whole mentor thing. He's incorrigible? When the prince's mother heard that the young master did not want to come here, she was extremely surprised that he had actually said so. The shy elder stood in front of her and squinted in the direction of the room, shifting from foot to foot, clearly worried. What okay means this is the will of the master, let it be. So the woman turned away and continued to be angry. Clenching her teeth, she said that now the head had no other choice but to destroy this arrogant boy, or he wouldn't be able to justify his part. The old man in turn was very angry, but if he went to this boy, wouldn't that violate his plan to renounce worldly affairs? One of the servants said that the master had originally hoped that the master himself would come here to the tower, but now things were different. The old man averted his eyes under the pretext of talking to the boy and subduing him, but now everything turned out differently. The second monk asked, since the master now refused to come here, shouldn't the elder himself come down to talk to him? The old man only looked at her in surprise. It was she who let him tell him how best to proceed. The man himself was in this interference. The girl replied that the third prince himself had come for his ancestors' things, so let him come here and the master would have a chance to talk to him. Fine, that's what they'll do. The old man was glad the solution to the problem came suddenly. Let him go up and get his things and then we'll talk. As expected, Shen and his friends went upstairs to get the things they had come for, where the enemy would be waiting for them. The dragon princess and Huo glanced at each other. They kept thinking that there was a mistake, there was going to be a setup. Well, the abbot couldn't just let them. But Mr. Shen didn't seem to be bothered by this fact. What kind of ambush would they have the courage to attack him at a time like this? The doors to the armory opened, revealing the silhouettes of our friends who walked forward at a leisurely pace. The princess swiveled her head and looked around. Usually there should be some servant looking after the house, but it was empty. Huo, turning her head, asked, do they really need to take all these things away? It seems a bit too brazen of them. But the mentor didn't answer. He just walked over to one of the shelves and took a closer look. He seemed to notice something there and reached out with his hand. In the guy's hands was a small toy. Huo immediately noticed that it was some kind of paperweight. But why is it lying here and why did the master pay attention to it? A plain-looking figurine began to glow interestingly. Of course, the secret description of the 8 paths of cultivation and the truth. They say you want to hide something? Put it in a conspicuous place. Everything around suddenly filled with a bright blue light. Maybe it was by studying the secret scripture that his ancestor was able to reach such heights? Now we'll see. After seeing such a beautiful sight, the students looked at each other fearfully and began to worry about their mentor. Putting a strange object in the students' hands, Shen said that they would take away only this one would be quite enough. The girl looked surprised in front of her. The dragon princess said it would be good to take the rest of the items too. They belong to the founder of the family and we can honor his memory by placing them at home. The master replied that in principle she could do as she wished. Behind his back the doors opened and 2 silhouettes appeared in the passage. Everyone immediately turned to them with a mute question. Who is here? The guys froze for a second and looked in front of them. Here and hereafter the servant will speak for the chapter as to what they are even doing in the Forbidden Door area. The princess looked at them and said that this is the prince of the mountain manor. With the permission of the head, they came here to pick up their ancestors' belongings. The head coughed, and the servant said that the lord didn't think they would arrive here so early, and a slight tension hung between them. Shen already realized that they had come for him naturally. Why would they come all the way to such a faraway place, especially since the master lives in seclusion? Still, it was necessary to show respect, and the guy bowed to the master and greeted the head of the clan. He tried to look the most courteous. Now the master in his own voice asked why this kid didn't take his blade with him, even strangely. Shen had already opened his mouth to say why he had made such an omission, but suddenly the female student interrupted him and began to speak first. Ho said that long ago all things have already become a blade for him, so there is no need for the master to take a weapon with him. The girl said this with great pride. Even his excellency can be a blade for a young master. The girl winked at the old man as if mocking him. After such insolence, the old man couldn't even say a word. Some young girl dared to say such a thing in his presence. It was incomprehensible. And the girl was still smiling and looking straight at the master as if it was some kind of entertainment for her, and she didn't realize who was standing in front of him. The old man roared with rage. What kind of nonsense is it that some girl is talking to the highest ranks of society? The elder realized that this master was an extremely talented person. If they could come to an agreement, he would be the perfect candidate for the throne. Well, the old man said if the master thinks that everything is a weapon for him, then would the boy dare to fight with him? Shen sighed. The apprentice looked out from behind his back and timidly asked, "Where is the sword of the elder himself? Where did it go?" The old man pointed at his chest with his hand and said that his sword was inside him himself. The student shuddered at such gruesome words. He swallowed his sword whole, which caused him suffering. But if you think of hurting other people, try hurting yourself first. Our hero wondered if this was the reason why the master had decided not to have contact with other people for all these long years. Besides, the sword head has already reached a state of like gold. This gold is incredibly sharp even. It is hard to imagine that she is capable. The old man couldn't believe it and stared at the boy. Had he already guessed everything that the boy had said was true? However, Shen continued and said that it is absolutely not like that. The old man twitched in surprise that this guy is letting you. Our hero said that in the history of the family, there has never been a single person who has practiced this technology. The apprentice looked at the princess and said, "The master means that the old man used some secret methods to learn." Even the princess herself realized that no one was capable of achieving such a thing. At least her father had said so a long time ago. The old man wondered, is it impossible to hone one's skill so much? Why doesn't the young master believe? Shen shook his head. No, you can't. Although this technique is secret and so strong, no one can take it to such a limit. Besides, the cultivation remote is unique to each person. The founder of the Tower of 12 Blades was too ambitious. He gathered the best masters from all over the world to create the best martial art, but failed. The old man shouted, "However, the spiritual sword is studied the deepest. Does he possess anything other than turrets and blade-swallowing techniques?" Maybe not. Shen looked at him and smiled. His fingers lit up with a bluish glow. The guy was preparing to attack. At the same second, the old man saw the boy destroy the table into two halves with one blow, and he felt a chill of surprise inside him. The elder had seen something like this only once in his entire life, and now he stood in a daze looking at the destroyed furniture. He shakily wanted to say something, but only a wheeze came out of his throat. The man was obviously very frightened. Seeing this surprise, Shen said that his sword was so sharp that it could take a life with a single strike, since it could be compared to a head ball. It is certainly not enough, but they are not inferior to each other. The old man stroked his beard and looked nervously in front of him. But on this, our hero only waved his head. No, he knew perfectly well that stronger than this old man, even no proof is required. He reached forward and made a fist, and the table began to crack, and in a second was a pile of wood chips. The old man was stunned to the core. He didn't even know what to say, and just stood there looking at what had happened, with frightened eyes. And so the second time, the guy asked if this level of combat skill was comparable to the sword of the chapter or not after all. He kicked the floor with such force that a crack crept forward and began to separate. The building was about to collapse. The old man looked behind his back. There in the large concrete wall, there was a deep crack of several centimeters. He shivered in a flash. Okay, this guy has changed 3 spirit swords. They are different from each other, but he juggles them like a magician. The man took his head. Indeed, each new generation surpasses the previous one. He is already too old to fight. Shen said the main thing is not to be upset that it didn't work out. With the help of spiritual practices, an old man can advance a step. The elder shrieked. What other special practices would not help him anymore? He admitted his defeat. Isn't that enough? In a good-natured voice, Shen said that he had a special practice that could keep the spiritual blade alive, and he could teach the old man. Hearing such a miracle, the elder immediately rushed to him and began begging him to tell him this method sooner. Everything changed in a second. The old man felt the air become heavy, and he even found it hard to breathe as the boy walked past him. He immediately began to absorb the knowledge, and at that very second, everything became clear to the old man. He looked at the young master with astonishment. He folded his hands in front of him and thanked the young master for such a wonderful gift. He would not forget it. Suddenly, the voice of the very woman she was scolding the old man was heard and instantly opened the doors, revealing herself to the light. The girl screamed, "Shen sent the old man's son to the next world, and he's here honoring him. Where is his manly pride and dignity? Has he lost it all?" However, the old man said that he himself provoked both sides. There's nothing to blame here, but the girl didn't get away with it. It's not an argument. Approaching her in an affectionate voice, Shen said that it seems that Mistress misunderstood him. The girl continued to stare at him absent-mindedly. The guy said his student actually did a favor by ridding the family of cancer, and they'll thank him later. After this treatment, the lady was furious. He had just taken their son's life, and now he was demanding gratitude for it. What a nonsense. The Dragon Queen walked over and whispered in the Lord's ear. What he says is a bit beyond logic. It is really over the top. Eventually, the elder intervened in the conversation. His son fought with honor and parted with his life with the same part. No need to speak ill of him. Shen looked at him and said that she didn't mean to insult the boy in any way. On the contrary, did they notice any strange changes in his behavior? The woman who was always sticking around began to suspect something. She looked at our hero with horror and realized that perhaps he guessed something. The prince continued during the battle with his apprentice. Young master used forbidden energy, whether the elder knew about it or not. The old man was horrified, and the woman pretended to be amazed that her son could only use a harmful method. The prince continued. At first glance, it is a harmless thing, but in fact it destroys the canal and his body, gradually reducing him to a vegetable state. He literally fell apart, if you can call it that. Whoever gave him the drug was in absolute control of his mind, and that's how it all worked out. Most likely, poor boy's soul had already been destroyed then, and he easily turned into a monster only to realize who it was. The woman sobbed a little and covered her mouth so as not to give herself away. She was very much worried. Goosebumps ran down her back as soon as she met her eyes with the prince. Shen continued as far as he knew. The man who had created such a thing already had influence over the tower and would act in his own interests. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and a servant appeared on the doorstep with a worried face and started shouting that everything was bad. Hearing that the enemy army had already reached their borders and was eager for battle, the old man was horrified beyond comprehension. But why so quickly? Mistress standing behind me was trembling with fear. She had not foreseen anything like this and was scared beyond belief. It was very bad. The old man gritted his teeth. This shouldn't have happened so soon, but why are they already here? He heard that the enemy is quite strong. In the end, he became furious and shouted at his servant, "Let him tell me what's going on here." The old man didn't understand anything and was eager for an explanation. The servant only looked at him with frightened eyes but didn't say a word. He kept glancing at the lady who was standing next to him. I lost my temper and yelled at him to tell me immediately what was even going on here immediately. In a trembling voice, the poor man said it was all the matter. In the young gentleman a few days ago, he sent a letter saying he wanted to marry us, the daughter of the head. The old man was furious that boy had messed up his plans again. What has he done? He seems to have nothing in his head. It's not like it's a request to marry, but just a provocation to battle dragon. Princess shrieked and pulled back. The old man continued to rampage. It was certainly surprising if old man Yong hadn't come here with the entire army to trample the boy. The girl shivered and pulled back. The third prince was about to walk away. It was none of his business and he didn't want to get involved in this pointless battle. The old man wanted to stop him, and even stretched out his hand to grab the boy. However, the prince replied that this matter did not concern him in any way. The old man shrieked as it didn't concern the last artifact still in the hands of the Princess of Pain. Originally, this whole feud was because of him, wasn't it? Hearing about the artifact of his ancestor, our hero, even a little interested, it sounded at least interesting. He turned to the old man and looked sternly at the frightened elder, who now looked more like a wet rooster than a fighter. If that's the case, the prince will go to Storm City and get that artifact, whatever it takes. Several tents stood in the middle of the desert, a sandstorm raging around, obscuring the entire view. The princess of Storm City named Min was very worried about something. A big battle was approaching, and their opponent was very strong. However, the father was adamant that what the towers had done was simply unforgivable. They had insulted their entire people and must pay the price. The girl only shivered and backed away a few steps, and the father continued to rage they should pay in blood for insulting them. The princess tried to talk sense into her violent relative, but the young lord is the one who is getting into trouble. Is it not clear that the head would never do so? Their conversation was interrupted by a guard who came inside and announced that young Prince Shen had come to see the princess and was already standing at the gate. The old man was even more angry. Another offspring from this family. No way he would let his daughter out. The man gritted his teeth. The girl wanted to stop him and told him to wait for a second. Maybe it really is something important. She had heard that in some company this man had something to do with them. In his homestead, an ancestor of the family had come down and founded the clan. In the end, the king along with the princess had already finally come out into the gorge. It was quite terrifying to look at, and there was a heavy atmosphere around. The princess was surprised and at the same time frightened. She turned her head and asked her father where they were going. Her father looked at her and affectionately said that now they were going to meet her sister, and the girl cheered up. Suddenly, literally from the sky, came a booming voice calling out to the father. It was their sister. Seeing her little sister, Princess' voice softened it, became even a little gentle. Princess smiled. Father looked up and said that today was the birthday of the younger sister. She is 5 years old, and it has been 3 decades since the older one has been here. So he thought it would be best to bring his sister here so that they could finally see each other. The princess only smiled, looking at herself. In the distance, the silhouette of her older sister showed up, and she sadly told her father to take his daughter and leave. She vowed to lock herself in here and never come out. Father shouted, "This is after all a meaningless sacrifice. The ancestor of the Shen family is just a self-righteous fool. Not worth listening to his rigidity. Dante let him forget all this." While the old man continued to rage, the young princess only looked at him with a frightened eye. She herself was afraid of him at this moment. The old man turned around and ordered his servants to bring the finest blade. He would crush this entire family for his girl, for suffering so much. The princess, who was standing next to him, looked at him frightened and cried out. Maybe it was better to listen to what he had to say than to get involved in a senseless battle. Hearing that she wanted to take them to her sister, her father got even angrier that they would even say this to the cheater. She locked herself in the ravine. But the princess, almost crying, looked at her father with a pleading look. She wanted to make things right and tried to convince the old man not to jump to conclusions. Does he really want his older sister to carry that stone in her soul for the rest of her life? Is he really that cruel? The old man shuddered a little. Eventually he softened and still agreed with his daughter. Well, let's do as the princess wants since she demands it. Looking at his warlord, the man lastly said that his army near the city looked quite majestic. The whole camp was crowded with soldiers, an emergency alarm was raised, everyone was on alert and ready to move forward. Together with his female disciples, Mr. Shen had already arrived at their place and stood perfectly still as if he was not surrounded by soldiers. He was about to have a very difficult conversation. The apprentice glanced at the dragon princess and said that the army looks pretty creepy. Each of them is a great martial artist. The dragon girl took a look and said that was why even a few thousand soldiers wouldn't be able to crush them. They were very strong. The apprentice shuddered. She had thought that they would be able to organize something like that army, but now she realizes that it's just a stupid idea. They don't have enough experience. The master standing in front said that martial arts. It is a rather difficult practice. Only 1 out of 5 people will be able to achieve true success. Raising his head, the guy thoughtfully said that there are several stages in the end, from several thousand people past only a few. It is a very difficult selection, and the last stage is created for only one person guy side. This means leaving former comrades behind and moving forward. City of Storms and Tower of Blades. In such a large lineage, there are many thousands of true martial artists. However, there are only 2 people standing at the top of the pyramid. The master smiled and said that he just needed to train harder, and maybe then he would be able to reach that level. The girls looked at each other. One such master is enough to defeat an army of tens of thousands of people. With a smile on his face, the Lord said that he was still interested in a man named Yan, Lord of Storm City, a very powerful man who was interesting to talk to. He is one of the few who have been able to overcome human barriers. The true properties of energy can fully reveal the characteristics of martial arts. He was one of those people who could freely transform their martial arts as they pleased. At last they arrived at the tent. The boys stood at the entrance and waited to be greeted. When he finally saw them, he looked at them as if he wanted to bury them alive and hissed through his teeth. There was a pause between them for a second. The young master didn't say anything. The old man continued to boil with anger. He cursed this kid's ancestor. After a short pause, the boy shook his head and said that the ancestors had not passed on anything. Alas, his voice sounded completely calm. Hearing that they came here just like that, the old man became furious. Then why did they come here? Isn't this a waste of time? Let them leave immediately. Raising his head, Shen said that he had heard that the City of Storms had attacked the tower, and the master had instructed him to bring the Lord up to speed on the matter, that's all. As for the marriage proposal, it was a rash move by the young Lord who was already in the other world. Now Lord can be calm. The old man softened a little and looked surprised at the strange guess. You mean to say that the young master is already in the other world? He as if he did not believe. The princess stood beside them and clenched her small hands and fists. She wanted to say something, but only a scream came out of her mouth. She looked at the young master a little frightened and asked, how come he was no longer alive? The girl was obviously worried and afraid. When the master pointed his hand at her, Huo shuddered. The girl already knew what he was talking about. After all, she had taken his life with her own hands. In a calm voice, Shen said that his disciple's blade had slain this person. The girl still continued to hide behind the master's back and cover her face with her hands. The old leader looked at the child in surprise as if he couldn't believe his eyes. That's news, young master. He was still staring at the apprentice who was shying away from the master. They had raised their only heir, and now someone had taken his life away from him. The princess intervened in the conversation and grinned. The Lord, laughing, said if it was really true, then the entire tower would gather to destroy the enemy. However strange. They sent him here to negotiate. Shen looked at the girl with surprised eyes, and indeed, that would be really true. The princess continued and squinted her eyes. Or did they grant the Lord something more than his son's life? It would be interesting to know what it was then. The dragon princess looked at her. This girl can solve the case with just a few words. Quite a clever girl, it turns out. Eventually, the master intervened in the conversation and began to speak in a calm voice. The princess looked at him, a little startled, but still remained silent. The guy said that he only had the technique of wielding a spiritual blade to discuss it further and walked a few steps closer. The king and the princess looked at him in surprise, which means to discuss. I mean, they came here just to chat strangely even. Here, the master became a little worried. Is there really a technique capable of making a master give up on revenge? Must be this guy a great martial arts master. Previously, these two had the same strength and could fight for eternity, but the situation has changed quite dramatically. The head rose from his seat and thanked the young lord for such valuable information. The old man would have to fight for his life even harder. Realizing that she could not change her father's mind, the princess only looked at him and cried out. However, the old man waved his head, signaling that his decision would not change. She wanted to say something else, but the man stopped her with a wave of his hand. The princess looked at him with surprised eyes and almost cried. Even with all his entreaties, his father was adamant that the battle was imminent, so he had to rush into battle. He grimaced and said that if only his eldest daughter came out of the veil, then the feud would end. Until then, a battle was imminent. Poor little princess didn't know what to say and how to change her father's mind. She was ready to cry and held on with all her might. The apprentices looked at the master waiting for his answer, and the old guy started to speak. If that is so, then we will have another plan of action. Looking at the head, he asked to be given the opportunity to change the elder princess's mind with his own hands, so that she would not do rash things. Everyone fell silent for a couple of seconds. The apprentices looked at their master with surprised eyes. Would the master dare to make such a desperate move? And our hero only smiled anyway. He was going to visit the valley, and so catches two hares, for one says two families stop feuding with each other. Peeking out from behind the master's back, the apprentice looked at him. He would really go to this scary place from this valley, rarely ever came back. The dragon princess looked up at her and said meaningfully that the girl had forgotten about their original plan. Ho shrieked accurately, they came here to end the feud after all, so it was just necessary. The master stared at the young princess of the City of Storms, and the girl only shivered under his heavy gaze, but did not say a word. It was only now that she realized just how much of an oddball this prince really was, having shown up here to them from a feuding family and now walking into the valley. However, the princess did not understand how he would even be able to persuade his older sister. No one up to this point could do it. The girl did not listen to anyone. The old man was still glaring at the boy, and through his teeth he gritted his teeth. He descendant of that scoundrel, it is not forgivable that there was a feud between them. But our hero just looked at him with a serious look and nodded his head. Yes, that's right, although maybe the old man thought his daughter would really like to see him. There was a short pause between them as the old man pondered what he should do. He found himself in a strange situation. Maybe he should let him. He was still turning his head looking at the boy. If the eldest daughter came back, it might get things back to normal, but it wouldn't change anything. But wait, even the second heir is already on the other side of the world, so why should he be afraid? Maybe he really should take such a step. The man gritted his teeth and swore to himself that in the future his army would not lose to the Tower of Blades. It would be simply unforgivable. The man was still squirming. But in the end he agreed. Well, it cost him a lot of effort, but the man still looked away and said yes. So be it. If these oddballs can get the eldest daughter to talk him down, he'll end the feud. It'll finally be over. The man reluctantly admitted this one. The princess only looked at him hopefully. She could not believe that the old man finally, after much persuasion, agreed to such a desperate step. In a few minutes, the whole company was already in the gorge, accompanied by a few fighters for insurance. Around the oppressive atmosphere reigned. The apprentice would stomp behind the master's back and ask if you would in their voice. Why is the atmosphere here so gloomy? The atmosphere here is quite scary. One of the soldiers turned to the young lord and said that this was the valley he had been longing to see. Perhaps now the lord would be satisfied. The guy stopped, and with him the others stood still and looked in front of him with still frightened eyes and waited. The dragon princess said in a fearful voice that she hoped the master knew where the eldest daughter was, or else why they had come all this way. The guards looked at each other and said they had no idea if they would have to find their way on their own for quite some time. From behind the master's back, a female apprentice burst out and shrieked, "Come with us to find the way immediately. Why are they leaving them halfway?" But the guy looked at her with a stern look and said that they would now go alone. These people don't know the road. They have no point in going together. And besides, in the valley, it is extremely dangerous to take them with you. Quite reckless guy looked at the student who still hid behind his back. The dragon princess only turned around as she saw two guards running away from this cursed place. The girls were numb with surprise. Even if experienced fighters are afraid of this place, then what will be done to them? The only calm person left was the young lord. He waved his head and ordered everyone to follow him. They had a long way to go. Shivering but still overcoming their fear, the girls followed the teacher. They were still hiding behind his back, waiting for the worst to happen. At the edge of the world, there is a lonely mountain, which is very difficult to reach. Endless seas and oceans have demolished everything in their path. And so our heroes stood here in a ravine where there was not a single living, but only the souls of past generations. Everywhere heard some of your... The apprentice continued to squeeze against the master's back and asked fearfully why everything was so scary here. She felt like someone was watching her constantly and unceasingly. Suddenly, a strange black haze began to descend, and the girls looked at each other and shivered, but continued onward. Suddenly, the master swung his hand and released a jet of energy from his fingers that was so unexpected that the others just flinched. The smoke cleared in the same second the girl and opened their mouths in surprise and stared in front of them. Not expecting anything like this, the master was calm. He sternly ordered the girls to be careful here in this place, too dangerous, and danger lurks at every step, especially in this fog. Seeing that the master was one step away from danger, the girls cried out with one voice. For him to be more careful, they were very afraid but did not dare to take a step. The master stood in his place, and that ominous black fog was already approaching him. Everything around him seemed to slow down for a few seconds, and the air became viscous. The dragon princess raised her head upwards. There were already gathering clouds and occasional flashes of lightning. Something was happening, and it was not a good sign. The girl immediately realized that the matter smells fried and prepared to attack. She had already gathered all her strength to destroy everything here in one blow. She pulled out a fire whip from somewhere and swung it around like a circus magician, making a rumbling sound everywhere. Hiding even deeper into her dress, Huo asked in a trembling voice how the eldest princess survived here. "Because this place is so creepy, it gives me goosebumps." The master only looked somewhere to the side with a worried look. She still lives here. It has been many years now. The guy realized that in this place, people had a very strong force of will so powerful that it could suppress everything around them. It is a pity that the princess was born in such a world. If she could move here, she would be at a higher level of strength, could achieve much more. He raised his hand as if he had touched the air, and his fingers sent out strange light waves around him, and everything began to tremble. Suddenly, there was such a strong wind that the girls could hardly stand on their feet. They covered themselves with their hands. Here began a real storm. But in a second, it was as if the storm had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and they whirled their heads around. They walked forward. The master, as always, was ahead of them, and there were bones and skulls lying around. The situation had become even more eerie, though the fog had cleared a little. Huo was already extremely frightened and clung to Master even more tightly. Didn't he say that this place was deserted? So why are there skeletons and skulls here, but this was the way to heaven? Sighing, the guy said that unfortunately the heaven's path was blocked at the moment, otherwise the elder princess would still be able to sneak in. The dragon princess shrieked in surprise from somewhere behind her back and said, "Is this the way to heaven?" The master only nodded lightly. "Yes, that's right. Enjoy the show, guys." He explained if the thunderstorm epicenter on the mountain is the way to the underworld, then this valley is the stairway above the world, so to speak, the road to heaven. They continued to advance deep into the terrifying gorge. Of course, this was before the layers of the world were completely separated. Now it is just a road. The princess only whispered the last phrases, and shivers ran down her spine, as she liked this place less and less with each passing second. However, what this meant she still couldn't understand. The master turned around and easily said that in the future they would understand everything, but now was not the time for that. He put 2 fingers forward and started waving them, and the same shreds of energy appeared from his fingers. And this is the path you must take. The desert became even more deserted, and there somewhere in the distance appeared a hut, very strange, especially in this place. After looking closely, the master said that the multitude of bones is just an illusion of living creatures, nothing more. Here everything is empty. The dragon princess shrieked for Bailey to be there, so let's hurry up. Her friend clung to her and shuddered with her whole body. She still didn't like it here. They got closer to the hut, and from somewhere a woman's voice was heard. Those who are lost should think twice before it is too late. The guy took a few steps forward and said that he was an old friend, and that there was nothing to be afraid of. They had come here to meet and talk about the old days. The woman continued to talk old friend means. She lowered her head and her voice flashed sadness from friends. She had not received news for 300 years. The master smiled and said that his distant ancestor had long since passed away, and that he was the only heir. The poor girl trapped here for several hundred years has shrunk even more. She should have seen it coming. But why did they come to such a monstrous place? Putting his hand to Shen's heart, said that he came here to get the girl out. She must stop the battle between the City of Storms and the Tower of Blades. Huo, losing all fear, jumped out from behind the Master's back and raised her hand. She could say, "Why do you need to go out?" The girl wanted to be the smartest. She raised her finger and took a few steps forward, forgetting that she was afraid, and began to tell me what she was talking about as if she were a teacher. Her story lasted a few minutes more. The student was very excited and spoke quite seriously in general. This is the case. After listening to this very interesting and emotional dialogue, the princess thought about how she now began to understand something. The whole trinity stood and waited for an answer. The princess started to say, "Here she is," how she didn't expect it to go this far. Sighing with a heavy heart, the girl said a few hundred years ago, she discovered that there were hidden dangers in the martial arts of the city she tried to convince her father. From behind also appeared the dragon princess and said that she should know that the chief of Storm City is also practicing. This must be stopped. She was interrupted by a student and said that if these two clashed with each other, a lot of blood of innocent victims would spill out. Even outsiders like them are thinking of ways to stop it. The master put his hand forward as if saying to make the student finally close her mouth. The girl looked at him in surprise. Without another word, the princess simply vanished into thin air as if she was never here, leaving only a vague silhouette somewhere in the background. Eventually, the master began to speak. He said he knew the pain the princess was in and was forcing her to do something she couldn't. The students looked at each other with surprised eyes, and without saying a word continued to follow the master's every word, which was very interesting for them. Walking a few steps forward, the master said that this disease could only be cured with true masculine energy. Similar techniques should be in Storm City. Huo shrieked in surprise. They had come all this way, yet were able to guess about the princess master's illness. Would you consider changing careers and becoming a doctor? The dragon princess smirked, and indeed the lord had foreseen this disease without even seeing Bailey in person. His abilities were quite amazing. Raising his head, the guy calmly said, if the princess does not want to be a mediator between the two families, then that's it. Except he wants to ask the princess if she has ancestral relics. The girls shivered and retreated a few paces again, their voices sounding stern. Taking out a paperweight from his pocket, Shen asked, does this thing have a pair? If so, he would like to get his hands on it. If you put these two things together, two people can realize the highest level of strength and wield limitless power. Too bad they're in different parts of the world. Someone's delicate hands turned out to be a strange figure with a bright light. Tiger sword, crane sword. Who knows where these things came from? However, as long as you hold them in your hands, truly understand everything. The princess and her lover once possessed these things, but it was so long ago that perhaps no one remembers, but the pain remains. Then they loved each other reverently, but they were unfortunately separated, and the princess was left with a lifelong trauma. They were separated for many years. As usual, the elders intervened and prevented them from being together. The young men could do nothing, and were left with no choice but to recant. Clutching exactly the same figurine in her hands, the princess smiled lightly for the first time in a long time. Two of these things could help people extremely master martial arts. A let go of the figure and it soared into the air. They had agreed to meet up after the wedding to sort it out, but unfortunately it never worked out. Standing in front of her, Shayna looked calmly in front of her with his eyes. The princess hoped that he would still be able to sort this out and resolve the distant grudges. The guy sighed. Ancient martial arts are only superficially. A pity, of course, to destroy them. These two things will be very valuable, and he will take them away. After a short pause, the voice of the princess rang out again. It is a pity, of course, that she cannot resolve the battle between the two families. However, she wants something to pass on to her father. The woman kept smiling. She hoped that her father would not be stubborn and everyone would stay alive and safe. He knew that the princess was forbidden to leave this valley, but she could still tell her father personally. And there was some sarcasm in those words. She started talking again. Even if they could talk to each other, the sound couldn't be transmitted across thousands of miles. It wouldn't reach them. But not to worry, the young master said that he had a strange method by which he could send a message called the Shadow Blade, leaving traces. The students looked at each other again with surprised eyes and wondered more and more how much their mentor knew. The guy said all he had to do was just record the princess's voice on the blade later. He would take it with him and use the technique again to send a message. The princess couldn't believe her eyes. Could there really be such a method of transmitting messages? It's just something incredible, but it was a way out. She still agreed. Good, now we need to take the ungrateful daughter's message to her father. The girl knelt down. After agreeing to all the terms, Shen nodded his head. He would do everything as the princess had asked, only to wait for her words. Meanwhile, in the battle camp, the old man could not find a place for these people had not been there for hours, and he began to worry. Servants tried to calm him down. Near was the youngest. The girl asked her father to sit down at least for a second. He had been walking tirelessly for a couple of hours. Suddenly a guard appeared and reported the good news. The third master and his disciples finally returned. The old man stood still for a moment, as if realizing what had happened, and turned around. The tent swung open and Shen appeared at the entrance along with two girls. They looked out from behind him and smiled echidnically as if teasing him. The old man immediately rushed to the guy, asking him if he had returned from the valley and if he had seen his daughter. The old man wanted to know every single detail. Maybe she asked for a message. Shen looked at him with astonishment. The old man was so animated his rudeness was gone. Seeing the father grabbing the boy by the shoulders, the younger princess decided to calm him down and pull him away, but the old man seemed to go crazy. She said she knew how much her father missed the princess, but needed to calm down. The man finally pulled away and stared madly in front of him. With a glance at the nearby master, young Princess Ming said that she should first let the young master talk about the result of the trek. Well, finally the guy sighed. A smiling student stood beside him. He held out his hand and began to deliver the message with stories. The journey, of course, went smoothly. No one got in their way. However, the princess could not leave her seat but asked for something to pass on. Holding out the sword, the apprentice told the lord to look at it himself. The old man and the princess stared at the frosty blade and began to scrutinize it. The man grasped the cold hilt of the sword and began to look closely into the bright blade. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Could this be the whole message? Suddenly there was a hissing sound. A puff of smoke escaped from the weapon and began to rise up. The old man pulled back for a second and looked in front of him in horror. The silhouette of his daughter, whom he had not seen for many years, appeared before him, and the old man just stood there staring at her with mad eyes. The face of the princess appeared on the white light on it. There was a smile on it. The daughter looked at her father with some sadness and regret, heard her voice. Unable to control the fear that had gripped him, the old man shrieked in surprise and pulled back, dropping his sword to the ground with a loud clang of metal. The king and princess looked on in horror at what was happening and froze for a few seconds, unable to what had just happened. Looking at the young prince standing next to her, the princess raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered how to understand it. The boy came a few steps closer. Smiling as kindly as ever, he asked not to worry about it and to try again if you want the king and princess. Only looked horrified in front of them. The blade began to glow again, and once again his daughter's blue-colored silhouette appeared in front of him, like a ghost risen from the past. The man couldn't believe his eyes. It shocked him to the core. He couldn't even utter a word. just stared with crazy eyes. Soon the entire silhouette of a princess of incredible beauty appeared. The ungrateful daughter came to visit him and ask for forgiveness for her actions in the past. The old man was still stomping in his seat like a sheep and couldn't say a word. He was stunned to the point that even his brain stopped working. Shen said they were leaving and dragged the student towards the exit, and the girl still stood and watched this mesmerizing sight, but it was not for their eyes. Going outside, Huo sighed a little in a disappointed voice. She said that she would like to hear what they are talking about. Well, the dragon princess laughed. Okay, let's leave them alone. Huo looked back at them one last time. The king and princess were talking to their daughter. Suddenly, the events moved to the Blade Tower, where, as usual, they were preparing for the battle. With his monk elder sitting in the room reading some other scroll, suddenly another novice appeared with good news. The enemy troops retreated, the boy shouted with joy and almost cried. The old man pulled back for a second and looked at the boy with surprised eyes. It couldn't be said that the elder wasn't pleased. Who would have thought that this kid would make their enemies retreat after only the first visit, surprisingly? At the same time, Elder Yang, after talking to his daughter, he decided not to unleash a battle. Why would he want to sow the sprouts of hatred among the youths? It is foolish. Eventually, the old man, after talking to his opponent, decided to stop the battle and make a long-term peace so that there would be no innocent casualties. Our hero smiled good-naturedly at him and said that it would be a very wise decision worthy of a great ruler. The tower ruler was a bit stunned, but this kid was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. He sat on his throne and pondered. The old man asked when the guy would return to the tower. He wanted to personally thank his servant, a little miffed. He bowed and said that the Lord would not return here. He and his friends would go from the borderlands to the house of Dizan. They were to pay a visit there. After that, the old man gritted his teeth again and clenched his fists. He couldn't believe again. This kid had taken up his own barbarism. Meanwhile, the huge dragon with a house on its back continued on its way inside, already hearing someone's anxious conversations. Holding the two paperweight figures in her hands, Huo couldn't understand what was wrong with the strange things. How could they even be combined? The dragon princess asked how they would be able to master this technique. Master said that they were created to improve their understanding of the blade. With a sigh, the master said that they should still learn how to sense the sword. Their cultivation was still too weak for such a thing. The student looked disappointedly in front of her and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then, what should they do in such a case? The master waved his hand and took one of the figurines with his fingers. They need to realize it on their own, only then will they be able to comprehend it. Suddenly, one of the figures began to deform and turned into some incomprehensible blob of blue color that hovered in the air with itself. Huo, surprised, looked in front of her, since now only these two Huo would have to take the tiger amulet to herself. The girl raised an eyebrow. The dragon princess got the amulet of the crane. The girl did not quite expect such a thing and stared at the young lord in surprise but did not say anything. The apprentices looked at each other and heard the voice of the master. He said that now they were obliged to carry the amulets with them all the time and to train. The huge dragon turtle was already advancing through the gorge with a rumbling roar, driving everyone else away from you. The dragon princess was surprised to see that the master looked confused and asked him what was wrong. Looking closer, the master in a calm voice said, "Someone is approaching." He felt something very strange. Invisible approaching. Already grabbing her blade, Huo was ready to deal with any enemy. Girl was eager to fight and wanted to test her new talisman. The master stopped her impulse with a stern look. Even if the other side was hostile, it was still not worth destroying. Suddenly, they were stopped by a strong jolt, and the movement began to slow down. The wagon moved more and more slowly, as if someone was trying to stop them. Soon, they had quite stopped. The prince, along with the rest of the female students, walked outside. The guy looked in front of him with a stern look. The first thing they saw in front of them was a face covered by a mask. Some strange man was standing in front of them. He was fully clad in dark armor and sat right on top of the dragon's head. Perhaps that's why the monster stopped. The girls looked at each other. What a tremendous power. He had to stop a huge dragon in one fell swoop. Shen was the first to speak. He asked why they had been stopped. If this weirdo had come here for nothing, he would be in trouble. The stranger laughed and held his head. What naivety with such communication. No wonder the master had already broken the heavenly order several times. The man began to move around as if the wind had begun. He said that the reckoning was near. His cloak began to heave. Split the heavens. This phrase froze like something incomprehensible and very invisible. But the guy started to remember. A strange sense of déjà vu appeared in front of his eyes again, in the gathering of monks who were constantly following him. And then there's that man in black robes who looks like the monk the gentleman saw a long time ago. They're not resting again. And also remember the Dragon Emperor's mansion when they almost had a catastrophe, all tied together in some kind of unified puzzle. Also the 6 tribulations that haunted them and almost sent them to the other side of the world. But the apprentice handled them all. It was pretty weird. The same messenger who was keeping them out with a huge blade in his hands, it was all coming together more and more. The lord who hovered around the young lord and encouraged him to commit monstrous acts, they were all strangely connected somehow. He was just about to settle the score with these guys. He smirked, and then he could rest easy. The man smirked to settle the score with him, a kind of irony in his voice that was funny to even hear from this young man. Through the mask, his barely muffled voice could be heard. The young gentleman was a very entertaining specimen already at such a young age who dared to speak so directly to him. The guy looked at him with a stern look. So this is the tip who is behind the changes in the world in the last few years now. It all makes sense. Right. The man looked at his hand somehow theatrically. He is a man. Sorry, this guy and his friends weren't as good. They provoked the wrong people and paid the price. Starting to feel worried for the first time in a long time, Shen asked who his patron. Who is this sky-tearing man? The man folded his arms across his chest and grinned through his mask. Why should he even talk about it? He is the mighty messenger of the Most High. The Dragon Princess was still hiding behind the master's back. This man was persistently hiding his name, so he must have something to hide. One thing was curious as to why such a powerful person had come here. Shen smiled. Could it be to destroy him once again? He looked with serious eyes and put all the puzzles in his head. The guy realized that they would not get rid of this guy so easily. The man began to speak. Heavenly cleansing dragon palace. The Dragon Princess looked on with wonder and fear listening to it all. The disciple could not believe his eyes. Before him stood someone so powerful at the sight of which even the goosebumps on his back were offended. The man said that the Lord should be proud of giving his life to this man who would fall by his hand is a great honor that is not given to everyone. The apprentice had already moved forward with a cry of, "Don't talk nonsense, there is no one who can match her master in strength." The girl grabbed her blade. The man grinned good-naturedly and ordered the girl to get out of the way. You can't just part with your life in such a goofy way. The girl rushed forward and wanted to start fighting, but the Dragon Princess grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Eventually, the girls calmed down and hid in which time behind the back of the master now. I did not realize that contacted the wrong person with whom to coexist. Shen looked at his opponent once again tensed up. Even if he had to train, he could be considered a genius capable of breaking mountains. The strange messenger froze for a second. How this guy even knows this information? It's classified after all. Unable to see his imperial bloodline, Shen continued to stare at his opponent with a piercing gaze. Noticing the strange messenger's uneasiness, the girls looked among themselves. Look at him. As soon as the master turned on, he immediately began to worry. Huo took up her blade again and shouted that if this man knows how to fight, let him show what he can do, and if not, failing on the road. The messenger grinned. Could the Grand Master be hiding behind a girl as low? An irony could be heard in his voice. No longer able to tolerate such rudeness, the student snapped out of her seat and rushed forward now that this sword would be in his heart. However, the Dragon Princess immediately grabbed her hands and began to pull her back. The girl lashed out and wanted to even hit her friend, but stopped in time. And even the master put his hand forward and said that he was no match for her. This man was too strong for her to withstand even a single blow. Turning to her, the guy said that if the older sister of the student succeeds in wielding the blade, she can probably compete, but it is not now. And this time, let the students let him do it. The guy turned and smirked lightly over his shoulder. The girl looked at him with a slightly frightened look and wanted to say something, but only a croak escaped from her throat. The guy stepped forward a few steps and said that these techniques transformed his spirit and body, making him as solid as a mountain. Closing his eyes, the master said that he himself would like to see these techniques. On the face of the guy for the first time in his life appeared some excitement and interest. He took a few steps forward and smirked as usual. He was calm and put his hand out in front. The messenger only looked at him and remained silent. The battle began. The man suddenly changed. His entire body was overflowing with divine energy and emitted a faint yellow light, giving off an aura that made it difficult to breathe. It only took a few seconds for him to shorten the distance and find himself right beside the young lord with his fist out in front of him. In a second, he was already behind the master's back and snidely asking what his next move was. Sheng was still silent. It's just a method of power transformation, so to speak. Unlimited transformation. The guy smiled as if he already knew what the matter was. The messenger laughed. Funny come out. Those words give some meaning to the man as if he was mocking the whole time. Now it's getting interesting. You can fight at full strength. He moved forward, folding his arms in front of him. The master swung his hand and released a small beam of blue energy that instantly shattered the opponent's technique. But the man did not stop attacking him and moved forward. For the first time in a long time, Shen felt pressure from his opponent. It took even a little bit of exertion for him to try to finally defeat him. They moved with such speed that even with the eyes to catch their movement was impossible around, heard only the whistle of their blows. Hu excitedly watched then as the master fought. But after all, they had just seen only the tip of the iceberg. Scary to imagine what would happen next. The Dragon Princess said that her friend is not quite right. Just because the master is stronger and faster, he uses this style of fighting. Sometimes it is said that the weak defeats the strong. At that moment, the master pondered. Perhaps it is only because the opponent restrains himself during the battle. He only uses the same attacks. The guy looked at him and said that his attacks wouldn't change. Even if he used a few thousand blows, everything would stay in place. The stranger said that martial arts open their eyes to this world. That's why they try to comprehend them, and that's the only reason. He threw off his shackles and now started fighting with his bare hands, but if the guy gets hurt, let him not blame him for ending his life. The man was about to growl. His mask was beginning to crack. These useless techniques would not work. Now he would fight at full strength. The man completely cracked his mask and from there revealed a fierce face. There were several scars. He smiled and said he was going to fight for real. From his body emanated such a powerful aura that everything around began to succumb to his influence. The man was incredibly strong. From his body bright light. The princess covered her face with her hands so nothing would get in there. She could barely stand on her feet. After looking at them, the master said that it was fine, no need to worry. He remembered that it was one of the strongest attack techniques. The man's glad the kid's not going to run away from here, which is admirable. After he leaves, the man will take the body. Looking at him, the young master asked those who mastered these spiritual transformation techniques, utilize the energy of the heavens. The man continued to smile, even if not afraid of his opponent. Then everyone who is here will go to the other world from such power. Turning to his students, the guy in a calm and serious voice told them to listen to him carefully and follow every order. All this power can be contained in one person, but if it breaks out, the guy looked at them with serious eyes for the first time in a long time. He was worried. The girls looked at each other. They were unbearably afraid, but at the same time, they listened attentively to every word of their master. Eventually, the enemy began to get angry. This kid talks too much and should be gagged with something and began to approach. Let me send you to the other world from him with a punch. The man swung around and prepared his most powerful blow. His fist began to glow with overflowing rage. In one voice, the girls shrieked in surprise. They saw the master in monstrous danger. For a moment, the man felt his strength go somewhere. In 1 second, something ran through his body. Shen was in front of him. He concentrated some of his energy and moved forward, his face calm and enlightened, as if he wasn't worried at all. He touched his finger to his opponent's fist. Everything around him began to vibrate and fill with energy. Now something amazing was about to happen. The students looked at each other and opened their eyes in astonishment. Stopping such a blow with one finger? This is simply unimaginable power. The fist that was supposed to smear at the boy began to crack from overexertion. A cracking sound was heard, and the male opponent felt pain. He clenched his body and tried to block the recoil, but it was getting worse. As each second passed, he felt his body begin to weaken. He could barely stand on his feet and tried to hold back his pain, but it was getting worse by the second. Servo's body was covered in bruises and abrasions. The man could barely breathe and stared in front of him with a hunted look of fear. Shen stood in front of him and replied in a calm voice. He actually didn't say that this blade technique. What did he think? Taking in his chest, his opponent coughed, asking he at least knows its name, can tell what it just was. Our hero only calmly looked at him. This man was really strong, nothing to say, but it was not enough. While pondering, Shen began to recall this technique was created by an ancient master. It was truly the strongest defense technique in the world. The male opponent kept wheezing from overexertion. He said that this technique should not be known to anyone. It's too dangerous. Shen glanced at him one last time with a condescending look but remained silent. He just watched as something started to happen. The man's body began to gradually turn into a bright yellow light and vaporize right in the air, leaving behind only his armor. The girls standing somewhere nearby opened their mouths in surprise and could not take their eyes off such a marvelous sight. It was incredible. Shen finally said for them to finally get out of here. No need to stand in a place like this, where a man Huo had just parted for his life only sighed. It had been a few days now. The residence was still the same peaceful place of peace and quiet. Huo wondered at the master how this person ended up in this position. Shen walked somewhere behind and read another manuscript, learning techniques. The Dragon Queen suddenly came to him and also looked at the master with interest. She was also curious to know how it happened. The girl shuddered in surprise. This technique seems a bit cruel. Can it be used like this? Is too much. Master only smirked at what she was even talking about. It was just normal self-defense, nothing more. Don't be afraid. And besides, he went to the other world only because of his technique. This is the price of this power. Girls looked at the master with horror. Suddenly, the doors opened and a worried father burst into the room. He started examining his son, screaming if he was okay. News had already reached the old man that the young gentleman had been completely attacked on the road, and now the man wanted to know how it had gone. In a calm voice, the gentleman affectionately replied that everything was fine, there was nothing to worry about. He only smiled lightly, looking at his aged father. The old man smirked again, and now he exhaled with relief. That's very good. The man had been very excited, but now seemed to be calming down a bit. While he mumbled something to himself, the apprentice stomped behind him and looked at the master with a frightened look, waiting for some explanation. The Dragon Princess intervened in the conversation, master. Right, there are many strong organizations in the world, but the Great Moon Dynasty is much stronger than all of them put together. They've gotten to the point where they can crush any opponent. If they want to, it's really scary. The old man is still looking around fearfully when the sun has destroyed one of the followers. What will happen then? The whole army will probably come here. The man looked at the young master with frightened eyes, but he didn't seem to show any signs of concern, just stared. The Dragon Princess hurriedly reassured him during her visit to the tower in Wind City. She had learned a lot and everything would be fine in the future. The girls looked at him and smirked and grinned. It'll be fine, you can count on them. The old man looked at the two of them hopefully, and with only one lip, he whispered, "It all depends on you." He was very worried at this moment. Turning away for a few seconds, Shen asked them not to take it all to heart. Nothing will happen. Nothing to worry about. He will solve everything in case of anything. By the way, the old man raised his finger and said he'd completely forgotten. But today a letter came from someone. Hearing who sent the letter, did he say something? The messenger usually does not send letters but comes in person if he wants to say something. The old man said that the Great Moon Dynasty was going to reopen the Heavenly Trial, and the messenger was already standing there waiting to come. The girls looked at the old man in surprise. This had not happened for about a few hundred years. Has the martial arts era come again? This is wonderful. At this moment in our hero's head begins to flicker a memory. Someone calls his name on a voice barely distinguishable. He hears only fragments of phrases and tries to put them together. The guy tries to think logically, but it turns out to be worse every second. Huo, noticing that the dragon princess was in the clouds, began to ask her what kind of heavenly trial she had never heard of before. The princess began to explain this is the highest ranked trial in the cultivation world there, to find out who will become the best master in the world. Everyone but the imperial family can participate, and the strongest will get to enter the secret realm of chaos and division to absorb knowledge. The apprentice with burning eyes looks at the master, and whether he himself does not want to become the strongest in the world guy, meanwhile, is reading some other book. After a brief pause, he softens and throws her that he's not interested in these childish games and didn't really want to compete with anyone else, so why bother? The old man couldn't believe his ears looking at his son and nervously swallowing saliva. That is, the tournament of supreme cultivators is just a toy to him. How do you understand it? Huo, with a disappointed look, only sighed and showed his tongue to the master without him seeing it. Eventually, the messenger arrived at their abode and brought good news with him. He was greeted on the doorstep by the elder and smiled at the dear guest. They bowed to each other and the elder said he had prepared a sumptuous table. The messenger was pleased. Wondering what good news he brought this time, the messenger smiled. He brought someone very important with him. This is the Lunar Dynasty messenger, Mr. Wu. A man with azure hair stood in front of them and held a small scroll in his hands, most likely an invitation or something like that. Imperial decree. The old man looked at the master in surprise as soon as he said that he had brought the decree with him. The man was stunned on the spot and looked at the guest for several seconds. The gentleman moved closer to the young master and said that his boss had long since opened the duels and sent out an invitation. The messenger also rejoiced this time the supreme ruler appointed a third prince to participate in the duel. Father stood somewhere behind and trembled with surprise and impatience. He had not expected his majesty to do them such an honor. He could only hope that his son would not be dishonored. His father wanted everything to go as it should and not as usual. Mr. Wu looked at the patriarch with a benevolent look. Where is the third son? Please let him ask him to accept his highness as decree. With a thumbs up, the student said meaningfully in syllables that he wasn't going anywhere. That's an order. The messenger was very surprised and the father was trembling with fear. Well, everything happened as he expected. The son naturally will not agree. Wu stared in front of him with astonished eyes, but how is it possible who would even dare to reject the invitation of the emperor himself? The messenger suddenly hits himself on the head. How could he have forgotten about the young master's malicious aura? He always behaves like this, so why should he be surprised? The boy smiled. This man constantly denied everything and did as he pleased. Do you really think that he would accept the emperor's order now? Mr. Wu began to slowly boil with rage. This person is too careless. How can one even behave like this in the presence of dignitaries? The elder tried to calm him down, dear ambassador. Don't be so angry, for that is how his son is angry with him. He will speak to him again. The old man has already lost his head. What should he do now? His son will not agree. It's already decided, but if these two get angry, it will be very bad. In the end, Master Wu grabbed his leaf and cried out. He would not return again unless Master descended from the heavens and accepted this order. The old man realized how deplorable the situation was and just kept silent. He was very hard to persuade his son. Finally, the messenger approached and shrieked, "Who even dares to speak so disrespectfully to the great emperor Shou himself?" Shen was already standing in the doorway along with the dragon princess. He looked at the uninvited guest with a calm gaze and did not say a word for the time being. Upon noticing him, the envoy began to shout how dare he reject the imperial order, as if it was some kind of joke to him. The third young master just looked at him with a calm gaze and asked, "So what if he rejects the invitation? Does he have to appear there at the first call?" Zhou looked at him and smiled. "Let the master calm down. This is a great honor for all martial artists. Let him take it as an entertainment." The guy replied that the foundation of the abandoned House of Blades is unstable, but it can become even stronger, so don't be distracted by that right now. The messenger didn't even know what to say to that. He just shut up and looked at the young master. Is it possible to stupidly ignore the invitation like that? Wu already started to get seriously angry. How dare he even say that at least he knows what he is losing. The Lord had no right to participate in the tournament, but His Majesty gave him a chance. In a calm voice, Shen replied that everyone just has their own ideals. Please, stop this masquerade. The man clasped his hands together. Unable to say anything else, the envoy began to crunch his teeth so that it became audible throughout the room and simply stepped back a few meters. As he moved towards the entrance, he gave the Emperor one last furious look and said that he would report it to the Emperor and see what the consequences would be, and fled. Joe said it was his fault for not asking young master's opinion beforehand, so please forgive me. The messenger said that if the young master did not want to appear, he would report it to the Emperor and try to resolve the situation, which greatly alarmed the messenger. In any case, he should leave them now. The guy bowed and turned around quickly and walked towards the exit, saying goodbye to the others. The apprentice came up to her master and patted his shirt sleeve. She wanted to ask him something. Apparently, the girl was very nervous. Her eyes were true fear and worry, but even if Master doesn't respect this tournament, but why insult the imperial family? It will have its own consequences. Master looked at her with a stern look and said, first of all, he wouldn't want to get something there, and secondly, it's not the best place to train. The guy pondered a bit. There was nothing strange about getting practice in the secret realm of chaos as a reward, just a bit weird that way. The next day came the next day. There was a stack of some papers with hieroglyphics in Chen's hands. Guy was shifting them from hand to hand. It was like some kind of puzzle. The master looked at it with a pensive look and was silent the whole time he was looking at it for several minutes now. The student immediately wondered what it was, even Dragon Princess, and didn't know it herself. But this thing was delivered in the morning. Maybe it is some kind of message. Suddenly seeing some strange symbol, Shen flickered and announced in a loud voice that they were going to the tournament tomorrow, and it was out of the question. The student's back felt a shiver on the master, who had just said that he was not going to go there under any pretext. So what has changed? The Dragon Queen took her head, but after all, the messenger had already reported that the master was ill. If he showed up there, it would be less. Shen looked at them and said that he didn't care how they were going to explain it. The main thing, let them do it as lucidly as possible. The poor princess has already lost her head, and the master is sure that it will save the situation because they are waiting for a very awkward situation. Upon arriving at the palace, Shen had already met with some monk and stood opposite him talking about something. So what did he want to talk about? In front of him stood a man completely bald with an amazing young face and said in a joyful voice that if the master cooperated with him, he could earn good money. Looking a little more closely, Shen did not say a word, but just listened to this monologue. He was curious, but at the same time, he did not trust the strange man. However, the monk continued. He said that if the master wanted to stay in the shadows, to avoid risks, then they would be able to earn at least a few million. The princess and the apprentice looked at each other with surprised eyes. How can he give so much? This is an unthinkable amount. However, to everyone's surprise, the master still agreed well, since he so suggests. Let it be so. This time they will go and be ready to meet. The princess only smirked a nervous smile. The master is really confident, and also father said to bring 100,000 tel gold, but why so much? Is he going to bet everything? The guy nodded in response. Yes, they will bet all that amount, and then see how much they can win. The princess looked at him in surprise and shrieked, but she didn't dare to say anything. The monk clapped his hands. Master is incredibly generous. Well then one must make a little effort to increase the coefficient. A tens of millions of net profit will be secured. The man was extremely enthusiastic and promised fabulous profits. If only they trusted him, it would be guaranteed. Not wanting to listen to all these explanations, the master said that he was not interested in it. He just leaves the money and let the monk do everything as it should be done. The princess approached the monk and handed him a few leaves, saying that here was the required amount. The monk's eyes lit up. The girl was distrustful of this strange monk. Master was too generous, whether this man deserved such treatment. The man instantly snatched the leaves from the hands of the surprised princess and left waving the paper. The princess didn't even have time to say anything before the strange man disappeared around the corner, where he could be heard shouting in delight. Huo immediately jumped up to the master, and he is often not afraid that this man is a crook. Why give him such a huge amount of money? Tears came to the girl's eyes. She was probably more worried even than the Lord himself. They had just given everything they had, and suddenly something would go wrong. Princess jumped up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. Let her calm down. She's whatever she's ever seen when a master makes a mistake. The girl thought about it. And it is true that the master never made a mistake, so perhaps we should trust him this time. Well, the day of the tournament began. Two fighters waving their blades fought with such power that even became frightening. They were bouncing away from each other with such speed that it was impossible to even catch their movements. It was obvious that they were truly masters of their craft. The doors opened and the emperor himself appeared on the threshold. Together with the empress, he was dressed in luxurious clothes and approached with a light step. His name was Shan. The man turned to and asked what the woman thought about it on his face. There was sternness and at the same time softness. The Princess of the Great Moon looked with yellow eyes somewhere to the side in the world. There are so many heroes, but none of them can compare to her father. The Emperor laughed. So and so was precisely because of their excessive power. They can sit in the center of China and control everything around them. The princess smirked. Well, let's see how strong today's candidates will be very excited. Here were our good acquaintances. They stood side by side and prepared for battle. It remains only to see who will remain the strongest in this fight. Elder Yue appeared from somewhere and cheerfully greeted the third prince guy, seemingly didn't even pay attention to him. But the apprentice rejoiced and greeted the old man with a smile. It was the man from the House of Blades after all. The old man shuddered at the sight of the girl and shivers ran down his spine as he remembered how strong a girl could be. The princess shrieked in surprise and looked at her friend as if urging her to show some respect. This was an elder after all. In a flash, coming to his senses, the old man bowed and greeted the girls. Thanks to the third prince, he was able to go into seclusion. So I must thank... By the way, Zen Master asked him to give a message to the third principal since he was invited here as a participant. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's shout. The old man jerked nervously and moved his eyes to the side. Shen was already looking behind him. The next battle just passed between him and a brother named Wang. People were in anticipation this battle was going to be momentous. Everyone around only whispered about what this fight would be like. The guys passed by and tried not to pay attention to it, but it didn't work. Listening to the others talking and scolding the master, the apprentice looked at them and asked if the master was angry with them. The master said he didn't care what they said to each other. They're just people who won't be remembered. Yes, and besides, people like them always look at others with a high view. Did it come as a surprise this time? They would be able to get rich. The apprentice looked at him with the reproachful look of an ordinary master, not so much worried about money. In the end, the two rivals were already facing each other and preparing to take the fight. Opposite the master stood the old man. It was the same Elder Wang. The man was looking calmly in front of him with a small mustache under his nose. He laughed and said that it was an honor for a young master to take part in such competitions. Let him just not lose face. Guy laughed. It is rare when this man is so good-natured, so the master will be lenient and spare his life. The master looked at the young man and shrieked he should watch his tongue and not be so cocky. Who knows what could happen? Pointing his hand at his opponent, the old man suggested to start. Let's see who is capable of what our hero just stood and waited. He turned his head to the raging people who were cheering for their master and wanted the old man to show him what he could do. The fight began as Shen drew his blade and rushed forward, moving gracefully like a swan. It was comparable to some kind of dance. This was the heavenly bird, the old man, as soon as he looked at it. Couldn't hold back the rapturous and shouting, but how dare this guy do this? He's just a newcomer who thinks he's good at something. Armed with his blade, the old man stored energy in it and moved forward. For a moment, Shen froze in place and watched as a huge energy wave flew towards him. However, the guy did not move from his spot. He swung around, and with one deft blow, he cut the energy chain. Weapons clinked, and everything went out for a second. The old man stopped in his place and stood for a few seconds looking at the boy with surprised eyes. However, how could he transform Plum Blossom? Shen stood still, completely unmoving like a statue. Even the Emperor smiled. He had long said that the Plum Blossom technique was just some kind of show-off today. After watching the performance, the Emperor turned to the princess and asked what she thought about this young man, who he was. Hearing such a familiar name, the Emperor thought about it somewhere he had heard it before. The woman remembered really a few days ago. Wu came to them and asked them to remove this person from the list of participants. However, what is he doing here? The Emperor watched with interest and smiled. So that's what it turns out to be. Grasping his blade, the guy stored enough energy there for the next throw and swung it to strike. The chain continued to shatter into several dozen small pieces. Surprised exclamations were heard everywhere. The two opponents stood opposite each other, and everywhere the crowd was buzzing. She did not understand what had just happened and wanted an explanation. The Emperor, looking at the princess perplexedly, began to blink his eyes. Who is this guy? How did he even manage to dispel such a technique? The man smiled. If it wasn't for these competitions, he wouldn't have even been able to recognize that such a talented person existed.